Liu Yang, who transmigrated to a world of cultivation, found himself as a disciple of the demonic sect, the Chuxing sect. Lucky for him, he had a cheat item, the Chronicle of 100 Lives. After death, he could start over again, carrying over treasures, cultivation, and lifespan from his past life. He could even awaken unique talents. But here's the catch, it's not unlimited. He is not immortal. Seeing the cultivation world on the brink of chaos, Liu Yang planned to lay low in the Chuxing sect, grinding one life after another. He vowed not to step out until he achieved immortality. But things weren't that simple. The sect was full of danger and geniuses. In his first life, he was betrayed by his senior sister and met a brutal end. In his second life, after finally taking revenge on her, he was backstabbed by his senior brother. And so it went. Third life, fourth life, the cycle continued. After 100 lives, only when Liu Yang looked back did he realize he had become a top-tier demonic overlord, the most ruthless figure in the Chuxing sect. Man, everyone here is either a genius or a smooth talker. I freaking love this place. The Chuxing sect. Layers of clouds surged like waves in a stormy sea. Peaks rose like scattered islands, dotted across the land like pieces on a chessboard. On the farthest edge of this massive chessboard stood a much shorter peak. Its summit looked like it had been sliced off, leaving a flat plateau. Flying boats came and went on this open space, where new outer disciples were currently lined up in rows. Liu Yang was one of them. The moment he transmigrated, he opened his eyes and found himself here. The lingering memories in his mind told him one thing: he was in deep trouble. Based on the original owner's memories, the Chuxing sect ruled over a nation called Chun. Every 3 years, Chun had to send a batch of outer disciples to the sect in exchange for the sect's blessings, ensuring good harvests and the royal family's stability. At first glance, it sounded like a golden opportunity to join an immortal sect and pursue eternal life. But the reality? No noble or official from Chun wanted to go. The ones sent were poor folks like Liu Yang's sacrifices, basically. After all, every 3 years, thousands of new recruits entered the Chuxing sect, yet the number of official disciples barely grew. Outer disciples vanished one after another, as if they'd been swallowed by a bottomless abyss instead of stepping into a sacred land of cultivation. Just thinking about this gave Liu Yang chills down his spine. No wonder I feel so weak, like I've been hollowed out. He pinched his arm, just soft flesh, no muscle, no strength. Worse yet, his chest suddenly throbbed with sharp pain. Did the original owner have some kind of illness? What the hell? Mumbling a few curses, Liu Yang quickly realized this wasn't just weakness. This body was on the brink of death. He might not even last a few days. Just when he was about to despair, thinking he transmigrated only to die immediately, a tiny speck of light appeared in front of him. It grew larger against the wind until, before his very eyes, it turned into a floating screen. Name: Liu Yang. Lifespan: 18. Cultivation: none. Talent: none. Techniques: none. Abilities: none. Treasures: none. Staring at the system interface, Liu Yang almost burst into tears. Heaven hadn't abandoned him yet. As long as he didn't give up, there was a way forward. System, let me add some points. But then he froze. He poked around left, right, up, down, but couldn't find the elusive plus button in the skill tree. Hell, not even a minus sign. Wait, are you kidding me? Where's the button to add points? After searching for ages, Liu Yang had to accept a harsh truth. This character panel didn't have any point distribution feature. In other words, if he wanted to level up, he'd have to grind it out himself. Liu Yang, are you serious? I awakened a system, and you still want me to work my ass off? What's the point of the system then? Is this some kind of prank? Just then, a new line of text lit up. Current remaining pages of the Chronicle of 100 Lives. 100. Chronicle of 100 Lives. Upon death, return to the starting point of this life. Restart from scratch. Upon restarting, you may carry over one of the following: treasures, cultivation, lifespan, or forfeit all gains to awaken a unique talent. Hell yeah, this changes everything. Liu Yang's spirits lifted instantly. This 100 Lives cheat was priceless. Used wisely, it could send him straight to the top. Step forward when your name is called. A cold voice interrupted his thoughts. A black-robed cultivator appeared before the crowd, holding a roster. A floating candle holder hovered beside him. casting an eerie glow on his somber face. Drip your blood into the life lamp beside me. Once the life fire ignites, you'll officially become an outer disciple of the Chuxing sect. Hearing this, none of the new recruits showed even a hint of joy. Most people who end up here have heard of the terrifying reputation of the Chuxing sect. They also know that being a registered disciple is often more of a curse than a blessing. But the man in black didn't pay any attention to the murmurs around him. He just started calling names one by one. Chun Liang. Here. As soon as the name was called, the little boy standing beside Lu Yang, with his rosy cheeks and bright eyes, jumped up and skipped over to the man in black. This little boy was stunningly good-looking. His bright eyes seemed to speak, and there was an unmistakable aura of vitality between his brows. His demeanor carried an air of precocious intelligence. In the mortal world, he'd undoubtedly be a prime candidate fought over by the best academies. Sure enough, the man in black couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement as he stared at him. What a naturally gifted spiritual child. Thank you for your praise, master. The little boy replied respectfully, bowing with a sweet and innocent voice that instantly made people feel fond of him. Hearing this, the man in black laughed even more heartily. Good, good. The Chuxing sect needs materials like you. The moment he finished speaking, the man in black casually drew a line through the name Chun Liang on his list. Then thud. Without warning, the lively little boy rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the ground, motionless. What happened next froze everyone in place. The man in black calmly gave orders. Send the flesh to the pill refinery hall, the bones and soul to the treasure forging hall, and the organs to the beast taming hall. Make sure not to waste such fine materials. With just a few words, the crowd of registered disciples below was left utterly stunned, their faces pale and their mouths agape. Seeing this, the man in black let out a cold chuckle and said, "Don't misunderstand, fellow disciples. Our sect values contribution. A disciple's worth is judged by how much they can contribute to the sect. That young boy had extraordinary talent and a strong physique. Only through death could he bring the greatest value to the sect, which is why he was dealt with in that way. As for you ordinary disciples, you're more useful to the sect alive, so you don't have to worry about being crossed off the list." Next, the man in black continued calling names. The fear on the faces of those below only deepened, but no one dared to defy him, terrified of meeting the same fate as the little boy. Lu Yang. Present. Lu Yang stepped forward, his face respectful and composed. The man in black's eyes immediately landed on Lu Yang's attractive, refined face. At first, he seemed pleased, but as he examined Lu Yang's physique more closely, his expression quickly turned to disappointment. Clearly, in his eyes, Lu Yang had nothing valuable to offer besides his good looks. To the Hahuan Hall with you. Lu Yang didn't dare ask any questions and quickly replied, "Understood." After the assignments were done, Lu Yang received a nearly transparent jade token with his name etched on it. Inside, a small flame seemed to flicker. He was also given a manual. The manual was called The Harmony of Yin and Yang, the cultivation method of the Hahuan Hall. It was said to help one draw out their qi and step into the qi refining stage. As they walked, an old servant leading the way warned them, "That token holds your life flame. Always carry it with you." The sect's formations, spiritual plants, and spirit beasts recognize the token, not the person. Forget it one day, and if you die within the sect, don't say, "I didn't warn you." Before long, they arrived at a grand hall. Standing in front of the hall was a voluptuous woman, her long dress slit high up her thigh. Every glance and movement of hers was filled with charm and allure. Gulp. Lu Yang clearly heard someone beside him swallow hard. Not only was the woman unbothered by the attention, but she even covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. With a flick of her slender hand, she lifted the hem of her dress slightly at her side. Beneath the dress was a jade token hanging from her waist. The name on the token read, Yu Suzhen. "This is the Hahuan Hall," she said, her voice soft and melodic. "I'm Yu Suzhen, and you could say I'm your senior sister." The next moment, Lu Yang noticed her eyes light up as they landed directly on him, her gaze unreserved and intense. "This junior brother is so handsome. You must belong to the Hahuan Hall." Yu Suzhen chuckled softly, then sashayed over to Lu Yang, her hips swaying like a water snake. The flash of white from her movements made him a little dizzy. You've got the looks. Come with me. I'll introduce you to the Hahuan Hall. Luyang quickly clasped his hands politely. Thank you, senior sister Yu. No need to be so formal, she replied, giving him a playful and coquettish glance. Then she turned, her figure exuding seduction as she walked, making the faces of those around turn red. Luyang, however, dared not look too long. He lowered his head and silently followed behind her. Our sect disciples are divided into inner and outer sections. The outer sect has 4 halls: treasure forging, pill refinery, beast taming, and Hawan. Only by passing the trials of the 4 outer halls can one enter the inner sect, receive true teachings, and become an official disciple. You're in luck. You've been assigned to my Hawan Hall. Unlike the other 3 halls, you won't have to endure such hardship. After all, the trials here are way easier. As she spoke, Yu Sujin suddenly leaned closer to Luyang. Curious to know what it is? The next moment, Luyang felt a warm breath tickle his ear, accompanied by a faint, alluring scent. When he turned his head, he found a stunningly beautiful face right in front of him. Please enlighten me, senior sister, Luyang responded, looking up. It's cultivation. Her sultry voice whispered into his ear, as intimate as a lover's murmur. Luyang gasped sharply. To cultivate or not now, that was a dilemma. But it didn't take him long to stop debating. Because, truth be told, he had no choice. Right there in broad daylight, Yu Sujun made her move without hesitation. Poor Luyang, his frail body was already depleted of energy, feeble, and on the brink of collapse. Resistance? Not an option. Useless. Yu Sujun clicked her tongue in irritation. Such a pretty face, yet with such pitifully thin vitality. As her words landed, Luyang's face turned pale as a sheet. He soon realized that the tiny bit of energy he had left was completely drained into Yu Sujun. His already frail figure appeared even more withered. The yin-yang bliss art. The cultivation technique distributed earlier flashed through his mind. In an instant, he pieced it together. The trial of Hahuan Hall was probably a survival game where the disciples competed against each other using the yin-yang bliss art, like raising poisonous insects. Only the last one standing could ascend to a formal disciple. Congratulations, senior sister Yusu. At that moment, a group of outer disciples approached, beaming with flattery. With this last bit of vitality, senior sister should be ready to break through to the qi refining stage. Once you enter qi refining, you'll no longer be an ordinary mortal. We hope senior sister will look out for us in the future. We're more than willing to serve you. Watching the scene unfold, Luyang suddenly chuckled. Heh. The unexpected laugh from someone who had just been drained dry instantly drew everyone's attention. Yu Sujin glanced at him and asked nonchalantly, Junior brother, why are you laughing? I'm laughing for your sake, senior sister, Luyang replied earnestly. I was worried about your health, but now I see I was overthinking. My health? Yu Sujin blinked, puzzled. Exactly, Luyang sighed deeply. Before joining the sect, I suffered from a severe illness. Senior sister acted so quickly just now that I didn't even have time to explain. But since you're about to break through, this little sickness shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Yu Sujun. An enraged Yu Sujun beat you to death. Remaining pages in the Book of 100 Lifetimes. 99. Restarting a new life. You may choose one reward from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Forfeit all rewards and awaken a random talent based on your past experience. Those whose names are called, step forward. Luyang opened his eyes and looked toward the black-robed Taoist on the stage. Only then did he realize he was back at the square where disciples were being assigned upon entering the sect. Everything that just happened felt vivid and real. The memory of that temptress lingered, yet here he was, starting over. The stark contrast left Luyang dazed for a moment, part astonished, part thrilled. The Book of 100 Lifetimes was indeed extraordinary. Calming his mind, Luyang lowered his gaze to the options displayed on the book. He immediately skipped the first 3. After all, he hadn't even begun cultivating before Yu Sujun drained him dry and killed him. The only viable choice was the 4th. Settling your past life experiences. Yu Sujun broke through to qi refining after draining your vitality. However, due to a severe illness, her true energy faltered. She was bedridden for months and eventually died from the worsening condition. Throughout history, following the heavens is easy, defying them is hard. Martial skills pale before divine techniques. The gap between mortals and cultivators is as vast as heaven and earth. Yet you entered the game, risking everything, and cleverly used an unconventional method to counter a cultivator with your mortal body. Truly, a feat against the heavens. Such defiance is unparalleled. You have awakened the white tier talent, Deviant Genius. Deviant Genius, your comprehension of unconventional techniques is exceptional. No cultivator of the same level can siphon your energy. The glowing text on the panel shifted again. Name, Liang. Age, 18. Cultivation, none. Talent, Deviant Genius White. Technique, Yin Yang Bliss, Art Beginner. Divine abilities, none. Treasures, none. Book of 100 Lifetimes pages, 99. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang felt a surge of energy rush straight to his dantian. In an instant, his strength returned powerful like a tiger. His previously frail body gradually stabilized. Muttering to himself, he said, "I'm not fully recovered, but at least I can hold on a bit longer now." Liu Yang carefully assessed his current state. Beyond the innate talent aiding his recovery, he had also gained profound insights from the Yin Yang Great Melody Sutra passed down by the Hahuan Hall. After all, practical experience always trumps pure theory, and with his natural gifts, he had a significant edge. The situation hadn't changed. Because of his ridiculously handsome face, Liu Yang was still assigned to Hahuan Hall, where he once again encountered Yu Suzhen at the entrance. She took one look at him and immediately chose him. This time, however, Liu Yang didn't resist. In an instant, he felt his spirit and energy blend seamlessly with a certain force. There was a sudden jolt, as if an invisible door had burst open within his chest. His mind lit up like never before, and he blurted out, "I broke through." The union of spirit and energy that's what they call qi refinement. Yu Suzhen, a senior disciple of Hahuan Hall and a veteran outer disciple, had been just one step away from achieving qi refinement herself. In her previous life, she had overextended herself to cross that final hurdle and succeeded. But in this life, her overreach backfired, leaving the fruits of her labor to benefit someone else. From today onward, Liu Yang was officially a first-layer qi refinement cultivator. Breaking through meant he could now advance to an official disciple, an elevation in status that could be described as meteoric. It seemed easy, but in reality, it had blocked countless outer disciples for years. He grinned and said, "Senior Sister Yu, this is incredible. I'll probably remember this for the rest of my life." Standing up, Liu Yang glanced at Yu Suzhen, who now lay motionless on the ground, and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The moment he stepped out of the quiet chamber, he noticed someone already waiting outside. Startled, he saw a man in a black Taoist robe, his expression dark and cold. It was none other than the black-robed cultivator who had initially assigned him to Hahuan Hall. Liu Yang quickly cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." The man smiled faintly, saying, "You're not bad, definitely got some talent." With a sly grin, the black-robed man added, "I heard that Yu Suzhen brought in some promising kid, and that breaking through qi refinement was just a matter of time. Who would thought that venomous woman would slip up?" As he spoke, his gaze toward Liu Yang turned peculiar. Even with all his experience, he couldn't fully hide a trace of admiration. If this kid survives, he'll be a cornerstone of the sect one day, he thought. He motioned with his hand, saying, "Come with me." The black-robed man, named Liu Xian, was a formal disciple of the sect's Butian Peak, one of the four main inner peaks. His role was to guide and assist outer disciples who had advanced, as well as handle tasks assigned by the sect. As they walked, Liu Xian explained, "The four halls of the outer sect correspond to the four peaks of the inner sect. They're directly connected." With evident enthusiasm, Liu Xian gave Liu Yang a rundown as they strolled. Aside from the Holy Fire Cliff, where the sect master resides, the sect primarily revolves around the four inner peaks. Since you've come from Hahuan Hall, you'll naturally be assigned to Butian Peak. I'll take you to update the registry first. Having someone guide him, Liu Yang felt grateful and quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother Liu." Lu Xian replied casually, "It's just part of my duty." He continued, "Once your registration is updated, I'll show you around the other 3 halls. Official disciples get quite a few perks. It's part of the sect's benefits. According to the rules, every official disciple could only claim these benefits once." Lu Xian sighed as he added, "Once you're in the inner sect, if you want to claim items of the same level again, you'll have to complete sect missions to earn contribution points to exchange for them." Lu Yang frowned and asked, "Contribution points?" Lu Xian explained, "That's the currency issued by the sect. Once your registry is updated, you'll see it on your disciple token." Curious, Lu Yang followed Lu Xian to complete the registry update. The process was simple. They just transferred the life lamp he had lit when he first joined the sect from the outer sect area to the inner sect area. Afterward, Lu Yang channeled a wisp of qi into the token at his waist. Instantly, a line of text appeared. "Official disciple, Lu Yang." It also displayed, "As an official disciple, the Holy Sect grants you 50 contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, artifacts, cultivation dwellings, and more." Additionally, it stated, "Upon entering the inner sect, renting a cultivation dwelling requires contribution points. Monthly rent is 30 points. Purchasing is also an option. As a newly promoted inner disciple, you're eligible for a 20% discount on the down payment within the first 10 years. The description went on for over 10 pages. After carefully reading through it, Lu Yang couldn't help but sum it up. This inner sect really runs on money. With contribution points, you could buy any technique, pill, or artifact you wanted. Without them, you couldn't take a single step, not even affording a place to stay. At the same time, Lu Yang finally understood what Lu Xian meant by those benefits. Once a named disciple gets promoted to an official disciple, they can use their disciple token to choose 1 treasure, 1 pill, 1 spirit beast, and 1 companion from the Treasure Hall, Alchemy Hall, Beast Hall, and Harmony Hall completely free of contribution points. Not bad at all, right? Pretty sweet deal. Lu Yang thought about it for a moment and pulled out his token, opening the contribution point exchange list. Instantly, rows of items available for exchange popped up on the screen. Techniques, magical tools, pills, spirit beasts, companions, even the cheapest ones started at 100 contribution points. But when you compare it to the mission rewards in the sect, those were pathetic. Most missions only offered single-digit points, and those that hit double digits were rare gems. Doing the math, that free starter pack for new official disciples was worth at least 400 contribution points. For someone freshly promoted, it was a massive windfall. As Lu Yang was mulling this over, he followed Lu Xian to the front of the treasure hall. There, they were greeted by Chun Hao, a steward of the treasure hall. Word was, Chun Hao himself was an official disciple, and this steward role was his post. Lu Xian explained that fixed positions like this were highly coveted in the inner sect. Not only did they rake in contribution points, 1 task alone could sustain an official disciple, but the job was stable. Basically, it was a golden ticket. The catch? Positions were limited, and without connections, good luck landing one. "Brother Lu? Long time no see." As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Hao gave them a once-over before turning to Lu Xian with a warm smile. "Bringing in a new disciple?" "Yup," Lu Xian grinned, half joking. "So, how about pulling out the best magical tool in the treasure hall for my junior brother Lu to check out?" "Of course." Chun Hao nodded enthusiastically and led them toward the inner courtyard. But as they walked, Lu Yang froze, his brow furrowing. Wait, wasn't this the disciples' private cultivation area? Shouldn't treasures be stored in, like, a warehouse or something? Noticing Lu Yang's confusion, Chun Hao chuckled as if he just remembered something. "Oh right, junior brother Lu, you might not know this, but the finest magical tools are kept here." Before he could finish, the 3 of them stopped in front of a cultivation room. "The disciple in this room has been around for a while," Chun Hao explained. "Spent 3 years as a named disciple in the outer sect. Bit rigid, though, and went down the wrong path in his cultivation." With those words, Chun Hao pushed the door open. Inside, a cultivator sat cross-legged on a mat in the center of the room, eyes closed and mumbling as if in a trance. "I've done it, I've finally done it." Before Lu Yang could make sense of the scene, Chun Hao formed a hand seal. The cultivator's eyes snapped open, and a crazed joy spread across his face. "Haha, I've made it. Boom. Before the words fully left his mouth, his body exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. The scattered remains quickly recoiled, swirling into the skeletal remains left behind. Within moments, the man was gone. In his place, a shimmering, jade-like sword gently landed on the mat, radiating a brilliant glow of spiritual energy. Chunhao stepped forward, picked up the bone sword, and handed it to Lu Yang with a satisfied smile. This bone jade sword is listed as a top-tier treasure in the 100 treasures of the Tao. That disciple was pretty talented. Years of arduous cultivation made his spiritual energy remarkably pure. Otherwise, the sword wouldn't shine so brightly. Lu Yang stayed silent. He stared at the bone jade sword in Chun Hao's hand, his mind replaying the scene over and over. A chill ran down his spine as he thought about his past life and finally grasped the full extent of the sect's methods. It all boiled down to 8 words: survival of the fittest, everything has its use. The sect poured resources into training named disciples, and in return, those disciples had to generate value for the sect. If they couldn't, the sect would make sure to extract value one way or another. If you managed to break through and become an official disciple, everyone was happy. But if you failed, the sect wouldn't waste its resources on you forever. They'd find a way to recover their investment, ensuring they didn't take a loss. To the sect, disciples were like clouds or water, different forms, but all useful in their own way. There were no true wastes here. This really was a sect in every sense of the word. Lu Yang closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. With the 100 Lives book as his fallback, he felt a bit more at ease. When he opened his eyes again, his composure had returned. Junior brother Lu has a solid temperament, definitely a person of both looks and talent. On the side, Lu Xian was momentarily surprised at how quickly Lu Yang pulled himself together. But soon, his smile grew even brighter. Following Lu Xian's lead, Lu Yang visited both the Alchemy Hall and the Beast Taming Hall, where he received a Qi replenishing pill and a human-faced owl, respectively. The former helps nourish inner energy when consumed, while the latter acts like a messenger pigeon, frequently used among official disciples to exchange information. When it came to the last benefit, finding a Tao companion, Lu Xian hesitated. Junior brother, your cultivation speed is insane. Lu Xian shook his head helplessly and said, you've just become an outer disciple, and yet you've completed the Qi refinement stage in a single day. It's so fast that even the Huan Hall hasn't had time to arrange a Tao companion for you. How about being patient for a few more days? Lu Yang wasn't particularly concerned about this so-called Tao companion. He cupped his hands and replied immediately, I'll follow senior brother's arrangements. Hearing this, Lu Xian burst into laughter and handed Lu Yang a jade scroll. This is our Butian Peak's unique secret technique manual. Take it and study it thoroughly. Lu Yang took the jade scroll and immediately activated his spiritual awareness to inspect it. In the next moment, an incredibly intricate cultivation technique imprinted itself deeply into his mind. The innate Tao scripture. The so-called innate state refers to the transformation of primordial energy. Cultivating true energy is essentially refining oneself, purifying the body to reverse and return to an innate state, eventually achieving a perfect harmony of body and spirit with primordial energy. After a long time, Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes, his face glowing with joy. Compared to the yin-yang blissful ode, the innate Tao scripture truly embodied the essence of a complete and profound inheritance. The scripture's cultivation system began at the mortal stage, requiring practitioners to first train in a set of techniques to temper their physical bodies. It even came with a complementary martial art called innate grappling technique. Once the body reached its peak state, practitioners would move on to the reversal to innate stage, transforming their internal organs, then skin, flesh, muscles, and bones, until eventually dissolving their bodies entirely. The flesh would be refined into a strand of primordial energy, granting them complete control over their form and making normal techniques ineffective against them. In battle, they would stand undefeated. Beyond that, the scripture also detailed numerous spells that complemented primordial energy. For example, Heavenly Net Dust Mist, Single-Minded True Chi Blade, Spirit Absorption Technique, and many more. These spells varied widely in function, leaving Lu Yong in awe. But just as he was engrossed, Lu Yong suddenly froze. Whereas the rest of it? Looking up at Lu Exine, he realized that the innate Tao scripture in his hands was only the first half, the latter half was completely missing. Junior brother, you should know that cultivation techniques aren't freely shared, Lu Exine said with a chuckle. The second half of the innate Tao scripture involves foundational secrets for the next stage. It's not part of the sect's standard benefits. You'll need to exchange contribution points for it. Lu Yong sighed and shook his head. Ah, I see. That was my mistake. No worries, Lu Exine reassured him. Even half the scripture should keep you busy for quite some time. Patting Lu Yong on the shoulder, Lu Exine said warmly, "Come on, let me take you to Batian Peak to pick a cave residence. Find yourself a nice spot so we can visit each other more often." Lu Yong nodded. "Thank you, senior brother." Half an hour later, Batian Peak. Lu Yong settled into a remote cave at the foot of the mountain, clearing out the old furniture and items left behind as if they were trash. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Even life as an official disciple doesn't seem that easy. Batian Peak wasn't particularly large. Each year, the initial sacred sect accepted countless registered disciples. Even with only 1 in 10,000 making it to official status, the peak should have been packed. But what was the reality? As Lu Yong walked through the area, he noticed that Batian Peak wasn't crowded at all. It was oddly quiet, with many cave residences vacant and unoccupied. Where had all the official disciples gone? Surely it wasn't because they couldn't afford to rent caves? Shaking his head, Lu Yong didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he took out a meditation mat, sat cross-legged, and began his first cultivation session in his new cave. The moment he entered a meditative state, he immediately noticed the spiritual energy around him. Compared to the outer disciples area, the energy here was almost twice as dense, surging toward him like a tide. It flowed into his dantian, circulated through his meridians, and finally integrated into his organs, muscles, and bones step by step. The efficiency of cultivation here left even Lu Yong amazed. The same technique, the same amount of time what took him a full day to achieve in the outer sect could now be accomplished in just 1 hour in his cave. No wonder renting an inner sect cave costs spirit stones. Once you've experienced the insane speed of cultivation in a cave, it's almost impossible to tolerate the sluggish pace elsewhere. The next day, Lu Yong didn't leave the cave. Instead, he stayed inside, focused on cultivation while carefully studying the innate Tao scripture. In this world, while talent plays a role in cultivation, there's no concept of spirit roots. Basically, as long as one is dedicated, anyone can step onto the path of cultivation. However, that didn't make the path any easier. Though mortals faced no restrictions like spirit roots, the quality of the true energy they cultivated still determined the heights they could ultimately reach. This is where the importance of technique comes into play. The higher the level of a cultivation technique, the purer the refined energy becomes, making it easier to reach higher realms in the future. Conversely, lower-level techniques make bottlenecks more likely. Energy is ranked into 9 grades and 36 tiers. The fewer the grades, the superior the higher the tier, the more powerful. Generally speaking, energy below the 7th grade is unlikely to build a foundation. Energy under the 3rd grade struggles to form a golden core, and without 1st grade energy, forming a nascent soul is nearly impossible, a dead end for most cultivators. Being a rogue cultivator is a dead end. Lu Yong couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the well-established techniques of major sects, rogue cultivators have no choice in their methods. They practice whatever they stumble upon. In this kind of situation, no matter how talented you are, you're starting off at a disadvantage. In the end, you're left with nothing but regret for a life unfulfilled. This highlights just how difficult the path of cultivation really is. Thinking about these things, Lu Yong's brows furrowed deeply. The innate Tao book refines innate energy of 6th grade, 1st tier quality. Cultivators using it have a chance to build a foundation. Strictly speaking, it's not weak. But it still didn't meet his expectations. If he were just an ordinary cultivator, he might accept this. But with the rare treasure 100 Lives book in his possession, his future looked promising. a technique that could only lead to foundation building wasn't nearly good enough for him. If only I could get my hands on one of those first-grade supreme inheritances. Liu Yang allowed himself a moment of fantasy before sighing. Forget it. The road has to be walked step by step. Take too big of a leap, and snap you'll trip yourself up. Let us master the innate Tao book first. Once I've built my foundation, I'll think about the next step. Once the foundation is built, he could live for 300 years, almost the span of a mortal dynasty. In the cultivation world, that would make him a major cultivator. With that strength, he could then pursue higher inheritances and, once acquired, open a new path immediately. Repeat this cycle over and over, and one day, his dreams would come true. As long as he stayed patient and didn't act recklessly, time would always be on his side. This was the confidence 100 Lives book gave him. 10 days later, Liu Yang returned to his cave. White energy swirled and surged, at times transforming into thick black smoke, at others into intangible energy swords, before finally condensing into an ethereal, human-like silhouette. I did it. The innate Tao book was profound, but not overly difficult to practice. In just 10 days, Liu Yang had transformed his body, refining it into pure energy. Name: Liu Yang. Lifespan: 18. Cultivation level: Qi refining, level 1. Talent: Unorthodox genius white. Techniques: Yin-Yang blissful harmony sutra perfected. Innate refining transformation sutra perfected. Abilities: none. Treasures: none. 100 Lives book pages: 99. Looking at the updated information in the 100 Lives book, Liu Yang stepped into the air with ease. He felt incredible. Even minor ailments from his original body had disappeared without a trace. Just as Liu Yang was basking in his success, he suddenly frowned, freezing mid-action. His eyes darted back to the 100 Lives book, and he found himself lost in thought. Something's off. It felt like there was a detail he'd overlooked. Liu Yang instinctively recalled how everything in this life had gone smoothly. He'd become an official disciple and obtained the innate Tao book without any trouble. The next second, Liu Yang finally realized what he'd missed. Yu Suzhen broke through to the Qi refining realm after siphoning your energy. However, her body was riddled with illness, and her energy couldn't cure her. She was bedridden for months and eventually succumbed to her condition. In his previous life, how exactly did Senior Sister Yu die? As an official disciple, she must have also been taught the innate Tao book. If she successfully practiced it, refining her body and transforming her energy, how could a minor illness have killed her? Could it be that she didn't succeed? Impossible. Liu Yang shook his head. The innate Tao book wasn't particularly difficult. If Yu Suzhen managed to break into the Qi refining realm, her talent couldn't have been so poor that she failed to master it after months. Unless she wasn't cultivating the innate Tao book at all. At that moment, Liu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, his breathing quickened, and the excitement on his face vanished in an instant. The innate Tao book, was it specifically prepared for me by Liu Xian? Liu Yang thought back to what he'd witnessed in the treasure refinement hall. At the time, a registered disciple had believed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, only to end up walking himself straight into doom. Instead of ascending, he was refined into a treasure. Could that situation have been the same as what is happening now? Just then, a familiar and warm voice called out from outside the cave. "Junior brother Liu, are you there?" "Senior brother Liu?" "Yes, here." Hearing the voice, Liu Yang's pupils shrank, and his expression darkened instantly. Instead of responding, he suppressed his energy completely. "Junior brother?" The voice called out again, but Liu Yang remained silent. He didn't have solid evidence yet, but he was now sure there was something wrong with the innate Tao book he was cultivating. "I was too inexperienced. I should have been more suspicious earlier." The Hall of Harmony and the Peak of Heaven Repair are closely connected, so their techniques should logically involve the balance of yin and yang. But the innate Tao scripture? It has nothing to do with any of that. I can't believe I got fooled by him. But why would he set me up? The holy sect may belong to the dark path, but it has rules. No private fights between formal disciples. If they find out. As that thought hit Liu Yang, he smacked himself on the forehead. How could I fall for the tricks of the demonic sect? If they find out. But if no one finds out, Does it even count as a private fight? The more Liang thought about it, the darker his expression grew. It all came down to his own complacency. Liu Xian had always acted like he was fulfilling his duty as a guide for the new disciples. He didn't just explain everything about the inner sect in detail, he even generously handed out the benefits, treasures, elixirs, and spirit beasts meant for inner sect disciples without holding back. Especially in the treasure refining hall, he made sure the steward gave me the very best. Turns out, it was all a setup. Everything before was just laying the groundwork to hand me the innate Tao scripture, lowering my guard, and making me fall for his kindness. Now that I think about it, he probably planned to keep everything for himself. After all, if he killed me, he could take all my artifacts, elixirs, and spirit beasts. No wonder he insisted on getting the best. That bastard. Just then, a noise came from outside the cave. A second later, with a loud crack, the protective array around the cave shattered, and the door was torn apart by a blazing sword light. The door swung open, and Liu Xian strolled in, his robes flowing. When he saw Liu Yang, a satisfied, triumphant smile spread across his face. He nodded approvingly, saying, "Junior brother, you really are talented." Boom. Before Liu Xian could finish his sentence, Liu Yang erupted in fury. With a surge of overwhelming innate energy, he wielded his bone jade sword, transforming it into a sharp, unstoppable sword light that slashed straight at Liu Xian. But the next moment, the sword light froze mid-air. Just a futile struggle, Liu Xian sneered. He moved his fingers in a quick motion, forming a spell, and Liu Yang's body instantly went rigid, as if he had become a puppet under someone else's control. Seeing this, Liu Xian couldn't help but laugh. The innate Tao scripture is truly something else. Practitioners turn their body and soul into pure innate energy. It can be used in alchemy, treasure refining, and even to boost one's cultivation level. If I get my hands on it, I might even break through to the late stage of qi refining. Helping me advance well, junior brother, your death won't be in vain. As his words fell, Liu Xian changed his spell. Liu Yang felt his consciousness fading, as if it was being erased by force. In that moment, a sudden realization struck Liu Yang. So this is the second half of the innate Tao scripture. The first half is a trap to lure people into practicing it, while the second half is the real method. Once someone masters the first half, they end up becoming a tool for the one in the shadows. Rather than a cultivation technique, it's more like a method of refining people into treasures, not using objects as the furnace, but humans and forcing them to complete the process themselves, while those truly lazy individuals just wait in hiding to reap the rewards. It's called a Tao scripture, but it's actually a demonic art. Fine, you win. This life is yours. With that thought, Liu Yang stopped resisting. Instead of panic or rage, a calm determination settled over him as he let his consciousness slip away. Fool me once, shame on you. But you won't fool me again. I'll remember this grudge. At that moment, Liu Yang's consciousness plunged into darkness. In the void, only the sound of flipping pages echoed softly. Silence. Your consciousness has been absorbed by Liu Xian, transforming into pure innate energy. You have died. Remaining pages in the 100 Lives book, 98. Starting over. You may choose one reward from your past life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation level. 3. Lifespan. 4. Give up all rewards and awaken a random talent based on your past life's experience. Those called by name, step forward. A familiar voice echoed from the stage. Liu Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions, and kept his head down, focusing on the interface in front of him. Treasure, cultivation, lifespan. If it were up to him, Liu Yang would chosen cultivation level without hesitation. But he couldn't risk anyone noticing how would he explain where the sudden boost came from? As for lifespan, it wasn't even worth considering. Looks like I'll have to go with treasure. His brows furrowed. The only treasure he had that was worth anything was the bone jade sword. But without cultivation, it was useless. He couldn't even activate it. Then, his gaze froze. Because just now, the 100 Lives book had sent him a new message. This counts as a treasure too? Liu Yang froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Option 1. Keep a treasure he had obtained in his past life. The next moment, something incredible happened. It didn't disturb anyone around him. Everything was confined to his dantian, and the source turned out to be a swirling mass of white energy, innate true qi. In his previous life, Liu Yang had refined his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, skin, muscles, and bones, eventually condensing this very innate true qi. To his surprise, it could actually be considered a treasure, and now he had reclaimed it. Liu Yang lowered his eyelids and softly muttered, "Unbelievable," as if trying to conceal the excitement in his eyes, because he realized that this ball of innate true qi was completely under his control. He could even use it to perform the spells he had mastered in his past life. Normally, this would have been impossible. To manipulate innate true qi, one would typically need the second half of the secret technique. But I'm different. The true qi itself is me. The two were one and the same. For Liu Yang, it was like having an additional clone at the first level of qi refinement. Before I died in my past life, I even heard Liu Xian mention that innate true qi could be used in alchemy to help someone break through their limits. It seems this true qi will be of great use in the future. After organizing his newfound gains, Liu Yang began his plans for this lifetime. First, he was still assigned to the Huan Hall. Next, he effortlessly dealt with Yu Suzhen. But this time, to avoid attention, Liu Yang refrained from using senior sister Yu's energy to break through qi refinement. Instead, he fed all of it to the innate true qi. This time, I must keep a low profile, no showing off. Sure enough, Liu Xian, who had been watching from outside, lost interest in Liu Yang immediately when he saw that he hadn't broken through despite absorbing Yu Suzhen's cultivation. Afterward, Liu Yang patiently waited. 10 days later, a disciple named Qin Yu from Huan Hall broke through. Liu Xian rushed over as soon as he heard the news and took him away, full of excitement. Liu Yang saw it all. A few days after that, Liu Xian announced he was going into seclusion. The senior disciple responsible for guiding newcomers was replaced. Still, Liu Yang remained out of sight. Who knows what this new senior is like? What if he is just like Liu Xian? Yeah, better not stick my neck out. To be safe, I'll wait another month. And so, another 10 days passed. When another outer disciple successfully broke through to the inner sect without any problems, Liu Yang finally decided to make his move. With the support of the innate true qi, Liu Yang didn't actually need to practice demonic arts to advance. But to avoid drawing attention, he casually joined a group of outer disciples for cultivation. This time, the senior guiding him was much less enthusiastic than Liu Xian. In fact, the man seemed downright dismissive, his face showing traces of disdain. "This is the library pavilion," the senior said as they arrived at a building. After handing Liu Yang a token, he added, "Take this and go inside. If you want any techniques, exchange contribution points for them yourself." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Oddly enough, Liu Yang felt more at ease. Being underestimated had its perks. No one would pay him much attention, which suited him perfectly. Thinking this, Liu Yang turned his gaze toward Batian Peak in the distance. Liu Xian. A few days earlier, Liu Xian had come out of seclusion, successfully advancing to the late stage of qi refinement. He even became a personal disciple of the peak master of Batian Peak and was now riding high with pride. Liu Yang let out a cold snort, withdrew his gaze, and strode into the library pavilion. Though he wanted revenge, he was too weak for now. His priority was to cultivate relentlessly and grow stronger. Revenge can wait 10 years. Isn't too late for a gentleman to settle the score. Adapt and endure. No need to rush. As he stepped into the library, but all they gave me was the qi refinement chapter. The lessons from his past life made Liu Yang particularly wary of cultivation techniques that were incomplete or abruptly ended. For a moment, he almost gave up on practicing it. After a long silence, he sighed and muttered, "Gotta do it anyway." If he practiced, there might be hidden risks in the future. If he didn't, there might not even be a future. Besides, this demonic technique was seriously mysterious. It could drain the vital energy of its target and even steal their knowledge. Techniques, abilities, experiences, he could take them all. What is more, cultivators tortured by this technique would gradually have their minds controlled by the practitioner. In the end, they become hopelessly devoted, unable to break free, mere puppets who even die willingly for him. A truly sinister and twisted art. Liu Yang studied the technique, silently absorbing its profound intricacies. Half an hour later, he gave it a shot. Two streams of genuine energy flowed from his fingertips, circling like a dragon and tiger, almost merging into a new form of true qi. Ugh! In the next moment, Liu Yang's expression shifted, and the energy dissipated from his fingertips. Failed. Figures. The theory's there, but I've never really been in a real fight. Not discouraged, Liu Yang turned to the rows of bookshelves before him. According to the rules of the library, as a newly inducted disciple, he was entitled to one loan-based exchange for a cultivation technique or ability with no upfront payment. What surprised him was that the library didn't just house demonic techniques. There were plenty of methods clearly originating from righteous sects covering a vast range of disciplines: divination, sword techniques, the 5 elements arts, you name it. Shao, Jia Heaven technique, Supreme Tai 5 elements method, longevity true interpretation, divine sky, sword mastery. Liu Yang browsed through them until he finally made his choice. Divine sky sword mastery, price, 1,000 contribution points. Detected as your first exchange. Eligible for no down payment loan. Annual interest rate, 36%. Repayable over 10 years. Confirm exchange. That number. Liu Yang nearly cursed it out loud. A 36% annual interest rate? That's 460 contribution points a year, totaling 4,600 over 10 years. Borrow 1,000. Pay back 4,600. Talk about daylight robbery. Wait. I'm different. Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. To others, this no-down payment high-interest loan was a pitfall, but to him, it was nothing. At worst, he'd just restarred in another life. The debts of a past life had nothing to do with him. So, exploiting the library's techniques for free was a no-brainer for him. Since he had no intention of paying it back, Liu Yang tossed aside his hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he decisively took out the loan to purchase Divine Sky, Sword Mastery. And then, something unexpected happened. Usually, secret demonic techniques were handed directly as scrolls. This time, he only received a message. The technique is being dispatched and will arrive at your residence within 3 days. Please be patient. Liu Yang stared at the notification on his disciple's medallion, puzzled. A delivery? Could it be a rare original copy that hadn't been transcribed yet? Despite his doubts, he trusted that the sect wouldn't just eat his technique and run. Before leaving, he approached the elder stationed at the library entrance. Senior. Before Liu Yang could finish bowing, the elder in the rocking chair waved him off. Don't call me senior. I'm just a fellow disciple, only slightly older than you. Liu Yang froze for a moment before correcting himself. Senior brother, do you know if there are any death row prisoners in the sect we can use for practice? Being in a demonic sect, Liu Yang naturally had no qualms about using unorthodox means. Anything that could make him stronger, he'd use. The elder shot him a glance and suddenly asked, "Did you take out a loan for that technique?" Liu Yang hesitated but nodded. "Then you don't need to worry about that." A cryptic smile spread across the elder's face. Annoying as the loan might be, it comes with perks. Just go back and wait. Still bewildered, Liu Yang returned to his residence. It didn't take long for him to understand why Divine Sky Sword Mastery required delivery and what the elder meant by perks. 3 days later, a wooden crate was delivered to his door. Liu Yang dragged the box into his residence and opened it. Inside, to his astonishment, lay a well-proportioned, sharp-eyed woman with strikingly bold features. She was bound hand and foot, curled up in the middle of the crate. Though not a peerless beauty, she had a natural elegance and grace. With her bare face and no makeup, she exuded an otherworldly charm. Inside that stifling box, she had been there so long that beads of sweat glistened on her skin, sliding one by one down her fair neck and disappearing into her chest. Demon scum. The woman glared at Liu Yang, her eyes filled with fury, as if she wanted to tear him apart. But when she thought of her own fate, despair instantly overtook her delicate face. Liu Yang frowned at the sight and asked, "You're a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion?" The woman closed her beautiful eyes, tears streaming silently down her pale cheeks. She replied coldly, "So what if I am? Just kill me already. Only then did Liu Yang realize what was going on. The Divine Sky Sword Technique was a secret art of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, the leading sect of the Southern Righteous Path. He had always wondered how the primordial saint sect managed to obtain it. Now it all made sense. Demonic arts could replicate the knowledge and skills of their targets. The primordial saint sect had simply delivered an official disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion to him. In other words, if he wanted the Divine Sky Sword Technique, all he had to do was torment her. This way, not only do they pass down the technique, but they also solve the problem of disciples needing a Tao partner for cultivation. Killing two birds with one stone, maximum utility. Such ruthless pragmatism was indeed the hallmark of the saint sect. Compared to the righteous sects, who endure grueling training in the harshest of winters and summers, the demonic sects were all about practical, results-driven methods of cultivation. A few days later, in the cave, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a cushion, forming a seal with his right hand. A faint glow emerged from his fingertips, eventually condensing into a bone-white flying sword as thin as a cicada's wing. The sword shimmered with a bluish-white hue, and when it vibrated, it sounded like rolling thunder. Go! With a flick of his finger, the bone-white sword shot forward, cutting through the air with a majestic arc, its brilliance roaring like a thunderstorm tearing through the sky. What a technique! Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared on Liu Yang's face. Without hesitation, he changed the sword seals in his hand, and the bone-white sword immediately split into two in midair. In the next instant, Liu Yang vanished from where he stood, reappearing near one of the sword lights, as if he had teleported. As he shifted the seals in his hand, his figure darted between the two sword lights like lightning, moving with blinding speed. After a while of this, Liu Yang finally stopped, his face brimming with excitement. Impressive. The Divine Sky Sword Technique is truly extraordinary. This sword technique wasn't particularly complex. Once mastered, it allowed the user to split the sword light and teleport into it. The stronger one's mana, the farther the teleportation distance. If the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion's headmaster wielded it personally, they could sit within the pavilion and, with a single sword, teleport thousands of miles, taking lives with a mere flick of the wrist. And this was only the basic level of the technique. At higher levels, it was said the sword light could manifest the power of divine sky thunder itself. Unfortunately, that part of the technique was beyond Liu Yang's reach. Not because he couldn't extract it, simply because Yun Miaoqing didn't know it herself. Which made sense. A complete version of the Divine Sky Sword Technique wasn't something you could get for 1,000 contribution points. It would probably take closer to 10,000 to piece it all together. TCH, what an idiot. A cold laugh came from behind him. Liu Yang turned around to see the woman from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion staring at him with disdain and loathing. After spending several days together, Liu Yang had learned a bit about her. Her name was Yun Miaoqing, an inner disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. She was a student of the Divine Sky Master and specialized in the Divine Sky Sword Technique. Once, she had reached the 6th stage of Qi refinement. Looking at Yun Miaoqing, Liu Yang asked curiously, "Did I get the sword technique wrong?" Yun Miaoqing turned her head with a sneer. "You expect me to tell you? Demon scum, even if you've stolen it, all you're doing is imitating a tiger's roar. It's pathetic. Why bother?" Liu Yang shook his head and stepped closer, sighing. "Are you sure you don't want to cooperate? Or do I have to resort to that again?" "That?" Yun Miaoqing's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp as needles. "You mean that damn demonic art? Do you think I'd surrender to it?" Liu Yang pointed at the mark on her chest and said, "Don't kid yourself, you've already surrendered once. Or have you forgotten? You're lying." Staring at the mark etched on her skin, Yun Miaoqing bit her lip in humiliation. "That time you only succeeded because you caught me off guard." As she spoke, her hand tightened around the pendant on her neck. It was a finely crafted white jade sword, a token exclusive to the disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. A type of magical item, its function was similar to Liu Yang's disciple token. With a furious voice, Yun Miaoqing declared, "I am a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. I will never coexist with the demonic path. This will never change. No matter how powerful your demonic arts are, the human heart cannot be swayed by these twisted, evil temptations." My loyalty to the pavilion will never waver. I swear it by my sword." As soon as the words fell, Yin Miaoqing bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Lu Yang like a lotus flower untouched by the mud around it. Another day passed. Inside the cave, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a cushion, his palms facing upward. After a long while, he let out a heavy breath. "You've actually got a pretty good grasp of the Divine Sky Sword technique. No major issues. If there's a problem, it's probably with external factors." Yin Miaoqing spoke weakly. After being harshly interrogated by Lu Yang, she eventually surrendered. When he pressed her further, she let out a cold snort but obediently explained. Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, once they reach the Qi refining stage, use a secret method from the sect to refine a sword core from metallic essence and various auxiliary materials. All the sword techniques of the Sword Pavilion rely on the sword core for enhancement. The better the sword core, the stronger the sword techniques. Hearing Yin Miaoqing's explanation, Lu Yang finally understood. Currently, his practice of the Divine Sky Sword technique allowed him to summon 2 sword lights, primarily for teleportation fast, but lacking in power. However, with the addition of a sword core, the number of sword lights he could summon would at least double. Moreover, he could integrate the sword core with his body, unleashing devastating slashes while moving through the sword lights. This alone would give him a significant edge in battles. In direct confrontations, Lu Yang could manipulate the sword core to emit sword lights in all directions, trapping his opponent as if they'd fallen into his snare. No matter what the opponent tried, he could easily evade and strike from unexpected angles, leaving them overwhelmed. After a few rounds of this, they'd inevitably expose a fatal flaw. At that moment, all it would take was one decisive slash, and escape would be impossible. That's why disciples of our Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion are the best duelists in Jiangnan. As she spoke, Yin Miaoqing's face lit up with pride. "You demon, you." Lu Yang stood up and said, "So the issue lies with the sword core. I've got the refining method now. All right, that's all. You can rest." Yin Miaoqing froze. "No way. That's it. No more interrogation?" The next second, she snapped out of it, instinctively clutching the sword at her neck, and said, "No. Let us keep things as they are. After all, I am a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Time to figure out how to make money." Stepping out of the cave, Lu Yang began planning his next steps. "I've only got 50 contribution points right now. This month's cave rent is 30 points. If I don't start earning soon, I'll have to move back to the Hahuan Hall next month." In the Chuxing sect, there were plenty of ways to earn contribution points. You could take on sect jobs for a salary, sell personal items, complete bounties for rewards, or accept sect missions, among other options. But for someone like me, no connections, no assets, no skills, I can't even get an introduction to sect jobs. Most of my belongings are worthless, and I can't handle high-paying bounties. My only option is to take on sect missions, basically grinding out work just to get by. Thinking about it, Lu Yang grew more frustrated. I've stepped into the path of immortality, and I still have to grind for a living? Fine then, I'll grind. Lu Yang quickly adjusted his mindset. Technically, I can just restart my life through reincarnation. But the Book of 100 Lives only has limited pages. Restarting now would be a huge waste. Although I'm officially a disciple now, I'm still unfamiliar with the Chuxing sect and know little about the cultivation world beyond what's in books. I've thought about restarting, but to build a foundation for my next life, I need to make the most of this one while I can. The caves on Butian Peak were numerous, but only 2 stood out: the Peak Lord's Cave and a towering building. The building, 9 stories high, was called the Merit Tower. It was the hub for official disciples to trade, post bounties, and accept sect missions, all under the protection of the sect. Lu Yang entered the Merit Tower and approached a counter. "Senior brother, is this where I accept sect missions?" "Of course you, huh?" The young Taoist man at the counter glanced at him casually at first, but when he noticed Lu Yang's handsome features, his eyes lit up instantly. The next moment, a warm smile spread across the young man's face. "Don't call me senior brother. My name is Zhao Shuha, a steward disciple of the Merit Hall. You must be new here, right? I've never seen you before. I'm Lu Yang. Nice to meet you, senior brother." Lu Yang quickly bowed and took out his disciple token to verify his identity. Zhao Shuha examined the token, his expression growing even friendlier and his smile even brighter. Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Liu, you're quite the talent. Very impressive. Zhao Shuhe gave Liu Yang a once-over with that unsettling look of his, then suddenly said, Junior brother Liu, since you're so eager for a sect mission, I've got one for you. It's practically a golden opportunity, and if you nail it, your path to immortality will be wide open. Really? On the surface, Liu Yang seemed intrigued, but deep down, he was immediately on high alert. Of course, absolutely legit. Couldn't he be more real? Zhao Shuhe grinned, pointing to the top of Butian Peak. The current Peak Lord is looking for a son-in-law for his daughter. You've got the looks for it. Liu Yang froze, his face full of question marks. I came here for a proper sect mission to earn achievements and money through my own hard work. And now you're telling me to marry rich and live off someone else? What's wrong? Not interested? Noticing Liu Yang's stiff expression, Zhao Shuhe leaned in harder. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you get into the Peak Lord's family, you'll instantly become a Foundation Establishment disciple. Contribution points, techniques, resources, you'll have it all. You'll save decades of effort. Zhao Shuhe painted a vivid picture, but Liu Yang didn't budge an inch. Honestly, Liu Yang didn't necessarily mind the idea of marrying rich. But this was the Chuxing sect, a place known for its dark, no-nonsense ways. With Liu Xin's recent downfall fresh in his mind, there was no way he'd blindly trust Zhao Shuhe's so-called matchmaking scheme. Something was definitely fishy. With that thought, Liu Yang sighed dramatically and said, Senior brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to be alive and son-in-law. It's just I've got a bit of a sensitive issue. Zhao Shuhe blinked. Sensitive issue? To tell you the truth, Liu Yang lowered his voice, looking sheepish. I've contracted a certain unpleasant condition. The moment he said it, Zhao Shuhe's enthusiasm vanished. The condition itself wasn't the issue, it was manageable. The real problem was the implication. How on earth did he contract it? That raised all kinds of red flags. What a shame, Zhao Shuhe muttered, shaking his head. No matter how good-looking Liu Yang was, the Peak Lord would never marry his daughter to someone with a potentially contagious problem. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, Liu Yang replied politely. Seeing Liu Yang's respectful attitude, Zhao Shuhe softened a bit. All right then, let me find you a proper mission. What kind of mission are you looking for? Liu Yang answered, something with decent contribution points, but relatively safe. Zhao Shuhe chuckled knowingly, clearly prepared. After all, what new disciple wouldn't want a gig like that? I've got just the thing. He handed Liu Yang a jade slip. On it was written, Yin Yang Immortal Flower requires nourishment from a Qi refining cultivator's blood essence and true energy to survive. High demand from Butian Peak. Each flower sells for 150 contribution points. Zhao Shuhe explained warmly. This task comes straight from the Peak Lord himself. No limits on quantity. However many flowers you grow, they'll take them all. Plus, you don't need to be skilled in plant cultivation. The Yin Yang Immortal Flower is super adaptable and one wither easily in a cave. At first, Liu Yang was tempted, but he quickly shook his head. Zhao Shuhe frowned. What is the issue? Thank you for the suggestion, senior brother, but Liu Yang said bitterly. I still have to pay next month's cave rent. I can't afford to buy the seeds. Ah, I see. Zhao Shuhe sighed. I've been there myself, so I get it. All right, let me help you out. He stretched out his hand. Hand me your disciple token. Liu Yang hesitated but eventually handed it over. Moments later, he noticed his token now had an extra 500 contribution points. Zhao Shuhe smiled. These are backup points from the Sanha Society. You can withdraw them anytime you need. Use them to buy the flower seeds. Liu Yang frowned. Senior brother, isn't this just like a loan? I'm worried there might be complications. Zhao Shuhe reassured him. The Sanha Society is a major force within the sect. For new disciples, loans come with a 30-day interest-free period. It's way better than the sect's official loans. And since you're buying flower seeds, Zhao Shuhe added kindly, I happen to know a brother in the society who sells them. Since you're borrowing through us, I can talk to him and get you the seeds at cost price. Really? Liu Yang looked surprised. Zhao Shuhe laughed. What can I say? I just like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sharing this kind of opportunity. With that, Zhao Shuhe handed Liu Yang another jade slip. This contains that brother's contact info. Wishing you great success. Thank you, senior brother. Liu Yang left with a face full of gratitude, thanking Zhao Xuhe profusely along the way. Watching him walk away, Zhao Xuhe smirked coldly before turning back to the Shandgong building to scout for his next prey. Instead of rushing to find the reliable senior brother, Zhao Xuhe recommended to buy the Yin Yang Immortal Blossoms. Liu Yang returned to his cave dwelling first and started crunching numbers. A loan of 500 contribution points can get me 10 Immortal Blossom seeds. The annual interest rate is the same as the cultivation loan, 36%. If I work day and night, watering them with my blood essence and nurturing them with spiritual energy, it'll take about a year for them to fully mature. I could earn 1,500 contribution points. After paying rent, I'll only be left with 1,140 contribution points. The cultivation loan requires 460 points for both principal and interest. After paying that, I'll have 680 left. Then, the 500-point principal and 180-point interest for the Immortal Blossoms will also be due. Gone. Where did all my money go? With this question in mind, Liu Yang calculated over and over again, then stared blankly at his hands for a long time before snapping out of it, letting out a bitter laugh in frustration. Damn, they even drained my meal money. They've really got this down to a science. No wonder it's the Supreme Sacred Sect. Their methods are ruthless. Becoming a disciple here means starting off in debt, with the sect pushing your financial limits to the edge. Any contribution points earned from missions barely cover daily expenses. If you want to save up more, you have to take on more missions and work overtime. But if you slip up even a little, your financial chain breaks, and the mountain of loans will crush you instantly. If you're willing to suffer, there's always endless suffering to endure. Let us be real. The sect uses these mandatory expenses to chain down the lower disciples, forcing them to work themselves to the bone, continuously bleeding for the glory of the Supreme Sacred Sect. What a bunch of bastards. Thinking about it, Liu Yang cursed angrily, but then consoled himself. I work for the sect, they pay me contribution points, then take it all back through loans and rent. It's basically the sect doing business with itself, while I scrape a bit off the top. Then he thought about Zhao Xuhe's earlier fake politeness and glanced at the 500-point loan newly added to his disciple token, sneering inwardly. If you're going to be ruthless, don't blame me for doing the same. High-interest loans? Fine, then I'll just be a deadbeat. While he joked to himself, seeing fellow disciples being treated like cattle only made Liu Yang feel worse. His anger burned hotter with each passing thought. A devil? Just then, the curtain was pushed aside. It was Yun Miaoqing, awakened by Liu Yang's outbursts. She got up to see what was going on. Devil, you don't seem to be in a good mood? Yun Miaoqing spoke softly, looking up at Liu Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed. A little, Liu Yang sighed, casually sharing his predicament. This is the demon sect, treating its disciples like disposable tools, utterly heartless, Yun Miaoqing murmured. Devil, fellow Taoist Liu, you're talented and have a good temperament. Why endure this kind of humiliation in the demon sect? Yun Miaoqing continued. If you could lift the restrictions on me and help me escape, I'll introduce you to the Yushu Sword Pavilion and help you become an apprentice there. If Yun Miaoqing really wanted to get herself killed, Liu Yang wasn't about to join her. When you're broke, survival comes first. Right now, the priority was figuring out how to improve himself. After much deliberation, Liu Yang decided not to buy the Yin Yang Immortal Blossoms. Instead, he spent everything he had to purchase 10 vitality elixirs that could boost his cultivation. This life felt like a dead end already. Since I don't plan on repaying those loans or wasting decades as a workhorse, when the debts come due, it'll be game over. So I have to seize this time to level up as fast as I can. Liu Yang made up his mind. In the next life, he'd choose cultivation from the start. But for now, he needed to push his strength to the limit. If his cultivation was too low, he might get exposed by Liu Xin, who was present back then. To avoid that, Liu Yang figured he'd need a cultivation level at least on par with Liu Xin's at the time, around mid-stage qi refinement, plus a concealment technique to cover his tracks. Liu Yang had confidence in his plan. The qi refinement stage has 10 levels, divided into early, mid, late, and perfection stages. Within these smaller realms, there aren't major bottlenecks. Just pour in enough talent and resources, and you'll break through. The real challenge is crossing the thresholds between substages. From early to mid, mid to late, and then to perfection, the difficulty multiplies each time. Countless cultivators get stuck at these hurdles, unable to take the next step. Based on my calculations, 10 vitality elixirs combined with the spiritual veins in my cave should push me to the third level of chi refinement. That's the standard level for most disciples in the sect. They rely on time and seniority to progress, only to get stuck in the early stages and become the sect's workhorses. If nothing changes, Lu Yong would inevitably end up as one of them. This time, though, something new was in his hands. With just a thought, Lu Yong conjured a misty stream of white energy in his palm. It moved as if it were an extension of his will, sometimes forming the shape of a sword, sometimes dissipating into thick smoke. It was the legendary primal chi. According to Liu Xin, the greatest use of primal chi was to help someone break through bottlenecks. It could carry a cultivator past the late stages of chi refinement, which was no small feat. Liu Xin had used it to break through the late stages himself. So for me, breaking into the mid-stage of chi refinement shouldn't be a problem. If I can manage that, this life will have been worth it. And if it doesn't work out, I can just start over in the next life, stronger than ever, with a better foundation. Before long, there was some commotion outside the cave. His vital energy elixir had arrived. Lu Yong opened the door, and standing there was a woman dressed in plain robes. Her beauty rivaled Yun Miaoqing's, but her figure was even more alluring. The woman gave a respectful bow and said softly, "This humble one is Qing Chun. Greetings, junior brother Lu." Then, with a light laugh that seemed to carry an enchanting charm, she added, "I've been tasked with delivering the vital energy elixir you purchased. Please present your token for verification." Lu Yong, familiar with the procedure, complied immediately. As they completed the handover, Qing Chun lowered her voice, probing, "Junior brother, how did you manage to buy so many elixirs this time? Did you strike it rich somewhere?" "Not at all, senior sister. You're overestimating me," Lu Yong replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I had to take out several loans. I just want to improve my cultivation so I can take on higher-paying tasks." "I see." Qing Chun nodded, a hint of concern in her voice. "You shouldn't feel too discouraged. Among us formal disciples, who doesn't carry a bit of debt? But if I may be blunt, junior brother, you're lacking a bit of creativity." "Oh." Seeing Lu Yong's interest, Qing Chun smiled. "The sect only has so many tasks available. Relying on missions alone, there's no way you'll pay off that much debt." Then, in a gentle tone, she continued, "Within the holy sect, sticking to conventional paths won't get you far. I originally thought you'd inherited some senior South Cave estate and gained a windfall, which is why I asked. But clearly, that's not the case." "Cave estate?" Lu Yong lowered his gaze, feigning interest while maintaining a calm demeanor. "I'm not sure I follow. Could senior sister elaborate?" "Junior brother, are you aware that the holy sect stands atop the cloud sea that reaches the heavens?" Qing Chun's tone turned casual. "Within the cloud sea, aside from the 4 peaks of the inner sect, there are countless other mountains. These were left behind by former disciples and elders who were once part of the sect. The path of immortality is long, and over the years, some have fallen. But when they do, their mountain estates don't just disappear. They remain hidden within the cloud sea. Yes, there are risks, but each one holds opportunities. Even the smallest discovery could earn you a massive amount of contribution points. If junior brother is interested, I happen to know of a relatively safe cave estate." "Yeah, right. Like I'm buying that." Lu Yong sneered internally. Qing Chun's sweet, persuasive tone reminded him all too much of how Liu Xin had tricked him into cultivating the primal Tao scripture in his previous life. This was obviously a setup. A hidden cave opportunity? What a load of bait. Clearly, Shidi noticed I bought a bunch of elixirs as a new disciple and wanted to lure me out, rob me, and maybe worse. Thinking this, Lu Yong pretended to be intrigued and said, "I'll need to think about it." "There's no rush," Qing Chun nodded. "The verification process is complete, so take your time. If you decide, just let me know." "Decided. I'm not going." With the process done, Lu Yong didn't waste another moment. He grabbed the small bottle of elixirs and headed back into his cave, leaving Qing Chun standing there, stunned. A moment later, Qing Chun snapped out of it, biting her lip in frustration. Her pretty face darkened with anger. That Lu Yang dared to play me. She turned on her heel and stormed off, soon arriving at another cave estate. Inside, a young Taoist in luxurious robes was waiting. When he saw Qing Chun's sour expression, he frowned. No luck. Qing Chun shook her head. That guy he is way too cautious. And, Brother Zhao, he borrowed money but didn't buy Yin Yang celestial blossoms. Instead, he bought elixirs. I suspect he never intended to pay it back. Trying to dodge his debt? Over my dead body. Zhao Shuhe sneered, shaking his head. You do know the holy sect has secretly assigned a price to every new disciple, right? And the amount they're allowed to borrow will never exceed that price. It's designed so that no matter what happens, the sect can recover its cost, whether it's through their flesh, organs, or even their souls. These things are worth a fortune, more than enough to settle the debt. He wants to level up his cultivation? Let him. Go ahead, let him ascend. As long as he's alive, the stronger he gets, the more valuable he becomes. Zhao Shuhe cracked a grin, a faint taste of iron lingering in his mouth. By then, not only will we break even, we might even make a killing. And besides, he can afford the elixirs. But can he guarantee his life? Not necessarily, right? Senior brother, are you saying? Zhao Shuhe gave a subtle nod, speaking with a hint of mystery. A lot of things. As long as no one finds out, it's fine. The instant those words fell, celestial fairy Qingchun's beautiful eyes lit up. Inside the cave dwelling, there was a quiet chamber. Lu Yang sat cross-legged, preparing to break through his cultivation barrier. With the aid of the spiritual elixir and half a month of relentless training, his cultivation quickly reached the brink of its limit. Boom. In the next moment, it was like stepping onto a new threshold. A surge of immense, true energy roared through Lu Yang's body, rushing like rivers and streams, invigorating his spirit. Foundation establishment, level 2. There weren't many bottlenecks before reaching level 4. With enough resources and time, it was doable. But now, it seemed like time wasn't on my side. The presence of celestial fairy Qingchun put Lu Yang on edge. He remembered how, in his past life, Lu Xian had barged into his cave dwelling without hesitation. If Lu Xian could do it, why couldn't Qingchun? So, the cave dwelling itself couldn't be fully trusted. What he could truly rely on was his own cultivation and strength. With that in mind, Lu Yang gritted his teeth, pulled out all the remaining spiritual elixirs he had, and swallowed them in one go. Then, he called Yun Miaoqing over. Even though this method was wasteful, about 30% of the elixir's potency would go to waste, it was the fastest way to boost his cultivation. Lu Yang figured if he could break through to level 3, the elixirs wouldn't have been wasted, they'd have been worth every ounce. Time flew by. 3 days and nights passed in a blur. During this period, Lu Yang neither ate nor drank. Finally, he felt himself breaking through a thin, fragile barrier. Success. Looking inward, Lu Yang saw his meridians flowing with vast rivers of true energy, but he could no longer push it any further. At first glance, it seemed like his cultivation had reached its peak stage. This was the so-called bottleneck. The next level was foundation establishment, level 4, a leap from the early stage to the mid-stage. Within the sacred sect, this would qualify him as an elite disciple capable of holding a position. But Lu Yang didn't dare to stop or slack. He immediately pulled out the innate qi he'd obtained. Keep pushing. As the innate qi began to circulate, Lu Yang devoured it with his own true energy. His energy surged wildly, flooding into his dantian like countless rivers converging into the sea. As the innate qi was gradually depleted, Lu Yang felt the invisible bottleneck weighing on him begin to erode bit by bit. Finally, as the last of the innate qi was consumed, the barrier shattered like melting ice. In the dim, silent chamber, Lu Yang's eyes snapped open. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and everything around him seemed to blur into a pale void. He closed his eyes again, meditating for another day and night. But from this moment on, Lu Yang's strength was on a completely different level compared to just a few days before. There's no comparison between the mid-stage and early stage of foundation establishment, Lu Yang murmured with a smile, feeling the changes in his body. If early stage true energy is like a small stream, then mid-stage is an ocean. The power increase is more than tenfold. This is what it means to be a true cultivator. In the early stage, true energy was limited. Every spell and ability had to be used sparingly. But once you hit the mid-stage, that was no longer an issue. Regular spells could be cast effortlessly, and the consumed energy would recover within a few breaths. Not bad. Not bad at all. Liu Yang stepped out of the quiet chamber, pulling out his bone-white flying sword. With a single thought, the sword light split into 10 beams, enveloping the entire cave dwelling. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword light roared with sharp intensity. Liu Yang executed the divine sky sword technique, merging himself with the sword light, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. All thanks to Liu Xin. If it weren't for that innate qi, which aligned perfectly with me, I wouldn't have broken through. I'd probably be stuck at level 3 for years. No wonder Liu Xin abandoned the Yin Yang Delights manual to pursue the innate Dao scripture. But that scripture, it's twisted. It treats people as tools, as resources. Liu Xin must have done countless vile deeds after obtaining it. All because of that accursed scripture. A wicked grin crept across Liu Yang's face. Well, this evil art is perfect for me to use to my advantage. Patience. Be patient. Next life, I'll take my time. After all, there's a long road ahead. Just as Liu Yang was lost in thought, his eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze darted toward the cave's entrance. One of his sword lights had just been triggered. Someone here? A cold glint flickered in Liu Yang's eyes, followed by a hint of relief. Good thing he acted decisively. He'd rather waste resources than miss the chance to break through his cultivation level. If he hadn't done that, he'd still be in seclusion right now, oblivious to everything outside. Wouldn't that have been a guaranteed death sentence? This was a lesson he'd have to remember. With that thought, Liu Yang quickly reined in his newly elevated energy. But the killing intent within him only grew stronger, like a predator waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. Click! The faint sound of the cave door being silently pried open echoed. 3 figures slipped inside, their movements stealthy. Dressed in black robes and masks, they concealed their energy flawlessly. Hidden in the shadows, Liu Yang frowned deeply. If not for his recent breakthrough, he might not have sensed how dangerous they were, mistaking them for ordinary people. Their skill at hiding their presence was impressive. The leader of the group gestured silently. The other 2 immediately understood, spreading out to search the cave. Swoosh! Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. It shot straight toward the man leading the group. Shit! His face twisted in alarm. There was no time to defend. He could only roll to the side in a desperate attempt to avoid it. But no matter how quick he was, could he really outrun a flying sword? Flash! In an instant, blood sprayed into the air like a crimson fountain. Qi refining mid-stage. The leader's sharp eyes immediately recognized Liu Yang's cultivation level from the sheer power and precision of the sword attack. He shouted in disbelief, cursing inwardly. What the hell is this nonsense? This was supposed to be a rookie, a new disciple, an easy target. And this Liu Yang? Seriously? Mid-stage Qi refining was already enough to crush their early-stage abilities head-on. Yet he resorted to sneak attacks? What a sly bastard. As the sword light closed in again, the leader hastily formed a protective barrier of energy, shouting in panic, "Wait. This is a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Boom. Liu Yang didn't care. His sword slashed horizontally, shattering the energy barrier into near dust. At the same time, the darkened air around them surged with violent energy, roaring like an unstoppable tidal wave. It condensed into a massive hand, clear as day, spanning several feet wide. The hand lunged forward, grabbing one of the other masked intruders. Squelch! The hand clenched viciously, crushing the man into a bloody mess. Bone snapped, flesh splattered. It was a brutal, bone-chilling scene. The sight made the leader's eyes nearly pop out of his head in rage and terror. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's face was calm and satisfied. The innate Qi Palm technique wasn't bad at all. It might not have much of an edge against opponents at the same level, but against those a tier lower? Flawless, every single time. Even as he analyzed the fight in his mind, his sword didn't pause. Dozens of dazzling sword lights swirled through the cave, the white bone flying sword darting between them like a ghost. It left no room for the leader to breathe, let alone counterattack. Within mere seconds, Liu Yang spotted an opening. His sword struck true. Flash. Another fountain of blood erupted as the leader fell, his strength utterly drained. Phew, that was close. Lowering his sword, Liu Yang finally let out a breath of relief. He looked at the mangled corpses and blood-soaked remains littering the cave floor, his heart still racing from the fight. Technically, this was the first time he'd ever killed anyone. That series of ambush-style moves he'd practiced so many times in private, this was the first time he'd actually used them in real combat. To be honest, those three had way more real-world experience than he did. If it were a fair fight, even one-on-one, he might not have stood a chance. But by catching them off guard, taking the initiative, and forcing them into a contest of raw power, his higher cultivation level gave him the edge he needed to dominate. This was the difference between magical power, divine techniques, and the art of true cultivation. As Liu Yang replayed the fight in his head, analyzing every move and mistake, he began thinking about how to refine his tactics. He was confident these lessons would prove invaluable in the future. The next day, Liu Yang stayed in his cave, waiting all day. No one showed up. It was as if the three black-robed intruders had never existed. Not a single ripple of commotion was stirred, and no one even came to investigate. Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't believe the sect, which supposedly monitored the life lamps of its disciples, hadn't noticed that 3 of them had died. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Perhaps such killings were an unspoken norm among disciples so long as it didn't cause a major uproar. No one would look too deeply into it. After all, the machinations of a demonic sect were as unpredictable as they were treacherous. People died all the time. It could be for silencing witnesses, stealing treasures, or stumbling upon secrets they shouldn't have known. Who would want to uncover something worse? Sometimes, it was better not to investigate at all. No wonder they call this the holy sect, Liu Yang muttered. With a sigh of relief, Liu Yang finally loosened up and began collecting his loot. First, the disciples' tokens. To his surprise, the 3 black-clad men's tokens contained a whopping 400 contribution points, an unusually high amount. Turns out, they really were seasoned criminals. Frowning, Liu Yang went through their belongings again. Aside from some random junk, the thing that caught his eye was a sealed manual titled Hidden Chi Technique. In Liu Yang's eyes, these 3 were masters at concealing their true energy. If it weren't for his recent breakthrough in cultivation, his energy and spiritual senses having made a huge leap, he might not have sensed their infiltration at all. Clearly, the Hidden Chi Technique was no ordinary skill, it was a game-changing secret art. But here's the kicker. This thing had nothing to do with the holy sect. The sect's techniques were always recorded in the tokens, but this Hidden Chi Technique was an actual manual, meaning it was something these 3 had acquired on their own. No worries about the sect cracking it. Talk about falling asleep and waking up with a pillow in your arms, what a perfect win. With that thought, Liu Yang finished dealing with the 3, dug a pit, and buried them to give them some peace in the afterlife. But then, a new thought popped into his head. This Hidden Chi Technique is incredible, and it's not a sect inheritance. Where did they get it from? Could there be an even bigger fortune behind this? For a brief moment, Liu Yang's mind raced with theories. But he quickly shoved down his greed, his eyes turning calm as he muttered, "No rush, no rush. These 3 may be in their next lives, we could be friends. Opportunities always come around." After burying them, Liu Yang pulled out his token and started reviewing the list of materials Yun Miaoqing had mentioned for refining the sword pill. To refine a sword pill, you'd need 3 ounces of gold essence, 3 ounces of jade marrow, 2 ounces of cinnabar, and 2 ounces of sword energy, totaling 10 ounces. Then, you'd temper it with true fire and true water to purify it, and finally, simmer it with a secret sword technique to fuse it with the refiner's essence, energy, and spirit before it could be completed. As Liu Yang recalled the refining steps, he flipped through the catalog of materials. But the more he read, the darker his expression became. Gold essence, jade marrow, cinnabar, and sword energy were all priced at 100 contribution points per ounce. True water cost 500 for a single gourd, and true fire was 500 per flame. That's 2,000 contribution points. Grinding his teeth, Liu Yang remembered Yun Miaoqing had once said that in the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, disciples were gifted a sword pill by their elders once they passed the Qi refining stage. But here in the Holy Sect, 2,000 contribution points? An ordinary disciple, even if they worked themselves to the bone for the sect for 20 years without eating or drinking, might not save up that much. Damn this demonic sect. That insane price tag immediately doused the pride Liu Yang had felt about his recent earnings, reminding him once again that he was still dirt poor. With this realization, the 400 contribution points he just scored felt almost useless. In Liu Yang's plan, he focused on cultivation in his next life, meaning no matter what he picked up in this one, he couldn't take it with him. So no matter what he could buy with those 400 points, it didn't hold much meaning for him. Speaking of cultivation, the gap between mid and early Qi refining was massive. Even if he spent all 400 points, there was no way he could push himself to the 5th layer of Qi refining. Looks like trading it for a technique is the best option. After all, knowledge is power, and unlike treasures, knowledge could be carried into his next life. With that in mind, Liu Yang immediately left his cave and headed to the library pavilion. Well, look who it is. The elderly man guarding the library pavilion actually remembered him and exclaimed in surprise, "Back for another technique? Looks like you've come into some wealth. Thanks for your kind words, senior brother." After bowing respectfully, Liu Yang stepped into the pavilion with a clear goal, to find a high-damage, life-risking technique. It didn't take long for him to lock onto his target. Killing Curse, 300 contribution points. This technique was unique, somewhat resembling the Buddhist silent meditation. It required the cultivator to nurture a killing intent within their chest, tempering it day and night with true energy, binding it to their very life. It wouldn't affect speech during normal times, but once activated, a single shout of kill would unleash that killing intent, fused with their life force, to devastating effect, crushing souls and sweeping away all obstacles. However, once the killing intent was exhausted, the user would inevitably die as well. Truly a technique designed for mutual destruction. Perfect. Not only can I kill others, but I can take myself out too. Just what I need. With the Book of 100 Lives, what Liu Yang feared most wasn't dying, it was not being able to die. The Book of 100 Lives couldn't be triggered voluntarily, it only activated upon his death. So he desperately needed a self-destruct technique. After trading for the technique, Liu Yang sat down cross-legged and began studying it immediately. The Killing Curse emphasized storing energy in the chest. The key was the quality of the killing intent. The stronger it was, the more powerful the outburst. The killing aura between heaven and earth is divided into 3 types: heaven slaughter, earth slaughter, and manslaughter. Heaven and earth slaughter are rare, happening maybe once in a century, but manslaughter is everywhere, and the aura of weapons used for killing is the most potent. In the library, Liu Yang began refining that deadly aura. Luckily, all the materials he needed were already at hand. The aura of manslaughter often originates from weapons wielded by those with murderous intent. Conveniently enough, he still had the weapons of the 3 black-clad men. So, Liu Yang directly extracted the killing aura from the weapons, slowly refining it into his body. In an instant, it felt like his chest was being sliced open by 1,000 blades. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe, but he gritted his teeth, not daring to utter a single word. This was the critical moment of the refinement process. If he let out even a single breath, he could die in seconds. It took a long while before the killing aura in his chest finally calmed down, merging completely with his inner energy. Now, just a single thought could unleash it. He couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this thing was. At that moment, a faint smile of anticipation crossed Liu Yang's face. He silently vowed to test out the killing curse before the end of this life, just to see its true force. As he returned to the library's entrance, he was surprised to see an old man outside, cursing angrily. "Goddamn lucky bastard. Son of a..." The old man was holding a disciple token, his wrinkled hands trembling uncontrollably. His face twisted with emotion, though it was hard to tell exactly what he was feeling. Curious, Liu Yang stepped closer and asked, "Senior brother, what happened?" The old man glared at him with wide eyes, then harshly tossed the disciple token to the ground with a cold sneer. "It's south all over the place. See for yourself." With that, he flopped back into his rocking chair, fuming silently. Lu Yong was baffled until he picked up his own disciple token and checked the latest news. That's when he finally understood what was going on. Someone had hit the jackpot at the merit pool. A new disciple, Xiao Shiye, had drawn the legendary colored merit fish and was awarded a 10 billion point prize by a sect master in front of everyone. After collecting his reward, Xiao immediately went into seclusion. A colored merit fish, 10 billion points. The news had already spread like wildfire throughout the sect. It didn't take long for Lu Yong to piece together the full story. Apparently, the Holy Sage sect had a special, long-standing mission called accumulating merit. Deep beneath the sacred flame cliff, hidden in the sea of clouds, lay a treasure trove called the merit pool. Within it swam a rare spiritual beast known as the merit fish. These fish came in 5 colors: white, blue, purple, gold, and the coveted colored fish. The closer the fish's color was to the rainbow spectrum, the more potent its spiritual essence. Consuming one could not only enhance the quality of your inner energy, but might even help break through bottlenecks in cultivation. And so, the accumulating merit mission was born. Each disciple could participate once per month. You'd blindly choose a number, pay 10 contribution points, and receive the corresponding merit fish. Those 10 points weren't kept by the sect, they were added to the merit pool's total. The sect leaders had made it clear. Whoever drew the soul-colored merit fish in the pool would win all the accumulated points. This mission had been running for nearly a century. In all that time, no one had ever drawn the colored fish. The contribution points in the pool had piled up to astronomical levels. 10 billion points. 10 billion. The old man in the rocking chair kept muttering under his breath, his words dripping with envy and jealousy. Then, just yesterday, this merit lottery finally had a winner. And the lucky disciple had been in the sect for less than 10 days. A century-old jackpot, claimed by a rookie who'd barely been around for a week. No wonder the old man from the library was so bitter. He'd contributed his fair share of points to that pool over the years. And to top it off, Xiao Shiye hadn't just won the 10 billion jackpot. He'd also gotten his hands on the incredibly rare colored merit fish. After consuming it, he had skyrocketed from the first stage of qi refining all the way to perfection in a single night. Now, he'd been accepted as a personal disciple by a sect master and was in seclusion preparing to break through to foundation establishment. Even Lu Yong couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at such a stroke of fortune. But his expression quickly shifted because Xiao Shiye hadn't kept the number. He chose a secret. 202-5113. Seeing this number, Lu Yong instinctively swallowed hard. As he burned the number into his memory, thinking he might use it in his next life, a graceful figure suddenly entered the library. Junior brother Lu? Lu Yong looked up and instantly recognized the person. It was none other than Fairy Qingqian. She seemed a bit surprised too, her delicate face lighting up with the joy of an unexpected encounter. Oh, Qingqian, time to hit the road? The old man from the library pavilion, who had been looking bored, immediately straightened up when he saw her and said, "All right then, let us get going." "Senior brother, are you heading to explore the cave mansion too?" Lu Yong asked curiously. The old man from the library pavilion shot back with a grumble. "What else can I do? I just lost a ton of money. If I don't find something to do soon, I might not even have enough to eat." "You lost that much?" With a sigh, the old man admitted, "Yeah, it's embarrassing to say. I got careless. A while back, the Sacred Sect and Yushu Sword Pavilion from Jiangnan had this huge battle. The Yushu Sword Pavilion came prepared and actually snatched a mass grave in the south right out of the Sacred Sect's hands. That grave produced substitute death relics, a ridiculously rare treasure. As soon as the grave was taken, the price of these relics skyrocketed within the Sacred Sect. At first, everyone was frantically stockpiling them, but I was cautious and held back for a few days. Then, when I saw the price just kept climbing, I got scared of missing the opportunity and bought a batch at a high price." At this point, the old man slapped his thigh in frustration, complaining, "Who could be guessed that as soon as I stocked up, news broke that the Sacred Sect had retaken the mass grave, and the price crashed instantly lower than the original price." Lu Yong was momentarily speechless. After sighing for a while, the old man perked up again and said gratefully, "But thank goodness for Qingqian. She is a lifesaver. Fairy Qingqian gave a shy smile. You flatter me, senior brother. The old man spoke sincerely, I mean it. If you hadn't introduced senior brother Zhao to me, I wouldn't have even recovered my costs. Qingqian humbly replied, it was nothing, really. Senior brother Zhao just happened to need a batch of substitute death relics, and you happen to have them. I just connected the dots. I only hope that when we explore the cave mansion this time, if I see something I like, you can lend me a hand. Zhao Shuhe? The name stirred something in Lu Yang's mind. Oh, by the way, junior brother Lu? Qingqian suddenly said. She turned to Lu Yang and asked, are you really not planning to join us on this cave mansion exploration? I'm afraid I'll just make you laugh. Lu Yang shook his head. I've only recently joined the sect, and my foundation is weak. I just want to focus on cultivation. Exploring a cave mansion is too dangerous for me. I simply don't have the skills. Kid, I don't agree with that. The old man from the library pavilion shook his head. Focus on cultivation? For ordinary disciples like us, with no background and no connections, just burying your head in cultivation won't get you far. Cultivating immortality is all about defying the odds. If you're not willing to take risks, how can you expect your skills to improve rapidly? When everyone else is hesitating and holding back, that's when you need to be bold and take a chance. That's how you seize opportunities. No wonder others call you naive and greedy. You're just setting yourself up for failure. No matter how passionately the old man spoke, Lu Yang politely declined. Frustrated, the old man snapped, you're hopeless, and stormed off. Seeing this, Qingqian didn't press further. She gave Lu Yang a long, meaningful look before turning to follow the old man. They headed to a secluded cave mansion on Batian Peak. Qingqian asked the old man to wait in the outer courtyard while she entered the inner courtyard and approached a quiet room. Before long, the door to the quiet room opened, and Zhao Shuhe strolled out casually. Still no luck? He didn't agree? As Qingqian explained the situation, Zhao Shuhe's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He said flatly, this guy has got a strong will, but no matter. We don't really need him. Senior brother, I still think something's off about him. Qingqian bit her lip, frustration evident. The life lamps of the 3 men I sent to kill him have all gone out. I sent them last night to eliminate him, but it seems they failed. Senior brother, you know those 3 were all at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. If Lu Yang killed them, could he already be at the mid-stage of Qi refinement? No way. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Shuhe shook his head without hesitation. Breaking through a bottleneck isn't that easy. At most, he's reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. There's no way he's jumped straight to mid-stage. Don't overthink it or get paranoid. I've checked his purchase records. He has been buying a ton of vital energy pills. If he has been downing those like crazy, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement isn't surprising. As for your 3 subordinates, he also bought a divine ability technique on the Cultivation Law Loan platform. It's the Divine Sky Sword technique from Yushu Sword Pavilion. Zhao Shuhe analyzed the matter piece by piece. If he is exceptionally gifted, has insight into swordsmanship, can quickly master sword arts, then cutting down those 3 paramours of yours wouldn't be surprising. Senior brother, that makes sense. Fairy Qingqian pondered for a moment. Feeling Zhao Shuhe's analysis was more reasonable after all, she had personally experienced the difficulty of breaking through to the mid-stage back then. It took her nearly 10 years to barely cross that threshold. Now someone has just entered for less than a month and already broken through unless he is the reincarnation of a true person recultivating from a previous life. It's practically a fantasy. All right, we'll talk about this later. Zhao Shuhe waved his hand, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, and said, let us handle the cave dwelling first. Have you gathered everyone? Everyone's here, Fairy Qingqian nodded. Especially Wang Beirong of the library pavilion. Senior brother bought his death substitute in corpse, so he trusts us now. Good. Zhao Shuhe gave a cold smile and said, our holy sect has always had abundant talent. Whether we can use this chance to make a big haul depends on you fellow disciples. Outside Batian Peak, a dozen official disciples gathered, led by Zhao Shuhe, Fairy Qingqian, and the elder Wang Beirong from the library pavilion. Among the crowd, only these 3 were at the mid-stage of Qi refining. Standing at the front, Zhao Shuhe raised his voice. You fellow disciples have answered my invitation, and I am honored. Allow me to thank you first." As his words fell, he bowed to everyone. To be honest, senior brother discovered a cave dwelling left by predecessors outside Butian Peak, but unfortunately the perimeter is guarded by a formation, and we can't get through. Fairy Qingchen spoke at the right moment, her soft voice tingling the heart. That's why I asked everyone to come to work together to break the formation and share equally the gains inside the cave dwelling. Senior brother Zhao is with the Sanha Association. His reputation is known to all, and he won't shortchange anyone. Clearly, Zhao Shuha's methods weren't simple. He and Fairy Qingchen cooperated well, and with Wang Beirong chiming in, they quickly twisted a pile of loose sand into a single rope. Then everyone took to the air in streaks of light and left Butian Peak. The sky-reaching sea of clouds where the Chusheng sect is located stretches boundlessly. After about a quarter of an hour of flight, they finally stopped over a stretch of cloud sea. This is the place. Zhao Shuha stirred his mind. True Qi parted the sea of clouds, revealing a towering peak with excellent feng shui, which from afar looked like an old dragon coiled and lying down. This place is called Panlong Island, Zhao Shuha announced. I've checked, it's the cave dwelling of Master Panlong passed down within the sect. The perimeter was once a foundation establishment grand formation, but over the years the ley lines have withered and the formation's power is much reduced. Everyone, follow me to break the formation. As he spoke, Zhao Shuha charged into Panlong Island first. Seeing this, the others followed, flying in one after another. After a while, a figure quietly appeared outside. Interesting. Lu Yang gazed at Panlong Island below without intending to enter. Instead, he took out 4 black banners and began setting up a formation outside the island. Anyway, the repayment deadline is almost here, and the time left in this life is running short. Might as well pull off a big job. But Panlong Island is treacherous and unpredictable, and Zhao Shuha's side has strength in numbers. I'm alone, and it's hard to hold my own. Going in to fight them over opportunities leaves me no chance of winning. After turning it over and over, Lu Yang came up with a good idea. He doesn't believe there are truly good people in the demonic sect, so he concluded that Zhao Shuha rallying people to break into the cave dwelling absolutely has ulterior motives. Since the two men's faces were full of mockery, their brows raised with a cold, sinister air that was nothing like their earlier appearance of sincere invitations to the crowd. Amidst the crowd's angry outbursts, Zhao Shuha let out a series of cold laughs and said darkly, "Stop struggling in vain. This place was personally set up by me. This blood demon soul-slaughtering blade cost me a full 3,000 contribution points. Today, no one's leaving Panlong Island alive." Before his words even finished, a few more lives were taken. A streak of blood-red light flashed through the air, instantly draining the flesh and blood from the victims. As it took shape, it revealed itself a crimson flying blade. "You bastard!" Among the crowd, the only one still holding on was Wang Beirong, the elder from the library pavilion. But Zhao Shuha wasn't in a rush to kill him. Instead, he was slowly draining his true energy bit by bit. As he toyed with Wang, Zhao Shuha sneered and taunted. "Oh, Wang, did you really think you could save yourself by taking my money? When I bought those substitute death corpses from you back then, it was all for this very day? If I hadn't taken all of them, taking you down wouldn't be this easy. Every single substitute death corpse in your hands is now mine. And once I kill you, I'll get all those contribution points I gave you back. It's like I got a pile of substitute death corpses for free. Looking at it this way, I should actually thank you." Zhao Shuha's words hit Wang Beirong so hard, he almost coughed up blood. Sensing the opportunity, Zhao Shuha's flying blade flashed and pierced straight into Wang's chest. Thud! Wang Beirong's lips quivered, his face full of unwillingness. Unable to even utter a word of grievance, he was drained of his blood and energy by the flying blade and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With Wang Beirong dealt with, the scene finally quieted down. After a moment, the cries and wails began to fade away. "Congratulations, senior brother." Qingchen Fairy, drenched in sweat, spoke up. The blood demon's soul-slaughtering blade had consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and she had played a part in its deadly rampage. "Thanks to you as well, junior sister," Zhao Shuha replied with a faint smile, retracting the blood demon's soul-slaughtering blade into his hand. He then asked, "So? With its current power, Can it break that seal? Qing Chen frowned slightly after giving it a glance and said, "It seems it's still a bit short." Swish. Before she could finish, the blade flashed back. Qing Chun's face froze in shock as she stared at the crimson flying blade now embedded in her abdomen. In an instant, her body was drained dry, leaving nothing but a withered corpse. "Now, it should be enough," Zhao Shuha said, staring at the blood demon's soul-slaughtering blade in his hand with satisfaction. He then flew towards the entrance of a tightly shut meditation chamber deep within Panlong Island. Without saying another word, he raised the blade and struck. Boom! With a deafening crash that shook the earth, the chamber door shattered to pieces, revealing what lay inside: a jade box. Ecstatic, Zhao Shua stepped forward and opened the box. Inside were 2 volumes of ancient texts. The first read, 9 Transformations Dragon Art. The second, 10,000 Rides Ascension Dragon Scroll. Staring at the 2 texts inside the box, Zhao Shua's hands trembled with excitement. Third-grade divine techniques. They really are third-grade divine techniques leading straight to the Golden Core Tao. Master wasn't he lying to me? Master said my 3 lifetimes of bitter cultivation have accumulated merit for Panlong Immortal. Now that my merit is complete, Panlong Immortal's legacy has become my destiny. From today, as long as I focus on my cultivation and refine the true Dragon Chi, building the foundation of the 10,000 Rides Ascension Dragon, I'll reclaim my true self and escape the cycle of reincarnation. With these third-grade divine techniques, the path to foundation building 1TB hard, and the Golden Core Tao is just around the corner. The more Zhao Shua thought about it, the more thrilled he became. He quickly tucked the ancient texts into his robes. Calculating in his mind, he thought, switching techniques means I'll need to disperse my current cultivation. Time is of the essence. I must return to my cave immediately for secluded cultivation. Once I emerge, I can officially become a disciple. With dreams of the future, Zhao Shuha soared into the sky, quickly departing from Panlong Island. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. "Who's there?" Boom. Zhao Shuha's eyes widened as an overwhelming sword light descended like a thunderbolt, closing the distance in an instant. The sword light flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. In that instant, the sword light severed his head, and before he could finish his sentence, his body exploded into scattered white bones. "Which fellow cultivator has been waiting here for me?" As the white bones shattered, a wisp of eerie energy emerged and reformed Zhao Shuha's figure 100 meters away, his face still marked with fear. Before he could finish speaking, the sword light struck again like a shadow. Swish! In the blink of an eye, his head flew off once more, his body disintegrating into countless bones. The eerie energy retreated another 100 meters and reformed his figure. Boom. You. Crack. Enough. The space was thick with dozens of sword lights, cutting down Zhao Shuha more than a dozen times in succession. Only when he finally managed to steady himself did he seize the chance to dodge one of the sword lights. That moment was brief, yet Zhao Shuha grasped it perfectly. He flicked his long-sleeved blood-colored smoke and dust surged up, shrouding his whole body. He gulped down several pills to restore his injuries and true chi, then split his focus to scan the surroundings. "It's you, Lu Yang." Zhao Shua's gaze was razor-sharp at a glance. He recognized that the sword lights that had cut him down a dozen times came from the Divine Firmament Imperial Sword True Art, and he immediately shouted Lu Yang's name. Even so, he was still so shocked he could hardly speak. He had felt the power of that sword light firsthand, and knew it wasn't something an early-stage chi refining cultivator could pull off, only to realize that in just a few days Lu Yang had already stepped into mid-stage chi refining. There's definitely a fortuitous opportunity hidden on this man. Having thought it through, Zhao Shuha put away his anger and secretly rejoiced. "Good fellow, double blessings today. I'll be taking this opportunity." Outside the maze formation, Lu Yang's face darkened. What a hassle. He believed he'd struck ruthlessly enough, yet Zhao Shuha still seized a sliver of life, and he failed to kill him in one blow. He'd even had his identity seen through by Zhao Shuha. Still, with the maze formation confounding all directions, his true body was hidden in the dark while he dispatched a flying sword to attack from afar if it came to a real fight. he would actually have a few more points of advantage. At the same time, Zhao Xuhe also noticed the maze formation around him. Though it was just a crude trapping formation he could deduce and break given time. With Lu Yong meddling to the side and his true chi down to only half of its peak, he truly had no way to deal with him for the moment. Thinking this, Zhao Xue's eyes rolled, and he suddenly spoke up. "Brother Lu, to be frank, you and I have no deep enmity. Get lost." Of course, Lu Yong wouldn't give Zhao Xuhe a chance to reminisce or heal. He formed the sword hand seal and attacked again at once. "TSK, refuse the toast, and you'll drink the penalty." Seeing this, Zhao Xue's gaze sank. He immediately stopped stalling, hastily formed a spell seal, and produced a metal seal, which he sent up to hover in midair. That thing was called the Primordial Magnetism Golden Seal. It could draw in the world's metals and counter flying swords. It was Zhao Xue's trump card treasure, originally saved to deal with disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion in the righteous demonic war. Now he brought it out early, intending to pin down Liu Yang's sword lights. Set. Zhao Xuhe urged the golden seal, and it happened to cover one of the incoming sword lights. As the seal fell, that sword light was immediately suppressed, unable to move. Lu Yong saw this, but remained unruffled. He was at his peak, while Zhao Xuhe was at a low point. This kind of tug-of-war that drained true chi favored him, so he wasn't the least bit flustered. "The biggest advantage I have right now is hiding in the dark with the formation as cover. Zhao Xuhe can't find me. As long as I don't show myself, those comeback methods of his are useless. If we keep grinding it out, I'll be the one to win." And so Lu Yong resolved not to show himself. Flying sword? Not for now. Anyway, you can't refine away my flying sword in a short time. You'll have to keep spending true chi to suppress it. That suits me just fine. Let's see how long you can last. Rumble. Standing outside the formation, Lu Yong circulated his true chi, condensing a wisp of misty white chi above, which transformed into a palm imprint several zhang across and slapped into the array. This move wasn't particularly ingenious, purely using force to overwhelm. Seeing it, Zhao Xue's face sank. He understood that Lu Yong had seen through his plan. Bastard. Zhao Xuhe couldn't help cursing inwardly. We're clearly both at mid-stage chi refining. Yet he's this cautious. How am I supposed to turn the tables? He still had some strength left for a desperate fight. But even if he got rid of Lu Yong, he himself would hardly escape death. How could Zhao Xuhe, who had finally obtained a fortune, accept that? Watching his true chi draining faster and faster, Zhao Xuhe finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Brother Lu, do you know what opportunity one gained on Panlong Island? A third-grade true art that points straight to golden core. If you lay down your hand now, Zhao is willing to share this method with you, brother." A third-grade true art? Outside the formation, Lu Yong shot to his feet at those words. His true chi was of 9 grades and 36 tiers below 7th grade. Foundation establishment was hopeless, and below 3rd grade. Entering golden core was difficult. And now Zhao Xuhe claimed to have a method that could cultivate true chi to 3rd grade, with hope of entering golden core in the future. That was a true great opportunity. Wait, don't be rash. Lu Yong took a deep breath, suppressed that surge of greed, and sat back down. He's tossing out rich bait to lure me into showing myself. Stepping out would be a trap. Well, brother Lu, can we make peace? In the maze formation, Zhao Xuhe was about to talk him down when a cold, cutting voice came from all directions. "Fool. If I kill you, the cultivation method will be mine as well." "Brother Lu, that's not right." Zhao Xuhe shook his head and said with a smile, "Fortune is heaven decreed. These 3 volumes of true cultivation are a destiny Zhao, obtained by 3 lifetimes of bitter practice, traded for with merit. You were never fated with them. Even if you kill me, the method will just fly off and 1T land in your hands." What? Hearing this, Lu Yong was stunned at first. Then his expression shifted unpredictably. If chance is heaven set, and one has no affinity with the method, would it automatically fly away even if acquired? He quickly came back to himself and sneered. "If that's the case, why should I make peace with you over this method?" Zhao Xuhe hurried to explain. "Brother Lu, you indeed have no affinity with this method, but if I voluntarily share it with you, that lack of affinity can become affinity." "Fine." Lu Yong was silent for a while, then said, "Copy the method for me, and I'll let you go." "Done." Zhao Shuha agreed readily, casually took a jade casket from his bosom, opened it, and revealed the upper and lower volumes of a Taoist scripture inside. Pointing at the books, he said, "The upper volume is 9 Transformations Dragon Formula, a method for the Qi refining realm that can cultivate a true dragon baleful Qi strike. Very lethal among the same tier. The lower volume is Treasured Scroll of 10,000 Chariots Dragon Riding Ascension, a foundation establishment method that can forge a 10,000 Chariots Dragon Riding Dao foundation, with hopes of taking the Golden Core path in the future." After the introduction, Zhao Shuha shifted his tone and added, "However, Brother Liu, I'm wounded now and my true Qi is thin. If I hand you the method just like this and you turn on me, break the deal, what am I supposed to do?" "That is simple." Liu Yang's eyes rolled smiling. He suggested, "You give me the treasured scroll of 10,000 Chariots Dragon Riding Ascension first, and keep the 9 Transformations Dragon Formula." He went on, "I'm only at the Qi refining realm right now. Even if I have a foundation establishment method, I can't cultivate it. You don't need to worry, I'll turn on you and harm you." As he said this, Liu Yang even put on a sincere look. "Once I let you out, you can give me the 9 Transformations Dragon Formula. How about it?" Zhao Shuha pondered for a moment, feeling that Liu Yang's proposal did make some sense. "Agreed." Zhao Shuha took the treasured scroll of 10,000 Chariots Dragon Riding Ascension out of the jade casket. Liu Yang still did not show himself. He merely condensed true Qi into a giant hand that reached across the air to grab the scroll. Seeing this, Zhao Shuha could only sigh inwardly, suppress his last shred of wariness, and obediently hand the method over. Liu Yang received the book, memorized it word by word in his mind, then grinned. "Goodbye." In the next instant, Liu Yang sank his Qi into his dantian, directly recited the killing mantra, and suddenly self-detonated. Boom. Moments later, the dust cleared, revealing Zhao Shuha's bewildered face. "My method gone. Why did he self-detonate?" Self-detonation is one thing. But why wait until after taking the method to blow up? I didn't even get a chance to read the thing. Liu Yang, standing in the wind. Zhao Shuha looked at the treasured scroll of 10,000 Chariots Dragon Riding Ascension, turned to ash, softly calling Liu Yang's name as his expression twisted further. "Beast, who agreed to any deal with you? Maybe next life. The 100 Lives book is still here. At worst, this lifetime I'll count as getting the treasured scroll of 10,000 Chariots Dragon Riding Ascension. Next lifetime, I'll take the 9 Transformations Dragon Formula. They'll be mine all the same." From beginning to end, Liu Yang never trusted Zhao Shuha. That so-called sharing of the scripture was merely a stopgap. Liu Yang was certain that as long as Zhao Shuha escaped alive, he would look for a chance to kill him. But Zhao Shuha was stronger, and Liu Yang had no confidence he could finish him off even if he risked his life. It was more likely he would die first. Besides, he had loans coming due that he simply couldn't repay, and there wasn't much time left in this life. So the moment the scripture was in hand, Liu Yang decisively self-detonated. "You brazenly self-detonated and died." Current remaining pages of the 100 Lives book, 97. Restart a life. You may choose one reward from your previous life's gains. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Give up all gains, and, based on the previous life, randomly awaken a talent. Those whose names are called, step before me. As his consciousness returned, Liu Xin's familiar and hateful voice sounded from the stage. Liu Yang ignored it, thinking to himself, "I choose cultivation." B. Looking up at Liu Xin on the stage, Liu Yang was no longer as panicked as when they first met. At this moment, Liu Xin was only at the 6th layer of Qi refining. He needs to pick a registered disciple and refine them into innate 1 Qi before he can break through the bottleneck and enter late-stage Qi refining. By then, he might see through my Qi concealment art. But before that, even if I stand in front of him, he'll only take me for an ordinary person. Still, there was an unexpected surprise. Liu Yang looked inward at his dantian and actually saw a wisp of hazy white Qi drifting within. It was the innate 1 Qi from his previous life, and it had carried over into this one. I understand. The 100 Lives book didn't rewind to the very first anchor point, but to my previous life. That was undoubtedly a good thing, because it meant the treasures he chose each life, his cultivation, even his lifespan, could be carried into the next without having to start from zero every time. Next, Liu Yang followed the old path as before. Go on stage, get assigned, go to Huan Hall. He settled Yu Suzhen with a flick of the wrist. He lay low, broke through 3 months later, and quietly became a full disciple. In this life, according to my plan, besides the remaining scroll of the 9 transformations dragon art, there are 2 big things worth trying. The first, naturally, was the merit lottery. Liu Yang stayed in his cave abode for a few days, then went to the Good Deeds Hall to take an accumulate merit task, and then hurried straight to the merit pool. 202-5113. Standing amid the crowd by the merit pool, Liu Yang smoothed his hair and started imagining how he'd spend the money if he hit the jackpot. A billion I'd never be able to spend it in a lifetime. Goodbye, poverty, I'll miss you. The next second, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Everyone looked in surprise at Liu Yang and the merit fish he'd drawn. Bro, you've got pretty good luck. Someone squeezed over and said enviously, a purple merit fish, only a bit better than white or blue, but still a rare thing. What? Liu Yang tilted his head, question marks popping up in his mind. A purple merit fish? Isn't it's supposed to be the multicolored kind? Liu Yang hurriedly looked at the fish he'd drawn. It was glowing purple. Then he looked at the number he'd chosen, 202-5113. No mistake. Why didn't I win? Did that lucky guy from my previous life, Xiao Shiya, lie to me? But he couldn't possibly know someone could restart a life. He had no reason to lie. Thinking of it like that, it's rigged. Liu Yang's hands trembled with anger, his face flushing red, and he finally understood. What lucky winner. Xiao Shiya was clearly a prearranged shill. Forget it, it's still a merit fish, after all. Liu Yang consoled himself. Purple counted as rare, second only to gold and multicolored. Though there'd be no billion coin grand prize, eating a purple fish should probably pull his cultivation up to the 5th layer of qi refining. With that thought, Liu Yang felt a lot better. So, to be safe, he didn't take it back to his cave. He ate the merit fish on the spot before everyone, then sat to regulate his breath, circulate his qi, and refine it. When he finished, Liu Yang clearly felt those few gazes fixed on him disperse. Sure enough, just as he expected, the essence of the purple merit fish let him smoothly break through to the 5th layer of qi refining, even brushing against the threshold of the 6th. And this was only purple if it were multicolored. Liu Yang couldn't help but yearn after all. In his previous life, after Xiao Shiya ate a multicolored merit fish, he leapt from the 1st layer of qi refining to great perfection overnight. Forget it, don't force it. Liu Yang quickly calmed down. The first matter was basically hopeless, but the second still had a shot. The price bubble incident with the death substituting puppets. An elder of the library pavilion, Wang Beirong, nearly lost everything because of it, and later was tricked by Zhao Xuhe into becoming cannon fodder on Panlong Island. But at root, Wang Beirong entered too late. I'm different, I know the timing of this price bubble. In fact, the uptrend had already begun. Liu Yang pulled out his disciple token to check the price of death substitute in puppets. Sure enough, there was some fluctuation. Someone was clearly doing insider manipulation. If I want to enter the market, I'm still short a chunk of principal to make up my stake. Liu Yang thought for a moment, then turned and went to the Good Deeds Hall. Sure enough, as a new disciple, he was a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of the old hands before long. Zhao Xuhe took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Junior brother, you don't look well, run into some trouble? Liu Yang looked up with a wry smile and said, what trouble could there be? I'm just short on money. Senior brother, do you have any tasks that can earn contribution points? So it's money you're lacking. Yeah, as your senior brother I've been through it. At your age I was tearing my hair out over contribution points too, busy all day, and my Dao companion despised me and broke up with me. Sigh, when you can't finish the tasks, there's really nothing to look forward to. Zhao Xuhe sighed, speaking with a look of shared misery. As soon as he finished, he patted Liu Yang on the shoulder and said, I've muddled through half my life and finally distilled a universal truth. And that is money is dead. So you have to make more money, use contribution points to earn contribution points. Only then you become a slave of the sacred sect. Only then can you shake off the fate of being worked like an ox or a horse. Hearing that, Liu Yang immediately looked impressed and sighed. Those words are worth more than 10 years of study. But before long, Lu Yong lowered his head again and said dejectedly, "But senior brother, I don't even have any contribution points right now. What would I use to earn contribution points? Your sights are set too small. You need to think bigger." Zhao Shuhe smiled even more affably, showing his teeth. "You may not have money now, but you can borrow first, earn it, and pay it back. Isn't that fine?" But Lu Yong still hesitated. Seeing the opportunity, Zhao Shuhe wasn't about to let it slip. He hurriedly said, "How about this since fate brought us together? Junior brother, I'll lend you a sum." Lu Yong's eyes lit up. "Really?" Seeing that hungry look, Zhao Shuhe was certain the fish was on the hook. "Of course it's real." Patting his chest in guarantee, Zhao Shuhe put on that Three Rivers Society face and asked, "How much do you want to borrow, junior brother?" Lu Yong fell silent for a moment and held up 2 fingers. 200? 2,000. Lu Yong looked resolute. "To be honest, I haven't touched my technique loan, yet that's equivalent to 1,000 contribution points. Add my newcomer benefits white bone flying sword, chi and blood pills, human-faced owl. I can use these as collateral. Senior brother Zhao, can you lend me 2,000 contribution points?" Zhao Shuhe was stunned. "Are young people nowadays all this aggressive? I only sweet-talked you for a couple of lines, and you're going all in?" Before Zhao Shuhe recovered, Lu Yong dropped an even more shocking line. "Senior brother Zhao, I plan to go all in on death substituting puppets." "What?" Zhao Shuhe was stunned at first. Then, as if something occurred to him, he lowered his voice and said, "Junior brother, you don't happen to know some insider info, do you?" "Believe me, senior brother," Lu Yong lowered his voice too. "Last time I was picking techniques at the library pavilion, I happened to hear senior brother Wang Beirong at the door say that the Southern War is going badly, and the mass grave that produces death substitute-ing puppets has fallen. But the sacred sect has locked the news down." Gasp. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Shuhe drew in a sharp breath. Greed flickered in his eyes. He clearly smelled a business opportunity. If that's really the case, then the chance to strike it rich has arrived. Seeing how worked up Zhao Shuhe was, Lu Yong secretly smiled to himself. The fish had already bitten the hook. With Zhao Shuhe as guarantor, Lu Yong smoothly borrowed 2,000 contribution points from the Three Rivers Society behind him and immediately put it all into death substituting puppets. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuhe paced back and forth excitedly in his cave abode. The news is actually true. After receiving a message from his master, he exclaimed excitedly, "The sacred sect's mass grave in Jiangnan was actually taken by the Yushu Sword Pavilion. The one who acted was the third elder of the Yushu Sword Pavilion, that top sword cultivator known as the Demon Quelling Perfected. Taking it back in a short time is almost impossible. With the mass grave lost, death substitute-ing puppets are sure to rise in the short term. This is a golden time for us to stockpile and speculate. I'm going to get rich." To have made it to a position like Deacon of the Hall of Good Deeds in the sacred sect, Zhao Shuhe naturally wasn't lacking for backing and connections, nor for the eye and greed to spot an opportunity. As soon as the news was confirmed, he scraped together funds and piled all his liquid cash into death substituting puppets. Events unfolded just as he'd hoped. As the news of the Jiangnan mass grave spread, more and more people smelled opportunity and began sweeping the market, snapping up death substitute-ing puppets at high prices. Like every speculative bubble, those who got in first made a killing. But as the situation fermented, people found that the price of death substitute-ing puppets not only didn't fall, it climbed. The more you bought, the price was high when you bought, and even higher when you sold. Suddenly, making money became much easier. Just by buying and selling, they could easily earn the contribution points that used to take several, even dozens of sect missions to get. And so, more and more people went ever crazier. More and more people took out their savings to enter the market, hoping to make some money off it, and they actually did, which in turn further energized the entire market. Even the more cautious ones, seeing those fellow sect members they usually looked down on making more than them in just a few days by simply buying and selling, felt unbalanced and naturally joined the wave. In this torrent, the price of the death substitute-ing puppet soared straight up. It rose from the initial 200 contribution points to 300, a full 50%, which drove countless speculators even crazier. After all, the price hadn't stopped, it was still climbing. It went up today, It'll go up tomorrow, right? If it goes up tomorrow, what reason is there for it not to go up the day after? Not buying now is basically taking a loss. So more and more people caught wind and piled in. 300, 400, 500. When the price surged to 500 contribution points, people finally regained a bit of reason and felt it was about enough. Time to sell. Zhao Shuhe was the first to seize this delicate timing and quietly began selling off the death substitute puppets he had hoarded in batches, planning to cash out and exit. At the same time, the market price of the death substitute puppet also began to fall back. After all, Zhao Shuhe wasn't the only one who could calculate others also keenly sensed the hint of a downturn and successively dumped what they held. At this pace, it would crash completely in a few days and return to normal. But just as the wave was about to subside, a message from the upper echelons of the first sacred sect spread throughout the sect overnight. The sacred sect is going to strike back. Because the Jiangnan mass grave was lost, a Jinren in the sect flew into a rage and decided to take action personally, mobilizing disciples for a counterattack to fight the Yushu Sword Pavilion. A great war is imminent. In wartime, anything useful for war goes up in price. And as for the death substitute puppet, something that can save your life at a critical moment in this bloody, brutal righteous versus demonic war, its importance goes without saying. It's practically a second life. Unsurprisingly, the very night the news broke, the previously retreating price of the death substitute puppet saw a second explosive surge. In an instant, it not only returned to its peak of 500 contribution points, it kept charging higher. By dawn the next day, 500 contribution points became 1,000, 5 times the original 200 contribution points. Ha ha ha. In the library pavilion, Wang Beirong stood by his beloved rocking chair, so excited he was dancing with joy, his old face full of excitement and madness. Up. Keep going up. No, I need to buy more. Selling now won't make much money. If I stock up more, I might just save up enough contribution points for a cave abode. At that moment, the whole sacred sect became a carnival for the ordinary disciples. These ordinary disciples had neither foresight nor much in the way of connections or information channels when others were secretly selling. They were still buying like mad. But now, they struck it rich. Who knows how many ordinary disciples doubled their net worth overnight, earning more than the entire fortunes of some well-connected veteran disciples. For a while, fantastical stories spread through the sacred sect like wildfire. For example, a poor boy who had been publicly jilted by his fiancée broke off the engagement in anger after his wealth doubled, leaving behind the line, "Do not bully the poor youth." Or a little girl whose father died and mother remarried, forced to live under someone else's roof, who used to be beaten and scolded every day by her stepfather and couldn't even keep her father's inheritance after buying a death substituting puppet and doubling her net worth. She immediately paid in full for a high-grade cave abode. Do you have a dream? Want to make it come true? Then go buy a death substituting puppet. This mass frenzy was finally pushed to a climax one day. A disciple at the peak of chi refining suddenly broke through, successfully established foundation, and reached the summit. That disciple who succeeded in foundation establishment publicly said that the only reason he could break through was the contribution points he earned from trading death substituting puppets, which let him afford a foundation establishment pill, so he wanted to thank the death substituting puppet, saying that without it he could never have defied the heavens and changed his fate. Everyone went completely mad. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The price of the death substitute puppet climbed at breakneck speed. Seeing the skyrocketing numbers, some were overjoyed, while others were heartbroken. The happy ones, like Liu Yang. He wasn't greedy when the price hit 2,000. He decisively sold. After all, he had originally bought 10 at 200 contribution points and sold at 2,000, that's a tenfold return, bringing in 20,000 contribution points. The heartbroken ones, like Zhao Shuhe. He was sick with regret the moment he saw the price rebound, especially when he saw Wang Beirong, whom he once looked down on and even tried to screw over making money. In his eyes, Wang Beirong, a guy who'd been useless for decades and already had one foot in the grave, had actually stockpiled more than 20 death substituting puppets, all bought at high prices during this period back. When he secretly dumped his own holdings, he quietly laughed at him as a sucker waiting to be harvested. But now, That guy was about to rake in nearly 100,000 contribution points. If it were just that he hadn't made money himself, fine. But seeing Wang Barong grinning from ear to ear every day over his earnings made Zhao Xuhe feel worse than losing money. Watching the price of death substitute in puppets keep shooting up, Zhao Xuhe tossed and turned, wavering for a whole night. In the end, he rushed into the market yet again. All the contribution points he earned from exiting earlier, he poured back into the death substitute in puppet market. At first he was cautious, not putting in all his contribution points, but the higher the price climbed, the more he felt he was losing out. Opportunity knocks, but once I've already missed it once, how can I miss it again? It'll keep rising. Buying now is still cheaper than buying later. There were far more people who thought like Zhao Xuhe than just him. Those who cashed out earliest turned back and re-entered, pushing death substitute in puppets further up and boosting everyone's confidence. Zhao Xuhe understood deep down that this thing had become pure bubble, liable to burst and crash at any moment. But he was confident that with his bit of sharpness, he could absolutely pull out in time. So when Lu Yang came to him, saying he exited and wanted to repay the 2,000 contribution points he borrowed, Zhao Xuhe even felt sorry for him. Too hasty, you're being way too impulsive. Junior brother, don't you see the price of death substituting puppets is still rising? The war hasn't even started. When it does, that's when supply will really fall short. While it hasn't gone completely insane yet, I advise you to quickly buy back in. Faced with Zhao Xuhe's fervent persuasion, Lu Yang was instead calm. Although the soaring death substitute in puppets left him feeling sour and regretting that he sold too early, he was clearer about Zhao Xuhe's motives for persuading him than he was swayed by emotion. Call it concern for him? Don't be naive, he just wanted to pull people in. The more people entered, the easier it would be for him to find a chance to cash out and exit. Hold it, I'm in no hurry to buy. This time I'll watch and wait. Once I confirm the top, I'll replicate the operation in the next life that's the real chance to make a killing. With the 100 lives tome, I'll only make money, never lose. Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt much more secure, immediately settled the loan with Zhao Xuhe, and then went into seclusion, shutting out worldly affairs. Just as Lu Yang was in seclusion, the price of death substitute in puppets kept skyrocketing. Because the Chuxing sect had truly begun preparations for war, large numbers of disciples received transfer orders and left the sect one after another, their destinations a mystery. In such circumstances, the price of death substitute in puppets naturally wouldn't fall. Even if the price was outrageous, those going to fight in the righteous demonic war could only grit their teeth and pay. You can always earn more money, but you only have one life. That's a fact. In this situation, more and more people flooded into the market. Many were not ordinary disciples, but scions of illustrious clans. Compared to ordinary disciples, these clan scions came from great houses with elders who were at least foundation establishment cultivators, and the contribution points they could mobilize far exceeded the norm. The moment they entered, prices that had shown signs of slowing were lifted again. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. It was obvious these levels had already decoupled from the intrinsic value of death substitute in puppets. Some people were even spooked enough to start pulling out. Under such conditions, the price of death substitute in puppets naturally began to fall back. Panic slowly spread, but more people, especially those who had lived through the first drop, remained full of confidence instead. Don't panic, this is just a technical correction. Dump it? Way too soon. This time, Zhao Xuhe felt he learned his lesson. Earlier he missed out by exiting too soon, and his second entry had even lost him a bit of money. He wasn't going to take that kind of hit again. The righteous demonic war hasn't officially begun, and there are still quite a few death substituting puppets on the market right now. It looks like a top. But once it starts, consumption will inevitably surge. There's no substitute, and by then everyone will rush back in to buy. By then, the price will definitely see a third wave of soaring. A mere 5,000 contribution points, what's that worth? The price could soar to 7,000, even hitting 10,000 isn't impossible. Once this thing becomes priced, but unavailable, it's a matter of life and death. Everyone will sell everything to scramble to buy. In Zhao Xuhe's view, his analysis was flawless. Since those fools are being driven by fear to dump their holdings, I'll take the chance to add to my position. At that thought, Zhao Shuhe not only put in all his savings, but also borrowed heavily on the Three Rivers Society's reputation to scrape the money together. He staked everything. He wasn't the only one who thought himself clever. Others made the same judgment and rushed in to sweep the market. Spurred by this, the price that had just pulled back began rising again. Seeing this, the anxious Zhao Shuhe immediately relaxed, feeling his all-indecision was brilliant. Then, at dawn the next day, an announcement rang out from Holy Fire Cliff, instantly spreading throughout and beyond the First Saint sect. Recently, the sect master True Lord personally gave orders to outwardly muster disciples and strike a warlike posture, while covertly dispatching people to launch a surprise attack on the Jiangnan mass grave. Therefore, we are pleased to announce to all disciples one thing. As of yesterday, the Jiangnan mass grave was personally retaken by the sect master, and the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion has proactively contacted the sect master, expressing willingness to negotiate peace with the First Saint sect. It exploded in an instant. Literally, the moment the news came out, an explosion was heard in some cave abode, as if someone suffered chi deviation and self-destructed. Right after, all sound vanished. This First Saint sect, once vibrant and bustling just yesterday, was now left with a suffocating silence, eerily cold. Everyone knew that with the Jiangnan mass grave retaken, the supply of death substitute puppets would no longer be short, and the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion initiating peace talks meant the righteous demonic war was still a long way off. More importantly, the news was released via disciple tokens tantamount to an official announcement. So this couldn't be fake. The bubble called death substitute puppets burst with a crash from the peak of 7,000. The price plunged like a jumper off a building. 5,000, 3,000, 1,000, even 200. A price that had taken over a month to lift up fell back to the original in just 15 minutes and was still falling. Everyone hurried to sell, but couldn't find buyers. Especially those who had hoarded large amounts could only watch the price drop below the bottom, their wealth evaporating day by day. Bang, bang, bang. That night, deafening explosions erupted in the First Saint sect at intervals. No one could tell how many people had their Tao hearts shattered because of it. In his cave abode, Zhao Shuhe had long since fainted. When he woke, his eyes were still a bit hazy, as if in a dream, muttering to himself, "Too scary. I actually dreamed the price of death substitute puppets fell, haha." Then he glanced again at the market price of death substitute puppets. Displayed price. One costs 100 contribution points. Must have misread it. After a moment's silence, he shut off his disciple token, took a deep breath, and with trembling hands turned it back on to check the price again. This time it had become one for only 50 contribution points. Uffed. Zhao Shuhe spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. His face turned ashen in a flash, and his chi flow collapsed just like the price. I hate. He couldn't afford to think. He desperately suppressed the urge to go berserk, regulated his breathing, circulated his cultivation to steady his true chi, and only barely avoided truly suffering chi deviation. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave abode. "Senior brother Zhao, Lu Yang is here." Lu Yang? Zhao Shuhe stared blankly for a long while before remembering this was his junior brother, thinking of how the man had exited early and repaid his loans, while he himself now had lost everything. Uffed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered to the door, seeing Lu Yang standing there full of energy, waving to him warmly. "Senior brother, how much did you make today?" Bang. With a loud boom, Zhao Shuhe clenched his teeth as his true chi rampaged again. His skin split with fine cracks, thin threads of blood seeping out. Lu Yang's face changed drastically in frig. "Senior brother, you worry too much. It's just that I haven't learned any divine arts yet, and can't fight at all. Even if I go out with you, I'll only drag you down." Lu Yang's words made sense. He had barely entered the sect before he started speculating on death substituting puppets, and even mortgaged manuals borrowed from the library pavilion. Zhao Shuhe knew all this. Then forget it. Zhao Shuhe shook his head, his face turning cold. Because he lost his pants, while Lu Yang could still make money and walk away first, a killing intent had already risen in his heart. How could he stomach something like this? Even worse, the contribution points Lu Yang made, wasn't he the principal borrowed from him? In other words, that money should by rights be his. Fine, then leave it deposited with you for now. Zhao Shuhe sneered inwardly. Only knows how to cultivate, and can't fight. Does he think squatting in those righteous sects will let him cultivate in peace? Once I settle the trouble on Panlong Island, I'll slip into his cave abode some night and take care of him. Those contribution points will be mine all the same. No mistake, Brother Zhao is probably racking his brains right now about how to mess with me. Leaving Zhao Shuhe's cave abode, Lu Yang swaggered toward the library pavilion. Though he had already guessed Zhao Shuhe's plans, he wasn't the least bit flustered. After all, he hadn't been busy these past few days for nothing. While everyone else was still in an uproar over the death-substituting in puppets, he shut his ears to it, bought a pile of spirit pills first, and then went into seclusion to cultivate. Qi refining levels 4 to 6 are all mid-stage, with no major bottlenecks. As long as you're willing to spend on pills, you can break through. Having raked in 10,000 contribution points, Lu Yang was naturally generous. He had already broken through to Qi refining 6th level on the strength of these resources and firmly secured his place at the apex of the mid-stage. By the way, he used contribution points to exchange for a dust-cleansing pill and cured the venereal disease that came with the original body. In truth, the hardest illness to cure in a lifetime is often poverty. Yu Suzhen died of venereal disease in the first life, and at the end of the day, it was a matter of lacking money. As for the mid-stage bottleneck, he had wanted to try breaking through with Xiantian 1 Qi. Unfortunately, the quantity was probably insufficient, and the effect only showed slight improvement. This shows that those scammed to death by Lu Xian in the early years were likely not just him. As for that line about not learning divine arts, it was naturally just to fool Zhao Shuhe. In his previous life, he relied on formations and a sneak attack to suppress Zhao Shuhe only after his qi waned, and he was exhausted in this life. There's no need to go to such trouble. Even in a head-on clash, he is confident he can get away. Senior Brother Wang, how have you been lately? At the library pavilion, Lu Yang deftly took out a wine gourd and said with a smile, "This is top-grade drunken flower brew. I brought it specially for you." "You again, kid." At the library pavilion entrance, the aged Wang Barong's eye twitched slightly, and he sighed. A single gourd costs 50 contribution points. This kid really is flush with money. In this life, Lu Yang put special effort into cultivating his relationship with Wang Barong. At first, Wang Barong was cold to him, but ever since the death-substituting in puppets blew up, this senior brother from the library pavilion had warmed to him considerably. The reason was actually very simple. Before the death-substituting in puppets blew up, he urged Wang Barong to sell off some stock he'd been hoarding, which kept him from losing everything. From then on, Wang Barong was immensely grateful to him. "It's pitiful I've lived for decades and still don't see as clearly as you, kid. If not for your reminder, I fear I would have already suffered qi deviation." "Not at all. Senior brother, don't belittle yourself." Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Good advice rarely persuades those with fixed minds. I warned many people back then, but you were the one who listened. Being able to pull back at the edge of the cliff is a sign of wisdom." Wang Barong squinted and stroked his beard as he listened. He knew Lu Yang was flattering him, but the more he heard, the better it sounded. Then the two moved tables and chairs and began drinking together. Wang Barong wasn't shy either. He filled a cup, downed it in one go, and asked slowly, "Kid, what exactly are you after?" At that moment, only this question was on Wang Barong's mind. "We have no ties. Do you really believe the rumors outside, that this old man is some master of the library pavilion waiting for a fated person? How could that be?" As Lu Yang refilled Wang Barong's cup, he said with a smile, "Having an elder at home is as good as having a treasure. I just figure that since senior brother has survived in the sacred sect to this age, you must have a couple of tricks up your sleeve, and serving in the library pavilion, perhaps you can give me a few pointers on cultivation methods and divine arts." He sounded exceptionally sincere. Wang Barong listened without responding, kept pouring, and as he drank he started griping about the sacred sect's shameless move this time, fleecing the disciples. Utter beasts. They just had to force the price down at the very peak. Clearly premeditated. There must be a mole in the sacred sect's upper echelons. Lu Yang poured as well, casually chiming in. When Wang Barong got drunk and wobbly, he lowered his voice and said, Senior brother, I came this time to pick techniques and divine abilities. Do you have any recommendations, senior brother? The stronger the divine ability, the better. Wang Beirong chuckled smugly and said, I knew you punk were here for something. You asked the right person. Liu Yang hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Please advise me, senior brother. First off, don't even think about any top-tier divine abilities. Our library pavilion is just a branch under heaven mending peak. The power of the techniques here is limited to begin with. The really formidable divine abilities are all on Sacred Fire Cliff. Only true disciples can learn them. But that's normal. We disciples in the early to mid-stage of chi refining are just the sect's beasts of burden. How could those kinds of powerful divine abilities ever come our way? What do beasts of burden need to know so much for? Knowing too much even hurts unity within the sect. True disciples are different. They're on the sacred sect's official roles, elites who will inherit the mantle in time. So naturally their treatment isn't the same. Liu Yang asked in a low voice, Is there no middle ground? Of course there is. Wang Beirong smiled faintly. He hung around the library pavilion for over 40 years and recognized practically every technique and divine ability in it. He might not be able to recite the contents, but he knew what they did once mastered. He said, If we're talking top tier in power within our library pavilion, there are really only 3 divine abilities, and each one has severe side effects. Side effects? At this, Wang Beirong's face darkened. He said quietly, There's one called Heavenly Demon Blood Transforming Divine Light. By blood sacrificing yourself to a magic treasure, you can greatly boost the treasure's power, but once you succeed it shortens your lifespan, and you can never cultivate further. It's essentially cutting off your immortal path. He went on to ask, Tell me, is that side effect big or not? Wang Beirong had meant to scare him off, but he didn't expect that after hearing it. Liu Yang not only wasn't discouraged, he got even more excited. A divine ability like that is precisely what I should use. The side effects were big, sure, but that was only for this lifetime. What do this lifetime's losses have to do with me in the next? He seemed to have found the proper way to use the 100 Lives tome. Wang Beirong asked, You really want to learn that kind of divine ability? Seeing the hunger in Liu Yang's eyes, Wang Beirong was a bit surprised and advised, Junior brother, cultivation values realm first. You have to keep your priorities straight. In his view, Liu Yang had, at such a young age, saved up quite a lot of contribution points. In the future, never mind foundation establishment, even great perfection of chi refining was just around the corner. Why bother practicing those divine abilities with massive side effects? No matter how high your combat power, once your lifespan runs out you'll still become a handful of dust. He said, Life is short, don't ruin yourself. At this, with a touch of sorrow, Wang Beirong said, You're young and don't understand this truth, yet flowers may bloom again, but a man has no second youth. He asked again, You're in your prime now, but what about 10 years from now? 20. The choice that feels good today might not show its problems until a dozen years down the road. There's no regret medicine then. No sooner had he finished than Wang Beirong fell into memories. After a while he sighed. You don't know, this old man had his moment of glory in the sacred sect when he was young. But one misstep, and I wasted a lifetime. Now every time I think of it, the pain is unbearable. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. As the liquor hit, he simply pulled Liu Yang over and began telling him of his past glories. It wasn't much. Really, when he was young, he didn't understand how important the grade of true chi was, and he jumped into cultivating a technique that was below 7th grade the moment he came across it. As a result, the grade of his true chi was too low. He had no hope of foundation establishment in his lifetime, and even reaching great perfection of chi refining was difficult. Over these years, half his body is already in the ground, while his former fellow disciples and the woman he admired have each extended their lifespans and remained youthful. How regretful, how painful, but who gets to live life over again? I can live it over. Then it's fine. Watching Wang Beirong pass out drunk, Liu Yang finally stood up and, following his description, found that heavenly demon blood transforming divine light. No denying it, it was truly a demonic art. Liu Yang redeemed it, his face darkening, and said, Fast to achieve, heavy side effects. High risk, it practically has all the hallmarks of the demonic path. To master this divine ability, You must first select a single magical artifact, then use the artifact to flay your own human skin alive, refine it with secret methods, and after 81 days, forge blood transforming treasure radiance that clings to the artifact. An ordinary cultivator will be injured by a mere brush against it and perish upon touch. At the same time, I myself will become a blood shadow that exists by relying on the artifact. So long as the artifact is not destroyed, the blood shadow will not vanish. The side effect is halved lifespan, and once turned into a blood shadow, it no longer counts as a true human body, leaving only an empty human form, and the cultivation can no longer improve. Good, just what I want. Liu Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to practice this divine ability. In the course of practicing, he actually discovered another version of this divine ability, seemingly edited and optimized by some grand cultivator. After all, this divine art is truly exceptional. The improved version does not require the practitioner to personally flay and blood sacrifice himself, but instead switches to blood sacrificing one's blood brothers or sons and descendants. That way you can also forge this divine ability, but the blood shadow refined thus is ultimately not the practitioner himself, making it hard to wield freely and prone to backlash. However, I am different no matter in this life or the next. The blood shadow will only ever be me. A few days later, Liu Yang walked out of the library pavilion. In addition, he bought the Shunshao Royal Sword True Cannon outright, for only thus could he openly and above board perform this set of techniques. The next day, that method was delivered. Fiend. Liu Yang looked at Yun Miaoqing. She was gripping the magic sword at her throat, her face full of defiance, and he suddenly felt a sense of dislocation, as though in another lifetime. However, he quickly cast that feeling aside. Sorry, what I want are the methods and experience for refining sword pills. What? How do you even know about that? Once they were acquainted, Liu Yang went full throttle, and before long he had obtained the necessary knowledge and experience from her. This time he went to 10,000 Treasures Peak, the mountain corresponding to the outer sect's treasure refining hall. One of the inner sect's 4 peaks. Many of the first Saint sect's magical artifacts originate here. I want to rent an earthfire furnace. At the front desk, Liu Yang stated his need directly after paying enough contribution points. He was led into the highest grade furnace room in 15 minutes. Once everything was prepared, he took out the materials. 3 taels of gold essence, 3 taels of jade marrow, 2 taels of cinnabar, and 2 taels of sword chi. He formed seals to draw the heart of earth blaze and threw them all into the furnace together. The sword pills of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion are mostly refined by elders of the sect in the righteous path. You don't fear someone tampering in secret. But this is the first Saint sect. Don't expect the refiner's morals. Better I do it myself. If I fail, I'll just try again a few times. One set of materials costs 2,000 contribution points. Liu Yang had earned a total of 10,000 contribution points after subtracting the cost of the method and repaying debts. He only had enough to buy 3 sets of materials for refining sword pills. If all 3 attempts fail, then I'll come back in my next life. With that thought, Liu Yang followed the steps he had copied from Yun Miaoqing, controlling the earth fire to slowly condense and refine all the materials. Gold essence melded with jade marrow, cinnabar, and sword chi intertwined. Gradually, a pill appeared within his spiritual sense, but before he could get excited, the pill gave a tremor in place. Boom. It exploded. All the materials were ruined. Liu Yang calmly flicked his sleeve to sweep away the residue, and concluded to himself, my steps should be fine. The problem lies in the final step. Liu Yang recalled Yun Miaoqing's memories. A hint of understanding gradually surfaced in his eyes. Refining a sword pill requires the sword and heart to be as one, but I have cultivated the Shunshao Royal Sword True Cannon for too short a time. My sword Dao realm is clearly insufficient. By rights, this is a hard requirement. I can only slowly grind my realm up. But that's the righteous path's view. The righteous path values proceeding step by step and shuns those shortcuts that chase quick success and harm human bonds. The demonic path doesn't care about such strictures. Sword and heart, as one plainly put. It's about control over the sword pill in that case. If I cultivate heavenly demon blood transforming God light at the same time, the effect should be comparable. It might even be better. After all, heavenly demon blood transforming godlight is sacrificing oneself to the treasure once mastered. You're nearly one with the artifact, and the degree of attunement is certainly far stronger than that so-called unity of sword and heart. But to do this, the mafe powder prepared beforehand must be discarded. Refining a sword pill demands finesse if he relies on drugs to suppress pain, and his reactions lag by half a beat. The refinement will very likely end in failure. Therefore, he had to remain clear-headed throughout. It's the demonic path. One must be ruthless to oneself, otherwise how would one deserve the word talent? At that thought, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Yong's eyes at once. After a moment, he sat upright in front of the earth fire furnace, stuffing a rag into his mouth. When the sword orb reformed, he directed the sword energy to strike himself. About 3 months later, inside the earth fire furnace chamber, Lu Yong trembled all over as he slowly stood up. Something was off. To say he was standing would be inaccurate, it was more like he was floating. At this moment, he had no skin, no flesh, just a crimson blood shadow. I did it. The blood shadow had no face, only a radiant glow swirling around it. A distorted voice echoed with tremors. 81 days, and I've finally mastered it. The blood shadow began to retract. The discarded skin on the ground floated up, as if being reattached to his body. Pale flesh slowly regained its color, shriveled muscles filled out once more, and before long, a completely intact Lu Yong stood in the furnace chamber. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary person. But compared to 3 months ago, his energy was far more immense. The powerful true energy within him had faintly condensed into a seed of energy. Qi refinement, 7th level late stage. Perhaps the grueling process of cultivating his divine power had tempered his spirit and will to unimaginable limits, accidentally helping him break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Even luckier, it all happened before he officially mastered the divine technique. Had it occurred afterward, the breakthrough would have been meaningless. For now, his cultivation would forever remain at the 7th level of Qi refinement. But this is enough, Lu Yong muttered under his breath. With the 100 Lives tome, he never fixated on achievements in this life. The key was how to leverage them in the next. Time to test its power. As soon as the thought arose, a dazzling sword orb appeared at the center of Lu Yong's brow. His body instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light, merging completely with the orb. Boom! Outside Wanbao Peak, the ground shook violently. The bustling crowd tilted as the ground swayed, and several people fell to the ground. What just happened? An earth dragon stirring? No way. The real masters have sealed the ley lines. How could that happen? The disciples exchanged confused glances. Those with higher cultivation suddenly sensed something and instinctively looked in a certain direction, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Look over there. Is that? All eyes shot toward the commotion. What they saw next blew their minds. A brilliant streak of light shot out from one of the furnace chambers, soaring straight into the sky. Wherever it passed, the sea of clouds churned violently. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of sword cries echoed across the heavens. The intense crimson light painted Wanbao Peak in blood-red hues, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a raging tidal wave. The overwhelming surge of energy made it nearly impossible for most disciples to even breathe, let alone meditate. Many felt on the verge of suffocation. This kind of momentum is at late-stage Qi refinement? One disciple, eyes filled with envy, remarked, "That's already a condensed seed of energy. Just one final step to refine it, and they'd be complete. Foundation establishment is practically within reach." Who broke through? Which senior brother? I've seen late-stage Qi refinement seniors before, but none had this kind of oppressive spiritual pressure. That streak of sword light, it's probably an extraordinary magical treasure. Meanwhile, above the sea of clouds, Lu Yong had fully transformed into a blood shadow. His energy and sword glow fused as one. His spiritual awareness spread in all directions, covering a radius of over 10 miles with absolute clarity, like reading the lines on his palm. Late-stage Qi refinement is about sinking true energy into the Dantian, forming a seed of energy, and triggering a transformation of spirit and will. If I still had a body, my physique would probably be fundamentally altered by now, impenetrable by blades or spears, with true energy amplified dozens of times over. But unfortunately, all I have left now is my spiritual consciousness. As Lu Yang pondered, his brow furrowed suddenly. Who is there? Before the words finished, his sword moved with his will. The blood-red streak of sword light tore through the sea of clouds, revealing the figure of a young, handsome man. "Don't attack, senior brother. Don't attack." The man shouted hastily, but Lu Yang ignored him. The sword glow surged forward, forcing the man to quickly pull out a small flag and raise it into the air. In an instant, the flag unfurled and transformed into a pair of enchanted gates. The man dove into one gate, and when the streak of sword light Lu Yang had split off followed in pursuit, the man emerged from the other gate and waved his hand. The gates vanished back into the small flag, which he tucked away. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, noticing that the streak of sword light he had sent out was now trapped in some unknown space, unable to return. The man had dodged it effortlessly. Interesting. Lu Yang grinned, the sword orb at his brow trembling violently. The sound of muffled thunder rolled through the air as the orb blossomed like a peacock spreading its tail, releasing hundreds of sword streaks in an instant. Seeing this, the young man who'd been a bit smug turned pale, hurriedly pulled out a small flag for protection, and cried out repeatedly, "Senior brother, my name is Xiao Shiya. I came only to make your acquaintance, with no ill intent. Please put away this divine ability." "Xiao Shiya?" Lu Yang froze at the name. The sword light that was about to erupt halted in midair, illuminating his face slick with cold sweat. Could he be that prearranged shill? A moment later, Lu Yang drew back the sword light, resumed human form, landed before Xiao Shiya, and laughed heartily. "Junior brother, don't get the wrong idea, I was just teasing you." Xiao Shiya wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that Lu Yang had clearly meant to go all out just now, yet kept a smile on his face. He said warmly, "Senior brother's arts are profound. I, Xiao, am impressed. I've brought a small token, please don't refuse." As he spoke, he handed over the small flag in his hand. "This is far too embarrassing." Lu Yang waved his hand even as he accepted the flag. Glancing down, he saw two characters embroidered on its face: Void Evasion worked in gold thread. "This treasure is called the Void Evasion flag." Xiao Shiya introduced it. "I bought this flag at a curio shop before I joined the sect. At first I saw nothing unusual, only after entering the sect did I realize it's a wondrous treasure. This flag has two sides. When activated, it becomes two flag gates, life and death, within the same realm. As long as you enter through the death gate first and exit through the life gate afterward, you can escape even the greatest peril, misfortune, cling to you." Listening to this, Lu Yang couldn't help but grimace. Such a miraculous treasure. Xiao Shiya casually picked it up from a mortal world curio shop before joining the sacred sect. At that thought, Lu Yang stirred and condensed his spiritual sense into his eyes. In the late stage of qi refining, spiritual sense surges, bringing myriad uses. What Lu Yang was using now was the so-called art of reading qi. He could have left it alone, but with one look Lu Yang nearly had his eyes pop out. In his sight, everything on Xiao Shiya was glowing: the crane cloak, boots, robes, headpiece, even the belt, all brimmed with treasure light. In quality, they probably weren't inferior in the least to his sword core. Even with Lu Yang's current temperament, he couldn't help feeling a bit put out. After all, his was forged over months with a mountain of expense, while Xiao Shiya's treasures seemed casually picked up. Envy was only natural. This guy's luck is way too strong. Previously, Lu Yang had thought Xiao Shiya hitting the jackpot at the merit pool was due to someone pulling strings behind the scenes, but now he changed his mind. Could it really just be that his luck is too good? At that thought, Lu Yang's expression grew ever odder. With fortune this booming, sticking close to him would surely let you sponge off opportunities, and his cultivation wasn't deep, making it all the easier to snatch them. This Xiao Shiya, he did have something to him. Junior brother Xiao really is quite the fine figure. Lu Yang smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "I'm Lu Yang. I entered in the same intake as you, so I can't really be called your senior brother." "Same intake?" Xiao Shiya was startled at first, then showed admiration. In that case, brother Lu's talent must be exceptional, or he wouldn't have this level of cultivation. I wouldn't dare accept such praise. Lu Yang waved it off. Inwardly well aware he had little talent, his usual cultivation relied on medicinal aids, and most of his breakthroughs had leaned on crooked methods. If he cultivated honestly step by step, he figured he'd still be stuck at the third layer of qi refining. Once he learned Lu Yang was of the same cohort, Xiao Shiya let go of his initial reserve and warmed up to him. After a bit of chatting, Lu Yang asked tentatively, "I've just broken through and was planning to return to my cave to consolidate my cultivation. Where are you heading next, Brother Xiao?" "To be frank, Brother Lu, I'm planning to make a trip to the merit pool," Xiao Shiya said with a smile. "I hear the merit pool is all about luck. I've been a bit fortunate lately, so I want to seize the moment and try my luck." Merit pool. Lu Yang's heart stirred, inspiration struck, and he said, "In that case, why don't we go together?" In his previous life, he'd already tried the winning numbers Xiao Shiya had picked in this one. He wanted to see how Xiao would choose, whether there was some trick behind it. Meanwhile, above the sea of clouds outside 10,000 Treasures Peak, a dozen or so figures stood there in silence, led by a handsome youth in white, dashing and debonair, wreathed in mist. At that moment, one of them suddenly showed delight and said, "Senior Brother Lu, that Xiao fellow has come out." Before the words had even fallen, the handsome young man seemed to come out of meditation, the clouds and mist dispersing to reveal a face Lu Yang would never forget. It was actually Lu Xin. At this moment, Lu Xin had also stepped into late-stage qi refining, with his main cultivation being the innate Dao scripture. He carried a bearing a few degrees more immortal than ordinary cultivators. Finally out, Lu Xin wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any demonic ferocity, warm as a spring breeze, but when he urged his true qi and used the art of observing qi to look toward Xiao Shiya's side, his smile suddenly froze. Late-stage qi refining? Lu Xin frowned slightly. He clearly hadn't expected someone at late-stage qi refining to be at Xiao Shiya's side. That kind of variable was enough to make him change his plan. Just then, a soft gasp sounded beside Lu Xin. Lu Xin turned at the sound and said with a gentle smile, "Qingchen, what is it? Do you know that late-stage qi refining cultivator?" Before the words finished, the charming woman behind Lu Xin pressed her red lips together and said, "To be frank, Senior Brother Lu, I do indeed know that late-stage qi refining cultivator." Then, with a trace of jealous hate, she continued, "His name is Lu Yang. He only entered the sect a few months ago. In that death-substituting puppet episode, he cashed out early and made a tidy sum, at least 10,000 contribution points. I'd guess he relied on that windfall to break through to late-stage qi refining." This alluring woman was actually Fairy Qingchen, who had followed beside Zhao Shuhe in a previous life. But unlike the previous life, in this one, Fairy Qingchen had long since fallen out with Zhao Shuhe and was now mixed up with Lu Xin. The reason for the falling out was simple. Zhao Shuhe dragged her into speculating on death-substituting puppets. Zhao Shuhe went bankrupt, and of course Fairy Qingchen didn't escape either. Incidentally, Lu Xin had speculated on that stuff as well. This time, the impact of the death-substituting puppets was far greater than in the previous life, and after the implosion, the losses of the two far exceeded the former. Not only were they on the brink of bankruptcy, they were also saddled with huge debts. Therefore, the two had no choice but to take up a line of work they hadn't done in the previous life, robbing their fellow sect members to make up for the losses caused by speculating on death-substituting puppets. Over time, they even gathered a crew, made up mostly of disciples with backgrounds in the sect who had gone bankrupt due to the speculation, and their targets were precisely those ordinary disciples with little capital who exited early yet made a big haul. Xiao Shiya was exactly the person they had recently set their sights on. After hearing Fairy Qingchen speak about Lu Yang's deeds, Lu Xin's eyes lit up. He clearly also took Lu Yang as a target. No time to lose, make the move. At Lu Xin's command, everyone let out cackling laughs and immediately raised their escape lights, flying toward Lu Yang and Xiao Shiya. In an instant, having just left 10,000 Treasures Peak and not gone far in flight through the sea of clouds, Lu Yang suddenly frowned. The sword pill at his brow jumped like an alarm. Following the sword pill's warning, Lu Yang looked in that direction, and his brows knit even tighter. He saw escape lights streaking in from all directions around him, and Xiao Shiya, like a net tightening toward them. Before long, a voice sounded from behind. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." At those words, Liu Yang's expression immediately darkened. To dare shout something like that, these arrivals were definitely ill-intentioned. Liu Yang didn't so much as turn his head, ignoring the voice behind. He desperately surged his mana, sword light twining around Xiao Shiya, and fled at high speed toward the merit pool. But the other side was clearly prepared. Liu Yang had barely flown any distance before being forced to stop. Looking up, he saw the surrounding sea of clouds had somehow thinned, and before his eyes a vast mirage had appeared, bizarre and variegated, pinning him and Xiao Shiya fast in the center. What an inexplicable misfortune. Liu Yang's face grew uglier. He cast the art of observing qi to size them up from afar and ground out. 1 at late-stage qi refining, 7 at mid-stage qi refining. Our odds are at most 30%. What to do? Just as Liu Yang was pondering a countermeasure, Xiao Shiya spoke up beside him. "Brother Liu, if I'm not mistaken, these people should be coming for me." As he spoke, Xiao Shiya showed a look of regret. "I was careless. They must have set their sights on my set of artifacts and contribution points. I thought that after a few months they'd let it go. I didn't expect them to be so persistent. Now you and I should split up and flee for our lives." "Split up?" Liu Yang shook his head and said, "They've already covered this stretch of cloud sea, as if using some powerful artifact. I'm afraid we can't get out." "Don't worry, I have a way to handle it." Xiao Shiya lowered his voice. "I have 2 treasure-breaking cones. Once sacrificed, they can open up a path of survival. I'm willing to give one of them to you, Brother Liu." "Brother Liu, you go first. I'll cover the rear." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed a treasure all to Liu Yang. Liu Yang weighed the treasure all in his hand, circulated his spiritual power, and immediately understood that Xiao Shiya wasn't lying. This magic artifact really could likely break open the surrounding mirage. "Are you sure you want me to go first?" Liu Yang's expression was complicated in a way hard to describe. "Brother Liu, the road is long and the heavens vast. We will meet again." Xiao Shiya cupped his fists in salute, a trace of relief on his face, then actually turned and charged at the approaching foes, clearly prepared to die. Seeing this, Liu Yang steadied himself and fell into deep thought. He had been in seclusion for 3 months and hadn't offended anyone. The newcomers couldn't be targeting him specifically. Besides, compared to him, Xiao Shiya was obviously the fatter sheep that drew eyes. Therefore, Xiao Shiya's words were not baseless. As long as he left him behind, he would likely be able to get away. Then should I do that? Above the sea of clouds, Xiao Shiya's unstoppable back seemed to disregard life and death entirely. The sword pill at the center of Liu Yang's brow gave a warning, and his face alternated between bright and dark. Finally, Liu Yang understood. "I can't leave." It wasn't because he was moved by Xiao Shiya's actions, but because he suddenly thought of something that sent a chill down his spine. At the end of the day, why did I come along with Xiao Shiya? I should have gone to find Zhao Shua first and gotten the other half of that 3rd-grade true art from my previous life. 9 transformations dragon formula. But what happened? I actually followed Xiao Shiya to the merit pool just out of momentary curiosity. The grand prize at the merit pool can be drawn only once a year, and I already used up my draw for this year. Going to the merit pool with him is of no benefit to me. I actually did something that wasn't good for myself. Far too irrational. In an instant, Liu Yang felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. His hands and feet turned numb with cold. He cried out inwardly, "Who is influencing me? Who is disturbing my thoughts?" No. At that thought, Liu Yang suddenly saw the light. Why did I accompany him to the merit pool? Because Xiao Shiya needed a decoy. Otherwise, it would be him alone being chased by powerful enemies right now. And now he has me as outside support. If you regard Xiao Shiya as a child of destiny with overwhelming fortune, then I'm the unlucky sap in the story whose sole job is to be the shield. Splitting up and running in this situation? That's tantamount to walking into a trap and drawing all the fire. Liu Yang was certain that once they split up, the one who'd be caught in the end would definitely be him, while Xiao Shiya would instead slip away. Truly insidious to the extreme. Liu Yang let out a long sigh. Thinking that children of destiny like Xiao Shiya specialize in diverting disaster onto others, what disciple of the sacred sect could avoid being ensnared? After all, in the sacred sect, were there any truly good people? If it were any other disciple of the sacred sect, who wouldn't he be happy to have someone cover the rear, shed a few fake tears and cut and run without hesitation? But once someone does that, they will very likely become Xiao Shiya's shield. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Shiya ran into Lu Yang. He had assumed no one in the sacred sect would be sincere and thus laid this plan. But the unlucky thing is that Lu Yang held the same belief. No one in the sacred sect is a good person, yet you, Xiao Shiya, are the exception? I don't buy it. So no matter how moving your words are, or how self-sacrificing your act, I'll first assume you're not a good person and then figure out your scheme. That's right, Lu Yang drew his conclusion first. Precisely because of this, he wasn't fooled by appearances. Instead, he examined himself and discovered the crux of the problem, otherwise he'd be pitifully taken for a ride. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who had been pursuing them, saw Xiao Shiya charging straight at him and Lu Yang standing motionless not far away. He calculated inwardly. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Xiao Shiya's cultivation is lower and easier to handle, but taking down Lu Yang first seems more secure. Before Lu Xian could finish the thought, a thunderous boom exploded across the sea of clouds. Boom. The next moment, a magnificent sword light tore through the clouds, not evading, but, under Xiao Shiya's astonished gaze, dropping straight to his side. Brother Xiao, we hit it off at first sight. How could Lu abandon you and not care? Mere petty thieves. If you and I join hands, what is there to fear? Lu Yang spoke with a tone that could swallow mountains and rivers. Hearing this, Xiao Shiya was stunned, eyes wide and mouth agape. Could it be I miscalculated and really ran into a good person in the sacred sect? Impossible. Xiao Shiya snapped back to his senses, realizing that while Lu Yang appeared to stand shoulder to shoulder with him to face the enemy, he was actually shielding him behind, and his expression sank at once. What good person? Clearly a scheming scoundrel. Brother Lu, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Xiao Shiya gave a wry smile. Since Lu Yang had seen through his plan, he murmured, given how things are now, why don't we truly join forces? Join forces? All right. Lu Yang let out a cold laugh, then grabbed Xiao Shiya and hurled him toward the enemies other than Lu Xian. Xiao Shiya immediately cursed, Lu, you shameless. From a distance, Lu Xian saw this scene and immediately burst into loud laughter. Though he didn't know what exactly had happened between Lu Yang and Xiao Shiya, it was clear the two had fallen out, which suited him just fine. He had no obligation to accommodate an enemy. If others courted trouble, he'd happily kick them while they were down. Thinking of this, Lu Xian promptly changed his mind and shouted to everyone, trap Xiao Shiya, leave Lu Yang to me. After issuing the order, Lu Xian mounted his escape light and lunged toward Lu Yang. But right then he saw Lu Yang suddenly flash a strange smile. Something's wrong. The next instant, Lu Yang's figure actually vanished. Almost at the same time, a sword radiance exploded from the surrounded Xiao Shiya, and Lu Yang slowly walked out from within that sword light. The divine firmament imperial sword true art unveils itself. Wherever the sword light reaches, the intent arrives with it. In a flash, Lu Xian recalled their earlier exchange. Turns out their talk of joining forces wasn't mockery at all, but the tacit bond of minds in sync. The two read each other precisely, staged a play on the spot in perfect concert, and actually fooled him, creating a perfect opening, throwing the gathering energy Lu Yang straight into a crowd of completely unprepared cultivators, whose strongest were at best only mid-stage chi refining. Lu Xian's face changed, and he shouted, quick, spread out. Too late. Lu Yang let out a cold laugh. The sword orb blossomed like a peacock fanning its tail, except this time the sword light was steeped in a dense blood red. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yang exhaled long. His figure turned into a blood shadow and merged with the sword orb. Then a layer of scarlet, like fire, yet like blood, surged up. That divine radiance swept outward from him at the center, spreading like wildfire. Blood-stained light covered the world, and in an instant swallowed everyone. The heavenly demon blood transmuting divine light manifests. It was broad daylight, yet the cultivators brushed by the blood light felt as if plunged into an ice cave, chill boring straight into body and soul, and then they lost consciousness. When the light curtain dissipated, around them aside from Xiao Shiya, still shaken, there remained only empty, discarded human skins drifting through the air. Their flesh and blood had been devoured clean by the heavenly demon blood transmuting divine light, making the crimson glow on Lu Yang's sword orb look out. Lu Xin's face twitched as he said, "We can sign a Dharma pact, agreeing that today's events 1TB spread. Only then can I, your senior brother, feel at ease." Lu Yang countered, "Is there really such a thing?" That was of course a lie. Only the dead let one truly rest easy. Qingchen. Lu Xin barked low, and only then did the usually taciturn fairy Qingchen speak. Her vermilion lips gently parted, slowly releasing a syllable. "Open." As soon as the word fell, the surrounding sea of clouds suddenly heaved, instantly conjuring towering peaks that trapped Lu Yang and Xiao Shiya at the center. "Looks like they laid another formation." Lu Xin sneered. "Did you really think I'd fear that heavenly demon blood dissolving divine light of yours?" Immediately recognizing Lu Yang's divine ability, a banner appeared in his hand, unfurling in the wind, and he added, "Just right, my innate one chi myriad spirits banner still lacks a main soul to guard it. Today I'll use you as a sacrificial flag. Go." Before the words were finished, Lu Yang had already turned into a sword pill and came slashing in. That overwhelming stench of blood made Lu Xin forcibly swallow the taunt he finished. "Souls, return." Lu Xin's hand seal shifted. He gave the myriad spirits banner a fierce shake, and at once 2 wisps of hazy white chi surged out, silhouettes gradually taking shape within the boiling mist. Lu Yang did not stop moving, and suddenly hewed down with a sword. At a single thought from Lu Yang, the sword pill swiftly split into dozens, even hundreds of sword lights. His figure blinked back and forth among them, avoiding head-on clashes with those fierce ghost banner spirits instead. When the enemy advanced, he withdrew. When the enemy tired, he struck, fighting a guerrilla war. This was the true skill of a sword cultivator. With a single withdrawal, he could flee 1,000 miles, then attack again from elsewhere, forcing the opponent to be run ragged. Once a flaw appeared, he took the head with one stroke. In no time, tens of thousands of fierce ghosts had been hacked by Lu Yang into a shambles, thrown into chaos. On the other side, Xiao Shiya didn't hold back either. He tossed out several top-grade treasures which exploded, blasting the great formation that had been barely stabilized back into turmoil. Seeing the situation grow worse, Fairy Qingchen couldn't help but look to Lu Xin and say, "Senior brother, don't panic. I'm not anxious." "What are you anxious for?" Lu Xin said calmly instead. He remained unruffled. Xiao Shiya aside. He did not believe Lu Yang could keep up that sword escape slaughter without burning through true chi and mana. This was precisely his strategy for combat. First, send out some unimportant banner spirits to wear down the enemy. Once the opponent's true chi was nearly spent, bring out the trump card and settle the outcome in a single move. In fact, if not absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to use that trump card after all. That banner spirit was too precious, and its identity in life extremely sensitive once seen by others. Not a single witness could be left alive, for even the slightest whisper could doom him to an inescapable tribulation. Very well. You can't catch a wolf without risking the child. Lu Xin thought for a moment, then finally raised the banner and bowed respectfully. A formidable enemy is upon us. To break this siege, I ask senior brother to take action. In the past, Lu Xin was just an ordinary disciple of the Chuxing sect, his days spent doing missions, cultivating, and repaying loans, living like a beast of burden, until a chance encounter completely changed his fate. It began with a bounty mission posted by a true disciple. They wanted to explore a predecessor's cave abode, and just happened to be short a few people to scout the way as cannon fodder. Without asking questions, lured by the reward, Lu Xin joined the team. By the time he realized he was nothing but cannon fodder, it was too late, and the true disciple forced him into the cave abode, but to his surprise, none of the wards inside affected him. He made his way through and secured the opportunity with ease. It was a golden casket inside where the innate Tao scripture and the Xiantian 1 Chi 10,000 spirits banner, with a letter left by the cave abode's master beside them. In the letter, The cave master styled himself Perfected Xiantian. The scripture and treasure in the casket were meant for a fated person. He had calculated that this person should be the Chu Sheng sect's true disciple, with a Xin in his name. But he refused to accept that. In the letter, Perfected Xiantian bitterly denounced the Chu Sheng sect as shameless, saying they had no fate with him, yet insisted they did, forcibly binding the karma of the inheritance to the sect's true disciple. So he deliberately muddled the karma and sent the inheritance to Lu Xian. The letter also explained that after obtaining the treasure, Lu Xian would face a life and death calamity, and thus the cave abode also left a method to resolve it. According to the original karma, the false Xian was not the true Xian, and Lu Xian would have been used as cannon fodder to deliver the treasure, but after Perfected Xiantian's deliberate arrangement, it was Lu Xian who gained the chance, even took the other's place, and turned around to slay that true disciple. It was a night of heart-stopping peril. When the sun rose, only Lu Xian walked out of Perfected Xiantian's cave abode, reborn from the inside out, while that Chu Sheng sect true disciple's whereabouts were unknown. However, Lu Xian did not finish him off entirely. Rather, with the aid of the contingencies left by Perfected Xiantian, he refined that Chu Sheng sect true disciple alive into the most powerful banner spirit in his hand. As the banner unfurled, a black-robed figure strode out, robes snapping in the wind. He did not look to Lu Yang first, but gazed around with nostalgia. The weak are prey to the strong. Disciples slaughter each other. The Chu Sheng sect is indeed still the same familiar sect. Lu Xian cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, have you been well of late?" The black robe sneered with disdain. "Incompetent, and you've run into a troublesome foe again? Giving you the innate Tao scripture was truly a waste." "I can't compare to senior brother," Lu Xian replied mildly. He still spoke respectfully. "This man is a sword cultivator, and he has also cultivated the heavenly demon blood transforming divine radiance. Your junior truly is not his match." Heavenly demon blood transforming divine radiance? At that, the black robe paused slightly, his expression turning solemn. Then he shook his head and said, "To cultivate that divine ability, he is indeed a figure, but his path is mistaken, a waste of effort." As agreed, this will be the third time I take action. I trust senior brother's discernment. Lu Xian nodded and said, "After this matter, I will release senior brother to reincarnation. With your merits and foundation, you will surely step onto the path again in your next life." "Good." Only then did the black-robed man turn around and meet Lu Yang's gaze. Lu Yang and Xiao Shiye showed little reaction, but Fairy Qingxin widened her eyes, staring straight at the black-robed man. She was no longer a newly inducted junior disciple. At first, she only found the black-robed man familiar, but when he truly burst forth with his qi, Qingxin suddenly came to herself and recognized him. "It's actually Chun Xian and senior brother Chen." He was the son of the Peak Lord of Heaven Mending Peak, one of the inner sect's 4 peaks, the true disciple who had gone missing. The year Chun Xian vanished, the Heaven Mending Peak Lord was so enraged he personally deduced the karmic threads, yet found no clues, stirring up a great uproar. Who would have thought he had fallen into senior brother Lu's hands? Fairy Qingxin's expression changed. As if recalling something, she instinctively backed away a few steps, trying to put some distance between herself and Lu Xian. "Puchi." In the flash of a blade, Fairy Qingxin's face went blank. She stared dazedly at the hand thrust into her lower abdomen, her head lolling to the side as all sound left her. Once again, her breath was gone. "What a pity. Since you saw it, I can't keep you." As soon as Fairy Qingxin died, the surrounding formation immediately trembled, but Lu Xian urged the myriad spirits banner, and her corpse was swallowed by the flag. Not long after, an unscathed Fairy Qingxin walked out from the banner. She had actually. Magic treasures are divided into lower, middle, and upper grades, with endless uses, but no matter how powerful a magic treasure is, it still needs someone to wield it to show its might. Spirit treasures are different. A spirit treasure has its own consciousness. Even without a master, it can exert power, and more crucially, it can cultivate itself. The longer it grows, the stronger it becomes. In the next instant, Xiao Shiye formed a hand seal, and that little spirit treasure pagoda immediately began to swell. "Bastard! Chun Xian and was the first to curse, his earlier composure vanishing in an instant, because he saw clearly that Xiao Shiya actually meant to make that spirit treasure self-detonate. On the other side, Lu Xian almost spat blood on the spot. Such a treasure that can seize the workings of heaven and earth is generally fit only for a foundation establishment true person that you, Xiao Shiya, have won is one thing, but to take it out to self-detonate? You're simply squandering heaven-sent treasures. Even more outrageous, the little spirit treasure pagoda didn't resist in the slightest. On the contrary, it actively cooperated, so fast that no one had time to stop it. Boom. Right after, the explosion's blaze devoured everything around. The bursting treasure light was like a towering tidal wave, tearing apart the formation set by Fairy Qingshan in an instant, then engulfing Lu Yang, Lu Xian, and Chun Xian. Lu Xian screamed first. To deal with Lu Yan, the sword pill forged from pure gold and jade essence was far tougher than an ordinary mortal body. Though it didn't escape unscathed from Xiao Shiya's spirit treasure self-detonation, it wasn't reduced to ashes either. Once the explosion passed, Lu Yang reformed himself, reaping the biggest benefit. Thinking about this, Lu Yang's gaze towards Xiao Shiya suddenly softened. As expected, he hadn't misjudged Xiao Shiya. This guy was indeed useful. Without him, how could he have gained such a massive reward? Thanks a lot, junior brother Xiao. With this, senior brother will send you on your way. Lu Yang chuckled lightly, raised his hand, and with a wave, a blood-red light enveloped Xiao Shiya. Before he could even speak, he was drained into a dried corpse. Keeping someone like this around was too dangerous. With his ridiculous luck, what if someone avenged him in the future? Better to end it now, once and for all. Cut the grass and dig up the roots. Just gone like that? Lu Yang stared at the corpse, rubbing his chin in surprise. With his child of destiny aura, shouldn't someone have shown up to save him? I even prepared countermeasures, and yet it ended this easily. At this thought, Lu Yang's heart stirred. He used his fortune-gazing technique to look at Xiao Shiya again. What he saw was a bizarre scene. Earlier, Xiao Shiya had been radiating treasure light, with luck so abundant it seemed to overflow. But now, all that light had vanished into thin air. Looking at this scene, an odd thought crept into Lu Yang's mind. It seemed Xiao Shiya's luck had run out. Sigh. The next moment, a long sigh suddenly echoed. Lu Yang looked up at the sky, his expression freezing just as shock was about to appear on his face. All his thoughts came to a halt. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared in front of Xiao Shiya's corpse. Draped in a crane cloak, with a faint smile at the corner of his lips, a feather fan lightly swayed in his hand. He had the elegance of a carefree scholar on a spring outing. But the moment he arrived, the heavens and earth seemed to dim. The spot where he stood became the center of all things, drawing in all the fortune, wealth, and luck of the world. He seemed like heaven's favorite child, evoking jealousy and resentment in anyone who looked at him. That's all you got? With a flick of his hand, the innate Tao manual and the innate Qi spirit banner that Lu Yang had just stored flew out of his pouch, landing directly in the man's hand. Then, a voice rang out. Hong Yun, you're out of seclusion? The Taoist, addressed as Hong Yun, looked up at the sound, meeting the speaker's gaze. With a faint smile, he said, had no choice. The person I chose suddenly died. The voice sounded shocked. Died? Your chosen one could die? How does that even happen? Ridiculous, really. Just bad timing, Hong Yun replied. I gave him so much luck he was supposed to catch that rainbow fish in the merit pool. But too many variables cropped up, and his luck got used up early. When your luck runs dry, death naturally follows. With that, Hong Yun weighed the innate Tao manual in his hand, shook his head, and tucked it into his sleeve. Then, he turned his attention to Lu Yang. This one's rather interesting. Hong Yun calculated with his fingers, his smile growing wider. This guy is full of surprises. That mess with the substitute puppet recently? Seems he is deeply involved. He continued deducing. His background looks clean, but how did a mortal enter the sect already at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Maybe he was brought in by a rogue cultivator. Wait, he knew the divine lightning sword technique before joining? Could he be a spy from the Yushu Sword Pavilion? The more he calculated, the more intrigued Hong Yun became, his eyes sparkling with interest. Apart from a few details hidden within the 100 Lives book, Most of Lu Yong's secrets were laid bare by Hong Yun's deductions, as if peeling back layers of an onion. But when he reached the final piece, his brows furrowed, practicing the demonic blood transformation light. In an instant, the interest in Hong Yun's eyes vanished, replaced by disgust. Turning into a blood shadow meant the end of one's immortal path. Such a cultivator wasn't worth his time, nor did they deserve the title of Child of Destiny. What a shame about that rainbow fish in the merit pool. Guess it'll have to wait for another time. With that, Hong Yun withdrew his gaze and turned to leave, like a fisherman leaving empty-handed after running out of bait. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Only Lu Yong remained, standing there alone. Sweat poured down his body like rain. The landscape stretched out like a painting, the sunset staining the clouds blood red. Standing above the sea of clouds, Lu Yong waited for what felt like forever, expecting a heavenly palm strike to crush him into pulp. When nothing happened, he finally let out a long breath. That just now was a foundation establishment cultivator? The gap between the two was too great. Lu Yong didn't even dare speak to himself, only turning it over in his mind, his expression as ugly as it could get. Not only was his body suppressed, even his thoughts were frozen. He only came back to himself after Hong Yun Daoist left. It felt like a mouse caught in a cat's palm, not a difference in strength, but a disparity in level that shattered all his pride in an instant. I'm still too weak, not much power. Back when he fought one against many and defeated Lu Xian and the others, Lu Yong swept away the gloom of his previous life and was full of spirit, but now he had no choice but to level his mindset again. The path of cultivation was still long. He had to continue forging ahead. Lu Yong sighed for a while, then thought of Xiao Shiya again. Fear rose in his eyes once more. So fortune can actually be bestowed by someone else? Only now did he remember this. Before going to the merit pool, Xiao Shiya had said, "I've suddenly been a bit lucky lately and want to seize the chance to try my luck." He really had been lucky lately. At the time, Lu Yong thought that was heaven's chosen modesty, but now it seemed it might have been true. He really had only recently gotten lucky. So it was because of that Hong Yun Daoist. The colorful fish in the merit pool should refer to that multicolored merit fish, right? Does Hong Yun Daoist want to use Xiao Shiya's hand to fish it out of the pool? If so, then he succeeded in the last life. But on closer thought, it's frightening. In the previous life, after Xiao Shiya reeled in the colorful merit fish, he announced seclusion, and after that there was no news. The more Lu Yong thought, the more alarmed he became, muttering inwardly, "Once the fish is hooked, doesn't the bait become useless?" At that thought, Lu Yong suddenly lifted his head. Chu Sheng sect, like a sea of clouds touching the sky. Perhaps in the eyes of those elusive high-level figures of the holy sect, these so-called disciples are just a school of little fish raised in a fish pond. As expected, worthy of the holy sect. Lu Yong took a deep breath and instantly understood why no one slapped him to death. A little fish, even if it's jumping around, so what if it has a few shady secrets? They might even think you have potential. Anyway, at least the secret of 100 Lives book hasn't been exposed. Lu Yong let out a sigh of relief in his heart, and the karma related to the 100 Lives book also seemed to have been hidden from Hong Yun Daoist, so he didn't suspect why he had a fourth layer chi refining cultivation before formally entering the sect. No time like the present. Go back and get a meal first. Fortunately, although Xiantian Dao book was taken away by Hong Yun Daoist, Lu Yong had already memorized all its contents beforehand. This was a good habit Lu Yong had cultivated thanks to the 100 Lives book. Whenever he came upon a good cultivation method or divine ability, he would memorize it at once to use in the next life, so he wouldn't have to spend contribution points to exchange for it again. Moreover, Hong Yun Daoist took the Xiantian Dao book but didn't take Immortal Qingshen's secret of formation treasures. Indeed, the two aren't even comparable. Immortal Qingshen's work clearly didn't catch that one's eye, but to me, it's a treasure. In truth, Lu Yong didn't care much about the Xiantian Dao book. His goal was already set on Zhao Shua's third-grade true art. The Xiantian Dao book was optional instead. The secret of formation treasure skills for array setting and treasure refining was what drew him more. As for that innate 1 Chi 10,000 spirits banner, there will be a chance to talk about it next life. Back at his cave abode, Lu Yong first calmed himself and cultivated at ease, studying secretive formation treasures while slowly repairing the damage to his sword pill. Half a month passed before he came out of seclusion again. This time, he went to seek out Zhao Xuhe. When he arrived at Zhao Xuhe's cave abode, he happened to see Zhao Xuhe arguing with a stern-looking youth dressed in the law enforcement hall uniform. "Senior brother, believe me, you should know my credit. Zhao Xuhe hasn't had a problem in over a decade. It's just 1,000 contribution points. I'll definitely pay it back interest." "You fine. No problem. Give me a few more days. Senior brother, I'll repay principal and interest together." The two wrangled for a while, and that law enforcement hall disciple finally gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. Zhao Xuhe's face was dark, his chi fluctuating all over. Seeing the opening, Lu Yang revealed himself and stepped forward. "Senior brother Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Xuhe lifted his head at the sound and immediately sensed Lu Yang's undisguised chi. His pupils shrank. "Junior brother Lu, you've broken through to late-stage chi refining?" Just luck, just luck." Lu Yang smiled slightly and said, "My aptitude is dull. After months in seclusion, I spent quite a lot of contribution points to scrape my way to a breakthrough. Afraid I've given senior brother a laugh." Zhao Xuhe's face grew ever more rigid when he heard this. Even a little twisted. Clearly they'd both been speculating in substitute deathine puppets. Yet he'd lost his shirt. Even his paramour had gone off with someone else, while Lu Yang not only made a killing, he'd even used contribution points to break through to the late chi refining stage. What infuriated him even more was that now he probably wasn't even a match for Lu Yang. "I did stumble upon an opportunity from Master Panlong, but my fortune wasn't enough and my merit was lacking. In the end, that third-grade true art landed in my hands, only half complete." He had even gone to ask his master about it specifically. After deducing the karmic threads, his master concluded that by speculating in substitute deathine puppets, he had prematurely burned through the merit accumulated over 3 lifetimes, hence the failure at the last step. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuhe nearly ground his teeth to dust. That half of the third-grade true art contained only a chi refining level section. The 9 transformations dragon art, the foundation establishment part, was missing, making it utterly useless to him. Not to mention he was still in debt. He didn't even dare to abolish his cultivation to switch paths, for fear that once he dispersed his cultivation, creditors would come knocking. See, he could not resist, rob him blind like bandits and silence him afterward. Then he'd truly have nowhere to air his grievances. "Junior brother came to me. What's the matter?" "It's a long story." Lu Yang sighed. "To be frank with senior brother, I'm here to ask for your guidance. I've really run into trouble lately." "Trouble?" Zhao Xuhe's eyes lit up. Lu Yang sighed. "I used to focus only on cultivation. It wasn't until I broke through to the late chi refining stage that I realized the issue with my true chi's grade. I've been regretting it deeply." Hearing that, Zhao Xuhe felt somewhat comforted inside. "So it's the matter of true chi grade." Zhao Xuhe offered a few insincere words of comfort. "Most disciples in the holy sect actually don't pay attention to this point, so it's no wonder you didn't know." The world is full of surprises." Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. "I came to ask senior brother whether there's any way to improve my true chi's grade. Having a superior cultivation method would be even better. As for price, don't worry, I can afford 1 or 2,000 contribution points." Oh, hearing that, Zhao Xuhe's mind immediately grew lively. 1 or 2,000 contribution points were exactly what he urgently needed. In a flash, Zhao Xuhe's thoughts turned and he blurted out, "Since you put it that way, junior brother Lu, I do indeed have a method that is suitable for you. As long as you cultivate it, it should raise your true chi's grade." "Really?" Lu Yang immediately looked expectant. "Which method is it?" Upon hearing that, Zhao Xuhe hesitated a little. Something fell off in his heart. But then he thought that the method was only half a copy, already basically a dud. Rather than let it gather dust, better to use it as filler to pay off debts. Having worked it out, Zhao Xuhe gritted his teeth, pulled out the 9 transformations dragon art he had obtained on Panlong Island from his breast, and handed it to Lu Yang. As Lu Yang had expected, Zhao Xuhe ultimately sold him the 9 transformations dragon art at a bargain for 1,500 contribution points. People, this is how they look when they're in debt. Once he had the 9 transformations dragon art in hand, Lu Yang immediately returned to his cave abode, memorized the method word for word, and then put it away. It's a pity I can't cultivate it right now. With his body transformed into a blood shadow, his cultivation was stuck in the late chi refining stage, neither rising nor falling. He couldn't even abolish his cultivation, he could only wait for the next life. Even so, Liu Yang wasn't in a rush to end his life. After all, time is precious even with the 100 Lives book in hand. He couldn't afford to waste it. Even if he couldn't cultivate, there were other paths to make progress. Thinking of this, Liu Yang took out Fairy Qingshan's secret explanation of array treasures from his storage pouch. That's right, he had decided to learn arrays. Among the 4 arts of cultivation arrays, array implements, pills, and talismans, mastering even one allows you to make your way in the cultivation world, with uses everywhere. Take Fairy Qingshan. Liu Yang felt she truly had talent. Not only did she understand arrays, she could also fuse arrays into magic treasures. It's just a pity her judgment was poor. She was duped by 2 scumbags who turned on her and refused to acknowledge her, and in both lives she died with hatred in her heart. Opening the secret explanation of array treasures, the very first page made Liu Yang sigh involuntarily. So-called array treasures are treating arrays as treasures and treasures as arrays. The two complement each other. This craft is something the author researched with painstaking effort. To learn this, both talent and hard work are indispensable. After the preface, the second page was densely packed with patterns. Each pattern had annotations explaining its meaning in detail. The key to formations lies in the formation patterns. You draw the patterns first, trace heaven and earth, and only then can you borrow the power of heaven and earth. But the mysteries of heaven and earth are vast and inexhaustible, and turning them all into formation patterns requires extremely high perception. Only by mastering the patterns can you even talk about learning formations. Good. Now you have a rough understanding of the basic principles of formations. Next, turn to page 3. Let us look at the example below and try to apply what you just learned in practice. On page 3, an image of utmost complexity entered Liu Yang's eyes. So this is the so-called formation diagram? Liu Yang stroked his chin, thinking that to unravel a formation diagram was essentially to break down the composition of the formation patterns and thereby infer the array's function. Formation patterns are the foundation of all formations. Whether a formation takes effect depends on whether the patterns are properly matched, whether they conflict, whether they can form a complete chain and start running. Interesting. Liu Yang smiled with confidence, finding it not all that hard. With my talent and hard work, I can definitely handle this simple formation. A month later, Liu Yang sat dazed on a meditation cushion, with piles of manuscripts stacked beside him, all the results of his calculations. He looked utterly dejected. In his hands were strips pieced together into formation patterns. After who knows how long, a wisp of spiritual light flickered at Liu Yang's fingertips. It worked? Liu Yang immediately stood, joy overflowing on his face. He stared at the pattern he de-assembled, did calculations on his fingers for a long while, then showed doubt. No, how could it have worked? Just how does this thing even operate? It was clearly the fruit of his month-long painstaking effort, yet he couldn't even understand why it worked. The feeling nearly drove Liu Yang mad. After a month of bitter cultivation, his understanding of formations had deepened by a layer. Simply put, formations are a lot like programming. So-called comprehending array pathways means picking usable fragments out of that messy code of heaven and earth and piecing together your own program. It's just that with formations, if you don't get it, you don't get it. It's like panning for gold in that pile of garbage code. Most people without talent end up like Liu Yang. Now didn't he pick up any gold, but wound up with a heap of dregs. Anyway, at least I picked up something. Liu Yang let out a long sigh, then threw himself back into research day and night. After a little over a month, he finally unraveled the diagram in his hands. This is an illumination array. Within the array's coverage, light shines everywhere. Most concealment methods will be broken through. Beyond that, it has neither offense nor defense. Liu Yang's face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot, but he wore an excited look, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He turned to page 3 of Secret Explication of Formation Treasures. Failing to solve it is actually normal. The exercise on page 3 was meant to show you how hard formations are. When learning formations, you must stay humble, and not always think about soaring in one step. Liu Yang. Bastard. Bastard. Liu Yang suddenly stood and slammed the book hard onto the ground. He was now 100% certain this book had to be a formation manual left behind by a holy sect formation master. After quite a while, Liu Yang picked the book up again. Can't be helped. Some things won't disappear just because you're lazy or unwilling. Life is sitting right there, you have to grit your teeth and push through. But as he continued studying, he found his talent wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. As the book said, that complex diagram on page 3 wasn't meant for beginners, so getting stuck there for 2 months wasn't surprising. There were benefits, too. Switching to some simpler formations now, Liu Yang learned much faster when he hit a snag. He burrowed into it for a few days and got through. It also let him slowly regain the confidence he'd once lost. Unaware of time passing in the cave, the days flew by. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Over these 20 years, Liu Yang scarcely concerned himself with outside matters, focusing on clutching the formation book. He couldn't even be bothered to pay the rent on his cave abode and simply moved to live in the outer sect. After all, he couldn't cultivate at the moment without that pressing need. He naturally started muddling along and stopped looking for work. And in these 20 years, in the outer sect, every few years another child of destiny would emerge, someone with luck as astonishing as the Xiao Shiye of old. But once that child of destiny obtained the great fortuitous opportunity known to everyone in the holy sect, they would suddenly disappear. Disappearing along with them was also a large batch of unlucky saps who, upon discovering the child of destiny's good fortune, harbored ill intent and tried to leech off their luck. Looks like that senior has started fishing again. Whenever he heard this kind of news, Liu Yang's heart would tighten. With Xiao Shi and Yi Zhuyu as examples right there, he could only keep a respectful distance from the so-called child of destiny. He couldn't afford to provoke them, all he could do was steer clear. And then there was Zhao Xuha, who, 20 years later, had reached the peak of qi refinement and become a renowned true disciple of the holy sect, but failed his attempt at foundation establishment a few years ago and passed away in meditation. Liu Yang only sighed softly at that and didn't dwell on it. What truly delighted him was that after 20 years of hard study, he had finally penetrated the secret exegesis of formation treasures. In his cave abode, Liu Yang devoted all his mind to the sword pill before him. Even maintaining a steady human form was beyond him, and his blood shadow had grown wretchedly dim. This was a sure sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. The side effects of practicing the heavenly demon blood transforming divine light had finally erupted at only 40. His lifespan was drained, like an oil lamp about to gutter out. Yet Liu Yang paid it no mind and continued carving the formation with single-minded focus even on the verge of sitting in death. He refused to get up or try to save himself. Doing so would break his inspiration, and he would not waste even the tiniest spark of insight. I've got it. Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh, that's it. That's no. Not right, no. Still wrong, oh. Yes, yes. He fussed like this for a long time, until the moment his blood shadow was nearly dispersed, and he stood at the edge of life and death suddenly. Liu Yang's eyes flew wide. Ha! I did it. Watching the painstakingly drawn array patterns link up around the sword pill and finally begin to run, Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh, his laughter echoing through the cave. And within that laughter, his life stopped. Book of 100 Lives. To forge a formation treasure, you remained unshaken even with your lifespan at its end. You succeeded, but passed away in meditation because of it. Remaining pages in the Book of 100 Lives, 96. Restart a life. You may choose one of the following from your previous life's gains. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all of the above and awaken a random talent based on your past life experiences. Those whose names were called stepped to the front. Liu Yang opened his eyes and, after a long moment, let out a long breath, returning from that dream of past and present lives. I choose the magic treasure. The next instant, his dantian stirred. A scarlet sword pill etched with complex array patterns, brilliant as the stars in the sky, appeared in his dantian, letting out a clear sword cry. Satisfaction filled Liu Yang's face. This sword pill was the crystallization of more than 20 years of his past life effort. Not only were the materials superb, it had been empowered by the heavenly demon blood transforming divine light, and, most crucially, he had infused a superior formation into it before death, turning it into a true formation treasure. This way, when dueling others, he could pull his opponent into the formation diagram. The benefits were obvious after all. No matter how formidable, a cultivator would find it hard to break, alone, a grand array laid by someone of the same realm. Fairy Qinshan wasn't strong enough because she was only at mid-stage qi refinement. Besides, by Lu Yang's current judgment, she had studied formations for too short a time. No way she could compare to his 20 years of painstaking research. Time to give you a name. A thought stirred in Lu Yang's heart, and a chilling blood shadow rose from the sword pill, looking exactly like him, the two bodies sharing one mind. He chuckled and said, "You were forged by the sacrifice of my past life, and aided by the blood-transforming divine light. From now on, I'll call you Shuiyang." The sword pill vibrated in response, as if in assent. Putting away stray thoughts, Lu Yang glanced at Lu Xine still droning up on the stage, then looked back. As for the innate One Qi Myriad Spirits banner, no need to rush it for now. Next, Lu Yang proceeded to follow his previous life's path to the letter. Go on stage, get assigned, then head to the Hehuan Hall to handle affairs. He casually dispatched Yu Suzhen. He no longer borrowed money from Zhao Shuhe. Instead, he sold off the newbie perks like the white bone flying sword and quietly began buying death-substituting puppets. The price of death-substituting puppets quickly skyrocketed. Behind the scenes, Lu Yang fanned the flames, buying low and selling high to keep growing his capital, then began sweeping up in a big way to build his position. To avoid arousing envy, he didn't push to his previous life's peak. He exited when the price hit 3,000 points. By then, he had accumulated a full 20 death-substituting puppets. He pocketed 60,000 contribution points in one go. After finishing all that, Lu Yang bought a large pile of spirit pills, then sealed his cave abode and took out the greatest harvest of his 4 reincarnations. The 9 transformations dragon art. The precious scroll of 10,000 chariots dragon riding ascension. The former was for qi refinement. The latter aided foundation establishment. Together they could refine 3rd grade true qi, pointing straight to the golden core path exactly in line with Lu Yang's plans. 9 transformations into dragon art has 10 levels, each corresponding to the 10 layers of qi refining. As the name suggests, each level triggers a transformation of true qi. For example, Sky Serpent transformation, Divine Eagle transformation, Azure Bull transformation, Brocade Tiger transformation. Upon the 9th transformation into a dragon, it can even increase the chance of breaking through to foundation establishment by 30%. Lu Yang's heart surged as he read. He immediately decided to disperse his cultivation and begin training. Bang! As the true qi in his dantian rapidly collapsed, Lu Yang's cultivation plummeted as well. In less than a moment, he fell from the 4th layer of qi refining back to immortal. However, that dissipated true qi wasn't wasted. He poured all of it into the innate One Qi. This external qi had been tempered by Lu Yang sacrificing himself in his 2nd life now. Having absorbed the cultivation of his current life as well, it had almost become another avatar of him. With it guarding him during seclusion, at least he wouldn't be entirely without the power of self-preservation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the cave abode, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, silently circulating his profound art. The once empty dantian was now filled with a much more robust true qi. He let the flow of qi roam, shifting and transforming. At times it became a fleeing hair leaping through his meridians and the 8 extraordinary channels. At times it turned into a python hibernating in the dantian. At times it roared skyward as a resplendent brocade tiger. Then it became a graceful flying eagle, sweeping across and maneuvering, endlessly changing. After quite a while like this, Lu Yang finally let out a long breath. That breath, like a white arrow leaving his body, did not dissipate but condensed into a robust azure bull, stepping slowly as if carrying a towering sacred mountain on its back. Success! Joy showed on Lu Yang's face. These 3 years of cultivation had gone far smoother than in his previous 2 lives after all. In this life his resources were ample and external medicines were all in place. Thus, in just 3 years, he returned to the 6th layer of qi refining, reaching the peak of the mid-stage. Although stuck at the mid-stage bottleneck, Liu Yang was confident. At most 5 years, at shortest 3, and he would surely break through and return to the late stage of qi refining. Moreover, though he was only at the 6th layer of qi refining now, his combat power might not differ much from his past life, because in this life his true qi was already fundamentally different. 9 transformations into dragon has each transformation corresponding to a spell or divine ability. The Brocade Tiger transformation strengthens true Chi's destructive power. The Azure Bull transformation augments bodily might. The Divine Eagle transformation grants 1,000-mile sight. The Sky Serpent transformation conceals 1's aura. The Jade Rabbit transformation boosts speed. The Mountain Camel transformation accelerates true Chi recovery. These transformations almost bridge the gap between mid and late Chi refining. But what most tempted Liu Yang was the Flying Fish transformation among the 9. Its effect was straightforward. It can break through bottlenecks. If I cultivate the 6th transformation now, I could probably rocket to the late stage in mere moments. But that would be far too wasteful. Ambitious as he was, Liu Yang would certainly not spend this precious breakthrough on the late stage of Qi refining. He planned to save it for a single leap at Qi refining perfection. His plan for this life was simple. Focus on cultivation. I'll cultivate quietly once I reach great perfection in Qi refining. I'll seamlessly link up with the 10,000 Chariots Dragon Taming Ascension Treasure Scroll, stay in seclusion and charge straight to Foundation Establishment, and wait to astonish everyone. With that thought, Liu Yang casually popped a spirit pill into his mouth and sank back into meditation to continue cultivating. After just a few days, boom! An earth-shaking tremor jolted Liu Yang out of meditation. Opening his eyes, he found that the innate 1 Qi avatar he'd left outside had actually been smashed apart. Could a powerful enemy be attacking? Liu Yang was utterly puzzled. In this life, he stayed holed up in his cave abode focusing on cultivation. Ignoring worldly matters entirely, how could someone suddenly come to kill him? He walked out of the cave abode with his doubts, only to see an unexpected familiar face. You? Outside the cave abode, Zhao Xua's eyes were bloodshot. A few imposing cultivators stood beside him, and he stared straight at Liu Yang with rage. Senior brother. Liu Yang cupped his hands in salute. I am Liu Yang. I wonder. So it really was you. Zhao Xua cut Liu Yang off before he could finish and said through gritted teeth, Panlong Island has inexplicably disappeared. The opportunity one accumulated through 3 lifetimes of hard cultivation was stolen. I paid a heavy price to have my master divine the karma, and he said this chance was taken by a sacred sect disciple surnamed Liu. Spell it out. Is perfected Panlong's legacy in your hands or not? After Zhao Xua's words fell, Liu Yang was first stunned, then, as if remembering something, his face swiftly darkened. Zhao Xua's words made Liu Yang feel a chill as if plunging into an ice cave. Bear in mind, in this life he hadn't even been to Panlong Island. The technique was learned in his previous 2 lives, so how could Panlong Island inexplicably vanish? Could it be because of karma? Could it be that by cultivating the 9 transformations into dragon art first, he had cut off the karma between him and Zhao Xua, causing Panlong Island to vanish along with it? The karma of techniques opportunities have always had fixed allotments. So it turns out this is Zhao Xua's fated opportunity. One can't seize it or cultivate it, otherwise someone will immediately deduce the karma, follow the trail, and come straight to my door. Once he figured that out, Liu Yang was so angry, he actually laughed out loud. This damned world is fucking nauseating. Those Jinren powerhouses have long since calculated all the opportunities, keeping them for their own disciples to reap benefits. If something goes awry, they can still calculate whose cause it was and drag the skewed karma back onto the right track. Under such arrangements, where do ordinary people have any chance to turn things around? They can only bow their heads and be beasts of burden. Just like now on the surface, it looks like only Zhao Xua is the one stepping forward. But in reality, the one truly taking action is very likely the master behind him. Liu Yang was certain. That must be a Foundation Establishment Jinren. As he lifted his head, Lu Yang recalled Daoist Han Yun from his previous life. As if above the 10,000 zhang firmament, a pair of eyes were gazing down at him. Why are you forcing me? Thinking of this, the breath in Lu Yang's chest surged up. Malice rising, he looked at Zhao Xua, a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. At almost the same moment, someone at Zhao Xua's side suddenly stepped forward. Junior brother, watch out. Swish. Sword light flashed. Zhao Xua only felt his vision blur, and by the time he saw clearly, the fire in his heart had been doused by a wave of cold. The man who had just stepped out was also under that master. Having entered 3 years earlier than Zhao Xua, he cultivated the Dragon Tiger, coupling Yin Yang Grand Rhapsody, had reached the mid-peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining, tempered his true Qi to the 5th grade extreme, and his strength far surpassed Zhao Xua's. But now, that senior brother had vanished without a trace. His skin, flesh, bones, and blood were devoured completely by a streak of crimson divine light. Zhao Xua blinked, and on the ground there was only an empty human skin slowly drifting down. In the next instant, a streak of spiritual light burst out from that human skin. Thank you, Taoist friend, for granting me release. A phantom figure surfaced within the spiritual light. He not only showed no anger at being felled by Lu Yang's sword, but even carried a touch of relieved ease. Then he turned to Zhao Xua. Junior brother, before we came, Master already said my foundation is shallow, my merit thin in this life. It's hard for me to ever reach perfection in Qi refining, and foundation establishment is all but hopeless. I once sought Master's guidance. Master therefore ordered me to come with you and, at a critical moment, save your life. You have accumulated the merit of 3 lifetimes, and in the future you have about a 30% chance to achieve foundation establishment. I now save your life. The karma is set. If you succeed in foundation establishment someday, you are to aid my reincarnated self in cultivating and attaining the Tao. As his words fell, the spiritual light leapt and shot into the firmament. Below, Lu Yang watched this scene, his gaze turning even icier. Using my hand to nail karma onto your own disciple, letting him reincarnate and return? So you've decided I can't stir up a storm and intend to squeeze my last bit of value dry. Lu Yang's gaze shifted, and he saw, around Zhao Xua, disciples of the sacred sect stepping out one after another, each actually at the mid-peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining. At the same time, Zhao Xua finally reacted, excitement showing on his face as he shouted, Senior brothers, as long as you can help me capture this thief today and take back the opportunity, in days to come, if I achieve foundation establishment, I will do my utmost to repay you, help you reincarnate and return, and attain perfection in Qi refining. Once those words came out, the crowd finally nodded one after another. Junior brother, rest assured, opportunity should fall to its fated owner. This thief has unjustly seized your opportunity, a crime unforgivable. With Master above, we will surely help you capture this thief this time. Hearing that, Lu Yang burst out laughing on the spot. Flowery words aside, isn't it's still just robbery in the end? Stubborn fool. The leading sacred sect disciple shook his head with a cold laugh and said, My name is Lu Yuanshan. Since you refuse to submit, don't blame me for showing no mercy. As his words fell, Lu Yuanshan formed a hand seal. The Qi within him suddenly revealed the heft of the late stage of the 7th layer of Qi refining. Then he brought forth a golden radiance treasure mirror to hang high in the sky, replacing the sun. In an instant, 10,000 zhang of golden glow poured down, covering Lu Yang like a rain of blades and weapons. Lu Yang frowned, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Immediately, a strand of sword light soared into the sky, splitting into 10,000 filaments, thrusting left and right, yet was always shrouded by the golden glow, unable to break free, forced to resist it head-on. Master long ago saw that this thief excels in sword arts. How could he not leave a countermeasure? Lu Yuanshan smiled proudly, looked to Zhao Xua, and said, Junior brother Zhao, I've already trapped this thief, making it hard for him to display his void-escaping sword art. And please, junior brother, activate the treasure seal and seize his flying sword, then the matter will be done. Many thanks, senior brother. Zhao Xua clasped his hands in thanks. Then hurriedly, not daring to delay, pulled out a gold glittering treasure seal, and sent it forth, letting it crash down toward Lu Yong's sword light. That thing again. Lu Yong's eyes darkened slightly. He recognized it as the very Yuan magnet gold seal that Zhao Shuhe had used in his second life, a treasure specifically designed to restrain flying swords. The lessons of his past life kept Lu Yong from standing idle. At a single thought, the Blood Sun sword orb moved at his will, actually slipping past the Yuan magnet golden seal without touching it, then flipped its sword light, turning into a sky full of blood-transforming divine radiance that poured down toward Zhao Shuhe. Zhao Shuhe was aghast, hurriedly backed away, and blurted, "Senior brother, don't panic. It's nothing but the struggle of a trapped beast." At the same time, Lu Yuanshan remained composed and said loudly to the crowd, "Junior brothers, if you would, lend a hand." Before his words had fallen, several holy sect disciples stepped out at a leisurely pace, strange smiles on their faces, and actually killed themselves one after another before the divine radiance fell. In an instant, bands of blood light burst from their corpses. That blood light was like chains, temporarily binding Lu Yong's blood, transforming divine radiance, making it hard for him to recall it. His mind's intent turned sluggish for a moment. Clearly, Zhao Shuhe and Lu Yuanshan had prepared in advance. Especially Lu Yuanshan, who had received secret instruction from his master before this trip, learning many of Lu Yong's particulars, and thus readied numerous countermeasures. Therefore, he set the strategy before the battle. First, limit Lu Yong's speed to ensure he couldn't flee, then have Zhao Shuhe suppress the sword orb, and finally have the accompanying junior brothers jointly check the blood-transforming divine radiance. No matter how great Lu Yong's techniques, he would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Out of tricks, the outcome is decided. Lu Yuanshan sneered, feeling his odds surge, then shook the golden light treasure mirror. 10,000 strands of golden glow surged out and were about to refine Lu Yong alive. Seeing this, Lu Yong couldn't help but sigh. This is the privilege of having someone backing you. With his current strength, even alone against many, people like Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Shuhe were no match for him. But their setup was simply too comprehensive. Every move struck right at his soft spots. And all of this was because of the mysterious master behind Zhao Shuhe, who deduced cause and effect and calculated fate, enabling such a targeted arrangement. Generally speaking, at this point he truly would be unable to turn the tide. Fortunately, I still have a trump card. The Blood Sun sword orb was a treasure he brought from his previous life along with the Book of 100 Lives. It lies outside cause and effect, and thus fears no divination. Even if Zhao Shuhe's mysterious master could divine that his swordsmanship was formidable and that he wielded blood-transforming divine radiance, he absolutely could not see through the origin of the Blood Sun sword orb. The next moment, Lu Yong moved with a thought and urged his true chi again. Clang, clang. The Blood Sun sword orb answered with a long, keening. The array patterns upon it suddenly bloomed, shackling heaven and earth, sealing the cosmos, and in an instant covering everyone within. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yong unfurled the grand formation he had painstakingly studied and crafted over 20 years in his past life. In his previous life, he had rigorously studied formations, ultimately inscribing this grand formation upon the Blood Sun sword orb. The formation was a sword array called the Blood-Washing Heavenly River Sword Formation Diagram. This array is divided into 3 talents and 9 palaces, with the long river of sword chi driven by the Blood Sun sword orb as the main, and the heavenly demon's blood transforming divine radiance. As auxiliary, Lu Yong also specially arranged 360 formation eyes, and by his design, so long as he found 360 cultivators to take their places, the array could unleash its utmost power. As for how to achieve this, he already had a plan. Once he took back the innate One Chi Myriad Spirits banner from Lu Xine, he had planned to let the banner spirits occupy the formation eyes, saving effort and being easy to carry. But for the moment, he could only personally control the formation. Open. Lu Yong formed a seal. The Blood Sun sword orb hummed, and within the formation a heavenly river surged from south to north, spanning the firmament with no end in sight. Lu Yuanshan, Zhao Shuhe, and the rest were swept into that heavenly river. Its waters roared, and every single second boundless sword chi hacked down. Several weaker disciples only had time to let out a scream before they burst into a spray of blood within the heavenly river. Seeing this, Lu Yuanshun's expression changed drastically on the spot. Impossible. Though Master said beforehand that this man understands formations, I never gave him time to lay one. How have we fallen into a formation? He cried. Lu Yuanshun naturally could not comprehend it. After all, the Blood Sun Sword Orb was no ordinary artifact, but a formation treasure. Its body is the array with a thought the formation forms, requiring no layout at all. For everyone to fall into the formation now far exceeded Lu Yuanshun's expectations. A formation borrows the wonders of heaven and earth, mobilizes their power, and calls itself unmatched at the same realm. Though he considered his strength decent, once caught within a formation, he lost his confidence. Was he really going to capsize in the gutter today? At that thought, Lu Yuanshun looked even more unpleasant, his earlier smugness gone, and Zhao Shuhe beside him grew restless and uneasy as well. Senior brother, this formation. Junior brother, be careful today as situation may have changed, Lu Yuanshun warned in a low voice, while simultaneously raising the golden light treasure mirror to guard before him. Lu Yuanshun still clung to a shred of luck. In his eyes, Lu Yang was just an ordinary disciple who had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. He might know plenty, but he hadn't been around long. How deep could his grasp of formations be? The array before them might well be merely the legacy left by predecessors. The next second, Lu Yang shattered his fantasy on the spot. Lu Yang's face turned cold. With a thought, he pointed, and the originally limpid heavenly river of sword chi was instantly stained with a blinding scarlet. Heavenly demon blood transforming divine radiance. Though this divine ability is ferocious, graze it and you're wounded. Touch it and you die. That also means it only shows its power when it hits. If it doesn't hit, it does nothing at all. But within the blood-washing heavenly river sword formation diagram, Lu Yang happened to make up for this flaw. So long as you're in the formation, it's as if the divine radiance completely envelopes you. In other words, once it's activated, it's guaranteed to hit. In an instant, Lu Yuanshun felt heaven and earth shudder. The remaining junior brothers screamed one after another, and in the blink of an eye they were reduced to human skins. Not good. Lu Yuanshun's face turned deathly pale. Gritting his teeth, he flung out a hand seal, and the chi of the golden radiance treasure mirror above his head immediately became chaotic and violent. Lu Yang glanced over and instantly understood. Self-detonating a magic treasure? Naive. The golden radiance treasure mirror was clearly a superior magic treasure. If Lu Yuanshun detonated it, he truly had a chance to tear the array apart and fight for a way out. Only on the premise that Lu Yang didn't understand formations. An ordinary formation, even with someone presiding, can only run by fixed rules. A dead array, but with a formation master in command, the situation is completely different. A competent formation master can adjust the array in real time according to the battle, turning a dead formation into a living one, with vastly different power. Moreover, the blood-washing heavenly river sword formation diagram was created by Lu Yang himself, and he controlled it like an extension of his arm. So at the very moment Lu Yuanshun set off the treasure, Lu Yang was already moving. With one hand he pinched a calculation, and with the other he teased the array lines, instantly diverting the originally concentrated force of the explosion across various parts of the formation. Once the blast was dispersed, its might diminished several-fold at once. The array that should have been torn open proved rock steady, taking advantage of the golden radiance treasure mirror's shattering. It swallowed Lu Yuanshun and Zhao Shuhe in one gulp. Zhao Shuhe didn't even have time to scream before, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a desiccated corpse. Impossible. That cur is actually a formation master? Lu Yuanshun's face went ashen, feeling the flesh and blood of his body pouring out like a flood through a breached dike, about to repeat Zhao Shuhe's fate. Blood transforming divine radiance. With life and death at stake, fear swiftly quenched his fury. Lu Yuanshun's eyes bulged, yet he was helpless, and in the end he lowered his head like a man condemned. Boom. In the next moment, the jade pendant at Lu Yuanshun's waist quietly shattered, and boundless radiance burst forth. tearing Liu Yang's grand formation open in an instant. Liu Yang's pupils shrank sharply at the sight, and he raised his gaze to the sky. Looking up, he saw the radiance sketching above, forming a vast, calm, solemn face across the 10,000-fathom firmament, majestic without anger. That face was without emotion, its eyes bright as sun and moon, even meeting it for a mere instant stabbed Liu Yang to tears, and the true qi throughout his body was inexplicably suppressed by 70 to 80%. He nearly couldn't steady his flight light and almost fell from the air. The face looked down, and a voice like thunder in the mountains came. Presumptuous. The voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to carry heaven's might, making Liu Yang feel like an existence not tolerated by heaven and earth. Even the surrounding spiritual energy shrank away from him, as if in fear. That unseen gaze pressed upon Liu Yang with a weight like Mount Tai. The ground around him cracked inch by inch as a result. Such a spectacle naturally alarmed the entire sky-mending peak. In short order, countless disciples in seclusion across sky-mending peak were jolted awake, stepped out of their cave abodes, and gazed at the enormous face in the sky, each wearing a look of terror. Greetings, Peak Master. Greetings, Peak Master. Senior disciples of sky-mending peak recognized that face. Their scalps went numb, and without another word they dropped to their knees and kowtowed. The Peak Master of sky-mending peak. Only then did Liu Yang learn the identity of the mysterious teacher behind Zhao Shuhe, the Peak Master of sky-mending peak, a foundation establishment true person of the first sage sect's intersect, one of the four peaks. Rumble, rumble. As the words fell, the formation diagram Liu Yang had painstakingly refined in his previous life immediately began to crumble apart, vast swathes of array lines detonating where they stood. Seeing this, Liu Yang couldn't help but reveal a trace of helplessness. The gap between qi refining and foundation establishment was far beyond his imagination. His 20 years of painstaking effort couldn't even withstand the oppressive weight of the words foundation, establishment, true person. A mere mild rebuke could bring things to this point. A short while earlier, in the cave abode atop sky-mending peak. Unlike the bustling, worldly bustle halfway up Butian Peak, the summit held nothing but rolling clouds, aloof and apart, as if already transcending the clamor of the mortal world. At this moment, by the edge of a cliff, two figures were gazing out over the boundless sea of clouds below. One had white hair and a rosy complexion, wore black and white Taoist robes, and held a horsetail whisk just like the kindly old immortal from folk tales. The other looked to be a middle-aged man. With a teasing look on his face, he opened his mouth and said, "I say, Butian, I hear you've been picking a son-in-law for your precious daughter lately? What's this? Have you taken a fancy?" The Butian Peak Lord turned to glance at the middle-aged man. "If it's one of your disciples, he'd be a decent match for our Chiener. Better forget it." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "I know exactly what my disciples are like, fine to look at, useless in practice. They couldn't keep your young lady in check. You'd best look elsewhere." "Then let's drop it." The Butian Peak Lord also shook his head. "Anyway, I've long had someone in mind. That one has cultivated bitterly for 3 lifetimes, with outstanding merit and foundation. In the future, never mind having a 30% chance of forming a Dao foundation after learning perfected Panlong's 9 transformations dragon art. He'll even bear the might of a true dragon." Perfected Panlong? That doesn't sound right. Hearing this, the middle-aged man pinched his fingers to calculate, then shook his head and said, "Panlong Island has vanished, and that opportunity was taken by someone else long ago. He isn't a disciple of your sect, but he soon will be." The Butian Peak Lord spoke blandly. "I've already calculated which fellow stole the opportunity, and I've sent Yuan Shun with men to deal with it. It won't be long before everything returns to its proper course." TSK. You really are ruthless in how you do things." The middle-aged man couldn't help shaking his head. The path of cultivation is hard enough, why be so harsh on a few juniors? One has to leave them a glimmer of hope now and then. In the end, the holy sect's growth can't do without fresh blood. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job." The Butian Peak Lord snorted coldly. "If it were only that, I might not have intervened. But the kid who seized perfected Panlong's opportunity seems a bit out of the ordinary, according to my calculations. Here, The Butian Peak Lord's tone carried a hint of surprise as well. The fellow's been in the sect only a few years. Not only did he make a big haul from the substitute Death Ean puppet incident a few years back, he's actually cultivated the blood-melting divine light and a sword pellet, and even grasped Yushu's sword pavilion's sword arts. His cultivation has reached the 6th layer of chi refining. Oh, he really has that kind of skill. The middle-aged man's face was full of surprise. He silently divined for a moment, then sighed. Never would have thought our holy sect would produce such a character. After saying this, the middle-aged man was clearly intrigued. Come point me the way. Let me see what sort of foundation this person has. If his aptitude is truly good, I might just refine him into a fine treasure pill. What's difficult about that? He's in that direction. At first, the Butian Peak Lord was smiling, but as he pointed and lifted his gaze, the smile faded from his face bit by bit. Boom! As the Butian Peak Lord's gaze fell, the entire colossal Butian Peak trembled violently, like an earth dragon turning over. Boulders even broke off the mountain's edge and plunged into the sea of clouds. Inside a certain cave dwelling on Butian Peak, Lu Xian was sprawled on the ground, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear any movement would draw the Peak Lord's attention. It's definitely not aimed at me, definitely not. Lu Xian told himself this over and over in his heart, trying to suppress the panic and unease within. After all, that was a bona fide foundation establishment, Shinran. Even a single glance would be enough to crush a cultivator at the chi refining realm to death, and inside his own 10,000 spirits banner was hidden that Jinren's own son. If he really discovered it, the outcome would be an utter calamity without end. Don't panic. I have a divine talisman protecting me. He won't be able to calculate me. Shaking all over, Lu Xian clutched a talisman he carried on him in a death grip. Disciple Yuanshun pays respects to master. Lu Yuanshun, blood running from his mouth, kowtowed to the enormous face in the sky to confess his crimes. Not only did he feel no relief at having survived by the skin of his teeth, his heart was nothing but ashes. At that critical instant, the jade pendant that shattered LV Yang's grand formation held a wisp of the Butian Peak Lord's divine sense sealed within. For a foundation establishment disciple like him, this was the strongest life-saving trump card. Because it was extremely difficult to refine, using one meant there was one fewer, with no way to replenish it. It was practically his second life. But now, that life-saving thing was gone. And on this operation, not only had he failed to help junior brother Zhao reclaim the opportunity, he hadn't even kept the boy alive, letting him die on the spot. It was a crushing defeat. With several charges piled together, his path to immortality might well have come to an end. It was this disciple's incompetence. Lu Yuanshun didn't dare say another word, not even having the courage to argue. He could only prostrate himself and wait for his master to first execute that LV Yang, then deal with him. Zheng. Just then, a sword's cry suddenly rang in Lu Yuanshuan's ears. The sound wasn't loud, but it was preternaturally clear, as if it could seep into one's heart, making it impossible to ignore. At first, the sound was like a clear spring flowing through stone crevices, tinkling, but as time went on the current grew ever more rapid, the sound ever more deafening, until it turned into a roar like raging rivers, suddenly reverberating between heaven and earth. Lu Yuanshun involuntarily lifted his head. Then he saw a figure standing tall in midair under a true person's gaze, head held high, back straight, meeting that gaze without a trace of fear. Beneath his feet was a surging long river of sword chi. The water was scarlet, rolling with a world-shaking, baleful aura, yet it did not scatter. Instead, it continuously contracted and flowed back, finally falling into a delicate sword pill. What on earth is he trying to do? Lu Yuanshun swallowed, though he already had a guess. He didn't dare believe someone could be so bold as to ignore Heaven's mandate. At the same time, the face in the sky seemed to sense something, its brows knitting slightly. You intend to make a move? Lu Yang's expression was cool. The sword pill devoured the blood river, its edge pointing straight at the firmament. Please offer some guidance, senior. That face fell silent, disdaining to respond. In the next instant, Lu Yang saw a black dot suddenly emerge above the vault of heaven, then rapidly expand, descending toward him with a world-toppling momentum. Only when it drew close did Lu Yong barely make it out. Its full form was a colossal finger stretching down from who knew how high. The skin's texture clearly visible. Lu Yong's heart sank at once. So that was the other party's answer. An ant, how could it know how high the sky is? In an instant, a powerful sense of crisis swept over him, nearly freezing his thoughts, like an ant that had just crawled out of its hole suddenly seeing the vast blue sky. You want to pin me to death with one finger? Lu Yong took a deep breath. Then the true chi within him suddenly ignited. The slaughter mantra he had obtained in his second life was driven with all his might. In this moment, life and death had long since been cast aside. Lu Yong's heart held nothing but surging fury. In this life, I fought no one, vied with no one, focused solely on cultivation. Yet you calculated the karma, sent someone to seize my opportunity. Failing that, you even came yourself to kill me. Spouting talk of karmic burdens and techniques, spouting talk of fated opportunities. Am I fated to be a beast of burden while you're fated to stand above? Kill. Lu Yong bellowed. The true chi in his chest turned into a long howl. His wrath condensed into a streak of sword light that cleaved straight toward the sky. A soundless collision, like the momentary flicker of a candle after a brief brilliance. Darkness swallowed Lu Yong's vision, and with it his consciousness. You were pinned to death with a single finger by the Peak Master of Butian Peak. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lives, 95. Restart a life. You may choose one item from what you obtained in your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Give up all gains and awaken a talent at random based on your previous life's experiences. Those whose names are called, step forward. Lu Xin's voice came from the stage. But this time Lu Yong couldn't come back to himself for a long while. His thoughts seemingly still stalled in the fury of that last sword of his previous life. An ant shaking a tree, that's a fair enough way to put it. Lu Yong let out a long breath, though he had seen with his own eyes the gap between himself and a foundation establishment true person. He wasn't discouraged. If anything, his fighting spirit only grew. With Book of 100 Lives in hand, anything that can't knock me down will only force me to grow stronger. It's nothing more than starting over again. With that thought, Lu Yong looked again at the Book of 100 Lives interface. In his previous life, he had cultivated with single-minded focus, and aside from reaching the 6th level of chi refining, he had gained nothing else. But he couldn't choose cultivation. After all, the latent flaw in 9 transformations dragon art remained. If he cultivated that method, it would be like carrying a time bomb that could explode at any moment. I choose talent. Settling your previous life's experiences. After your death, the deed of drawing your sword to cut at a foundation establishment spread. Many mocked you for overestimating yourself, not realizing you were not without accomplishment. Though you still didn't injure the foundation establishment true person in the slightest. In the instant he pressed you to death, you miraculously broke through a bottleneck in swordsmanship, making the Peak Master of Butian Peak exert a touch more strength to suppress you. Afterward, he sighed that though you were an ant, you still had some skill. You have awakened. The purple talent has some skill. No matter how fearsome the attack you face, as long as it's within the limits of your ability, you can handle 2 strikes with ease. What kind of talent is that supposed to be? Lu Yong frowned. At first glance, it looked like a near absolute defensive ability, but that within the limits of your ability qualifier took some of the shine off it. He soon stopped dwelling on it, though. After all, he had chosen a talent mainly to avoid the latent flaw from cultivating 9 transformations dragon art. In his previous life, strong was fine, weak was fine. More than that, Lu Yong cared about whether there was a way to evade the Peak Master of Butian Peak's divinations. If there's really no other way, then I can only give up the 9 transformations dragon art. Lu Yong. Here. At the call from Lu Xin on the platform, Lu Yong snapped back to himself, hurried up to the dais, and Lu Xin, just like in the previous lifetimes, assigned him to Hawan Hall. The next moment, Lu Yong froze. Wait. I remember that inside the Myriad Spirits banner, Lu Xin had refined a formidable figure into it, most likely a true disciple of the holy sect. How does that add up? He merely cultivated a single technique, and the heaven-mending Peak Lord had divined the karmic thread and followed the trail to his door, yet Lu Xin had even killed a true disciple. How could he possibly still be alive? Once he realized this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared fixedly at Liu Xin on the stage. Right, the only explanation was that he had some wonder that concealed karma in his hands, making it so a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't divine any information about him. For a moment, all the thoughts in Liu Yang's mind sprang to life. Right away, he changed tactics, followed what he'd done in his first lifetime, publicly killed Yu Suzhen in retaliation, and successfully drew Liu Xin's attention. He got half a volume of an innate Tao scripture from Liu Xin. Then he went into seclusion to cultivate. Sure enough, just as he'd expected, on a certain dark, windy night, the well-prepared Liu Xin came humming a little tune to the entrance of his cave abode. "Junior brother Liu, are you there?" Liu Yang didn't make a sound. Seeing his silence, Liu Xin didn't panic. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle, patiently opened his storage pouch, took out formation flags one by one, and set them up all around. These formations were for soundproofing and creating illusions, ensuring those outside would have no sense of anything happening within. Liu Xin had used this routine many times before. To this day, no one connected it to him. And even if someone tried to trace it through karmic divination, it would be to no avail. Thinking of this, Liu Xin patted the pouch at his chest and smiled with confidence. Even if anyone used karmic divination, it'd be useless. Once the formations were set, Liu Xin stopped hiding, directly roused his true qi, cleaved open the cave door with a single sword strike, and slowly walked in. "Junior brother Liu, stop hiding. Senior brother has his eye on talents like you." Liu Xin's words suddenly cut off. Inside, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Watching him with a half-smile, he didn't look at all like someone who'd been cultivating half an innate Tao scripture. No. In an instant, Liu Xin's pupils shrank, and a banner had already sprung into his hand. But it was already too late. The next moment, as a streak of crimson light flashed, Liu Xin felt as though more than half his true qi and flesh were sucked away. His legs went weak, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The blood-washing heavenly river sword formation diagram activated. Liu Yang had long since laid the formation diagram at the cave entrance by forcing his way in this time. Liu Xin had walked right into the trap and was easily captured. "Senior brother, I've been waiting for you." Looking at Liu Xin sprawled on the ground and thinking of how, in his first life, he'd been tormented to death and back by his tricks, Liu Yang let out a cold laugh, thinking, "You've fallen into my hands at last. If our roles were reversed, I'd make you understand what cruelty means. Who in the world are you?" Liu Xin lay limp on the ground without a shred of strength, utterly baffled as to what had happened. Had he been plotted against? By a brand new novice disciple, no less? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you a spy sent by the righteous path? Wait, don't kill me, I'm valuable. I have a superior Tao scripture that can help you achieve foundation establishment. At the critical moment, Liu Xin cast aside all propriety and blurted out his greatest secret. Not only that, I also have a magic treasure housing a true disciple of the Holy Sect. He knows a lot about the Holy Sect's affairs. No, secrets of the Chu Sheng demon sect. As long as you spare my life, all of it will be yours. Before the words were out of his mouth, Liu Yang had already unleashed the blood-dissolving divine radiance, sucking him into an empty husk, and said coldly, "Foolish. Killing you, they'd be mine all the same. You won't escape either. You're mine as well." Then Liu Yang beckoned, drew the innate One Chi Myriad Spirits banner into his hand, gave it a shake, and swept it toward Liu Xin's corpse. 2 lifetimes ago, he had read an innate Tao scripture, so of course he knew how to activate this treasure. Liu Xin's corpse fell into the banner, was immediately transmuted into qi and vaporized, and was refined within the banner for a long time until Liu Yang gave the banner a shake, and he manifested again. However, the re-manifested Liu Xin had become the banner spirit of the Myriad Spirits banner, and Liu Yang had even deliberately preserved his memories. As soon as Liu Xin revived, he stared at Liu Yang in disbelief and cried, "Junior brother Liu, impossible. How do you know how to activate the Myriad Spirits banner? What did you call me?" Liu Yang sneered. "Do you need me to teach you what attitude a banner spirit should have toward its banner master? Or do you want your soul scattered? Spare me, my lord. Liu Xian pays his respects to my lord. Liu Xian's legs immediately went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. Although he still remembered everything from his life, he felt not the slightest hatred toward the one who killed him, Liu Yang. Every thought in his mind held only absolute loyalty. The terror of the Myriad Souls banner lay precisely here. The banner spirits looked like living people on the surface, but in truth their will had been seized, leaving them scarcely able to act on their own. After a good while, Liu Yang pinched a yellowed talisman paper between his fingers, studying it curiously. After refining Liu Xian into a banner spirit, Liu Yang had him lay out his entire life, including how he had trapped and killed Qin Xian and how he had evaded the deductions of Foundation establishment true persons. An innate primordial one-chi talisman? Exactly. Liu Xian prostrated and knocked his head to the floor, speaking respectfully. This talisman was left by the innate Taoist. As long as you carry it, you can avoid the deductions of karmic causality. Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then gave the Myriad Souls banner a gentle shake. This time a handsome young man in black robes stepped out of the banner. He froze, looked at Liu Yang, then caught sight of Liu Xian, now a banner spirit beside him, and his whole body shuddered. Ha ha ha, so you've ended up like this too. Qin Xian threw his head back and laughed, then said to Liu Xian, I thought you were already incompetent enough, but you managed to be even worse than I imagined. Actually got yourself refined into a banner spirit in turn? How did you even manage that? Faced with the mockery, Liu Xian lowered his head and said nothing, and only then did Qin Xian turn to look at Liu Yang. Sure enough, you're a disciple of my sacred sect. Qin Xian and clapped his hands in praise. Junior brother, I want to ask you to let me reincarnate, but killing Liu Xian has already settled a great hatred in my heart. In that case, I'll gift you a hidden trove as repayment. How about it? I'm a banner spirit now, as well you'll naturally be able to tell truth from falsehood. The trove is on an island deep within the Sea of Clouds, called Gourd Island. Your cultivation is still low, it's best to wait until you're at the peak of chi refining before you go. No need. After hearing him out, Liu Yang remained unmoved, lightly shaking his head. Senior brother Chun, we're both disciples of the sacred sect, why put on such a show? Junior brother, you've misunderstood me. Qin Xian and let out a long sigh. Our sacred sect disciples may often be blunt and unyielding, but we also repay kindness. We're absolutely not the sort of heartless villains. Stop fucking trying to gild yourself. Liu Yang cut him off without mercy, sneering. Which disciple of the sacred sect is a good person? Anyone who survives isn't worth a damn. Senior brother Qin, save your breath. I'm not going to your trove. Liu Yang felt extremely wary of this true transmission senior brother. If there really were a hidden trove, why hadn't Liu Xian, who had held the Myriad Souls banner for years, gone to retrieve it? Most likely he feared Qin Xian and would turn the tables and take control. This man's background was terrifyingly deep, his methods unfathomable, utterly different from someone like Liu Xian. Even turned into a banner spirit, he couldn't be trusted completely. Qin Xian and S expression shifted slightly. Since you've summoned me, what exactly do you want to do? Just to run an experiment. Liu Yang's tone was bland, but Qin Xian heard the danger and hurriedly shouted, wait, I also know of a Foundation establishment opportunity. A thunderous boom. In the next instant, Liu Yang didn't hesitate, paying no mind to that Foundation establishment opportunity. He simply slapped apart Qin Xian and S true spirit, which was bound to and refined within the Myriad Souls banner. No, the Butian Peak Lord targeted me so hard in my last life. In this life, I'll butcher his son first to vent my anger, and after a few more lives, once I've reached Foundation establishment, I'll go kill him. Liu Yang's face was utterly calm. He carried the book of 100 lifetimes. His Tao heart was firm to the extreme, indomitable. No matter how strong the opponent, he was confident he would prevail in the end. As for that Foundation establishment opportunity as it happened, he knew of one himself. Qin Xian and S chi fluctuation dissipated completely, his soul dispersed. Liu Yang stowed the Myriad Souls banner, tidied up the scene, and then quietly waited. It wasn't long before Butian Peak began to shake violently. A familiar pressure surged in, like Mount Tai crashing down. Liu Yang immediately put on a look of fear. He knew exactly what this was. It was precisely the gaze of a Foundation establishment true person. Clearly, completely cutting down Chun Xian and had already alarmed the Butian Peak Lord, and the other party was probably using karma to deduce the culprit. By rights, in the next second he should be exposed. Liu Yang simply waited in his cave abode for about an hour until the pressure faded, and the Butian Peak Lord still did not appear. It works, sure enough. He can't calculate it. Liu Yang's expression remained calm as he secretly smiled. With this verification, in this lifetime, he could finally cultivate the 9 transformations dragon art with peace of mind. Next, Liu Yang resumed action, following the methods of his previous lives. He first ran a death substitution puppet scheme to earn contribution points, then stirred up Yun Miaoqing to cover his sword formula and sword pellet, and afterward bought a large batch of spirit pills to go into seclusion and cultivate. 10 years passed. In the blink of an eye, generations of disciples came and went. The former upheavals had all settled, and the sacred sect's development remained steadily positive. But today, there seemed to be a different flavor in the air. Heaven and earth resonated. Liu Yang's cave abode in seclusion seemed to become a vortex, and spiritual energy from all directions surged in like a breached flood. This is a heaven and earth phenomenon. A senior brother has condensed a chi seed and broken through to late-stage chi refining. Even in the first sacred sect, late-stage chi refining counts as high-grade stock. You won't be casually used as a tool anymore, and you gain some autonomy. On Butian Peak, the disciples hustling for a living saw the heaven and earth phenomenon as Liu Yang broke through, though their mouths voiced amazement. Their hearts were mostly filled with envy, jealousy, and even a desire to cry injustice. Why not me? Meanwhile, inside the cave abode, Liu Yang opened his eyes. In an instant, the dim, quiet room was split bright by a white bolt, dazzlingly so. Bottlenecks truly live up to their name. In this life, Liu Yang's cultivation speed was about the same as in the previous one. He surged to the mid-stage peak of chi refining 6th layer in 3 years, but the subsequent bottleneck took him another 7. That was because he had broken through to late-stage chi refining once before and had some experience under his belt. Otherwise, this period might have lasted even longer. It's clear why so many cultivators get stuck here and never step through the door in their lifetime. Right after breaking through, Liu Yang didn't rush to exit seclusion. Instead, he sat cross-legged for another 3 days, only standing once he had thoroughly grasped the changes in true chi, physique, and spiritual sense. He opened the Book of 100 Lives panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 28. Cultivation: Chi refining 7th layer late stage 9th grade array master. Talents: left path prodigy, white has some skills purple. Arts: 9 change dragon, art 7th layer. Divine abilities: divine firmament sword control true art minor achievement secret of array treasures perfected killing curse perfected heavenly demon blood transforming divine light perfected chi concealing art perfected. Treasures: blood sun sword pellet superior grade magic treasure innate 1 chi 10,000 spirits banner superior grade magic treasure. Book of 100 Lives pages 95. Though both were late-stage chi refining, in this life Liu Yang was far stronger than in the life before last. Even his true chi was on a different level if it came to a real fight. He could almost steamroll, especially now that he had mastered the heavenly demon blood transforming divine light. Paired with the blood-washing heavenly river sword formation diagram, even if the opponent was also late-stage chi refining, once caught in his formation, unless they knew him inside out and had prepared a counter, it would be certain death. Still, it felt not quite safe enough. The heavenly demon blood transforming divine light is indeed strong, but it's only a divine ability within reach of mortal disciples. Who knows what even fiercer tricks those true disciples might have. True disciples, do I have a chance to be chosen? Expectation showed on Liu Yang's face. In this life, causality was veiled by a divine talisman. His background was squeaky clean, so by rights he should be easy to spot and recruit. Frankly, even to Foundation establishment adepts, a late-stage chi refining cultivator is quite a decent servant resource. Besides, this time he hadn't turned into a blood shadow like in the life before last, and his immortal path hadn't been cut off. Whichever way you look at it, he still has investment value. So Lu Yang had long since made up his mind. If a foundation establishment sect extended an olive branch, even if it were the master of Batian Peak, he would not refuse grab the benefits first. Grudges can be settled in the next life. A man kneels only for gold. Today is the day to cash it in. Outside the cave abode, as news of Lu Yang's breakthrough spread, interested parties laid his background dossier on the table and traced the whole story through root and branch. Just as Lu Yang had anticipated, the 4 characters that fit his background best were proper background. He was one of the new disciples recruited annually by the sacred sect, officially taken on as a disciple after the Hahuan Hall incident where he counter-killed his senior sister. After that, he ran the death substitution puppet scheme to earn a large amount of contribution points, then went into seclusion and never came out. This one is a hard-grinding cultivator. Looking at the materials on the table, a female cultivator with a murderous air and sharp eyes couldn't help but exclaim. This person was also late-stage qi refining, but stronger than the freshly advanced Lu Yang. Her cultivation had already reached the 9th layer, just one step from perfection at the 10th. This female cultivator was named Feixia, and she was fairly well known in the sacred sect. Her fame wasn't just for her looks, she was also one of the few talisman cultivators in the sacred sect, and her talisman making had even won an elder's favor. Hard cultivation alone doesn't necessarily get you to late-stage qi refining. By Fairy Feixia's side, the youth with a feather fan and a silk kerchief smiled faintly. He clearly made quite a lot of money by speculating in death substituting puppets, yet he kept a very low profile. Looks like he's both cautious and smart. That's only natural, and it makes sense. Hearing this, Fairy Feixia sighed. For us ordinary disciples to make something of ourselves, talent, caution, intelligence, courage, you can't lack a single one. So that means it's decided? Fairy Feixia nodded and said, he reached late-stage qi refining in just 10 years. I'll recommend him. He has exactly the kind of talent the 3 Rivers Society urgently needs right now. In the cave abode, Lu Yang sat upright on a meditation cushion. Laid out in a neat row before him were over a dozen talisman letters, each like an olive branch extended, claiming that as long as he was willing to throw in with them, they would immediately deliver generous returns. Dao companions, cultivation methods, divine abilities, treasures, pills, virtually everything was on offer. Back in the life before last, I didn't pay attention. I really hadn't expected the Saint sect to have so many factions. Basically, as long as you had late-stage qi refining cultivation, you could pull together a sizable team within the Saint sect. Lu Xian from the life before last was just such an example. Lu Yang was not surprised by this. The Saint sect is so big with the many internal factions. Banding together for mutual interests is common. It's impossible for everyone to stand on the same side. Of course, most of those factions are like rootless duckweed, their foundations unstable. The ones truly able to win him over were those with an elder backing them or founded by true inheritor disciples. The terms they offered were also more reliable. Even so, it was nothing special. Maybe I've overestimated myself. Lu Yang shook his head. The terms from the big factions were indeed tempting, often upwards of 10,000 contribution points. But money was precisely what he didn't lack. After all, he still hadn't spent the contribution points he earned by flipping death substituting puppets. What he lacked wasn't money, but access the clearance to reach the Saint sect's middle echelons and to buy the things normally unavailable. Just as Lu Yang was pondering, the formation outside the door suddenly shuddered. Lu Yang looked up at the sound and saw the illumination array he had set at the cave abode's entrance flare brilliantly. In the glow, a shapely, curvaceous figure was cast in relief. It was none other than Fairy Feixia. Junior brother Lu, you actually know formations? Fairy Feixia looked in surprise at the array patterns emerging around them, a hint of delighted surprise on her face. Lu Yang cupped his hands and said, Senior sister, to what do I owe the pleasure? Fairy Feixia didn't put on airs and returned the salute heartily. I'm Feixia, a deacon of the Saint sect's 3 Rivers Society. I'm here specifically to find you. Oh, please, senior sister. Lu Yang hurriedly invited her in, his mind immediately turning over. Wasn't the 3 Rivers Society the force behind Zhao Shua? They'd actually come in person to recruit him? Liu Yang didn't know much about the Three Rivers Society, but he knew Zhao Shuhe was one of them. What's more, Zhao Shuhe was only under the Heaven-Mending Peak Lord and seemed to be mid to lower tier within the Three Rivers Society, which by itself showed the society's clout wasn't particularly high. I beg senior sister's pardon, this junior is ignorant and not very clear on the Three Rivers Society's background. Liu Yang asked cautiously. Fei Xiao wasn't surprised. She smiled and explained. The Three Rivers Society was founded jointly by three true inheritor senior brothers. Among them, the eldest senior brother has already become a foundation establishment true person and has established a peak in the Sea of Clouds. The second and third senior brothers haven't formed their foundations yet, but they refined third-grade true Qi and reached the great perfection of Qi refining. They could break through to foundation establishment at any time. I heard you're also from an ordinary disciple background, junior brother Liu, so you should know how hard the early days are. The three senior brothers were poor like us, so once they achieved success in cultivation, they founded the Three Rivers Society to help ordinary disciples get through the rough patches. So that's how it is. Liu Yang wore an expression of admiration. The three senior brothers truly are of boundless merit. TCH. If I hadn't borrowed money from your Three Rivers Society in past lives and seen with my own eyes that 36% annual interest rate, I might almost believe that spiel. Liu Yang cursed inwardly. He never acted rashly and wouldn't make a decision just because of a few words from Fei Xia. So he asked cautiously, I'm honored to be invited by the Three Rivers Society, but I'd like to ask what exactly are the terms? On that point, junior brother can rest assured. After hearing him out, Fei Xia said frankly, if you're willing to join, I can decide on the spot to gift you a true inheritance-level divine ability secret art. After joining, you'll receive an annual allotment of contribution points. And as long as you have money, you can make use of the Society's true inheritance clearance to purchase treasures you normally can't buy, and even invite the three senior brothers to guide your cultivation. Of course, joining also comes with some requirements. After saying this, Fairy Fei Xia took a jade slip from her bosom, placed it before Liu Yang, and said, anyone who joins the association must sign a contract and leave a drop of essence blood. This was a simple matter. Liu Yang listened and glanced over the contract. It was just the usual clauses common to all sects, confidentiality, and the like. Some might feel that signing meant losing freedom, becoming compelled in many things, but he didn't care at all. With a wave, he signed his name. At most, it was a matter for one lifetime. It wouldn't affect the next. He even preferred the stricter the constraints, the better. That way it would be easier to be treated as one of our own, and the resources he could obtain would naturally be greater. Seeing how straightforward he was, Fairy Fei Xia nodded with a satisfied smile. Next, junior brother, just take out your holy sect disciple token. I'll set a restriction on it, so that from now on the token will be usable within the association. Troubling senior sister. Liu Yang took out the token. Fairy Fei Xia formed a hand seal with one hand, and a talisman imprint shot into the token. A new segment immediately appeared on its surface. This is talisman crafting. A light flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. He could now be regarded as a 9th-rank formation master. With broader knowledge, though he wasn't proficient in talisman craft, he could still see a bit of its workings. In his eyes, a talisman was merely a simple, temporary miniature array. Good stuff. I want to learn it. In the next moment, watching this talisman craft, Liu Yang finally remembered who the woman before him was. He had heard of her 2 lifetimes ago. She was Zhao Shuhe's Dao companion. Liu Yang thought to himself. 2 lifetimes ago, when I was studying formations, I heard she and Zhao Shuhe became Dao companions. Both were at Qi refining completion, dazzling on the righteous demonic battlefield. They even joined forces to assault Foundation establishment, but alas, they failed and both sat and passed away. What mattered wasn't that they ultimately passed away, but that the two actually had the chance to assault Foundation. There had to be a Foundation establishment opportunity behind it. 2 lifetimes ago, roughly 20 years forward from Liu Yang's current point in time, the Holy Sect would launch a sect exterminating massacre against the righteous sects. The righteous sect that was wiped out was called Shenwu sect. In that previous lifetime, Zhao Shuhe ultimately cultivated to great perfection in Qi refining and, together with Fairy Fei Xia, became stewards of the Holy Sect's market city in the outside world. That market city was established on Skull Mountain, right next to Shinwu sect. Before the war, the Holy Sect transported large amounts of supplies under the name of the market. It was rumored that at that time the two discovered Foundation establishment treasures. Afterwards, the war broke out. The two performed impressively, earning quite a bit of merit. Later, they exchanged with the Holy Sect for a Foundation establishment wondrous item and invited an alchemist to refine the two items together into a single Foundation pill, enabling them to assault Foundation establishment. Though they ultimately failed, the opportunity truly existed. I cultivate the same 9 transformations dragon formula as Zhao Xua. If he could assault Foundation, perhaps I have a chance to worth a try no matter what. 3 more days passed. While Lu Yong was sitting in meditation in his cave residence, a human-faced owl suddenly flew to the door and spoke in a crisp, pleasant voice. "Junior brother Lu, please come to my cave residence." So it was Fairy Facia. Lu Yong's gaze stirred. He immediately rose on a streak of sword light and headed to Fairy Facia's cave residence, soon being led to a scenic tea pavilion. In the pavilion, Fairy Facia was brewing tea. Her fair hands moved lightly. Spiritual water poured. True fire urged. The brewing motions were elegant and pleasing to the eye. Lu Yong arrived just in time, caught a whiff of ethereal tea fragrance, and felt instantly at ease. Even his spiritual sense grew much more lively. "Have a seat, junior brother." Only then did Fairy Facia lift her brows to look at him. Once Lu Yong was seated, she got straight to the point. "I came to find you because the association's reply has arrived." "Oh?" Lu Yong feigned excitement. "Have my divine arts arrived?" "Indeed." Fairy Facia smiled faintly. "Second senior brother has already sent the list of divine arts. Junior brother may choose any one on it to cultivate." "Many thanks, senior sister." Lu Yong clasped his hands and accepted the jade slip. As he unfolded it, the dense list of divine arts made him a bit dizzy. After reading closely, he couldn't help cursing inwardly. He had seen most of these arts in Butian Peak's library pavilion, but those there were all abridged versions, far weaker than the full versions on this list, similar on the surface, yet worlds apart, showing just how strict the Holy Sect's control over resources was. It was infuriating to the extreme. If not for joining the Sanha Association and signing that indenture, obtaining true transmission backing, he feared he would never touch these complete divine arts in his lifetime. After a moment, Lu Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. He actually saw familiar words on the list: Heavenly Demon Blood Transforming Divine Radiance. More precisely, the full version of Heavenly Demon Blood Transforming Divine Radiance. The true method of Supreme Een Corpse Shedding Metamorphosis. With Supreme Een refining the body, it surpasses the 9-turn pill. The form is upright and austere. The complexion like a spiritual cloud. Ascend to the Taiji gate above, receive the register, and become a true person. The mnemonic differs slightly, but the intent is the same. This was an extremely profound, great divine art. Heavenly Demon Blood Transforming Divine Radiance was merely the beginning. If one truly cultivated the complete method, one could slip free of the 5 elements bindings. Blades and soldiers could hardly harm a hair, and it was even reputed as the path of a corpse liberation immortal. This is it. Lu Yong made up his mind on the spot. Had someone copy a transcript of the contents of the true method of Supreme Een Corpse Shedding Metamorphosis, and only after it was done did he turn to Fairy Facia, cupping his hands respectfully. "The matter is settled this time. Senior sister, do you have any other instructions?" Fairy Facia said with a light laugh. "To tell you the truth, junior brother, I'm planning to apply for an external assignment soon, to sit in town at the Skull Mountain Market, and I happen to be short a few handy helpers." Just as I expected, Lu Yong wasn't surprised by Facia's invitation. After all, she had already given him benefits. Since the Three Rivers Society had offered him a taste of sweetness, they would naturally have him do things. "If senior sister doesn't mind, I'm willing to accompany you." He nodded without hesitation. After all, this concerned a chance at Foundation establishment. Even if Facia hadn't invited him personally, Lu Yong had already planned to go to the Hall of Meritorious Service, take a mission, and make a trip to the Skull Mountain Market. Seeing how decisive he was, Facia was even more satisfied and said, "Junior brother is just as I thought. Your Tao heart is firm. For ordinary disciples like us, if we indulge in decay and stay in the sacred sect, we'll never make it out. Only by going out to seek opportunity do we have a sliver of hope. Burn the boats, put life and death out of mind, and only then is there hope of foundation establishment. After chatting for a while, Lu Yang felt Fairy Facia's gaze toward him grow warmer. Clearly, she now regarded him as a kindred spirit. Putting life and death out of mind, that's not wrong. It's just that it isn't truly burning my boats, but rather that I have the 100 Lives book. I'm not afraid of failure at all. If I die, I'll just try again. It's nothing. 10 days later, aboard the skyborne flying boat heading to Skull Mountain, Lu Yang streaked over an array of light and landed steadily on the deck. After greeting Facia, he blended low-key into the lower ranks of the crowd. On this trip to Skull Mountain, he didn't want to be too conspicuous. Rather than having everyone's eyes on him, he preferred to be indistinguishable among the masses. Best of all, to just furrow his brow and quietly slip to the back. Before long, quite a few cultivators had gathered on the flying boat. Leading them, besides Facia, were 2 cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refining, one of whom he knew, a disciple under the heaven-mending peak master, Lu Yuanshan. Sooner or later I'll add his name to the list. A chill flickered in Lu Yang's eyes. Then he restrained his aura and looked around. Since Lu Yuanshan was here, might Zhao Shuhe be as well? Maybe this lifetime's foundation establishment chance would fall to him. Sure enough, after looking around, Lu Yang saw Zhao Shuhe quietly drinking spirit wine in a secluded corner of the boat. Only, Zhao Shuhe now was even more disheartened than in the past few lives. Lu Yang wasn't surprised this life. Zhao Shuhe couldn't find him. His destined chance vanished into thin air. He lost the death substituting puppet and was cleaned out, and even Fairy Qingshan left. He'd lost both love and money. The fact he hadn't jumped off heaven-mending peak, yet already earned Lu Yang a measure of respect. Senior Brother Zhao? Is that Senior Brother Zhao? Lu Yang took the initiative to approach, feigning surprise. I didn't expect to run into Senior Brother Zhao here. It seems we're fated. Huh, you are. Zhao Shuhe stared blankly for a good while, and only by relying on a cultivator's memory did he recognize Lu Yang. He was instantly dumbfounded. Junior Brother Lu? You're at mid-stage Qi refining? Zhao Shuhe was indeed down and out. He couldn't see through Lu Yang's aura concealing method and had no way of knowing his true realm. Even so, the news that he was mid-stage Qi refining shocked him 10 years ago. Lu Yang had been just an inconspicuous small fry in his eyes. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuhe was even more stunned. Heh, are you here to mock me too? Get lost. Why would you say that, Senior Brother? Lu Yang looked puzzled, then hurriedly added, I've always remembered the favor Senior Brother showed me back then. How could I have any intention of mocking you? A favor? What favor? Zhao Shuhe froze again, then recalled that back then he had indeed loaned Lu Yang a sum of money. This counts as a favor? Is there really such a fool? With these thoughts, Zhao Shuhe was just about to open his mouth to sneer. I see Senior Brother's cultivation seems still at the 6th level of Qi refining. If you don't mind, I have a spirit pill here that can boost cultivation. This wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Zhao Shuhe blankly took the spirit pill that Lu Yang had insisted on stuffing into his hand for some reason. Looking at Lu Yang again, he felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of closeness, as if they had crossed paths in a past life. Could it be we truly share a fate? Relying on what he knew of Zhao Shuhe from previous lives, Lu Yang soon struck up a rapport with him, letting Zhao Shuhe, for the first time in ages, taste that respect offered by an outsider. To be honest, he hadn't experienced this feeling in many years. Ever since the death substituting puppet crashed and Panlong Island inexplicably vanished, to the point that even his master, the Butian Peak Lord, could no longer divine the cause and effect, his days had grown ever harder. First, his master grew increasingly disappointed in him. Second, his cultivation had made no progress in 10 years, stuck at mid-Qi refining, unable to break through the bottleneck. If there was one good thing, it was that, seeing his mounting decline, his master simply canceled his engagement to his junior sister. These years of the warmth and coldness of human relations and the fickleness of the world, Zhao Shuhe had tasted almost all of it over this decade. So when he heard that Lu Yang had pulled out right at the price peak of the death substituting puppet and, with that sum, achieved financial freedom, Zhao Shuhe's eyes immediately reddened. overcome with envy. AI, junior brother, your Tao heart is steadfast, not tempted by wealth. Your future is boundless. It's just a pity I didn't have your resolve back then. The junior brother hurriedly said, Senior brother, don't belittle yourself. Lu Yang consoled him in a low voice. Fortune waxes and wanes. It's not a matter of a day or two. As long as you hold fast to the immortal path, senior brother, this little setback amounts to nothing. You're right. Zhao Shuha nodded, seeming a bit uplifted, then cast Lu Yang a tentative glance. He opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words back down. In Lu Yang's eyes, he had long since seen right through this intention. Obviously, he wanted to borrow money. Lu Yang smiled slightly. Since Zhao Shuha wouldn't speak up, he didn't plan to bring it up first either. After all, what comes too easily is often not cherished. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the flying boat. We're here, Skull Mountain. The air seemed to pause. Everyone looked down. In the northern frontier, that was Skull Mountain. In name it was called a mountain, but in reality it was a range stretching for hundreds of miles, packed with peaks. Imposing as a tide, every inch of land was suffused with spiritual energy. The sacred sect had its reasons for establishing a market city here. Though it couldn't compare to the sky-connecting sea of clouds, for itinerant cultivators, Skull Mountain was already a treasure land. At the very center of the range was a white bone cave. The sacred sect's market city was set within. The feng shui here is an extremely in place. On the deck of the flying boat, Lu Yang looked down at the earth veins, a bit surprised. As long as a cultivator is buried here, most will turn into zombies within 10 years. Senior sister praised. Junior brother, you have eyes like torches. A glow of rosy light appeared. Fairy Fei Xia, draped in a feathered cloak, walked out slowly and said, Precisely because of this, the sacred sect sent us to garrison Skull Mountain and maintain order in the market city. Just as junior brother said, Skull Mountain's geomancy is special. Roughly every 30 years, a large-scale corpse tide erupts. Those zombies are mindless and only devour the living. It's a risk, but it also means opportunity. Their corpses are excellent materials for artifact crafting. Having said that, Fairy Fei Xia went on. 100 bones returned to true grand formation is laid out in the market city. Of the 4 array eyes, fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Chun will each guard 2. As for the remaining 2, you and I will each take 1. How about it? I'll follow senior sister's arrangement. Fairy Fei Xia nodded. Then her delicate brows knit slightly as she swept a glance at Zhao Xua, who stood beside Lu Yang with eyes wide and a face full of disbelief. What's the matter? Lu Yang asked curiously. Senior sister, do you know senior brother Zhao? I don't. Fairy Fei Xia withdrew her gaze coldly and no longer looked at Zhao Xua, yet gave Lu Yang a faint smile. I'll be troubling junior brother to look after things from now on. As soon as she finished, she rose on rosy light and flashed away. Zhao Xua remained where he was, his expression complicated. He had clearly already guessed that for Lu Yang to be able to guard the market city, his strength was by no means as simple as the mid-chi refining he had previously perceived. Senior brother Zhao? Hearing Lu Yang's voice, Zhao Xua's movements froze for a moment. Joy and desolation surfaced on his face at the same time. His lips trembled, but no sound came out. At last he grew respectful, cleared his throat, and said, My lord. Lu Yang sighed helplessly and said, Senior brother Zhao, I still have official duties to attend to. If you run into difficulties in the future, contact me anytime. With that, he leapt in a streak of light and left as well. Only Zhao Xua was left standing where he was, his expression flickering light and dark. His earlier emotions quickly drew in, and a trace of contemplation rose in his eyes. After a moment, he's wary of me. Looks like I really moved too fast. Entering the market city, Lu Yang recalled Zhao Xua's reaction just now and chuckled. Just as I expected, he came to the market city with other plans. Excellent. In this life, I'll treat him as a closest confidant. Lu Yang wasn't afraid of Zhao Xua being wary. He had patience to spare. If necessary, he could even give up this lifetime, truly be Zhao Xua's lifelong friend, and use intelligence as bargaining chips to pave the way for the next life. While thinking, Lu Yang was already standing before a tower pavilion. This place was one of the market's 4 formation nodes, and also the spot on Skull Mountain with the densest spiritual chi. Roughly 30% of what one would find in a sacred sect cave abode. Blood-washing Heavenly River Sword Array Diagram. Activate. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, the Blood Sun Sword Pill shot into the tower to guard the central hub immediately. Rings of array patterns unfurled, slowly replacing the old lines. Although the Market S100 Bones return to true Grand Array was more wondrous, Liu Yang only occupied one formation node here, and as a formation master, he was unwilling to pin his life on an array laid by others. After all, his secrets were more than a little. Besides, the Skull Mountain Market had been established for a long time. No matter how ingenious this 100 Bones return to true Grand Array was, its effects had long since been thoroughly felt out. The more your particulars are exposed, the easier it is to be targeted. So if some mighty one really came to invade, chances are they would already have prepared a method to break this Grand Array. At that point, this 100 Bones return to true Grand Array might well be of no use. That said, he didn't simply abandon formations. Instead, he opened up another array field within the tower, an array hidden within an array as a concealed trump card. After finishing these things, Liu Yang nodded slightly in satisfaction. He then waved his hand again and named the tower Bloodrobe Tower, thereby officially setting up shop in the Skull Mountain Market with a public moniker. Just then, a dozen or so streaks of escape light suddenly flew in from afar. These were sacred sect disciples assigned to Liu Yang's jurisdiction, most at early to mid-chi refining, all here to run errands in the market. Once the escape lights entered Bloodrobe Tower, they scattered, revealing cultivators of all ages and both sexes. With reverence, they ascended the terrace. Looking up, they saw a handsome, blood-robed youth leaning by the railing, smiling down at them. "Greetings, Tower Master." The disciples hurriedly, not daring to slack, saluted in unison. Within the sacred sect they could address one another as senior and junior, but once outside they still had to use titles. All the more since this was a senior at late-stage chi refining. Chi refining is divided into early, mid, late, and great perfection. On the surface, it's only 4 stages, but in truth the gaps are as wide as a chasm. At ease, he looked at the row of figures below, nodded in satisfaction, and thought to himself, not bad. At a glance they're all ordinary enough, not many formidable ones. Leaving aside other things, the sacred sect's cultivation environment is indeed top tier, so those sent out are either like Liu Yang and Fairy Facia, aiming for foundation establishment, or like these before him, poor aptitude, older in years, short on money, unable to make it in the sect, and thus dispatched. If I wished, I could wipe them all out with one man and one sword. Those wanting to form factions might be displeased, but Liu Yang felt the opposite. The weaker the atmosphere, the more at ease he was. Disperse. Handle trifles yourselves, there's no need to seek me out deliberately. With a casual word, Liu Yang dismissed them, then sealed Bloodrobe Tower, intending to cultivate in peace, go into seclusion, and await the opportunity for foundation establishment. This true art of lunar shedding and corpse liberation is indeed a bit tricky. After a night in seclusion, Liu Yang stared at the secret manual of divine abilities before him, brow furrowed, muttering to himself, "Great divine abilities aren't something you can just cultivate at will. You need great mana. They're the pinnacle of divine abilities." So-called great divine abilities are not a separate tier, so much as a way of combining and applying arts. Put simply, you mesh several top-grade divine abilities that complement each other and unleash dozens of times the power that is a great divine ability. The true art of lunar shedding and corpse liberation is precisely such a method. To master it, you must first cultivate 3 top-grade divine abilities to perfection: Heavenly Demon Blood transforming divine radiance, Profound In Form seizing grand art, and the Taiwei Edict and Absolution Treasure Register. Each one is extremely difficult. Without tremendous opportunities, it's hard to achieve. That's the commonality of almost all great divine abilities. You can't just decide to cultivate them. It depends on comprehension, fortune, and merit. Miss any one of them, and you'll only end in failure. Just speaking of the first one, the Heavenly Demon Blood transforming divine radiance is terrifying enough. That one alone has tripped up untold cultivators. Flaying yourself to refine the art is tantamount to severing your immortal path. Even if you succeed, there may be no way forward. As for the second, the profound Yin form seizing grand art. Its side effects aren't as vicious. The difficulty lies in an external object. You must use a Xianpin lunar jade as a medium to achieve it. Without that wondrous treasure, no matter how high your cultivation or keen your comprehension, you can't cultivate it. The problem is, such Xianpin lunar jade is exceedingly rare. Just how rare is it? Simply put, you can't find this thing anywhere on the Sacred Sect's exchange list. No amount of sect contribution will get it for you. Even a place as wealthy as the Sacred Sect can't procure such a treasure. So, cultivating this divine ability depends entirely on a cultivator's own fate and fortune. Without that bit of luck, even if you tread to the ends of the earth, it's all in vain. For that reason, Liu Yang took one glance and decisively gave up, turning his attention to the third divine ability, the Taiwei Imperial Pardon Treasure Register. What made it tricky for him was that, although this divine ability neither demanded rare materials nor carried any fatal side effects, it was absurdly difficult. Liu Yang pondered it all night and gained almost nothing. This thing looks like a formation with a hint of talismans to it, yet it's forcibly categorized as a divine ability. Whether you can cultivate it comes down purely to comprehension. If you can't grasp it, you just can't. Thinking of this, Liu Yang irritably scratched his head, feeling deeply unwilling. Even formations, which are so hard, I've gnawed through. It's just a divine ability. How long can it stump me? I refuse to believe it. Worst case, I'll spend another 20 years. I must learn it. The reason Lunar Shedding Corpse Liberation True Art could make Liu Yang so persistent lies in the fact that the effects of this great divine ability are simply too enticing. He couldn't give it up at all. Setting aside the might of the heavenly demon blood transforming divine light for the moment, that profound Yin shape seizing grand art is just as overbearing. As long as you lock onto someone's aura, you can condense that aura into a soul shadow, and by shattering the soul shadow, you can take their life from afar. Even if the two are separated by 10,000 miles, the other party can't escape death. The Taiwei Imperial Pardon Treasure Register is even more outrageous. Once this treasure register is cultivated, it can't injure the flesh nor annihilate the soul, but specializes in deducing the karma between heaven and earth. No matter who you are, it can strip you bare down to your ancestors of 18 generations. Of course, the most badass is when the three divine abilities merge into one. This is also what makes Lunar Shedding Corpse Liberation True Art most appealing to Liu Yang, namely, it can increase a cultivator's success rate of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. On this point alone, Liu Yang was determined to win this great divine ability. Time flew. Years sped by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 5 years quietly slipped away. At this moment in the Blood Robe Tower, Liu Yang was leaning against the railing, gazing up at the sky, silently circulating the 9 transformations dragon art within. With each inhale and exhale, clouds and mist coiled, morphing into all manner of strange visions. This is the 8th transformation, Illusory Mirage Transformation. Though the spirit vein quality of Skeleton Mountain was nothing to write home about, Liu Yang was flush with resources and had long stocked up a vast amount of spirit stones, so his cultivation progress wasn't affected. After 5 years of buried, diligent cultivation, although the Taiwei Imperial Pardon Treasure Register remained utterly opaque to him, in the process of studying divine abilities, he suddenly saw the light. His true qi in his body broke through the bottleneck on its own. By the time he realized it, the qi seed in his dantian had undergone yet another qualitative change, vaguely taking on the form of a dragon. Qi refining, 8th layer. Although the improvement from the 7th to the 8th layer isn't as dramatic as from the 6th to the 7th, the richness of true qi and mana has still multiplied several times. In the end, realm is the foundation of everything. So what if I don't have great divine abilities? With what I can do now, even those true disciples in the mid-qi refining stage, I can still leapfrog and take them down. What's more, the 9th transformation isn't cultivated yet. Liu Yang's heart burned hot. The 9th transformation, Flying Fish Transformation, serves to break through bottlenecks. In other words, as long as he cultivated to the 9th layer of qi refining, he could immediately attempt to strike at perfect completion. The path of immortality is right before my eyes. This truly deserves a proper celebration. At that thought, Liu Yang's mood suddenly brightened. The gloom over failing to cultivate the Taiwei Imperial Pardon treasure register dissipated, and he happily stepped out of his cultivation chamber. But before that, Liu Yang first activated a qi concealing technique. In an instant, the majestic aura brought by his recent breakthrough was entirely restrained. His cultivation reverted to the appearance of the seventh layer of qi refining, only a tiny bit stronger than 5 years ago. Strike with 30% and retain 70%. You can never have too many trump cards. Before long, the sacred sect disciples under the blood robe tower heard the news and rushed over. A dense crowd knelt en masse, and upon seeing Liu Yang, they kowtowed without a word. Congratulations to the Tower Master on successfully emerging from seclusion. Rise. Liu Yang waved his hand carelessly, then asked, in the 5 years I was in seclusion, did anything go awry in the Skeleton Mountain territory? Reporting to the Tower Master, all is well. Only once did disciples of the Shenwu sect from the northern frontier come to stir up trouble, and Fairy Faixia sent them packing, said a sacred sect disciple who looked quite advanced in years. And the Shenpin Tying Jade? Any leads? None for now. After learning about the changes over the past 5 years, Liu Yang dismissed the crowd, preparing to enter seclusion again and wait until the great war between the righteous and the demonic erupted and the opportunity for foundation establishment appeared. But just then, a streak of escape light, like a rainbow, suddenly descended outside the blood robe tower. Junior brother Liu, will you come out for a meeting? Hearing the voice, Liu Yang swept out with his divine sense, hurriedly rose to greet her, and said with a smile, to trouble senior sister to make the trip in person really. I should be the one paying you a visit. Junior brother, something big has happened. Fairy Faixia looked solemn at this moment and said gravely, just recently, the Earth observing instrument detected that the corpse tide, originally slated to appear 15 years from now, has erupted ahead of schedule. At this moment, tens of thousands of zombies are closing in on the Fong City. This sudden upheaval came without warning. There must be someone pulling the strings behind it. I suspect it's very likely those brutes from the Shenwu Gate of the northern frontier are up to mischief. What? Liu Yang frowned at her words, and when he saw Fairy Faixia staring straight at him, his brow furrowed even more. Senior sister wants me to go lend a hand? That's right. Junior brother, are you willing to brave the corpse tide with me? Fairy Faixia said with a smile. The corpse tide is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. Whoever is orchestrating this ahead of time must be relying on some wondrous treasure. If you and I join forces, we might be able to seize that treasure and win ourselves a chance. Even if something unexpected happens and we're trapped in the corpse tide, with our current cultivation, the danger isn't all that great. As she spoke, Fairy Faixia's eyes brightened, her spirit radiant, brimming with vigor. But Liu Yang shook his head. Sorry, senior sister, I'm not as capable as you. My strength is weaker, and I haven't learned many divine arts, just a bit of formation work. It's more prudent for me to stay behind and hold the fort. Even if the risk is small, it's still a risk. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. As long as he cultivates steadily and follows the proper steps, he can break through to qi refinement, great perfection. Why risk his life for this? It's not worth it. In this life, the top priority is to break through to qi refinement, great perfection. Making a splash can wait until after the breakthrough for now. It's better to play it safe. Junior brother, you're not going? Seeing Liu Yang refuse, Fairy Faixia's delicate brows knitted. Usually aloof, she now looked troubled, evoking pity. The immortal path is narrow. If you want to achieve anything, you must burn your boats. I thought you understood that. Liu Yang's Dao heart was like iron, and he said unwaveringly, times have changed. Please understand, senior sister. Junior brother, you've changed. Fairy Faixia shook her head in disappointment. In that case, you stay in the Fong City and hold the line. But when the time comes, don't expect to have a share of the opportunity. Liu Yang merely smiled at that and didn't answer. Honestly, he always felt Fairy Faixia wasn't like the rest of the holy sect. How to put it? She carried a kind of innocence that hadn't been tempered by the holy sect. With a corpse tide, even if you obtain a heaven-defying opportunity, you still have to flee back to the Fong City where I'm stationed? And then you'll say the opportunity isn't mine to share? Don't blame me for saying that you'll charge bravely. only to fall at the first line of defense against the corpse tide. At dusk, inside the blood robe tower, the setting sun was blood red. As his cycle of cultivation ended, Liu Yang slowly refined the qi of heaven and earth into his dantian, turning it into true qi that coursed through his limbs and bones. True qi flowing through the meridians, like a dragon returning to the sea. Almost there. As long as I cultivate the last layer, the flying fish transformation, and merge the 9 transformations into one, I can fully refine the third rank true qi from the 9 transformations dragon art true dragon fiend qi. By the time I master the true dragon fiend qi, the war between the righteous and the demonic will likely begin. The timing will be perfect, letting me go for Skull Mountain's foundation establishment opportunity at my peak. Only the foundation establishment opportunity is worth risking my life, everything else is empty. After finishing his cultivation, Liu Yang left the quiet room. Outside, a tall, sharp-featured woman was already waiting. When she saw Liu Yang, she stepped forward and handed him a jade slip. Taoist brother, today's movements of the corpse tide have already come in. Liu Yang took the jade slip and smiled slightly. Many thanks, Taoist friend Yun. That woman was none other than Yun Miaoqing. She had originally been a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Although Liu Yang had already learned the Divine Firmament Sword Control true art, he bought her because of the karmic tie from his previous life. To be honest, he originally felt that, since they had a connection in his past life, as long as it didn't affect him, he was willing to lend Yun Miaoqing a hand. Following him was better than being bought by another holy sect disciple and used as fodder to be squeezed dry of cultivation. Unexpectedly, that decision brought a pleasant surprise. Perhaps because in this life the two didn't cultivate together and instead treated each other with respect. While he immersed himself in cultivation, Yun Miaoqing's goodwill toward him grew greatly. Taoist brother, you're a good person, why stay in the Chusheng demonic sect? Yun Miaoqing moved to Liu Yang's side and whispered, now that the corpse tide has erupted, senior brother, why not feign death and come with me to the sword pavilion to join the righteous path? At this point, Yun Miaoqing looked at Liu Yang, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of affection. In her most desperate, most helpless moment, it was this man before her who pulled her out of the sea of suffering. Not only did he not violate her, he even gave her a place to stay. Though he came from the demonic sect, he was a gentleman. Moreover, over the past 10 years she had watched with her own eyes as he advanced step by step, high cultivation, excellent talent, and most crucially, he was handsome. If he could enter the sword pavilion as a disciple, perhaps we could be together. Her thoughts shifted, and a blush suddenly colored Yun Miaoqing's pretty face, as if she had thought of something. That look carried Liu Yang's thoughts back to how, in her previous lives, she had still bristled at him and called him a devil, and he suddenly found it rather amusing. Of course, he had no interest in that sort of carnal pleasure. What truly concerned him was that Yun Miaoqing's standing in the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion seemed extraordinary. She even said that with her recommendation, the pavilion would take him in. Cultivating in the sacred sect demands caution. If I have a choice, I'd still prefer a sect with a more orthodox ethos. Yun Miaoqing might become a stepping stone when he sought to turn onto the righteous path later. How are senior sister Feixia and the others? Those demonic cultivators. A few days ago they stirred up a corpse tide at Juyin Ridge, and the group smashed it there. A mysterious powerhouse also intervened, but they forced him back, and then they pursued. Yun Miaoqing handed him another jade slip. Liu Yang received the jade slip, swept it with his spiritual sense, and the scene from the day of the incident immediately unfolded in his mind. So that is how it was. The early outbreak of the corpse tide did have a hidden hand Shinwu sect disciples behind it, and the wondrous treasure they used to catalyze the tide is. Seeing this intelligence, Liu Yang froze, then abruptly stood up. Xianpin Lunar Jade. Sure enough, the report clearly stated that the Shinwu sect disciple controlling the corpse tide actually held a thumb-sized piece of Xianpin Lunar Jade. If I could get this jade, I could immediately complete the profound in-shape seizing grand art. Taking it further, I might even cultivate the true method of lunar molting and corpse liberation. Considering how exceedingly rare this jade is, this might be the only chance in my life. Let it slip, and it may be gone. But if it doesn't work out in this life, I'll leave it for the next miss it, and so be it. Lu Yong's expression turned somber as he sat back down. Though he had unexpectedly discovered the lunar jade he had dreamed of, he showed no joy at all. He felt only a bone-deep chill, with layers of vigilance surging in his heart. What I desire delivered to my door just like that? Where in the world is such luck? I'm no child of destiny like Xiao Shiya. Besides, Xiao Shiya's luck was bestowed by others. Could it be that Taoist Han Yun is pulling the strings again? At the thought that a foundation establishment true person might be secretly tugging at karma and scheming, Lu Yong immediately made up his mind. Then I'm not going out. The situation at Skull Mountain was bizarre. It was safer to stay in the market city and keep control of the formation. As long as no foundation establishment true person acted, he would be as steady as Mount Tai. Moreover, my not going out doesn't mean there's no chance to get the jade. There's Fairy Faixia and her group. Isn't there? The report also said they gave chase if they seized the jade and returned to the market city. Wouldn't my opportunity arrive? Thinking this, Lu Yong quietly, sincerely cheered Fairy Faixia on in his heart. Time flowed on. Another day passed. In the Blood Garment Tower, Lu Yong was meditating and refining qi when he suddenly felt something. He roused a streak of escape light and reached the outside of the tower, casting his gaze toward the outskirts of the market city. Rumble. From the distant horizon came bursts of explosions like thunder, accompanied by clusters of clouds blooming apart, rapidly spreading from the skyline toward the market city. It was a chase of escape lights, and the one fleeing in front was unmistakably Fairy Faixia's rainbow-hued escape light. Missing one, Lu Yong raised an eyebrow. Skull Mountain's market city originally had 4 late-stage qi refining cultivators: Fairy Faixia, Lu Yuanshan, plus himself and an unnamed senior brother. But now he saw only 2 figures, Fairy Faixia and Lu Yuanshan. Raise the formation. Unhurried and composed, Lu Yong gave the order. The sacred sect disciples in the market city immediately took their positions. Formation flags flew, and a grand array was quickly erected. The 100 Bones returned to Truth Grand Array. This array was of the 7th grade, a pinnacle formation for the qi refining level. With Lu Yong presiding, even a cultivator at qi refining great perfection could be held at bay for a time. But in the next moment, a sudden change. Lu Yuanshan abruptly drew out a command token, formed seals, and activated it. He actually opened the sealed grand array directly, exposing a gap. Now, almost at the same time, an exceedingly excited shout came from outside the market city. Several streaks of spiritual light darted out, turning into formation flags that planted themselves in the 4 directions. Immediately, a miniature array fell onto the gap Lu Yuanshan had opened, locking it in place. Lu Yong couldn't even close it. Shinwu sect. Lu Yong furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing that the Shinwu sect had made its move. Clearly, they had been lurking outside the market city for a long time, waiting for this chance. With the formation forcibly pried open to create a gap, the Shinwu sect could seize the moment to storm into the market city. The culprit who set all this in motion, Lu Yuanshan, merely cast a cool glance over the market city, then rode his escape light away in the opposite direction. He knew very well what he'd done, but didn't care in the least. In fact, it was deliberate, treating the market city as a sacrificial pawn so he could seize a chance to escape with his life. As far as the Shinwu sect was concerned, rather than keep chasing him, they'd take this opportunity to capture Skull Mountain Market City in one stroke. And the sacred sect disciples in the market city? Let them count themselves unlucky. Lu Yuanshan, you bastard. Seeing the market city's grand formation blasted open a breach, Fairy Faixia's eyes flushed red with fury, but she immediately made a decision utterly opposite to Lu Yuanshan's. Junior brother, let's join forces. With a flicker of escape light, Fairy Faixia dropped straight into the market city, turned, and planted herself in front of the breach, murmuring, "We must not let the Shinwu sect force its way in." Lu Yong shot her a glance at that, and his opinion of Fairy Faixia improved a little. Blood stained her vermilion lips. Her aura was weak. Her injuries were serious. She might have had a chance to escape if she'd run with Lu Yuanshan, yet she chose to stay. Could she be a mole? True to his old sacred sect habit of trusting no one, Lu Yang's first reaction was to suspect Fairy Faixia. Faixia also noticed the guarded look in his eyes. We can't get away. Fairy Faixia sighed helplessly. actually guessing Liu Yang's doubts, and said softly, "The Xinwu sect prepared this long ago. Running is the road to death instead. Only by staying to hold fast and waiting for reinforcements is there a sliver of life." Even after hearing this, Liu Yang was still puzzled. "Senior sister, if you understand all that, could senior brother Liu not be aware? If so, why did he run?" "Because the jade is in his hands." At that, Fairy Feixia grew furious. The Xinwu sect used that Xianpin Taiyin jade as bait to set an ambush. Liu Yuanshan, coveting the jade, seized it by force. He not only dragged us all into the trap, he couldn't be bothered with senior brother Chen's life or death and ran off, leaving us behind. So he's fleeing to dodge responsibility? Only then did Liu Yang understand. It seemed Liu Yuanshan knew his own conduct was disgraceful if he stayed in the market city. Sooner or later, Fairy Feixia would settle accounts with him. So he resorted to such an extreme measure. For that reason, it also made sense that Fairy Feixia hadn't followed Liu Yuanshan if she really went with him. She might even risk being silenced by him. "You demonic fiends, today is the day you die." Blood chi surged in blazing waves, sweeping across the sky like sheets of fire cloud, finally revealing a burly man, armored and armed to the teeth, whose leader wore a ferocious look. "It's Divine Fist Wu Zhiqiang." Fairy Feixia's face grew grave as she warned in a low voice. "He is at the 9th layer of chi refining, only one step short of great perfection. Junior brother, be very careful." Senior brother Chun was struck by a single punch from him. His body and cultivation shattered, and he died. No sooner were the words out than the burly man named Wu Zhiqiang came charging on his escape light. He raised his arm, drawing it back like a fully drawn bow. "Die!" The next instant, he blasted out a punch. An ear-splitting detonation shook the sky in a flash, and a solid fist imprint hammered straight at a vital gate. Liu Yang felt as if a giant mountain were pressing down on him. Boom! At the critical moment, Fairy Feixia stepped forward, her cloud sleeves fluttering as several clumps of pure qi became luminous clouds and surged out, forcibly catching Wu Zhiqiang's punch. For a moment, rosy clouds and mists scattered. It managed to keep Wu Zhiqiang outside the market city, but the Qixia smoke gauze also lost more than half its treasure radiance. Seeing this, a flicker of distress flashed in Fairy Feixia's eyes. Those rosy clouds and mists were precisely her magic treasure, the Qixia smoke gauze canopy, the fruit of years of refined effort, yet now it was taking damage in succession. Meanwhile, another strand of escape light fell from the heavens. When it revealed itself, it was actually Liu Yuanshan, who had just run off. His face was dark, and there was still a cultivator trailing behind him. "It's the mountain-moving Taoist, Duanmu Yuan." Fairy Feixia frowned. Recognizing him, another late-stage, qi-refining member of the Xinwu sect, whose strength was in no way inferior to hers. "Liu Yuanshan, if you want to live, get back here and join forces with me." Fairy Feixia called out in a deep voice. Despite the Xinwu sect's overbearing momentum, she still felt there were 3 late-stage qi-refining cultivators here, so it wasn't entirely hopeless. Even if Liu Yang was just an ordinary disciple with no notable divine abilities, he wouldn't have much trouble dealing with opponents in early to mid-qi refining. As long as she and Liu Yuanshan could pin down Wu Zhiqiang and the mountain-moving Taoist, and let Liu Yang handle the other Xinwu sect disciples, they just might hold the market city. "Fine. Then we'll fight to the death by me time." As soon as the words fell, Liu Yuanshan drew a deep breath and directly burned his essence. Blood from the crown of his head burst clumps of blood light, and his aura surged several-fold. As soon as this turn of events unfolded, Fairy Feixia finally let out a breath. After all, this man was a disciple under Butian Peak, at Foundation Establishment, perhaps still hiding some formidable methods. "If he and I strike together, we should be able to hold the market." At that thought, Fairy Feixia no longer concealed anything and once again activated the Qixia smoke gauze canopy, hoping to buy a bit more time. Interrupt him. Wu Zhiqiang didn't know what divine powers Liu Yuanshan had, but he couldn't just watch him unleash them. So he rose in escape light and charged to kill Liu Yuanshan. Seeing this, Fairy Feixia first drew up a mouthful of true qi and, by every means, blocked Xinwu sect's late-stage qi-refining mountain-moving Taoist, Duanmu Yuan. At the same time, she shouted loudly to the nearby Lu Yong. Junior brother Lu, make a move, quick. As long as we can hold off Wu Zhichong, we still have a chance to turn the tables. Lu Yong, just an ordinary disciple, even if he has broken through to late-stage qi refining. So what? Lu Yuanshun cast Lu Yong a glance and sneered inwardly. In his eyes, Lu Yong was nothing but a nobody who had squeezed into late stage on a stroke of luck, utterly incomparable to a foundation establishment disciple like him. Thinking of this, his conviction grew even more unshakable. Fairy Feixia felt there was still a chance to turn the tide, but Lu Yuanshun disagreed in his view. Fairy Feixia was overlooking a decisive factor: the corpse tide. Even if they could hold off the people of Shenwu's sect, so long as the formation had a gap, once the corpse tide arrived, they would still be annihilated to the last. So in the next moment, Lu Yuanshun made his move. Behold my might. As the words fell, Fairy Feixiao's spirits rose. She saw bloodlight gather around Lu Yuanshun and condense into a huge, ferocious demonic shadow. She wasn't expecting Lu Yuanshun to cut down Wu Zhichong outright. If he could badly wound him, there would still be hope. Blood Shadow Heaven escaping grand art. The demonic shadow flickered, and Lu Yuanshun's figure vanished in an instant, turning into a blood-colored afterglow that appeared hundreds of meters away, racing to flee beyond Skull Mountain. This scene left Fairy Feixia stupefied. She had clearly underestimated Lu Yuanshun's shamelessness. She hadn't expected his cooperation to be feigned, actually using her as a human shield. Yet just then, outside Skull Mountain, the sky suddenly darkened. Want to run? Better stay? With a cold laugh, the blood-colored escape light that Lu Yuanshun had become was cleaved cleanly in two and forced to bend back towards Skull Mountain. And at the same time, his startled cry rang out. Qi refining great perfection. That blood escape had cost him more than half his vital blood to unleash someone at late stage. Qi refining couldn't possibly stop it. Only a powerhouse at Qi refining great perfection could cut it off. Heaven means to destroy me. Lu Yuanshun was full of resentment. He had managed, with great difficulty, to snatch the Xianpin Taiyin Jade. If he could survive this calamity, he would surely win the Butian Peak Lord's favor. Especially now that Zhao Shuha had been abandoned by the Butian Peak Lord, this was all the more an opportunity for him. Yet now, it all turned to nothing. Just then, Lu Yong's voice suddenly sounded by Lu Yuanshun's ear. Senior brother Lu, return to the market first. At this point, what good could that do? Disheartened, Lu Yuanshun didn't even have the interest to answer him as he saw it. At the moment, the only difference between Lu Yong and him was whether they died a little sooner or a little later. In the next instant, the always taciturn Lu Yong suddenly took a step forward. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, his 10 fingers flicked in rapid succession, and he laid down dozens of formation patterns in an instant around the market, patching the micro-arrays at the gaps in Shenwu Sect's grand formation. Then, with a light press, the array snapped into solemn order. Boom! In an instant, densely layered formation patterns surfaced, transforming into a light screen that shrouded the market inside and out. The grand array was actually mended in that moment, restored as before. Huh? Seeing this, Lu Yuanshun's eyes went wide, startled. He immediately steered his bloodlight to flee back, shouting, Brother Lu, save me. Array rise. Above the Skull Mountain market, the 100 bones returned to truth grand formation, newly restored to completeness, roared into operation, immediately shaking Wu Zhichong and Duanmu Yuan back a few steps. Seizing that opening, Lu Yuanshun turned into bloodlight and shot inside at speed. The lines of the outer array split open on cue to let him through, and then closed again in an instant, so fast that no one could react. Many thanks for your aid, Brother Lu. Once inside the array, the bloodlight dissipated, revealing Lu Yuanshun's wretched state. His deathly pale face still held a hint of dread. Brother Lu is actually a formation master? If not a formation master, how could he have reformed the formation at this desperate moment and resolved a certain death situation? I've made a fool of myself, senior brother. I'm only 9th grade, Lu Yong said with a faint smile. I studied it for a few days and can only barely bring out a bit of this grand array's power. Lu Yong made it sound offhand, but Lu Yuanshun's expression was grave, his face all seriousness. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, the Tao of formations is the most important. One is late-stage qi refining, the other is a late-stage qi refining formation master. The value of the two is worlds apart. The latter is almost equivalent to qi refining great perfection. That said, senior brother Lu did indeed reap quite a lot this time. Lu Yang watched Lu Yuanshan with a smile. Under that gaze, Lu Yuanshan's expression grew increasingly stiff, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. But in the next moment, he steadied himself again. Brother Lu, I've kept this Xianpin Tying jade for you for a long time. Today it's time to return it. As soon as he finished, Lu Yuanshan took out a small case and opened it. Inside lay a piece of white jade with 7 apertures, shaped like a person. At the end of the day, the wise man bends to the times. As an old disciple of the holy sect, Lu Yuanshan knew that if he didn't hand over the jade now, he'd sooner or later lose his life on the righteous demonic battlefront. Moreover, Xinwu sect has sent out a qi refining great perfection. Escape is simply impossible. Lu Yuanshan harbored no illusions and simply handed it over publicly, both to avert disaster by parting with wealth and to shift Xinwu sect's attention onto Lu Yang. Xianpin Tying jade. Seeing this, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, stowed the little case into his storage pouch, and turned to look calmly at the figure that had abruptly appeared outside the market. It was a handsome youth wielding a spear. He wore a martial crown, and scale armor dragon patterns were carved on his long spear. He looked more like a mortal general than a cultivator. A 9th-rank formation master? The youth's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if it could cleave the array's shroud. With a glance he saw through to Lu Yang and the main array, and said, I didn't expect such an unexpected variable. Meanwhile, Divine Fist Wu Zhichong and mountain-moving Taoist Duanmu Yuan also hurried over, saluted the spear-bearing youth, and said, Senior brother Ouyang, we were remiss in our task and let you down. It's fine. Ouyang Haoza shook his head and said mildly, the fiends are cunning. Your carelessness is understandable. Just go back and atone through merit. Having said that, he turned to look at Skull Mountain Market, and killing intent immediately flared in his eyes. Our sect has schemed for many years. We cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Best to cut out the nails the demonic sect left here first, to minimize variables as much as possible. In the next moment, Ouyang Haoza's figure flickered, the qi aura of qi refining great perfection fully unfurled. A thread of essence instantly turned into beacon smoke that shot straight to the heavens, accompanied by thunderous battle cries. The faint outlines of thousands of armored soldiers arrayed themselves, as if standing behind him to bolster his essence, qi, and spirit. Break. In an instant, thunder rolled across the sky, roaring straight into Skull Mountain Market. Several low cultivation cultivators were shaken into coughing blood by that one furious shout. Qi refining great perfection. Lu Yang, controlling the formation, wore a heavy expression. The peak of the qi refining realm is not only a mark of strength, it also signifies status within a sect. If one is then favored by a perfected, it's basically the threshold for becoming a true disciple of the sect. Xinwu sect has a seat in the northern frontier, though not as large as the holy sect. It also commands several astounding divine arts that only true disciples can cultivate. If he has mastered a grand divine art, I need to abandon the formation and slip away at once. While preparing to run, Lu Yang walked to the edge of the array to face Ouyang across it, and said, I am Lu Yang. May I know your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? You're not worthy to know my name. Ouyang Haoza let out a cold laugh and continued, if you know what is good for you, surrender at once. I can show leniency, abolish your demonic arts, but spare your lives if you persist in resistance. The day the array breaks will see no chicken or dog left alive. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Lu Yang's smile didn't change, his tone mild. Though righteous and demonic stand apart, we've always kept out of each other's way. How about giving me some face? Give you face? Ouyang Haoza laughed loudly and jeered, what big talk? You're only at the 8th layer of qi refining. Today I refuse to give you face. What can you do? Why bother? Lu Yang shook his head and said, since that's the case, then please, fellow Taoist, come break the formation yourself. Courting death. A flash of killing intent shot through Ouyang's eyes. The wolf smoke of qi and blood around him instantly contracted. He threw a punch. It looked very much like a mortal-esque technique. But Liu Yang's face changed slightly when he saw it. He didn't relax in the least, immediately offering up the Blood Sun sword pellet. His figure merged into sword light and cleaved toward Ouyang. When fist and sword met, edge and fist force exploded, like sparks blooming in midair. Ouyang's figure was like lightning in the blink of an eye. He'd thrown hundreds of punches. Shinwu sect differs from other cultivation sects. It follows the body cultivation path. Its divine arts mostly based on fists and feet. In close combat, its speed is even faster than a sword cultivator's. Fire a wild volley. Ouyang Haoze spread his arms. Like a great bow drawn to the full fist, shadows shot out like arrows, and in a blink they drowned the place where Liu Yang stood. A thunderous boom. Amid the detonations, Liu Yang felt the spiritual qi in his body being sucked dry before his eyes. There was nothing but endless fist shadows, as if they were about to grind him to dust. 1,000 strikes in an instant, leaving not the slightest opening to counter clearly a high-tier divine ability. Ouyang Haoze talked big, not putting Liu Yang in his eyes, but when he truly made a move, he was meticulous, going all out. In moments, explosive shockwaves roiled without end. Under that storm of fists, Liu Yang lasted less than 10 seconds before being blasted to pieces. Sword light scattered, and in an instant it turned into a sky full of dry bones. When the barrage ceased, Ouyang Haoze hung in the air, his brows faintly knitting. At the same time, at the locus where the 100 Bones True Return Grand Formation revolved above the market, a figure stepped out as illusion turned to reality. It was Liu Yang, wholly unscathed. Liu Yang said mildly, "Fellow Taoist, your fist might is unparalleled. I am impressed." Ouyang Haoze did not reply. Another flurry of wild punches crashed in. Liu Yang stubbornly resisted, and a dozen seconds later was smashed to pieces again. But in the blink of an eye, Ouyang saw Liu Yang's corpse turn to bone, while his unharmed true body once more walked out of the formation, sleeves fluttering, expression unchanged, not a wisp of true qi diminished. He cupped his hands to Ouyang and said, "Fellow Taoist, shall we continue?" The 100 Bones True Return Grand Formation truly lives up to its name. Ouyang Haoze's expression grew grave. As far as he knew, this array was 7th grade. Harboring 100 skeletal soldiers, a cultivator within it could manifest his full combat power through the bodies of those skeletons. In other words, in actual combat, the skeletal soldiers took the field in place of the true body. When and it's delightful. If they die, it has no effect on the true body. And as long as the formation keeps running, even if the skeletal soldiers are expended, they can be quickly replenished. So no matter how ferociously he attacked, it would be in vain, and he was still outside the array. If he rashly barged in, Liu Yang could summon all the skeletal soldiers for a swarm assault. Then even at qi refining great perfection, he might not be able to withstand it. "Demon, do you really think a mere 7th grade grand array lets you run wild?" Ouyang barked. Across the formation's light screen, Ouyang looked at Liu Yang with a cold smile. Formations are, in the end, dead things. Cultivation realm is the true skill. At the end of the day, it comes down to real means, he added. Alarm bells blared in Liu Yang's heart, but his face remained calm as he replied mildly. "If fellow Taoist is confident, why not enter the formation for a bout? Otherwise, be honest and withdraw." Courting death, Ouyang Haoze gave a cold smile, suddenly stepped forward, exhaled in one breath. Amid thunderclaps, a heaven-shaking peal exploded from his throat. It was a superior divine ability of the Shinwu sect, called the 1,000-mile void-shattering divine sound. By secret arts, it inhaled and exhaled the world's spiritual qi, empowering the Shinwu true astral with a single roar. Within 1,000 miles, the sound waves spared neither friend nor foe. All were shattered. In an instant, that most violent divine sound slammed straight into the array. Formation patterns shattered one after another, revealing skeletal soldiers of every shape. The grand array was forcibly blasted open with a gaping breach. Next, Ouyang pulled out a round mirror. He intoned, "I invite Lord Taishao to act." He pinched a seal and pointed, offered the round mirror into the void. A flood of mirror light crashed down, congealing the void, actually pinning the breach in the formation in place. In an instant, the market quaked violently. Many cultivators fell back in succession, Not daring to approach the array's edge, their faces all turned panicked. Fairy Feixia's face went ashen. She then glared fiercely at Lu Yuanchun, whose expression had turned odd, and snapped, "Stay right here. You're not allowed to go anywhere." Having been screwed over last time, how could Feixia trust Lu Yuanchun again? At this moment, even her beautiful face showed a hint of ferocity. If not for junior brother Lu, you'd have died outside the market already. If you dare try to slip away in the chaos, I won't care about the consequences. I'll butcher you first. Lu Yuanchun hurriedly said, "Junior sister Feixia, you've misunderstood." He gave an awkward smile, seeing Feixia's man-eating expression. He grew a bit afraid and had to suppress the sly thoughts that had just sprung up. Under the control of the two late-stage qi refining cultivators, the commotion in the market quickly subsided. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts this was only a temporary calm. What truly decided the situation was the outcome between Lu Yang and Ouyang Haoze. So at this moment, Feixia could only choose to trust Lu Yang. She believed Lu Yang might yet work a miracle. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. This is a spirit treasure? Staring at the round mirror in the sky, Lu Yang's face changed drastically. It's actually a pure Yang spirit treasure that restrains Earth Fiend Yin Qi, made specifically to counter the 100 Bones True Return Grand Formation. Ouyang Haoze threw his head back and laughed, full of pride. The 100 Bones True Revival Grand Array has occupied Skull Mountain for years. Since my Xinwu sect dared to make a move and scheme against it, we naturally prepared a method to break it in advance. With the Supreme Firmament Mirror present, you won't escape today. This spirit treasure isn't his personal property. It was refined by the Xinwu sect's foundation establishment True Person specifically to counter the 100 Bones True Revival Grand Array. Its power goes without saying. Above the market square, Lu Yang's face sank without a second thought. He spun around and bolted. Trying to run. Ouyang Haoze didn't hesitate. He leapt straight up and roused his divine sound, shattering the surrounding skeletal soldiers to pieces in moments, then dashed after Lu Yang. But right then, an anomaly suddenly occurred. As Ouyang Haoze stepped into the formation, his expression changed sharply. He instinctively tried to retreat, but when he turned, he saw only a field of crimson array runes. "Didn't expect you would actually dare to come in." Lu Yang halted, looked back at Ouyang Haoze. The brief panic from moments ago seemed never to have existed, and a grim smile surfaced on his face. "Impossible." Ouyang Haoze's eye twitched as he muttered in confusion and fear. "I clearly used the Supreme Firmament Mirror to lock down the 100 Bones True Revival Grand Array, so why did another formation appear? Is there a second array in the market? Where did it come from? How did I not sense any signs of array laying beforehand? Because I don't need to lay an array at all." Lu Yang sneered inwardly. "My blood-washing Heavenly River sword formation runs on that Blood Sun sword pellet formed by thought alone, leaving not the slightest trace." The next instant, a wind-whipped banner suddenly appeared in Lu Yang's hand. Innate One Qi Myriad Spirits banner. With a sweep of the banner, its spirits surged forth like a tide, swiftly settling on every node of the blood-washing Heavenly River sword formation and beginning to operate automatically. Back when setting up the formation, Lu Yang had already factored the innate One Qi Myriad Spirits banner into the design. Now, the myriad souls within the banner formed ranks to occupy the nodes, revealing profound mysteries in an instant. Heaven and earth turned scarlet, and a torrential blood river poured from south to north, pressing down toward Ouyang Haoze. Ouyang Haoze grunted dully, his body lurching. Heavenly demon blood dissolving divine light. Within the formation, he had no way to evade that divine light. He felt his once abundant vital blood draining away like floodwaters bursting through a breached dam. The next moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Skylight Lord, save me." Armor gleaming like the sun, golden scales unfurled layers of radiant light enveloped Ouyang Haoze, temporarily halting the erosion of the heavenly demon blood, dissolving divine light. Spirit Treasure Skylight Armor. This item was forged from demons subduing skylight. Its nature clashes with the heavenly demon blood, dissolving divine light. When the two meet, they stalemate each other. Only then did Ouyang Haoze barely manage to catch his breath. He hadn't expected that with his cultivation, plus the supreme firmament mirror and the skylight armor. After such thorough preparation, he would still almost capsize. At this point, there's no more running. Ouyang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot rather than flee. He fixed on Lu Yong deep within the formation, murderous intent rolling off him suffocatingly. Only counterattack remains. As a true disciple of the sect, his will was firm. He understood that on a narrow path, the brave prevail. He knew that if he focused only on escape, he'd be toyed with by Lu Yong. To break the formation, he had to risk his life in a desperate strike, kill Lu Yong first. Once Lu Yong dies, the array will unravel. Rumble. The next moment, protected by the skylight armor, Ouyang Hao's lunged at Lu Yong, his spear tip aimed straight at the innate One Chi Myriad Spirits banner in his hand. That banner looked like the core of the array. If he couldn't kill Lu Yong, destroying it might yet leave a path to survival. Perfect timing. Lu Yong flicked the banner up, and a figure appeared. It was Lu Xian, his face dazed, as if he'd just been awakened. The next second, boom. With a resounding blast, Lu Xian involuntarily opened his mouth and shouted, "Kill!" It was that mutual destruction killing spell. In Lu Yang's eyes, Lu Xian's use of the innate One Chi Myriad Spirits banner had been far too shallow. Banner spirits are inherently undying even if destroyed. As long as their true spirits remain, they can be reborn. Why make them fight by conventional means? He should teach them to use that mutual destruction kill move. Since they can resurrect anyway, have them unleash that self-detonation divine ability that harms oneself. 800 to kill 1,000 the moment they appear. That's the proper usage. In an instant, the tide of spirits swept out. When the dust settled, Lu Xian had vanished without a trace, while Ouyang Hao's had been forcibly halted in midair, his face dark to the extreme. Up to this point, he'd already used quite a few methods. Supernatural arts, spirit treasures, and suppression through cultivation. Dealing with a late-stage chi-refining cultivator should have been easy, yet he'd failed to land even a single successful move. As for himself, his expenditure of mana was anything but small. If this stalemate keeps up, I'm afraid I'll really end up dying here. At that thought, a flash of resolve crossed Ouyang Hao's eyes. He formed seals with both hands, and the heaven-like cuirass on his body immediately let out a piercing wail. He's about to damn. Seeing this, Lu Yang's face changed drastically. His figure blurred as he instantly shifted behind the Bloodsun's sword pellet, and he immediately urged forth the sword pellet's blood shadow to block before him. A thunderous boom. The spirit treasure known as the Heavenlight Cuirass, he actually detonated it. The spiritual radiance from the explosion was exactly like the spectacle Xiao Shiya had made before, sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, it tore Lu Yang's sword formation diagram to shreds, letting broad daylight return. Though Lu Yong reacted with lightning speed and tried to close the formation at once, Ouyang Hao's was even quicker. In that split second, he rushed out from under the diagram's shroud. Caught off guard, Lu Yong could only unleash a strand of heavenly demon blood transforming divine light, which stripped away another 30% of Ouyang Hao's vital essence and blood, leaving him now withered like a husk, skin clinging to bone. You destroyed my treasure. This hatred is irreconcilable. If I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces, it won't ease the hatred in my heart. Standing outside the Fong City, Ouyang Hao's face was twisted. He actually poured what little mana he had left into another spirit treasure, the Taishao mirror, making that mirror start to buzz and keen in sorrow. Even if I have to throw in every spirit treasure I have today, I want to see whether you can pull out a third grand formation. Rumble. The shrill keening, mixed with an ever more violent fluctuation of spiritual energy, rippled through the air. Ouyang Hao's eyes were blood red. He had clearly gone all in. Seeing this, the other two late-stage chi-refining cultivators from the Shenwu sect traveling with him, Wu Zhichong and Duanmu Yuan, could no longer keep calm. Senior brother, Ouyang. Wu Zhichong was the first to rush up. Taking in Ouyang Hao's current wretched state, he felt a stab of dread and lowered his voice to urge, "That Taishao mirror is no trivial thing, after all. I know what I'm doing." Ouyang Hao's shot Wu Zhichong a glance. The fury in his bloodshot eyes quickly faded as he regained his composure and said, "But that demonic path fiend in the formation is an even greater threat. So young and already so accomplished at formations, with no weak cultivation either. If we let him reach great completion of chi refining, it's not impossible for him to assault foundation establishment. If we can eliminate a future foundation establishment cultivator of the demonic sect here, then a mere Taishao mirror, so what if it's destroyed? Buzz buzz. The Taishao mirror in midair let out an even more urgent tremor, as if voicing its protest. But Ouyang Haoze turned a deaf ear. In his mind, it was just a spirit treasure. When he needed it, he would respectfully call it Lord Taishao. When he didn't, what was it worth? Seeing that Ouyang Haoze had set his mind like iron, Wu Zhichong could only sigh and stop trying to persuade him. After all, the one leading the team this time was Ouyang Haoze at great perfection of chi refining. Since he'd made up his mind, the mess ought naturally to be his to clean up. He'd said what needed saying, he'd done his utmost. Meanwhile, within the Fong city, Liu Yang retrieved the Bloodsun sword pellet that had been blasted into severe damage, gripped the innate One Chi Myriad Spirits banner in his hand, and cast a complex look toward Ouyang Haoze outside the city. Junior brother Liu, you're actually still alive? Fairy Feixia and Lu Yuanshun came over. The former couldn't hide her delight, while the latter, besides relief at surviving the catastrophe, also had deep wariness in his gaze toward Liu Yang. Brother Liu truly hid your depths well. Lu Yuanshun praised loudly. Since we managed to drive Ouyang Haoze back this time, our Fong city can finally rest easy. As long as we hold out until the sacred sect receives our message, sending reinforcements will definitely be no problem. Drive him back? It's a bit early to say that yet. Liu Yang merely shook his head. That's right, look at how badly Ouyang Haoze was hurt. This is more than a repulse, he's been grievously wounded. That should teach him a hard lesson. Fairy Feixia clapped her hands and laughed. Hearing that, Lu Yuanshun hurried to chime in beside her. But seeing them like this, Liu Yang suddenly let out a chuckle, and what he said was shocking. Simply chasing him off, how could that be the end of it? I've never been one to leave trouble for myself. In my view, killing him is the simplest. Kill who? Ouyang Haoze? In an instant, Fairy Feixia and Lu Yuanshun were both struck dumb on the spot, for even in their boldest imaginings, such a thought had never occurred. That fellow is a cultivator at great perfection of chi refining, and a true disciple of the righteous path. Who has the ability to kill him? And how would one even do it? As soon as the words left his mouth, they saw Liu Yang take out the piece of Xianpin Taiyin jade that Lu Yuanshun had only just returned to him not long ago. He then pinched a spell seal, lifted the jade on his palm, and began refining it. After that, urged by Liu Yang's mana, the jade slowly melted, ultimately becoming a lump of round radiance like a pallid, translucent mirror. Under that radiance's illumination, several human silhouettes flashed rapidly into Liu Yang's eyes, and each silhouette represented a trace of aura left behind in this place. Judging from the other's reactions, it seemed only he could see these images. Anyone who had crossed hands here, be it Fairy Feixia, Lu Yuanshun, or Ouyang Haoze, Wu Zhichong, and Duanmu Yuan, their auras still lingered in this spot. So this is the Xianin capturing form's grand art. This divine ability comes from the Taiyin shedding form corpse dissolution true law, and is the second spell recorded therein. The difficulty of cultivation lies entirely in an external object, so after obtaining the jade, Liu Yang mastered it with little effort. Perfect, let's see how powerful it is. Liu Yang lowered his eyelids, swiftly locked onto a wisp of residual chi Ouyang Haoze S, and captured it with the profound Yin form seizing grand art. Profound Yin form seizing. Liu Yang urged his divine ability in the next instant. The halo formed from the Xianpin Taiyin jade swallowed Ouyang Haoze S chi, and his figure emerged. Nailhead life-taking. Thus, Liu Yang slashed out with two fingers together. With a sharp crack, the halo split into two, and Ouyang Haoze's figure was cleaved top to bottom, side to side into two halves. To be safe, Liu Yang had brought the blade down vertically. Almost at the same time, outside the market, Ouyang Haoze had just finished speaking with Wu Zhichong. He turned to look toward the market, and with a lift of his hand tossed the Taishao mirror into the formation. Though the Taishao mirror struggled fiercely, his mind was set, he intended to blow it apart outright. But in the next moment, Ouyang Haoze's movements suddenly halted. Then, An inexplicable slash mark appeared above his head, quickly spreading downward, and finally bursting into a spray of blood. He was cleaved. The corpse dropped from midair, half a face still frozen in shock, eyes faintly moving, as if he hadn't yet grasped what had happened. What is going on? I died. And like that, his consciousness gradually dispersed in confusion. With its controller gone, the Taishao mirror that fell into the formation quieted Lu Yang beckoned with a hand, and it flew to him of its own accord. Northern Frontier, Shinwu Sect main headquarters. In a bright great hall. This place was called the Soul Lamp Hall as the name suggests. It displayed the soul lamps of many Shinwu Sect higher-ups, the sect master, elders, and even true disciples. As an old established power of the Northern Frontier, the Shinwu Sect had ruled here for 1,000 years, its prestige deeply rooted. High-ranking members rarely fell, so the disciples on duty here were mostly lax, treating it as an easy post to draw stipends. Today was no exception. The duty disciple made the routine rounds of the soul lamps. He entered, letting his gaze sweep over them one by one. Lit, 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 lit. Suddenly one went out, then lit, lit. Huh. The duty disciple blinked, reflexively turned to look, rubbed his eyes again, and his expression shifted from easygoing to slowly horrified. Out, out. Senior brother Ouyang's soul lamp went out. The cry spread at once. In an instant, a middle-aged Taoist appeared out of thin air in the hall, his gaze dropping straight onto the extinguished soul lamp, his face both shocked and enraged. How many years had it been since the Shinwu sect last saw a true disciple fall? Ouyang Skeleton Mountain. The middle-aged Taoist turned ashen, snapped out a hand to take down Ouyang Haoza's soul lamp, roused his power, and forcibly rekindled the flame. Of course, the dead cannot be brought back. The flame, once rekindled, could not restore his life. At most it replayed what he saw at the moment of death. Soon, the lamp flame showed a scene. The middle-aged Taoist recognized it at a glance. The Chuxing Sect's market on Skeleton Mountain. In the market, a handsome, elegant youth was gazing toward the sky. That one. He was the one who killed Ouyang Haoza. A hatred that cut to the bone rose in the middle-aged Taoist's eyes. For Ouyang Haoza was not only a true disciple of the sect, but also the most outstanding young member of his Ouyang clan, one in whom he placed great hopes. Once this enmity was forged, it would not end short of a fight to the death. In the Skeleton Mountain Market, Lu Yang, having just stowed the Taishao mirror, suddenly furrowed his brow, looked up toward the horizon, and a chill welled in his heart. He knew this feeling well. It was the sensation of someone tampering with his karma in his previous life. When the Butian Peak Lord calculated his karma, he had felt this same foreboding. Could it be another Foundation establishment master scheming against him? And just like that, the Shinwu Sect's incursion came to an abrupt end. With Ouyang Haoza dead, neither Wu Zhichong nor Duanmu Yuan dared linger. They turned and ran, as if floods and beasts were chasing right behind them. In contrast to Shinwu Sect's ragged retreat, the market was jubilant. After all, after this affair, the Skeleton Mountain Market had become impregnable. So long as no Foundation establishment master came forward, the Shinwu sect would find it hard to shake this defense. As for those corpse tides, they were more like a negligible plague, hardly worth mentioning. Put simply, safe. A safe market would naturally become a hub of money flow. Trade would grow hotter in the future, and opportunities to make money would multiply. The good days were just beginning. But bustle was bustle to Lu Yang. It was someone else's clamor. He only found it noisy. At the moment he was still ensnared by the palpitation just now, taking a long while to recover his composure. Ever since Xiao Shiye was fished away by that Taoist Hong Yun, Foundation establishment cultivators had become a lingering shadow in Lu Yang's mind. The moment he thought there might be yet another Foundation establishment cultivator scheming against him, the sliver of joy from having just slain Ouyang Haoza vanished at once. Instinctively, he reached for the innate Hunyuan 1 Qi divine talisman at his neck. Only after confirming it was still operating did he feel a little more at ease. If the talisman is still running, it means they can't calculate me for now. That said, the innate Hunyuan 1 Qi divine talisman's effect is not limitless. Strictly speaking, it doesn't sever causality completely. Rather, it drapes a false thread of causality over Lu Yang, thereby deceiving and protecting him. After all, if causality were cut off entirely, it would actually be too conspicuous. So when a Foundation establishment cultivator divines him, they won't get a blank, but will arrive at conclusions that appear watertight, yet are false. The upside is greater concealment. The downside is that it can't completely screen out a Foundation establishment cultivator's influence. Thinking of this, Liu Yang had already formed a judgment. He thought, so they weren't targeting me deliberately, but accidentally dragged me into it? In that case, the origin of the Xianpin Taiyin Jade also made sense. It wasn't that his luck was absurdly good, but that someone had deliberately put that thing into his hands, using him to carry out some unspeakable scheme. What is the goal? Liu Yang shifted his gaze to Ouyang Haoza's corpse, flicked the 10,000 spirits banner, and drew in the body that had been cleaved in two. Maybe he could dig up some clues from him. Besides, as a true disciple of the Xinwu sect, Ouyang Haoza was sure to have plenty of things hidden on him. Before long, Ouyang Haoza's corpse was refined and taken in by the 10,000 spirits banner. Unfortunately, since the body had been split in two, the extracted true spirit was not complete. When the 10,000 spirits banner collects a banner spirit, whether it can retain the target's battle strength, memories, and consciousness usually depends on how intact the corpse is. The more complete the body, the closer the banner spirit is to what they were in life. Liu Xin is an example. In Ouyang Haoza's case, Liu Yang could only preserve about 70% of his former state. Even so, he still learned many secrets from it. So this is the Xinwu sect's aim. There is a hidden secret realm within Skull Mountain, left behind by the ancient Wugu Dao. The Yin Qi Lei line beneath Skull Mountain is leaking out from that secret realm. The Xinwu sect wants to monopolize the secret realm, which is why they plotted to drive the Holy Sect's market out of here. If this news gets back to the Holy Sect, it can definitely be traded for a lot of contribution points, and the Holy Sect will also send people to support. Although monopolizing it would yield more benefits, why do I have to monopolize it? I don't intend to venture into that Wugu secret realm anyway. Better to hand it over to the Holy Sect, steadily earn some contribution points, and watch others do the fighting. Thinking this, Liu Yang felt much more at ease. Since he knew there was a Foundation establishment cultivator scheming behind Skull Mountain, he resolved even more firmly to hole up in the market and not go out. Afterwards, Liu Yang began sorting through what Ouyang Haoza had left behind. No sooner had he picked up Ouyang Haoza's storage pouch than a round mirror trembled and flew over, nuzzling his hand affectionately as it came close. It was actually the Taishao mirror. That spiritual treasure was like an eager little dog, circling Liu Yang, even hopping a few times now and then, looking utterly loyal. Are you defecting to the dark? Liu Yang was a bit surprised. Honestly, for such an extremely young spiritual treasure to throw in with someone of the demonic path like him looks like Ouyang Haoza had hurt it quite badly. Seeing his attention on it, the Taishao mirror first shone a light on the storage pouch in his hand, wobbled side to side, and then a milky little voice suddenly sounded in Liu Yang's mind, like a child just learning to speak. Those won't do. Next, the Taishao mirror flared with dazzling radiance, bobbed up and down, and its voice shifted, carrying innate pride. I can. It was practically recommending itself. Liu Yang was even more astonished. He'd long known that spiritual treasures could be sentient, which was wondrous enough, but he'd never seen anything quite like this. All right, we'll use you first. Liu Yang beckoned, and the Taishao mirror promptly landed of its own accord in his palm. With its cooperation, he quickly felt out the ins and outs of this treasure. Not bad. Truly a fine treasure. Liu Yang's face was full of delight. It really lived up to its reputation. As everyone knows, reaching great perfection in qi refining is to nurture the qi seed in one's body to the utmost, ultimately shedding into so-called perfected true qi. Like his 9 transformations dragon art, once he reaches qi refining great perfection, a transformation called true dragon baleful qi will emerge. In other words, perfected true qi is the hallmark of qi refining great perfection. With it one can crush all qi refining cultivators who haven to reach perfection. It's the strongest reliance. Yet this Taishao mirror naturally carries a strand of perfected true qi, called the Taishao wind and thunder qi. In other words, holding this treasure, Even if 1's cultivation is only at the first layer of qi refining, once activated it can stand on par with qi refining great perfection. However, it seems this treasure also has many restrictions set within it. Liu Yang examined the Taishao mirror closely. Thinking that treasures are ultimately meant for people to use the righteous path is no different, yet the mirror clearly bore many prohibitions that limited its actions. Therefore, if it were used in front of Xinwu sect disciples, the moment they formed a hand seal, the Taishao mirror might fly back on its own. This wouldn't be the mirror having a will of its own, but rather a recall failsafe left by the one who refined it. It would be a shame if a treasure like this couldn't be used. Liu Yang pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Though he couldn't break the mirror's internal restrictions with his current level and formations, there was a compromise. In a flash, Liu Yang waved the myriad spirits banner and summoned Ouyang Haozi back again, then refined him into a wisp of innate one qi and poured it into the Taishao mirror, having Ouyang Haozi control the mirror in his stead, thus bypassing those restrictions. Boom! In an instant, the Taishao mirror in Liu Yang's hand burst with dazzling treasure light. Within it the sound of wind and thunder rolled, its might nearly equal to qi refining perfection. It really works. Liu Yang laughed heartily, casually slinging the Taishao mirror over his back in moments. Even that treasure light took on a blood hue, as if imbued with his aura. Good. Excellent. Smiling, Liu Yang put away the Taishao mirror, then opened Ouyang Haozi's storage bag. A surge of spiritual energy spilled out at once, making him narrow his eyes. Inside was a huge pile of spirit stones. Not only that, but all kinds of precious pills, magic treasures, and materials. Liu Yang did a quick tally. If sold to the sacred sect, they'd fetch at least 30,000 contribution points. What a big fat score. Pity there'll probably be no chance again. After all, with Ouyang Haozi as a lesson, likely no disciples below Foundation establishment would dare to challenge that array again. Once word of the Wugui's secret realm gets out, Skull Mountain will probably be awash in blood again. There must be a Foundation establishment Jinren orchestrating this behind the scenes. So long as I don't go out and don't get dragged into this mess. Unless that person comes for me personally, what can they do? Having made up his mind, Liu Yang put everything away, opened the formation, rode a thread of escape light back to the market town, and landed on the terrace of the Blood Robe Tower. From that day on, Skull Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Xinwu sect kept sending more people, and reinforcements from the Chu sacred sect arrived one after another. Yet on the surface nothing seemed to change, while undercurrents surged behind the scenes. Amid such circumstances, Liu Yang's deeds somehow spread and became widely known. 10 years ago, he was still a mortal who entered the sacred sect, made a fortune by flipping death-substituting puppets, went into seclusion for 10 years, and broke through to late qi refining, became a formation master, later slew a Xinwu sect true disciple, and broke through to qi refining great perfection. Such an inspirational grassroots rise practically became a model for all disciples of the sacred sect. Gradually, out of awe, few even mentioned Liu Yang's name. Replacing his name was another, louder title, Master of the Blood Robe Tower. The white bone cave of Skull Mountain lay outside the market town. An escape light hid among the trees, revealing three figures. Two of them were Wu Zhicheng and Duanmu Yuan, who had fled back in disgrace after attacking the market back then. The third was a white-haired elder, Elder Ouyang. Wu Zhicheng spoke timidly, worried that this elder at qi refining great perfection would do something rash. The place ahead was truly perilous. Rest assured, this old man knows his limits. Ouyang Feng's expression was grim, though deep hatred burned in his eyes when he looked toward the market town. His voice was unusually calm, not the least bit agitated. That fiend is a 9th grade formation master. He laid an inner and outer pair of arrays in the market town, not something an ordinary person can break. No wonder he remains unscathed and even concocted the title Master of the Blood Robe Tower. But he isn't truly at qi refining great perfection. In the end, it's just a castle in the air. But Elder Ouyang, the Taishao mirror was taken by that man as well. Wu Zhicheng hastened to nod in agreement, adding in a low voice, the Taishao mirror is exceedingly mysterious. If that fiend can use it, I fear he could also rival qi refining great perfection. I've already considered that. Ouyang Feng sneered. After all, the Taishao mirror is our Xinwu sect's heirloom treasure. Can a fiend just use it as he pleases because he picked it up? If he dares use it, all the better. I've already invited Master Yang Yezi, who refined the Taishao mirror back then. He was furious that the Taishao mirror fell into a devil's hands and has agreed to go to Skull Mountain in person to reclaim the spiritual treasure and set things right with him there. If that devil dares to bring the Taishao mirror to fight me, he'll be courting death. Though Ouyang Feng was angry, his mind remained clear. With Ouyang Hao's object lesson before his eyes, there was no way he would force his way into the formation again. After thinking it over repeatedly, he still felt it more reliable to lure Lu Yang out of the formation. When does that man usually leave the market city? Faced with Ouyang Feng's question, Wu Zhichong and Duanmu Yuan looked at each other, but couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng immediately frowned and said with displeasure, "Haven't you been keeping watch outside the market city for a long time? You don't even know something this small." Reporting, "Elder, that person has not left the market city even once so far." He really hasn't gone out? Ouyang Feng froze for a moment. Didn't you pass the intel about the Wugui's secret realm inside? Doesn't he know that Skull Mountain is full of opportunities right now? The two replied aggrievedly, "We passed it in long ago." Then is it because the Chuxing demonic sect's reinforcements haven't arrived yet? The demonic path is currently weak, and he doesn't dare leave? In fact, the sect's reinforcements arrived 3 months ago and have been running rampant on Skull Mountain. Only this person has never left from beginning to end. After hearing the report, a look of bewilderment finally appeared on Ouyang Feng's face. "Go out." "I won't go out." Inside the Bloodrobe Tower, Lu Yang sat across from Fairy Feixia. While declining her invitation, he handed her a cup of spirit tea. "Junior brother, you really are?" Fairy Feixia looked at Lu Yang, her expression suddenly turning a little dazed. Once upon a time, she had been disappointed at this junior brother's timidity, who would have thought that, proceeding step by step, he would carve out the fearsome reputation of the Bloodrobe Tower Master. Cultivators, after all, contend with heaven for their fate, fall one step behind, and you may run out of lifespan and die. Even if there is talk of reincarnation, you can't rely on it. After reincarnating, you may not have a mortal fate, and you may not even be yourself. It's not something you can depend on. Yet this time, seeing him again, Lu Yang was still the same as ever, unattached and tranquil, as if he had put all things down and kept none of it in his heart. Such a rare temperament among cultivators made Fairy Feixia suddenly recall that line. Water benefits all things, and does not contend, therefore nothing can contend with it. But in a single lifetime, if you don't contend, how can you still seek the Tao? Are you supposed to wait for the next one? Thinking of this, Fairy Feixia couldn't help sighing. Shameful. I'm afraid in this life I won't reach a state of mind as lofty as junior brothers. Senior sister flatters me. Lu Yang smiled slightly. Didn't we agree before coming? This time we'll set aside worldly matters and speak only of the Tao. I'll teach senior sister formations, and senior sister will pass me talisman arts. I shall hold nothing back. Fairy Feixia lightly pressed her red lips together, lifted her veil with a fair hand, revealing a face of peerless beauty under the thin rosy gauze. Her figure was exquisite, and even her voice softened a little. Speaking of which, I still haven't had the chance to thank junior brother for saving my life back then. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. In the market city, a down-and-out looking young man paced in his cave residence, his face full of struggle. It was Lu Yang's old friend Zhao Xuhe. How can this be? How can this be? At this moment, Zhao Xuhe was anxious to the point of near madness. News of the Wugui's secret realm has already spread. If I don't make a move now, I'll lose my chance. At that thought, the true qi in Zhao Xuhe's body trembled violently. He was no longer at the 6th layer of qi refining as when he first came to the market city, but had broken through to the late 7th layer. It was this breakthrough, which shattered a bottleneck of many years, that gave him the idea of going to the secret realm to try his luck. But having the idea is not the same as having real ability. After losing the opportunity on Coiling Dragon Island, he could only cultivate Butian Peak's Yin Yang great music fu. His true qi was only 5th grade, and in divine abilities and magic treasures, he was inferior in every respect. In such circumstances, to vie for opportunities was simply courting death. After thinking it over and over, Zhao Shuhe finally gritted his teeth, took out a long, dusty jade slip, infused it with mana, and contacted the person he hadn't seen in a long time. Light spread from the jade slip, and after a while a voice came. Who? The voice was lazy and a little hoarse, yet it made Zhao Shuhe especially nostalgic. He said softly, Fei Xiao, it's me, Shuhe. That's right, he and Fairy Fei Xiao were indeed acquainted. But at most it was once a familiarity. Later, when he was chosen by the master of Butian Peak as a son-in-law, they cut off contact to avoid suspicion. He had thought they would each go their own way from then on, yet now he had no choice but to ask her for help. Zhao Shuhe clenched his jaw and said in a low voice, Fei Xia, I want to ask you for something. My path seems hopeless now. I'm planning to leave the market city and make one last struggle. He knew that Fairy Fei Xiao valued most those who were willing to risk everything in pursuit of the Tao. Therefore, only by saying this would he have any chance of moving her. But I don't even have any contribution points right now. I can't afford magic artifacts or divine abilities. Even if I truly have the resolve to burn my boats, I'm afraid I'll just be throwing my life away. So, for the sake of what we had before, lend me a little. The more Zhao Shuhe spoke, the more choked he became. Old memories with Fairy Fei Xiao involuntarily rose in his mind, and a faint, indescribable hope quietly kindled in his heart. But the next second, a bucket of cold water was dumped over him. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. The gentle voice that had held warmth instantly turned cold and said coolly, and stop coming to me from now on. I'm discussing the Tao with junior brother Lu. I don't want him to misunderstand. Crack. The next moment, the jade slip shattered into pieces. Zhao Shuhe stood there in a daze, unable to collect himself for a long time. After a long while, his face twisted, and he forced out a roar through clenched teeth. No. A few days later, in a quiet room within the Blood Garment Tower, Fairy Fei Xiao had long since drifted away. Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, beginning to ponder the talismanic inheritance he had obtained during this Tao discussion. As for romance, Lu Yang had never paid it much mind. He knew that there was no such thing as true love in the holy sect. It was nothing more than an exchange of interests. The life-saving grace was only one reason. On the other hand, he held down the marketplace. Even those achieving refining perfection couldn't do anything to him, so Fairy Fei Xiao had to rely on his help. Another factor was that discussing the Tao via demonic arts proceeded much faster. After all, the holy sect had techniques like the Yin-Yang Ode of Great Delight, which could directly plunder cultivation and knowledge, far more convenient than verbal exchange. But if Fairy Fei Xiao expected to leverage these few days of conversation to ask him for benefits, that was absolutely out of the question. After all, over these days he had also taught formations to Fairy Fei Xiao. Money and goods settled fair enough. Talisman arts. As one branch of the 100 arts of cultivation, talisman arts had always been in demand, and a few days of in-depth exchange had given Lu Yang a deeper grasp of them. In his view, talisman arts were merely temporary, small-scale formations, with power inferior to grand formations. They had many advantages: easy to carry, not reliant on earth veins or spirit veins for support, and not limited by region. As long as the user infused mana, they could be activated. Lu Yang calmed his mind and looked at the panel of the 100 Lifetimes book. Golden Light Talisman Beginner, 5 Thunders Talisman Beginner, Sword Chi Talisman Beginner, Return Wind, Return Fire Talisman Beginner. Fairy Fei Xiao had passed on a total of 4 talismans. The Golden Light, 5 Thunders, and Sword Chi talismans were fairly common, all at merely 9th grade. Only that last Return Wind, Return Fire talisman was a 7th grade major talisman. This talisman could imprint and preserve a cultivator's state during a certain period and override it when necessary, letting one return to peak condition for a short time. For example, if you had just gone through a vicious battle, battered all over, and with nearly depleted mana, releasing this talisman would let you return instantly to a sound body and peak mana. There would be backlash afterward, worsening your injuries somewhat, but it sufficed in critical moments. Fairy Fei Xiao had been able to flee all the way back to the marketplace thanks to this talisman's aid. Her willingness to proactively teach such a life-saving talisman showed that, although she had other intentions during this Tao exchange, she also had some genuine goodwill. However, the effect of the return fire talisman could not stack. Moreover, because its effect was strong, the cooldown was long once used. After all, hiring disciples of the holy sect to draw talismans still boils down to paying wages in the end. As for banner spirits, kidding me? Getting them to do the work at all already counts as their good fortune. If they still expect a paycheck, don't blame me for layoffs. Yin Miaoqing was waiting outside. As soon as Lu Yang stepped out of the meditation chamber, she brought an unexpected piece of news. Zhao Xue. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why senior brother Zhao would suddenly seek him out when he'd clearly been very wary of him last time. Seeing Lu Yang frown, Yin Miaoqing asked in a low voice, Taoist brother, if you don't want to see him, shall I send him away? No need. Lu Yang smiled faintly. Just let him in. Before long, Zhao Xue was led into the reception room of the Blood Robe Tower. Lu Yang secretly sized him up a few times, saw nothing unusual, and then went in. Senior brother Zhao? I've missed you so much. Lu Yang walked in and hugged Zhao Xue with a laugh, saying excitedly, to be honest, I fought that true disciple of the Xinwu sect a bit too hard some time ago. Though I cut him down, I was badly injured and it took quite a while to recover. I've kept senior brother Zhao waiting. Not at all, not at all. Zhao Xue smiled awkwardly yet politely. Though inwardly he was grinding his teeth, he'd seen Fairy Fei Xia come out of the Blood Robe Tower with his own eyes. But with a steady Tao heart, he quickly pressed those emotions down and regained his calm. Junior brother Lu, I'm here this time to ask you for a favor. Getting straight to the point, Zhao Xue said in a deep voice, Junior brother, do you know about the Wugui secret realm? Lately the news about it has been everywhere. Of course I know. Lu Yang nodded in response. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xue said, to be frank, I do have a few leads regarding the Wugui secret realm, perhaps connected to a foundation establishment chance. Oh, such a bland reaction left Zhao Xue stunned. This just wasn't he right. By his reckoning, a foundation establishment chance was an extraordinary matter. Shouldn't Lu Yang be rushing to probe for details the moment he heard it? But he didn't know that Lu Yang's mindset was perfectly calm at this moment. For context, the first time he learned about the Wugui secret realm was only after turning Ouyang Haoze into a banner spirit and digging into it, definitely a little-known secret. And now, the whole Skull Mountain was buzzing about it, everyone chattering away as if merely finding the secret realm would let even mortals establish foundation in one fell swoop. When the neighborhood aunties start talking stock trading, that's your cue to pull out. A so-called secret that everyone knows, can you still call it a secret? This was just sitting around waiting to shear leaks. Lu Yang saw it clearly. The more the Wugui secret realm was hyped to the heavens, and the more flowery the talk of opportunities, the more he resolved not to take a single step out of the bazaar. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately shook his head. Sorry, senior brother, I'm not interested in that secret realm. Zhao Xue froze, opened his mouth, and quickly tried to persuade him. Junior brother, cultivation is hard. In a lifetime, how can you shrink back at the critical moment? He said, the ancient Wugui Dao was a major demonic path. Though it was exterminated by the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, it wasn't he. Without spoils, there may be foundation establishment treasures hidden there. Are you not tempted at all? A chance like this comes once in a lifetime, miss it, and it's gone. A once-in-a-lifetime chance, that's your line. I'm not the same. If it doesn't work this life, I'll talk about it in the next. Lu Yang grumbled inwardly, but on his face he wore a resolute look as he shook his head and said, I've decided. If it's meant to be, it will be. If it's not, don't force it. Zhao Xue was stunned on the spot, at a loss for words. There was nothing he could do. With things said to this point, if Lu Yang refused to leave the mountain, he had no recourse. He could only secretly curse that damned old tortoise. In that case, forget it. But this time, I have another matter I'd like to discuss with you, junior brother. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Xue had no choice but to change tack and said earnestly, I have a secret art that can raise the success rate of foundation establishment. I want to use it as collateral to borrow 30,000 contribution points. A foundation establishment secret art. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yang, who had been about to see him out, lit up. and even his gaze on Zhao Shuhe softened. This man was simply his lucky star. Opportunities like speculating in the death substitute in puppet, the nine-change transforming dragon art, and the Skull Mountain Bazaar. And now yet another Foundation establishment secret art. Up to now, every opportunity he relied on had Zhao's senior brother's shadow in it. If not for him, he wouldn't be where he was today, truly indispensable. This method is called stealing heaven's secrets. With Lu Yong's nod, Zhao Shuhe took out a jade slip, infused a wisp of his divine sense into it, and handed it over. On it was an introduction to that Foundation establishment secret art. Lu Yong let his divine sense sweep over it, and surprise immediately crossed his face. This technique, called stealing heavenly secrets, Lu Yong recognized at a glance that it was created by an expert of the holy sect, for it bore the sect's unique style. So-called stealing heavenly secrets means first choosing an opposite-sex cultivator whose age, talent, and cultivation are comparable to your own to become your Dao companion. Then through cultivation gradually planting your own qi flow into the other's body, ultimately replacing the other's qi seed. Once it succeeds, the other will no longer be cultivating her own qi seed, but the caster's. At that point, whatever opportunities she encounters, and however many breakthroughs she makes will all be seized by the caster. A lifetime of cultivation becomes someone else's wedding dress. Vicious and insidious, treating people as paving stones. What a seasoned method. Thinking of this, Lu Yong glanced at Zhao Shuhe and suddenly remembered hearing in the life before last that he had seemingly become Dao companions with immortal Fei Xia. So that is how it was no wonder the two of them both perished after failing at Foundation establishment. Thinking on it now, it was likely Zhao Shuhe who struck first and killed immortal Fei Xia, only to then fail at Foundation establishment and die. His scheme ended up coming to nothing. Lu Yong muttered to himself inwardly, but his face unconsciously tightened, and vigilance rose in his heart. In his view, Zhao Shuhe's preparations in the life before last were indeed thorough. He demobilized almost every resource he could use. Back then, after Zhao Shuhe and immortal Fei Xia became Dao companions, they rode the chance at Skull Mountain to soar skyward, not only reaching great perfection of qi refining, but also obtaining two rare Foundation establishment items combined with that stealing heavenly secrets art. Fei Xia's share quite possibly had already fallen into Zhao Shuhe's hands. All told, Zhao Shuhe had prepared 3 full paths to break through to Foundation establishment. And the result? He still stumbled. Foundation establishment, the grand immortal foundation. Without establishing one, you can only be a mediocre person. No wonder only cultivators who establish their foundation are worthy of the word Jinren. Establishing the foundation is hard, practically harder than ascending to the blue heavens. After sighing, Lu Yong's gaze fell back to the jade slip in his hand. Junior brother, what do you think? Zhao Shuhe said with eager expectancy. Use this as collateral, junior brother. Lend me 30,000 contribution points for a term of 3 months. After 3 months, I will definitely pay you back. If I haven't repaid in full by then, I'll use this secret art as payment for the debt and give it to junior brother. But even if I do pay it back, I'll still gift you the secret art, as thanks for delivering charcoal in the snow when I was in a predicament. Zhao Shuhe sounded forthright and generous, but Lu Yong chuckled inwardly. He wasn't so easy to gull. On the surface it sounded like as long as I lend the money, this stealing heavenly secrets would be mine, so I wouldn't lose out, but things weren't as simple as they seemed. The crux of the problem wasn't the secret art, nor the money. It was the 3-month time limit. Because once I lend the money, if Zhao Shuhe runs into trouble within those 3 months, I'll have to step in and help, or else I might not get the money back. In other words, he's not borrowing money, he's roping me in as the front man. Zhao Shuhe clearly wants to use this Foundation establishment secret art to tie me down, so that later I'll shoulder the risks and the karma he attracts. Put simply, this is a sugar-coated bullet. But since it concerns Foundation establishment, he can't outright refuse. I want the secret art, yet don't want to shoulder this responsibility. What should I do? Lu Yong stared at the jade slip, mulling over how to eat the candy shell, while tossing the shell back, like fobbing Zhao Shuhe off on Lu Xian as a sworn brother, and the like. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Just as when he took Ouyang Haoze as a banner spirit, yet couldn't he wheedle the Shenwu sect's techniques out of him. The cultivation world has all sorts of protective spells since Zhao Xiu had dared come seeking him. He must have prepared in advance. The success rate was too slim. Lu Yang was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Forget it. Senior brother, I can lend you the money, but I have a condition. If you can't accept it, I'd rather not have this secret art." Zhao Xiuhe brightened and said, "Junior brother, speak plainly." "The condition is simple," Lu Yang said in a low voice. "Senior brother, you have to hand me the original text of the secret art, otherwise what if you regret it later? Of course, you can set a restriction on the original. If tampered with, it self-destructs, and lift it only after 3 months. With your cultivation, this restriction can last at least 80 years. That way I'll be at ease, and you'll be at ease. What do you think, senior brother?" Zhao Xiuhe thought it over. It didn't he seem improper? The only issue was that his mana was limited after 80 years. The restriction might automatically dissolve as his mana ran out, but by then it would be far too late, the opportunity long gone. One must understand, a Qi refining stage cultivator's lifespan is roughly around 150 years, and once past 100, essence, Qi, and spirit decline, making it almost hopeless to break through to foundation establishment. Lu Yang had just turned 20 this year. By rights, 80 years from now his life would be at its end, half a foot in the grave. Even if he obtained a foundation establishment secret art, it wouldn't be of much use. By the time this life is almost over, what would he have left to establish his foundation with? Is he supposed to wait until the next life to establish his foundation? The more Zhao Xiuhe mulled it over, the more he felt that Lu Yang had come up with a thorough plan, turning it into a transaction while avoiding mutual suspicion. Truly a win-win. Junior brother's request is reasonable, let us do it that way. Zhao Xiuhe nodded at once, took out a jade slip, condensed his mana to draw a restriction on it, and then handed it to Lu Yang. Seeing this, Lu Yang naturally smiled and reached out to take the jade slip. In a matter of moments, both sides were very pleased. From now on, Zhao Xiuhe will be of no further use. If he makes it back alive, that's another matter, but if he stirs up trouble, I won't care. At worst, I'll just wait 80 years and then look at that secret art. Either way, I won't be at a loss. After seeing Zhao Xiuhe off, Lu Yang happily hummed a tune while arranging the market. After all, this market was his livelihood at the moment. Moreover, the 100 Bones return to true grand array in the market was a 7th grade formation, whereas the blood-washing Heavenly River Sword formation diagram he had was only 9th grade. Its power relying entirely on the Sky Fiend blood transforming divine radiance. If he could penetrate the 100 Bones return to true grand array, by analogy, it would greatly benefit his attainments and formations. Before long, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Lu Yang emerged from meditation and caught a waft of fragrance soon. A graceful figure walked into the blood garment pavilion. "Senior sister." Lu Yang smiled and said, "One doesn't pay a visit for no reason, senior sister. Have you gained some new insight into formations and come to spar with me? I've told you how many times, just call me Feixiao." Fairy Feixiao rolled her eyes at him in mild annoyance, squeezed into Lu Yang's arms out of habit, and then said softly, "Someone from the sacred sect has come." "Didn't someone already come before?" Lu Yang said dismissively, "I made it clear last time I just want to cultivate in peace and don't want trouble. I have no interest in that Wugue's secret realm. The one who came this time is different." As soon as Feixiao said that, Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Who is it?" "It's second senior brother." Feixiao's expression turned solemn. "Second senior brother of the Three Rivers Society, a true disciple at Qi refining great perfection. This time he personally sent me to deliver a message." After hearing this, Lu Yang's face gradually sank. If he remembered correctly, the founder of the Three Rivers Society was a foundation establishment cultivator after all. It was a major power within the sacred sect. Maybe he was overthinking it, maybe borrowing trouble, but in any case Lu Yang was now more wary of any faction with a foundation establishment background. Especially those that had taken notice of him, they made him all the more alert. Unlike before, in this life I have a divine talisman protecting me. But Tian Peak can't calculate against me, and as a righteous sect, Shenwu sect isn't likely to screw over its own. Which means that foundation establishment cultivator who has been hiding in the shadows and scheming over Skull Mountain is very likely someone behind the Three Rivers Society. Liu Yang grew ever more suspicious of the Three Rivers Society, but his face remained calm. I see. Could it be that second senior brother wants to see me? Fei Xiao nodded. That's right. Second senior brother has come to Skull Mountain and is short a few capable helpers, so he hopes you'll lend a hand. Helpers? That was plainly pushing people to the front as cannon fodder. Liu Yang simply shook his head. I may know a little about formations, but once I leave them my strength drops sharply. How could I be worthy of second senior brother's favor? Better to have second senior brother invite someone more suitable. Liu Yang spoke with full confidence. Though he joined the Three Rivers Society and signed an oath contract, he wasn't its slave. He still had that bit of autonomy, and no one could force him. Fei Xia clearly thought the same, so she had come merely to pass along the message. After she finished speaking, her face flushed, 2 rosy clouds blossomed on her fair cheeks, and in her glances her charm was on full display. Junior brother, I've been puzzled about some things in formations lately. Please give me more guidance. That's wonderful. Liu Yang perked up immediately. In the next 3 months, Liu Yang's pace of life slowed down. Each day he either discussed the Tao with Fei Xia or pondered the 100 Bones return to true grand array outside. When he was in a good mood, he did both at once. But unlike his peaceful days, Skull Mountain outside the market had long since become a complete mess. Not only had the Xinwu sect and the Chusheng sect arrived, even their subordinate sects and some powerful rogue cultivators had been drawn over. As soon as the 3 sides met, they naturally brawled together. Along the way, they even dug up several sites of the ancient Wugui Dao, further confirming the real existence of the Wugui secret realm. It was at this moment that Fairy Fei Xia brought word that Zhao Xuhe had borrowed his name and snatched quite a few opportunities outside the market city. I never expected my reputation to work so well. Liu Yang was a bit surprised when he heard this several times. When Zhao Xuhe fought over opportunities and fell into danger, he got out of it by invoking his name. With Ouyang Haozi dead, it was clear many had grown fearful of him. This was also because Zhao Xuhe was slick and knew when to advance or retreat. To this day, he hadn't truly offended any big figures, so he dared to swagger under my name. Junior brother, are you really going to ignore this? Fairy Fei Xia, face filled with killing intent, said coldly. This person is borrowing your name to drag karma onto you. I say we just kill him outright and be done with it. No need for you to worry about him. Liu Yang shook his head and said that he simply wasn't returning to the market city right now. He was focused on heading to Skull Mountain, searching for ancient Witch Ghost Dao ruins and that Witch Ghost's secret realm. If I truly wanted his life, I'd have to leave the market city and go hunt him down. But how could that be possible? Let him be. Back then he paid me a chunk of contribution points, and I agreed to lend him my name. There's nothing worth quarreling over. After Fei Xia left, Liu Yang's expression slowly settled. Interesting. These past few months, everything I've seen and heard seems to be urging me to leave the market city. A word popped unbidden into Liu Yang's heart. Tribulation. I'm just a small chi refining cultivator, yet a foundation establishment cultivator has set sights on me, deducing karma and plotting in all sorts of ways. If this isn't tribulation, what is? Karma, damn it. With a tribulation upon me, I mustn't let nameless anger flare. Only by shutting the cave door tight and quietly reciting a few volumes of the Huangting might I evade this calamity. First there was the external pressure from the Three Rivers Society. Now I'm entangled by this internal karmic tie with Zhao Xuhe. No matter how you try to lure me, I simply want bite. The hidden dragon lies deep. Who can do anything to me? At this thought, Liu Yang's mind suddenly grew clear. The agitation from moments ago subsided into calm, and he felt much lighter, as if he had shed yet another layer of karma. Time flowed on, and another month passed. 1,000+ li east of Skull Mountain's market city. A figure's escape light could be seen fleeing, as if desperately burning his blood essence, with 7 or 8 streaks of pursuit light behind him. Zhao Xuhe, where do you think you're running? The pursuers were all well-equipped, blood and chi vigorous disciples of the Xinwu sect, most at late-stage chi refining, not yet at great perfection. If not for that, with Zhao Xuhe's current cultivation, he would hardly be able to escape. Even so, by the time he ran this far, he was near his limit. Lasting till now was only thanks to a sliver of hope propping him up. I can still be saved. I already sent Lu Yong a flying message. As long as I can run to that place, close to the market city, Lu Yong will definitely make a move to save me. Zhao Shuhe sprinted with all his might, forcing himself to believe these words. There is still a restriction I left on the stealing heaven secrets. If he truly wants to break through to Foundation establishment now, instead of waiting until he is too old to move, he has no choice but to come save me. He will come save me. He definitely will. Just then, a dazzling escape light rose from the market city's side, as if having discovered that he'd fallen into a desperate strait, sending Zhao Shuhe into wild joy. He is coming. I knew he wouldn't abandon me. Seeing this, Zhao Shuhe's spirits lifted, and the pursuers, puzzled, also slowed their steps, as if waiting for something. But as time passed, everyone noticed something was off. Though that dazzling escape light was rushing this way, it never quite arrived. Eventually, Zhao Shuhe couldn't run anymore. The Xinwu sect's pursuers managed to encircle him, and the two sides began to fight right there. The battle lasted about half a day. Later on, the pursuers didn't dare land killing blows. Afraid they might accidentally beat Zhao Shuhe to death, they kept glancing from time to time toward the direction the escape light had come from. Looking closely, was that escape light actually retreating into the distance? In the end, Zhao Shuhe completely broke. No. What? He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees, clearly having spent his very last strength, his life ebbing away inch by inch. At the moment of death, only one thought remained in his mind. Could it be that Lu Yong doesn't want that stealing heaven secrets technique? Why won't you save me? He didn't know that this was exactly the outcome the mastermind wanted to see. In the shadows, the Xinwu sect elder Ouyang Feng was also at a loss, looking toward the distant Skull Mountain Market City, with unwillingness and helplessness in his eyes. Why not save him? Only a fool would go save him. Retracting his escape light, Lu Yong looked at yet another of the countless flying letters for help and casually tossed it aside. Do you really think you can threaten me with a secret art? It's only 80 years. I can wait. When your restriction naturally dissipates, the secret art will still be mine if not this life, then the next. Thinking of this, Lu Yong couldn't help but sigh over Zhao Shuhe's poor luck. If he'd really managed to run into the market city, I'd have been willing to lend a hand. But outside the market city, there was no hope. Senior brother Zhao, go in peace. You sacrificed yourself for the holy sect in days to come. I will certainly petition the heaven-mending peak Lord to grant you a grand, glorious burial. As for your debts, we'll let them go this life. I'll come collect in the next. Another early morning, the blood-robe tower stood motionless. Fairy Feixia leaned against the terrace, her reflection cast beneath the eaves, stirring endless reverie. These days, it's thanks to junior brother Lu. They had just finished cultivating. Fairy Feixia had reached her limit and would find it hard to make further progress in the short term. Today, I plan to leave the market city. Feixia turned back and fixed her gaze on Lu Yong. My state of mind isn't as good as yours, and my talent is slightly inferior, but I'm not willing to fade into mediocrity. On this journey, I'm afraid it will be hard for Feixia to see junior brother again. She lifted her eyes and glanced about, a look that tugged at the heart, then softly sighed. In the future, perhaps the great Tao will be within reach, or perhaps I'll be buried in a foreign land. The immortal path is lonely, all the more so within the holy sect. Feixia only hopes that when the time comes, she can still see old friends. With that, she gave Lu Yong a sweet smile. Her stunning face and clear, lovely smile seemed to open her heart to Lu Yong for the first time. Junior brother, would you be that old friend to Feixia? Lu Yong was silent for a long time. An absolute beauty gazed at him with deep feeling, like an invisible net slowly closing in, able to enchant any man. However, Lu Yong suppressed his stirring heart. He calmly raised his hand and said, Senior sister is welcome to come back any time for tea. Even so, he still went through the motions of politely seeing her off. In an instant, the light in Feixia's eyes went out, whether from disappointment or helplessness. Her smile faded and her expression cooled again. I take my leave. The moment the words fell, a streak of escape light like rosy clouds soared up and vanished at the horizon in the blink of an eye. Only after she left did Lu Yong let out a breath, turn back to the meditation chamber in the Blood Robe Tower, slip into the formation, and grip the innate primordial One Chi divine talisman, finally stopping the trembling all over his body. He cursed, "Damn it, it must be a Foundation establishment cultivator scheming against me." As for Fairy Facia, it had originally been simple exchange and sparring, but just now he'd actually been moved. Facing Facia, he had been confused for a moment, several times nearly blurting out the words, "I am willing." That feeling was clearly wrong and went against his true heart. Drawing on the lessons of past lives, Liu Yang quickly concluded, the Foundation establishment behind the scenes couldn't sit still and made a crude move using Facia as bait, trying to force bind me to her and fish me out of the market city. Seclusion. I need to go into seclusion. With that thought, Liu Yang immediately declared a death-sealed seclusion, not seeing anyone for a while, to avoid his karmic ties being dragged in. Impressive. On the cliff outside Skull Mountain's market city, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, with a blood-robed youth standing respectfully behind him. A moment later, the figure with hands behind his back smiled and said, "An ordinary disciple with no background, and yet such a talent with a firm Tao heart very rare. I tried several times to fish for him with arts, and he never bit the hook. Second, I really don't know whether to praise your eye or fault it. Please forgive me, senior brother." The blood-robed youth cupped his hands respectfully and said with a hint of helplessness, "I originally just wanted to find some cannon fodder who knew even shallow waters could birth a flood dragon." This blood-robed youth was named Luo Wuya, the second brother of the Three Rivers Society. At the peak of Qi refining and master of a great divine ability, he was the holy sect's strongest figure on Skull Mountain in the open, a true heavyweight. Given that even he was so respectful, the identity of the hands behind his back figure was self-evident. The leader of the Three Rivers Society. His Taoist title was Yin Mountain. After forming his foundation 10 years ago, he rose at once into the holy sect's upper ranks and was granted leave by the sect master to establish the Yin Mountain branch within the Cloud Sea. However, senior brother, I still don't understand, does it have to be a disciple of the holy sect? Second, there are things you don't know. Taoist Yin Mountain shook his head and said, "The ancient witch ghost Tao is a major branch of the demonic Tao. Its secret realm carries extremely deep karmic entanglements. Even I am unwilling to lightly get tainted by them. This world is filled with karmic ties everywhere. Taking advantage and entangling yourself in karma eventually, it must be repaid." In antiquity, the witch ghost Tao set up a secret realm. The original intent was to find a person of great fortune, link karma through the sect's inheritance, and seek a chance to revive their orthodoxy. If I were to act personally, finding the witch ghost's secret realm would be easy. The realm might even reveal itself on its own. But in that case, the karma of the witch ghost Tao would fall on my head. That would be troublesome and might hinder my cultivation. Plainly put, Yinshan Jinren just wants to take advantage without paying the price. So I need someone else to open the witch ghost's secret realm for me. Witch ghost Tao is a major lineage within the demonic path. Picking a disciple of the holy sect is most suitable. The one I had originally chosen was the Blood Robe Tower Lord. I even went out of my way to draw quite a few formidable enemies onto him. So long as he was willing to step out of the market city, I would back him as his patron, help him eliminate his foes to accumulate fortune. Once his fortune was sufficient, the witch ghost's secret realm would naturally be drawn out by his fortune. If Liu Yang were here, he would definitely find these words familiar. Back then, Xiao Shiye was calculated to death in just this way. Those man-made children of destiny seem blessed by great fortune and invincible on the surface, but in truth they are merely bait laid by Foundation Establishment Jinren to fish away opportunities. Once the opportunity bites, the bait naturally becomes useless. Behind Yinshan Jinren, the blood-robed youth Luo Wuya bowed his head in silence, inwardly shocked at the methods by which a Foundation Establishment Jinren manipulates karma and fate. Forget it. Yinshan Jinren suddenly shook his head and said, "Since that Blood Robe Tower Lord refuses to cooperate, we'll switch to someone else. It doesn't have to be him." At this, Yinshan Jinren chuckled softly and asked, "Second brother, do you remember how the ancient witch ghost Tao was defeated?" "I know. It was the work of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion." Luo Wuya nodded and said, The golden core true monarch who headed the sword pavilion in that generation cut out a single sword strike from the 7 stars cliff of the pavilion, and the witch ghost Dao's mountain gate immediately sank. That's right, just one sword. Inshan Jinren sighed. In the heyday of the ancient witch ghost Dao, they had several foundation establishment Jinren numbers well into double digits, and even laid down a 4th grade formation to suppress their fortune. Even so, they couldn't withstand that golden core true monarch's single sword, severed from tens of thousands of li away. It might even be that the sword chi from that strike still lingers in the witch ghost Dao's secret realm to this day. At this, a hint of dread entered Inshan Jinren's eyes. The true monarch's lingering intent, sword chi dwelling in the world, so long as the witch ghost Dao is not extinguished, the sword chi will endure. This is also why he is unwilling to act personally. After all, the golden core true monarch's sword chi came from the leading sect of the righteous path, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. What if he went to open the secret realm himself, and the sword chi inside just happened to cut him down? Therefore, it's safer to find someone else to scout the way. That sword chi has been entangled with the secret realm for many years and has already fused with it. Since it can't be opened through a holy sect disciple, we might as well take another route. Find a way to lure in disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion to take that sword chi. The effect is actually the same. Having said this, Inshan Jinren's gaze shifted and he left the market city. Almost at the same time, Lu Yang, who was in seclusion within the market city, suddenly felt his body grow light, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, and surprise showed on his face. Looks like that foundation establishment Jinren behind the scenes has finally let go. Lu Yang raised his head to gaze at the sky. He possessed the innate Hunyuan 1 Chi divine talisman and had tempered himself over several lifetimes, so he could just faintly sense the shift in destiny. That feeling of a widened Dao heart and a broad, open chest had indeed not been felt for a long time. Good. Learning that the foundation establishment Jinren was no longer scheming against him, Lu Yang immediately felt far more at ease, and, even better, another plan was proceeding smoothly. Lu Yang took out the innate 1 Chi Myriad Spirits banner and simultaneously recalled his innate 1 Chi avatar. The Myriad Spirits banner was unique. Though it concealed a mustard seed space within, only beings like the innate 1 Chi avatar, which are linked to the innate Dao book, could enter it. As soon as the avatar entered, Lu Yang felt his vision turn. In the next moment, a vast scroll unfolded slowly before Lu Yang's eyes, like a series of linked panels, and in each panel stood a banner spirit. These scenes were all different: rustic mountains and fields, a lone island upon the sea, the forbidden grounds of the imperial city, even the heavenly court's immortal palaces. In each picture, a banner spirit, radiant light swirling around its body, was active, either eating, drinking, and making merry, or sitting in meditation to cultivate seemingly as real as a living person. Although he had seen it more than once, every time he looked, Lu Yang couldn't help but marvel. These pictures are likely all formed from the banner spirit's memories from before death, allowing the spirits to continue living within the paintings to preserve those memories from dissipating. What an incredible treasure! With a single thought from Lu Yang, the scenes within the paintings changed at once. All the banner spirits were gathered into one place, and the original images of mountain homes and the like were transformed into a vast factory and an assembly line. At first, the banner spirits were still a bit dazed. Soon, the strongest among the banner spirits, Lu Xian, was the first to come to his senses. He strode up to Lu Yang and said respectfully, "Your subordinate pays respects, Master. How is the work progressing?" Reporting to Master, "We have made 132 golden light talismans, 153 5 thunder talismans, and 210 sword chi talismans. Please have a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian presented a thick stack of talismans. Well done, however. Lu Yang swept them with his spiritual sense, first stowing the talismans away with satisfaction, then frowned and asked, "Who gave you permission to let them go back and rest?" Ever since he exchanged talisman arts with Fairy Fei Xia, he had delegated the production of the 3 low-grade talismans to the banner spirits inside the Myriad Spirits banner, who ought to be drawing talismans for him day and night, yet this time, When he came to inspect, he found everyone resting. How could this be? It's practically defying heaven. You are banner spirits. If you dare to slack off today, I don't even dare imagine what trouble you'll cause tomorrow. This unhealthy trend must be rooted out in the bud. Thinking this, Lu Yong narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, Senior Brother Lu, I'm quite pleased that you could lead the banner spirits to draw so many talismans, but you actually let them all rest. I'm very displeased with that. Reporting to Master, that was a decision I had no choice but to make. Lu Xian hurried to explain. Drawing talismans requires a living person to use mana as the brush and spiritual acuity as the ink, whereas banner spirits are bodies that are neither truly living nor dead. They may still have mana, but their spiritual acuity diminishes with use. If we keep them drawing talismans without pause for a long time, without letting them sleep and recuperate, their spiritual acuity will eventually be exhausted, and in the end they may dissipate for no reason. So what? Lu Yong's words stunned Lu Xian. The myriad spirits banner is least lacking in banner spirits. If they really get worn out and dissipate, it doesn't matter, I can fetch some new ones, which is even more cost-effective. Oh, right, banner spirits that have dissipated can even be used to feed other banner spirits. Since banner spirits can endure hardship, then they should endure more of it. You banner spirits exist to work for me if they want to serve me. They have no value in existing, let them dissipate on their own. Lu Yong spoke offhandedly, but hearing it made Lu Xian's heart go cold. He was terrified, shaken to the core. Beast, beast. Watching Lu Yong use the myriad spirits banner like this, Lu Xian secretly felt he himself had practically been a good person before he had only summoned the banner spirits to use during duels. Lu Yong keenly sensed his mood and smiled gently, saying, Senior Brother Lu, you know how fierce the competition among banner spirits is these days. To be honest, if we didn't have a bit of fellow disciple camaraderie, I wouldn't have entrusted this entirely to you. You need to learn gratitude. Think about it. Which banner spirit can I not use? This one or that one? It's all the same. Why should I use you in particular? It's only because we're of the same sect. You being where you are today is thanks to your own efforts too. Don't worry. As long as you do a good job, I won't shortchange you. Lu Xian was at a loss for words. Just as Lu Yong was inspecting inside the myriad spirits banner, in another secret chamber of the Blood Robe Tower, Yun Miaoqing was locked in a fierce inner struggle. How could this be? The expression on her face was neither joy nor shock, and the token at her neck, which symbolized her identity as a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, was shining. This was a communication radiance. As long as she circulated her mana to touch it, she could communicate with whoever was on the other end of the radiance. She had never imagined her own token had this function. But the question was, why had no one ever contacted her before? The next moment, a familiar voice sounded by her ear. Miaoqing? Good, you didn't die. It seems you still have a bit of fate left. You are, elder sister? Yun Miaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The reason she extended an olive branch to Lu Yong was partly because she trusted his character, and partly because she had her own background to back it up. As long as Lu Yong was willing to turn back, she was confident she could get him into the Sword Pavilion. The Yun clan had once produced a Sword Pavilion sect master, a Golden Core True Lord. Though it later declined, it was still considered a great immortal family within the pavilion. Only she herself was not valued by the family. The one truly valued was her elder sister Yun Miaoqing, a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion, cultivator of the Tai Golden Flower alchemical canon, single-minded in arduous cultivation, even refusing to rely on pills to force growth, and one of the rare geniuses who had mastered a great divine ability while still in the late stage of chi refining. Calling her Heaven's favored daughter was no exaggeration. Yun Miaoqing and Yun Miaoqing differed by only one character in their names. Those sisters, their talent and aptitude were worlds apart. Where are you right now? A spark of inspiration flashed, and a cool voice came. Your destiny was insufficient, which is why you fell into the demon sect's misfortune. Now that it is complete, you can escape the calamity. Can I return to the Sword Pavilion now? Yun Miaoqing froze for a moment. Then joy lifted her brows, and she hurriedly said, I'm at the Blood Robe Tower in the Skull Mountain Bazaar. Sister, will you come pick me up? Blood Robe Tower. Yun Miaojin was slightly taken aback, then said, "Did the Master of Blood Robe Tower take advantage of you? Fine, I'll seek justice for you and cut him down. Consider it completing your merit." At that, Yun Miaoqing was stunned and hurried to explain, "Sister, you misunderstand. Though senior brother Lu is from the demonic sect, he's not a villain. His heart turns toward the righteous path, and his talent is good. Rather than slay him, I think we should persuade him to reform. He could aid the righteous." Before the words had fallen, a cold rebuke cut her off. Absurd. The next moment, outside the bazaar, a tall woman in a white robe and crane cloak, sword intent in her eyes, suddenly crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Beside her, a middle-aged man frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Miaoqing is already beyond saving." Yun Miaojin shook her head and sighed. "She's actually speaking for a demon. I'm afraid she's fallen into tribulation and can't extricate herself. Don't expect her to escape it again." "Then what does junior sister plan to do?" "Head to the demon sect bazaar." No sooner had the words fallen than a nameless fury flared up in Yun Miaojin's heart. Yun Miaoqing was her own younger sister, 7/10 similar in looks to her. At the thought, Yun Miaojin felt her whole body uncomfortable and reflexively drew her legs together. Then a chill swept across her delicate face, and she said coldly, "The demon seduced my sister. If I don't personally execute him, I won't be able to let it go." In the Skull Mountain Bazaar, inside Blood Robe Tower, Lu Yang had just withdrawn his divine sense from the myriad spirits banner when his vision abruptly went dark. The spiritual platform was dusted. He frowned and looked toward the distant sky. The next moment, he had already urged his flight light and reached the edge of the bazaar. He saw a radiance streaking swiftly from the horizon, dropping straight before the bazaar gate, and a tall woman of extraordinary bearing stepping out on the wind. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Sword Pavilion. Lu Yang had also cultivated the divine firmament true art of sword flight and recognized her sect at a glance. He cupped his hands in salute and said, "I am Lu Yang. May I ask fellow Taoist's name?" "Yun Miaojin of Jade Pivot." At that name, Lu Yang's eyes narrowed. Yun Miaojin and Yun Miaoqing too close, it was hard not to make the connection. "Fellow Taoist, have you come to take your fellow disciple back?" Thinking this, Lu Yang didn't hesitate. With a wave, he hauled Yun Miaoqing out of Blood Robe Tower and tossed her before Yun Miaojin. "Miss Miaoqing hasn't suffered any grievance in the holy sect. Though nominally my slave, I have not violated her these years, so she remains intact. If fellow Taoist wishes to take her away, be my guest. My cultivation is shallow, so I won't see you off." In Lu Yang's view, there was no deep grudge between him and the Sword Pavilion. He felt he had preserved Yun Miaoqing's life as well as her chastity, and that the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, as the foremost righteous sect, wouldn't give him trouble. But soon, he realized he'd been wrong. Miaoqing still untouched. Yun Miaojin lowered her beautiful eyes to look at Yun Miaoqing. There was no joy in them, only a trace of disdain and helplessness. The next instant, she let out a long sigh. "What a pity, Miaoqing. Of course this was all orchestrated by me." Yun Miaojin nodded and said, "If I didn't do this, you could forget about ever reaching foundation establishment in this lifetime. You're my own little sister. I have to think for you. This is for your own good." At that, Lu Yang was left speechless. Damn, there are women this crazy on the righteous path too. A moment ago, Lu Yang still harbored some admiration for the world-renowned Yushu Sword Pavilion, but now he had none left. Better to stay in the holy sect for now. Every disciple of the holy sect is a talent. I love it here. Come on, come back with me. On the other side, Yun Miaojin didn't even glance at Lu Yang and Yun Miaoqing's expressions and said loudly, "I'll think of another way to help you get through this great calamity." "I won't." As Yun Miaojin tried to persuade her, Yun Miaoqing instinctively stepped back, looking at her own elder sister as if she were a stranger. After all, she never would have imagined that being abducted by the demonic sect 10 years ago and the near total despair that followed had all been orchestrated by her own blood sister. If she hadn't met Lu Yang, who preserved her life and her innocence, she'd have long since been refined into dregs for some medicine and died in some corner. "Be good and listen." Seeing her like this, Yun Miaojin knit her brows slightly and said, "You don't cultivate great divine arts, and you don't understand karma and causality, so it's only natural you can't appreciate my difficulties. Your painstaking care? Yun Miaoqing took another step back and said bitterly, setting a trap to throw me to the demonic sect to let others humiliate me, is that what you call your painstaking care? I'm merely conforming to karma and acting on heaven's behalf. When you ascend in the future, you'll naturally thank me. Yun Miaoxin's tone was placid. She felt what she'd done was perfectly proper, merely the arrangements of karma and fate with nothing amiss. Seeing that Yun Miaoqing was about to retort again, she simply waved her hand. A stream of radiance wrapped her up, knocked her out, and she casually tossed her aside. If we can't see eye to eye, there's no point in another word. I'm too lazy to tangle with you right now. Once that was done, she turned her gaze to Lu Yang. Lu Yang raised a brow and asked, Taoist Yun, what are you looking at me for? Yun Miaoxin's beautiful eyes flicked as she said coldly, you've schemed to ruin Miaoqing's cultivation. I'm going to borrow something from you to atone for it. Lu Yang laughed loudly and said, planning to borrow this handsome head of mine? Every word dripped with mockery. Yun Miaoxin nodded slightly, showing no anger. Her phoenix eyes narrowed a touch, chill filling her gaze. If you won't, so be it. Just don't blame me for slaying demons and defending the Tao. Before the words had even fallen, she raised her fair hand. In an instant, a pure light illuminated 10 li, revealing a crystalline, sword-like glazed glass. 10 li of rivers and mountains were reflected along its blade. You really think I'd be afraid of you? Lu Yang let out a proud laugh, turned and sprang away, turning into a streak of escape light that dove into the market city at the same time. The 100 bones returned to Truth Grand Formation, and the sword formation diagram activated at once. A hidden dragon in the abyss who can take my life? At this, Yun Miaoxin gave a faint smile without the slightest hesitation. A streak of escape light soared into the air, slammed precisely through the Grand Formation, and charged straight into the market city. In an instant, countless gazes from within and without the market city converged. After all, with Ouyang Haoze as a prior cautionary tale, everyone knew the Blood-Robe Tower Master was a 9th rank formation master near unassailable behind a grand array. Under these circumstances, how could Yun Miaoxin have the confidence to storm the market city alone? Almost at the same time, several figures appeared outside the market city. Among them Elder Ouyang Feng of the Xinwu sect and the second senior brother of the Sana Society, Luo Wuya. Both had already reached the great perfection of qi refinement, and their expressions were very grave at the moment. Yet their gazes fell on the other side of the market city, where a plain-looking middle-aged man who had come together with Yun Miaoxin was standing. Tai sword Yun Jiqiu? Luo Wuya's face was solemn. He clearly recognized the man and said coolly, Skull Mountain isn't even in your Jiangnan. The Yushu Sword Pavilion is sticking its nose far too wide. Yun Jiqiu smiled faintly. My Yushu Sword Pavilion merely safeguards the righteous path. The righteous path knows no regions. What a big mouth. Luo Wuya was so infuriated he let out a laugh. You'd do better to pray that little junior sister of yours makes it out alive. Yun Jiqiu glanced at Lu Yang and Yun Miaoxin, shook his head, and said, Demonic sect in the end only ever these underhanded tricks. How could heterodox paths ever contend against our orthodox divine arts? No sooner had he spoken than, within the market city, Yun Miaoxin formed a seal and pointed the glazed glass artifact sword she had summoned immediately blossomed with dazzling radiance. Seeing this, Luo Wuya and Ouyang Feng seemed to think of something. Their faces changed drastically. The Heaven Evasion Sword? This woman actually has such a precious treasure hidden on her. In the next instant, the sword light blanketed the surrounding heavens and earth. Lu Yang urged the formations, but whether it was the 100 bones returned to Truth Grand Formation or the blood-washing Heavenly River Sword Formation diagram, both were pierced through as if that sword light simply ignored them. Boom! As the sword light dispersed, only 2 grand formations still running remained in the market, their interiors utterly empty, with nothing but a glazed magic sword hanging high in the sky. In the Skull Mountain market, everyone saw Lu Yang and Yun Miaoxin vanish at the same time, and naturally all assumed it was the work of that glazed magic sword suspended in the air. Seeing this, Luo Wuya's face darkened, yet inwardly he was secretly delighted. A foundation stage adept is truly unfathomable. Senior brother really did hook a big fish. The Tiandun sword, this spirit treasure, has appeared again. Among the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion's 108 famous swords, this blade ranks 37th and stands at the head of the Earth Fiend category. Though not truly called a spirit treasure, it surpasses spirit treasures and contains a mustard seed cave heaven in combat. A single sweep of its sword light can draw the opponent into the cave heaven, thereby seizing every advantage of time and terrain. Within the cave heaven, the sword pavilion disciple's mana is replenished by the cave heaven. Employing common divine arts hardly consumes any power. By contrast, once a non-sword pavilion cultivator falls into the cave heaven, first 30% of their true chi is shaved away, then 30% of their divine arts are impaired, and finally, even their spirit treasure's might is weakened by 30%. As one wanes and the other waxes, the outcome is almost decided. This is also why Yun Miaozhen, despite knowing Liu Yang had dual formations protecting him, remained so confident. She knew double formations could not resist the Tiandun sword's seizure. In fact, the vast majority of 5 elemental things cannot block the Tiandun sword. To block the Tiandun sword with formations, the only way is to lay formations that likewise can transform the void, but such arrays are exceedingly rare. And even if they exist, a 9th-rank formation master would not be able to set one up. Looks like this time that fiend is sure to lose his head. On the other side, Ouyang Feng, an elder of the Xinwu sect, clapped his hands and laughed. Though he could not take revenge with his own hands, Liu Yang's death would still ease the resentment in his heart. Luo Wuya could only smile wryly and shake his head without refuting inwardly. He was calculating the same. If Liu Yang had dual formation protection, he might still hold his own in a duel, but once captured by the Tiandun sword, it would be certain death. Even Luo Wuya himself would find it hard to be safe. However, this suits senior brother's intention. That Liu Yang failed to appreciate kindness and repeatedly defied and entangled senior brother's karma. Senior brother deliberately lured Yun Miaozhen here. He probably intends to kill with a borrowed blade. Thinking of this, Luo Wuya calmed down. Though a fellow disciple of the holy sect, he had no intention of lending a hand. He was simply waiting for Liu Yang to be destroyed, Yun Miaozhen to seize his fortune, and the witch ghost's secret realm to be opened. Meanwhile, within the Tiandun sword, the sword light shone down, and layers of formations could not block it. When Liu Yang came to himself, his vision cleared, and the scene before his eyes had already changed. All that met his gaze was a field of rampaging sword chi. As the sword chi descended, Liu Yang immediately felt his true chi wane by 30%, and employing divine arts inexplicably grew much more hindered. He knew this was the cave heaven's suppression. The next instant, the light above suddenly blazed, and Yun Miaozhen strolled out of the radiance. Initial Saint Fiend, today you must meet this calamity. Submit to execution. Her ringing voice descended from the heavens, like an immortal proclaiming an edict. With each word dropping, Liu Yang instantly felt heaven and earth turn hostile, as if they would tear him apart. As her words fell, Yun Miaozhen straightened the Taoist coronet atop her head in a blink. A blazing golden splendor burst forth, lighting the firmament, then split into 3 rays: gold, silver, and jade, coiling around her like swimming dragons, head to tail linked, ring upon ring interlocked, making her all the more solemn and awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Liu Yang's face grew even darker. After several lifetimes of cultivation, he was no longer unfamiliar with the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. With a brief thought, he recognized the divine art Yun Miaozhen was wielding. This is the secret of the Golden Flower, a grand divine art of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. At that thought, alarm bells rang in Liu Yang's heart. The true method of lunar shedding and corpse release in his hands was also a grand divine art. Precisely because of that, he dared not underestimate the might of such arts. Now I truly have to fight for my life. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. As he knew, the Sword Pavilion's secret of the Golden Flower can refine 3 lights: gold, silver, and jade, each an excellent divine art. To bring this grand art to perfection requires the 3 flowers gather at the crown, refining the 3 lights into a single Tai golden flower. The Tai golden flower not only combines the effects of the 3 lights, its power multiplies, and it can even help break through to foundation establishment. Fortunately, her divine art should not yet be perfected. The Tao is one. If the art were truly perfected, Yun Miaojin would not split into three lights, but would have only a single complete Tai golden flower. Perhaps this is my chance. Just then, Yun Miaojin made her move with a sweep of her sleeves. The golden radiance around her moved at her will, surging to cover where Lu Yang stood. Lu Yang immediately backed away. The so-called divine radiance was in fact a golden glow that moved with the mind. Should your state of mind fall into disorder, it would self-immolate. Thus, even the slightest touch of its light would make the inner heart fire surge out from within. Golden flames would bloom across the body if you couldn't suppress them. You'd turn into a heap of calamity, ash in the blink of an eye. Go. At Lu Yang's thought, the divine glow of the heaven demon blood transmutation roared up. The overwhelming blood light forcibly braced against the descending golden radiance, the two tugging and deadlocked midair. Yun Miaojin saw this and immediately pressed lightly between her brows. In the next instant, a sword pill floated from her hand, flashed out like a streak of light and vanished, then a moment later reappeared above Lu Yang's head, cleaving straight down. Clang! Clang! As the sword Qi held down, Lu Yang's blood sun sword pill was nevertheless kept outside the grotto heaven. He let out a helpless sigh, and a wind and thunder treasure mirror immediately appeared behind his head. Taishao mirror. The mirror face shuddered, and wind and thunder coiled forth. The Taishao wind thunder Qi within the mirror instantly whipped up bolts of lightning, shrouded in a chill wind, forcibly trapping Yun Miaojin's sword pill like a vortex that would not let go. The lightning kept grinding away at the pill's sword Qi. Yun Miaojin saw this and did not grow anxious. She gave a cold smile. She was decisive but not reckless. Long before entering the bazaar and making a move on Lu Yang, she had already dug up every piece of information about him. Formations and the Taishao mirror were both within her expectations. Now Lu Yang had used the heaven evasion sword to dodge the formation, and used his sword pill to pin down the Taishao mirror. Yun Miaojin naturally felt victory in hand and prepared to settle it in one stroke. In the next moment, Yun Miaojin simultaneously stirred the silver light and the jade light at her side. These two gleams were respectively the Qi light and the essence light. The former could break through 10,000 streams of Qi. The latter could sever iron, stone, sinew, and bone. Now they merged into one, condensing into a crystalline, limpid sword light that slashed down at Lu Yang. No wonder she's a sword pavilion true disciple. Lu Yang could only give a wry smile as he watched. Yun Miaojin was clearly no hothouse flower. Her execution and timing were exquisitely precise. What's more, she commanded a great divine ability. Though not yet perfected, she was only one last step away from fusing it. At the very least, she had already gathered the three components that made up this divine art. By contrast, Lu Yang's attainment in the true law of lunar shedding and corpse release was far inferior to hers. That final Taiwei Edict of Absolution treasure register was still stuck at a bottleneck, making no headway. The three divine abilities were not yet assembled, much less integrated. In a contest of arts, I'm not her match. Lu Yang knew this all too well. Truth be told, he wasn't adept at spell duels. What he excelled at was using higher cultivation to crush weaker opponents. But as for now, Yun Miaojin was at the 9th level of Qi refining. He was only at the 8th. Never mind fighting on equal footing, he was actually battling a stronger foe from a lower realm, completely contrary to his usual pattern. If this had been a few months ago, I probably could only have tried again. But now the situation had suddenly shifted. In the next instant, facing the two sword lights Yun Miaojin was slashing down, Lu Yang flicked his hand, tossing out two talismans in succession, which burst in midair. Boom! With a deafening crash, a bolt of lightning and a streak of sword Qi howled forth, actually blocking Yun Miaojin's falling sword light at the very last moment. 9th grade talismans. Yun Miaojin's brows twitched, but she quickly regained her calm. Only two, still a drop in the bucket. How many talismans can you have? Though a sword pavilion true disciple, she didn't study talismanry, yet she was no stranger to talismans. Even a 9th grade talisman, mere 9th grade though it was, would take a late-stage Qi refining cultivator at least 3 days to draw, with absolute focus and no distractions. Thus she concluded that Lu Yang couldn't possibly have more than a handful, countable on 10 fingers. The next instant, Lu Yang waved his hand again. What unfolded left Yun Miaojin gaping second, third, fourth dozens. Then hundreds of talismans spread to blanket the sky. Beneath the canopy of talismans, Lu Yang shook the 10,000 spirits banner again. The banner spirits were still working overtime, rushing production without pause. How many? Don't compare it to your tiny cultivator cottage shop. I'll let you see the output of a black-hearted industrial assembly line. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sea of talismans moved as one. In a flash, soared chi and lightning interwove, lighting up the entire grotto heaven and lighting up Yun Miaojin's face, contorted in astonishment. Talismanry and formations each have their strengths and weaknesses, but in the end they are external tools, letting cultivators use things to oppose people, the weak to overcome the strong. A single 9th grade formation was enough to let Lu Yang take the upper hand in a spell duel, and a 9th grade talisman, though not the equal of a 9th grade formation, was enough to make Yun Miaojin brace herself, by no means something one could casually wave away. At this moment, Lu Yang swept his hand, flinging out almost 500 talismans. He activated them all at once, their powers stirring even the colors of heaven and earth. As soon as talismans are activated, they turn to ash after the battle, leaving not a trace once used. They are gone a consumable, so many people treasure them. But Lu Yang couldn't care less. Talismans used up? He'd just have the banner sprites work overtime to rush out a few more. Rumble. In an instant, sword chi swept across the sky, thunder rolled, and countless talisman lights streaked like lightning, crowding around Yun Miaojin at the center, as if 10,000 blades and axes were chopping down at once. Seeing this, Yun Miaojin had no choice but to fall back into defense. The next moment, chi light surged up and became a silver treasure canopy, sealing Yun Miaojin firmly beneath it and keeping all the talismans outside. But that was only temporary. The talismans did not drain Lu Yang's mana, whereas Yun Miaojin's use of the Tai golden flower alchemical scripture cost her dearly. Momentum waxed and waned as his rose and hers fell. The chi light around her body was instantly shredded to tatters by the myriad talismans, and she could only barely hold up a single strand of essence light to protect herself. Sever. Lu Yang would never pity beauty. The sword chi talismans and 5 thunders talismans fell together, and in a blink they tore Yun Miaojin's body, protecting rosy cloud raiment, to pieces. In an instant, the raiment shattered into rain, scattering, revealing large swathes of snow-white skin. Yun Miaojin's pretty face flushed scarlet with fury. Her body, like mutton fat jade, trembled violently. She instinctively tried to cover herself, but Lu Yang had her so harried that she couldn't spare a hand. Demon, you're courting death, Yun Miaojin cried, her features twisted. So young, she had already stepped into the 9th level of chi refining and mastered the great divine art of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. She was a true disciple, a foundation establishment seed, normally lofty, cold, and proud. When had she ever imagined she'd end up in such humiliating straits? Lu Yang watched, the corner of his mouth faintly lifting. Fellow Taoist, you truly are a peerless beauty. No matter how desperately Yun Miaojin tried to cover up, it was self-deception. She couldn't fool his arcane eye. Everything that could be seen, he saw clear as day. She was extremely sensitive to gazes, and instantly grew all the more frantic. What enraged her even more was that Lu Yang actually showed a look of disdain and said, in broad daylight, what propriety is this? And you call yourself the Orthodox, a scion of a reputable sect? As he spoke, Lu Yang was still directing talismans to attack her. The verbal provocation was only a way to unsettle her mind. His goal was, and always had been, only one: kill the enemy. Sure enough, after such humiliation and after she clearly held the upper hand at first, only to be beaten by Lu Yang's prodigal tactics until she was in tatters, her Tao heart showed the slightest crack. Now, of course, Lu Yang wouldn't miss the instant her Tao heart wavered. Seeing her mind drift, he immediately formed a seal. A round halo suddenly blossomed behind his head. As the halo shone, the scene in Lu Yang's eyes changed at once. The place where they had just been fighting abruptly revealed countless currents of chi belonging to Yun Miaojin, traces she had left behind. Mysterious seizes the form, nail the head, take the life. With a thought, Lu Yong cast the halo upon one cluster of qi and seized it. Within the light was mirrored Yun Miaojin's graceful figure. In the next instant, without hesitation, he slashed with a single finger. Once again, it was a vertical chop. The halo split into two halves, and the image of Yun Miaojin within split as well. At once an invisible force fell swiftly upon her true body. Crack! Suddenly there was the sound of skin tearing on Yun Miaojin's snow-white, delicate forehead like carved ivory. There appeared a clear blood mark. Immediately, the blood mark spread rapidly. Don't even think about it. In an instant, Yun Miaojin's pupils shrank. Flush spread across her snow-white skin, her delicate brows stood on end, and a shaft of golden light suddenly burst from her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she actually withdrew the spirit light that had been contending with heavenly demon blood transmutation and gathered the chi light and essence light as well. The three splendors merged in a heartbeat into a blazing golden light that shot up from the ground, setting her off like a ninth heaven. Mysterious maiden descended to earth. Three lights as one, Tai golden flower. At that moment, Lu Yong felt that the Yun Miaojin before him suddenly became higher by a tier, not in height, but in level, in dimension. So this is a grand divine art? If before she had only been employing several superior divine arts that compose a grand divine art, now she was truly driving the complete grand divine art. The feeling was completely different. Under the empowerment of Tai golden flower, Yun Miaojin seemed to slip free of this realm of dust, ascending by degrees, standing at a height utterly different from Lu Yong. The two of them, one high, one low. This gap was all too familiar to Lu Yong. Though far less terrifying than back then, it still recalled the shock of his first meeting with Taoist Tongyun. Yun Miaojin moved right then. She lifted her hand, her pale hand giving a slight flick, and the profound in-shape seizing grand art that had been coiling around her was forcibly redirected toward another person with a similar chi resonance. The one it was diverted to turned out to be her own sister by blood Yun Miaoqing. In an instant, the bloody mark on Yun Miaojin's forehead sealed up while outside the grotto heaven. The still unconscious Yun Miaoqing suddenly split open. Ruthless, truly decisive. Seeing this, Lu Yong immediately sneered. Quick on the draw, aren't you, Taoist friend? In danger, you kill your kin first to save yourself. Is this the sword pavilion's way? This is Miaoqing's tribulation. Don't turn black into white. Yun Miaojin's tone returned to cold. You ruined her cultivation and left her tribulation unpassed, which led to today's catastrophe. You are the true culprit. Ha ha, Lu Yong laughed. With skin that thick, it's a grievance to keep you in the sword pavilion. Why not join my holy sect? Yun Miaojin remained unmoved, the chill in her eyes deepening, and said coldly, sharp tongue, fiend. Today I'll enforce heaven's will. The next moment, the Tai golden flower Yun Miaojin had condensed collapsed with a roar. Like pushing down golden mountains and toppling jade pillars, it swept across Lu Yong and the talismans he had activated in a blink. Lu Yong's figure and hundreds of talismans were all swept clean away, as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It looked as though words on a page were being erased by an eraser. There was no corpse, no residual chi, not the slightest trace left behind, as if he had never appeared in this world at all. Then the Tai golden flower dispersed, revealing a staggering Yun Miaojin. But the face of this favored daughter of heaven had turned a terrifying livid hue. Pffug. The moment she touched down, she suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. The radiance on her body shattered with it, and she could no longer condense even the faintest glow. Gone, all gone. Yun Miaojin's lips quivered, with no joy of victory at all. This was the price of forcing out the Tai golden flower with a secret art before reaching chi refining perfection. Her three lights of essence, chi, and spirit were smashed to pieces, and decades of bitter cultivation turned to ash in a single night. The once clear foundation establishment path was now shrouded in shadow. Yun Miaojin let out a long sigh and was about to leave the grotto heaven, when just then, a figure she could scarcely believe suddenly appeared. Taoist friend, trying to leave before the outcome is even decided? Lu Yong stood there elegant and handsome, sleeves billowing. Though his true chi was greatly depleted and his mana exhausted, he was entirely unscathed. Impossible. Yun Miaojin's face changed drastically, and her normally crisp voice sharpened. That was the Tai golden flower. How could you possibly block it? This was something Lu Yong naturally wouldn't disclose to her. Indeed, relying on his own arts alone, Lu Yong could not have withstood that Tai golden flower. A true grand spell already carries a measure of foundation establishment might. What blocked it was his talent. Purple talent, two tricks. Two tricks. No matter how fearsome the assault, as long as it's within your capacity, you can handle it with ease twice. This was the talent he obtained upon returning after, in his previous life, drawing his sword in fury and cutting down the heaven-mending peak master. If Yun Miaojin could spam the Tai golden flower 4 or 5 times, he would undoubtedly be dead, but she could only cast it once, so don't blame him for turning on the cheat. It's only twice, but it really can carry him through 2 hits. Lu Yong smiled faintly, gripped the Taishao mirror, walked up to Yun Miaojin, and fixed her whole body in place with the mirror's light. Yun Miaojin struggled on instinct, glaring at Lu Yong. What are you trying to do? To be frank, I'm very interested in the Tai golden flower alchemical book. I want to say a thing. Relax, you'll talk. Lu Yong let out a cold laugh. I am a disciple of the holy sect. A pity, it's not the complete text. Lu Yong closed his eyes to assimilate for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Only a third, the rest is warded. I really can't get at it. The next instant, he turned to look at Yun Miaojin again. Yun Miaojin clenched her jaw, but not daring to show resentment, could only faw. As they approached, the escape light converged, and from it stepped out an old monk draped in a kasaya, holding a monk's staff, who clasped his hands to Yun Jiqiu in salute. This poor monk is called Ming Chan. I pay my respects to benefactor Yun. Yun Jiqiu nodded and replied coolly, Demon subduing Chan Master Ming Chan, I've heard your name. It seems you and my uncle had several years of karmic ties. Benefactor has a keen eye for people. Ming Chan smiled slightly and said, back then, when Senior Yun went to the Eastern Sea to seek out a baleful entity, he rested at my temple. I received his guidance, and only then have I achieved what little I have today. At this moment, the people within Skeleton Mountain were a mixed crowd. It concerned a foundation establishment opportunity and beyond Divine Martial Gate, First Saint Sect, and Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Many renowned rogue cultivators had also come by name, among whom the demon subduing Chan Master Ming Chan was a standout, having reached the rare great perfection of chi refining among rogue cultivators. Clearly, he was more closely connected with Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Wuya, thinking he had the Yin Mountain Jinren as backing, felt he could remain fairly composed, but Ouyang Feng beside him couldn't help frowning. After all, in his knowledge, this Ming Chan was by no means ordinary. He was originally a mortal, yet worshipped the Buddha across 3 lives with unwavering resolve, forging karmic ties with the Buddhist order, and only in this life did he receive the mantle of a high monk of the Sangha. Relying on the Buddhist affinity of 3 lives, his cultivation within the Buddhist order advanced swiftly, and what he inherited was the most fierce and domineering demon subduing Chan among the Sangha. He often crossed hands with demon heads, with extremely rich combat experience. At least, if Ouyang Feng were to clash with him head-on, he might not be sure of victory. By the count, Miaojin should be back. Yun Jiqiu made a quick calculation with his fingers, glanced at Yun Miaoqing beside him who had already been split in 2, and shook his head. A pity, Miaoqing ultimately couldn't escape her calamity. Hearing this, Ming Chan pressed his palms together, brows creased with sorrow. Ba. I hope benefactor Miaojin is unharmed. Worry less, Taoist friend. Yun Jiqiu chuckled. I must admit, that blood robe tower master has some skill, likely cultivates the demonic sect's profound in-shape seizing. But since Miaoqing is already dead, Miaojin should be unaffected. In the end, it's karma. Miaoqing was often at that fiend's side and never suffered his humiliation, yet today was cut down by that very fiend. Ming Chan nodded in response, then looked toward the bazaar, scheming in his heart. He wasn't merely here to curry favor. In truth, he wanted to use this chance to latch onto Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion's gate. After all, if one can enter a famed major sect, who would want to be a rogue cultivator forever? Just then, a loud boom suddenly came from the bazaar. Seeing this, Yun Jiqiu couldn't help laughing. Junior's sister must have completed her great work and returned triumphant. Before the words had fallen, the heaven evasion sword suddenly vibrated. Sword light burst forth again, rending the void, and a figure stepped out slowly from within. In an instant, Yun Jiqiu's laughter cut off. On the other side, Ouyang Feng's expression also showed doubt. Luo Wei's pupils contracted sharply, and the three stared in disbelief at the figure in midair. Lu Yang, he is actually alive? Where is Fairy Miaozhen? Paying not the slightest attention to the commotion all around, Lu Yang stood proudly in the air. With a beckon, the heaven evasion sword, bereft of its original master, fell into his hand. This treasured sword had a karmic affinity with him, truly a fine thing. The next moment, Yun Jiqiu turned into sword light and rushed straight to the edge of the bazaar, fixed a deep stare at Lu Yang, and said in a low voice, "I misjudged." Lu Yang cast him a sidelong glance. "Who are you?" "Yun Jiqiu, Miaozhen's senior brother." Yun Jiqiu's face was calm. "Miaozhen's immortal path is not yet at its end. Hand me her true spirit, I will send her to reincarnate." Hearing this, Lu Yang paused, then suddenly laughed. "Fellow Taoist is unaware I am a disciple of the holy sect." At those words, Yun Jiqiu's face changed abruptly. "What did you do to her?" Lu Yang, utterly unconcerned, laughed aloud. "Fellow Taoist Miaozhen is quite the talent, what else could I do? Naturally, question her a bit." Yun Jiqiu raised his brow. Anger laid bare. "You dare pry into my sword pavilion's divine arts?" Lu Yang remained unmoved, meeting his gaze calmly. "And what can you do to me?" At that, a sharp killing intent burst from Yun Jiqiu's eyes, but Lu Yang paid it no mind, merely lifting his head to gaze at the boundless sky. He can't keep lying low. At the very instant he killed Yun Miaozhen, Lu Yang understood what situation he would face. The crowd would rise as one to attack, and they would show no mercy. Worse, he faintly felt that with Yun Miaozhen's death, an invisible fortune had actually been bestowed upon him, making his mind suddenly lucid. His comprehension saw even the bottleneck at the 9th layer of qi refining that had been stuck loosened by much. Lu Yang knew clearly in his heart, Yun Miaozhen, she had to be killed. As expected, it was a calamity that could not be escaped. That Jinren did it on purpose, deliberately bringing Yun Miaozhen to find me, with the intent of having her kill me or forcing me to kill her. This is obviously forcing me into it. Either Yun Miaozhen is forced to throw her life away and becomes a pawn in that foundation establishment Jinren's hand, or I can only strike first and kill her, taking her place. There's no other path. That foundation establishment Jinren is far too overbearing. ISNTE. Having figured this out, Lu Yang lost all interest in threatening Yun Jiqiu. He knew that from here on, one way or another, there was no way to keep muddling along. What that Jinren wants is probably a life and death duel, a real battle. Since that's the case, better to make it clean and simple. Lu Yang sighed, looked again at Yun Jiqiu, then steadied his mind, looking on the bright side. At least it meant that Jinren valued him. Not afraid you're weak, only afraid you're worthless. After cultivating through several lifetimes, Lu Yang had long since understood. In the Saint sect, only by proving you still have value to live can you be qualified to keep living. At this moment a figure suddenly approached. It was Ming Chan. Amitba. He strode forward and said in a clear voice, "Layman Lu, you should know calamity is hard to escape, but this poor monk has a method that can help you leave the sea of suffering." "Oh, save me?" Lu Yang glanced at him and sneered. "Thanks for the kind intention, master, but I don't quite understand what method you're talking about." Ming Chan pressed his palms together and said mildly, "Though you are mired in the demonic path in this life, and it is hard to turn back, you still have a trace of good thoughts. This poor monk is willing to personally send you into reincarnation after you undergo the turn of tribulation in your next life. I will take you as a disciple, then you may still have a chance to cultivate the righteous path." Lu Yang was speechless. "Personally send me into reincarnation, master. Are you saying you're going to kill me?" "Not to kill you, benefactor, but to form a karmic bond with you." Ming Chan spoke solemnly, his aged face full of compassion. "After you are reborn, this poor monk will send you to the Sword Pavilion to be a menial for 30 years. In this way you can wash away cause and effect, and in days to come still have the chance to cultivate the righteous path. Damn! Lu Yang burst out laughing. Say all you want, better to simply have a duel of arts in my saint sect. Breaking bones works better than anything. As soon as the words fell, a talisman appeared in his hand. Returning wind and fire talisman. In the next instant, the talisman shattered. Lu Yang's vital energy instantly returned to its peak. He said no more, urging his sword in a fierce slash. Outside Skull Mountain's market, in a cave dwelling newly carved out, 7 colored rosy clouds surged within the glow. A beautiful woman sat cross-legged, regulating her breath, and with each inhalation and exhalation, the radiance gradually drew in. A moment later, the 7-colored light finally gathered into one. Then the 7 hues slowly fused, ultimately becoming a pure, flawless white divine radiance shining down. I did it. As the white light congealed, the woman in the glow opened her eyes and said with a smile, 7-colored pure radiance Qi, I've reached Qi, refining perfection. She cultivated a method handed down by an elder of the Saint sect. The 7-colored pure radiance Qi appears pure white on the surface, but is actually composed of the 7 hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each color is one refinement, and after 7 refinements the true Qi can reach 4th grade. In that case, foundation establishment should be within reach. Fairy Facia sighed. Though 4th grade true Qi still falls short of the golden core, it doesn't affect her much. She's never coveted the golden core path anyway. This time being able to find a piece of gathering haze stone was entirely thanks to fate. With her heart turning grim, Fairy Facia flew straight toward the market. From afar she saw, at the center of the spiritual tide, a figure besieged by a crowd. There were 3 attackers. The moment Fairy Facia recognized them, her expression grew even more shocked. Yushu Sword Pavilion's Tai Sword, Yunjiqiu Shenwu Sec's Heaven Overturning Strongman, Ouyang Feng, and the itinerant demon subduing Chan Master, Mingchan. They've actually joined forces. Looking up, above the Skull Mountain market, the sky was filled with a blood-hued sword array. Myriad streaks of bloodlight condensed into a lifelike true dragon with 8 claws, its scales and talons distinct, ramming left and right, lashing tail and budding horns. Suddenly a dragon's roar exploded, and it was precisely that roar that stirred up the spiritual tide. Break! Each time the spiritual tide erupted, Yunjiqiu, Ouyang Feng, and Mingchan were forced to fall back for a moment, but very soon the 3 would regroup and charge again. Umitba, I did not expect Benefactor Lu to have such fortune, to actually possess 3rd grade true Qi. Mingchan pressed his palms together, an unusual look appearing on his normally serene face. 3rd grade true Qi. That was already the level of the true transmissions of the great sects. Thinking of this, Mingchan spoke with even greater compassion. Benefactor truly has karmic affinity with this poor monk. On this occasion, as I send you into reincarnation, this poor monk shall obtain Benefactor's 3rd grade true art. When Benefactor in a future life returns after rebirth, this poor monk will return the cultivation method intact, thus fulfilling the karmic bond of master and disciple between us. Bald donkey, you're courting death. Lu Yang let out a cold laugh. The great dragon, his inner true Qi had taken form and to roared again. The Bloodsun's sword pill immediately appeared, and the sword array expanded with a thunderous boom. Excellent, excellent. We are carrying out heaven's will. Why should Benefactor waste his efforts? Seeing this, Mingchan did not meet force with force. He gave his kasaya a light shake, and the 7 treasures upon it, Rui Pearl, Mani Pearl, Dust Dispelling Pearl, and the like, instantly blazed with Buddha light. Relying on that protective Buddha light, he retreated unhurriedly, evading the engulfing sweep of Lu Yang's sword array. In truth, Lu Yang had managed to hold out until now, largely thanks to the Bloodsun sword pill. After all, the grand formation within the sword pill could make the blood-red divine light formed by the heavenly demons hit unerringly, its power astonishing. Whenever the situation turned against him, he could always rely on it to claw back around. Of course, if he truly slipped up, there was still the 100 Bones return to Truth Grand Formation to shield his life, allowing him to make a comeback once more. Aside from this, There were other reasons the three were unwilling to go all out. They were afraid of my profound, in-shape, seizing grand art. Liu Yang knew full well. The fiercer the duel, the easier it was for one's chi mechanism to leak once someone seized upon it. It would be a fatal blow. So Yun Jiqiu and the others had a simple plan. Grind it out with Liu Yang like this. They were, after all, three at great perfection of chi refining. Their combat strength, not to be belittled, three attacking one at the 8th layer of chi refining, gave them a sure win. Even with 2 grand formations propping him up, it would be to no avail for Liu Yang. If I were only at the 8th layer of chi refining, that would indeed be true. Liu Yang's gaze flickered. He looked up at the sky, and sudden insights surged in his heart. It was today, at this very moment, that he would force a breakthrough. The next instant, Liu Yang let out a long howl to the heavens. At the same time, his true chi surged violently, assaulting the 9th layer of chi refining. Seeing this, Yun Jiqiu and the others were stunned at first, then sneered, "Ignorant fool. Trying to break through in the middle of a duel? Have you read too many storybook novels? Breaking through during a duel is simply asking to die. What cultivator doesn't shut themselves away in meditation when breaking through? A breakthrough requires a surge of true chi and total concentration, but you're in the midst of a duel. With external foes disrupting you, how can you set your mind on the breakthrough?" But just then, high above Skull Mountain, from a place higher than high, a gaze descended, overlooking the beings within Skull Mountain, as if sizing up little figurines on a sand table. Interesting. A bit of daring, and knows how to read the situation. Not bad. Perfected. Inshan chuckled softly. He stretched out a hand and flicked, a light touch like plucking a zither string, and the originally certain death situation suddenly changed. This change was felt most keenly by Liu Yang alone. A moment before, he had still felt his true chi in disorder, his preparations insufficient for a forced breakthrough, with a high chance of chi deviation, yet suddenly, everything changed. That so-called disorder of his true chi turned out to be just right, as if he'd hit the jackpot, exactly matching what was needed for a breakthrough. The bottleneck was uncannily not so difficult. One push, and it broke, and his state was just right besides. As if by instinct he stabilized the cultivation base after the breakthrough. It was absurdly coincidental, luck so good it was hard to believe. Could this be the so-called child of destiny? When fortune arrives, heaven and earth both lend a hand, he can achieve his aims with hardly any effort. A thunderous rumble. In the next instant, under the stupefied gazes of Yun Jiqiu and the other two, Liu Yang abruptly broke through, mastering the final form of the 9 transformations dragon art, the flying fish transformation. And the flying fish transformation specifically targets the breaking through stage. So Liu Yang didn't stop at all. The true chi he had just surged forth with swelled again, and under the boost of the flying fish transformation, he slammed into the bottleneck of the 10th level of chi refining. Then, he naturally broke through again. 9 transformations dragon art complete, chi refining perfected. In an instant, a crisp dragon-s chant split the entire Skull Mountain as the sound swept past Yun Jiqiu and the others. Everyone wore stiff, stunned expressions. Impossible. Something's off. Could a Jinren be tugging at karma? A moment later, the 3 of Yun Jiqiu snapped back to themselves, faces full of dread. They saw Liu Yang standing proudly in midair. He turned to the 3, let out a cold laugh. Got it now? This is what it means to act on heaven's behalf. Once foundation establishment stirs, heaven and earth are no longer what they were. To chi refining cultivators, a foundation establishment Jinren is tantamount to heaven. Only with a Jinren backing you do you merit being called a child of destiny. Do you count as acting on heaven's behalf? Amitba. The next moment, Ming Chan said no more. His kasaya flicked, Buddha light flared, and his figure was the first to fade away. Though Ming Chan was a rogue cultivator, he had inherited the Buddhist lineage and knew full well how terrifying a foundation establishment Jinren was. What the immortal sects call foundation establishment, the Buddhist gate calls the lotus platform. A cultivator who lays the Tao foundation is titled Jinren. A Buddhist who ascends the lotus platform is called an arhat. The names differ, but the destination is the same. An arhat. There's actually an arhat behind Skull Mountain. Damn it, what chance fortune. It's all fake. There's clearly an Arhut fishing for people even if there is a fortuitous encounter. That Arhut had long since reserved it. Fuck. At this moment Ming Chan was nothing like a monk of the Buddhist gate, flustered and panicked. His old habits flared up and foul language kept spilling out. After all, before cultivating Buddhism, he had been a bandit from the mountains. The funny thing was, every time he killed someone or robbed a road, he cowed out to the Buddha, who have thought he actually one day obtain a Buddhist fortuitous encounter. The chance even said it was merit accumulated over several past lives. So he put down the butcher's knife and wanted to become a Buddha on the spot. From then on, everything went smoothly for Ming Chan. He easily reached great perfection in qi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. But now, all he felt was panic surging in. The merit from 3 lifetimes and the overwhelming luck that always aided him seemed to have failed, sending him only ceaseless warnings from the void. Danger. Certain death. Run. Ming Chan fled all the way, yet gradually ground to a halt. Sweat poured down his bald head as he looked around and found everything had returned to how it was at the start. Where even is this? Was I really just running away? With doubt in his heart, the Buddha light in Ming Chan's eyes slowly faded. He actually suffered qi deviation at that moment. The Dharma body he had cultivated for decades simply stopped responding. He died. In fact, from start to finish, that foundation establishment Jinren never showed himself. He merely tugged a few threads on the great net of karma, and Ming Chan, as a matter of course, died suddenly. Meanwhile, outside the Skull Mountain Market, Yun Jiqiu and Ouyang Feng were likewise drenched in sweat. They hadn't run, not because they were slow to react, but because they understood fleeing was useless. With a foundation establishment Jinren right in front of you, could you possibly escape? Rogue cultivators really are short-sighted. Especially Yun Jiqiu following Lu Yang's breakthrough. He felt his Ling Tai, once dust-covered, suddenly clear, and a surge of intense panic welled up. What am I even doing? What did I just do? At this moment, a figure appeared without a sound. The man wore a black robe, a young man with a gloomy mien and pale face. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary Taoist priest one might see in the mortal world. Greetings, senior. Yun Jiqiu didn't hesitate. He sheathed his long sword and bowed. Jinren Shan didn't answer, merely fixed a blazing gaze on Skull Mountain below. At the mountain's foot, a jet-black flame was slowly seeping up from the earth veins. Elsewhere, Lu Yang's heart stirred. As well, he felt inspiration arrive with good fortune. The Wugui secret realm. The fate and karma in the unseen hinted to him that precisely because his fortune was at its peak after his breakthrough, the Wugui secret realm had been induced to respond and manifest, choosing him to appear. So it was fishing after all. The next moment, the Wugui secret realm, which had been constantly currying favor with him and radiating familiarity, suddenly stalled, then erupted with violent anger and fear. It was the emotions of the secret realm's spirit erupting. The fish finally bit. Come here. It was Inshan Jinren who spoke slowly. He didn't use any divine ability. Yet with just that single sentence, the newly emerged Wugui secret realm lost control and lunged toward him. Lu Yang couldn't help cursing in his heart. Fuck. There was actually a blazing strand of sword qi within the secret realm, entrenched like a crouching tiger and coiling dragon, as if waiting to deliver a fatal strike to anyone outside. Clang. In the next second, Lu Yang's thoughts froze in his eyes. There was only that sword qi locked onto him, as if even his skin and hair had been seen through. Golden core sword qi. Inshan Jinren stepped back, shielding Lu Yang behind him, which was precisely why he preferred to stay behind the scenes and avoid acting personally. Inshan Jinren felt a surge of schadenfreude. If he had opened the secret realm himself, the sword qi might have locked onto him before golden core sword qi, foundation establishment, and qi refining R&T much different life and death decided with a single stroke. Yet, unexpectedly, the sword qi did not strike. Lu Yang only felt his newly refined, perfected true qi, the third grade, true dragon sha, tremble slightly, as if resonating from afar with the sword qi in the secret realm. The two sides just held each other in a deadlock. Seeing this, even Inshan Jinren let out a soft sound. Giving Lu Yong an unexpected glance, it was clear he hadn't anticipated such a twist. No one knew how long it lasted. As if having passed some kind of screening, the sword chi refrained from acting and instead dissipated on the spot, turning into surging spiritual energy that returned to heaven and earth. Only then did Lu Yong snap back to himself. His halted thoughts resumed, and he was instantly drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been hauled out of water. 9 transformations dragon art the legacy of Panlong Jinren? You're lucky Panlong Jinren wasn't he a demonic cultivator. This strand of golden core sword chi targets demonic cultivators. If you were practicing my sacred sect-s techniques, you'd be dead for sure. Fortunately, you cultivate the 9 transformations dragon art. Inshan Jinren sized up Lu Yong, a bit surprised but not taking it to heart. The quality of the bait didn't matter, and Lu Yong's life or death meant little to him. The key was whether he could hook the fish. Since the Wuguei secret realm had already emerged, his goal was achieved. Time to reel in the rod. Inshan Jinren raised his hand and grasped the Wuguei secret realm, which had just surfaced with black flames soaring skyward, instantly dispersed, turning into a stream of light that fell into his palm. Good. A perfect heavenly corpse fiend chi. Satisfaction spread across Inshan Jinren's face. The path of foundation establishment has its subtleties and requires earth fiend chi, and heavenly corpse fiend chi is among the finest of the earth fiends. With it, his breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment was almost a sure thing. Just then, Lu Yong strode forward, dropped to one knee without another word, and said in a clear voice, "Congratulations, senior brother, on obtaining this opportunity. From here on, the great Tao is within reach." Not far away, Luo Wuya, the second senior brother of the Sanhao Association, immediately changed expression. He cursed inwardly. Damn, he beat me to it. No wonder this brat could make a name among the common disciples. Sure enough, he is from my sacred sect, a master at flattery. While cursing Lu Yong in his heart, Luo Wuya hurried up as well, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother, may your immortal lifespan be 1,000 years. Ha. 1,000 years is the lifespan of a golden core. I couldn't handle that. Couldn't handle it." Despite his words, Inshan Jinren clearly enjoyed it. While he said he couldn't, inwardly he wished they'd heap on a few more lines. In the end, even Yun Jiqiu and Ouyang Feng had to grit their teeth and offer a couple of congratulations. Inshan Jinren glanced at Ouyang Feng with amusement. "Shenwu sect openly provokes my sacred sect, and you still dare run your mouth before me?" Ouyang Feng shuddered all over, scalp tingling, and stammered, "You can't kill me. And my Shenwu sect has a Jinren too. From now on, it won't." Inshan Jinren casually tossed out a line that shattered Ouyang Feng's courage. "Since I can appear here, Shenwu sect's fate has run its course. This is impossible. My Shenwu sect." Before he could finish, Ouyang Feng's chi and blood suddenly rampaged, shocked and enraged. His mind lost control, and he couldn't suppress it, able only to stare wide-eyed. Boom! With a resounding blast, Ouyang Feng, a cultivator at great completion of chi refining, blew apart, turning into a rain of light that quietly merged into heaven and earth. Only after the rain of light faded did Inshan Jinren avert his gaze. Leaving Yun Jiqiu of the Yushu Sword Pavilion drenched in sweat, he and lifted a hand. He simply flicked his sleeve and vanished with Luo Wuya and Lu Yong, leaving behind only a silent skull mountain. For Lu Yong, it was an unprecedented experience. He was ascending in an unfathomable realm. His position kept climbing toward the heights, and everything of the mortal world looked ever more insignificant to him. Is this the perspective of a foundation establishment true person? Could this be ascension? Lu Yong suddenly understood. No wonder foundation establishment true persons are often mysterious and aloof from the mundane. Perhaps it's this kind of height at work. At the same time, he recalled his previous bout with Yun Miaojin. When she unleashed Tai Golden Flower, that great divine ability felt somewhat like what he was experiencing now, just not this high. Thinking back now, great divine abilities might be a means of simulating foundation establishment. No wonder people say cultivating a great divine ability can increase the success rate of foundation establishment. It's like starting from the foot of the mountain versus starting halfway up with different starting lines. The difficulty of reaching the summit naturally differs. In the next moment, Liu Yang's mind suddenly trembled. Then he seemed to fall into a realm of pitch black, empty and silent, a place that seemed to encompass all things, yet his spiritual sense could not extend. But soon, the situation changed again. Beasts! You beasts! With a furious roar, that inexplicable realm suddenly burst with a spray of multicolored light, and around the light, currents of sky-piercing black chi sealed off the four directions. To Liu Yang, both the multicolored light and the black chi were heavy like mountains, but it looked as if the light was firmly tethered by the black chi. As time passed, the black chi continued to erode vast swathes of the light, and the vigor behind the original roar gradually waned. Is this a Foundation establishment battle? Liu Yang was shocked and doubtful, and he knew he was merely hitching a ride with Yinshan True Person, unable to truly witness this grand brawl between true persons. But relying on memories from several lives, he still drew a conclusion. That multicolored light was probably a true person of the Xinwu sect. I understand. This is another scheme, and this time the bait is the entire Skull Mountain. At that thought, Liu Yang suddenly felt enlightened. Everything before his eyes neatly unraveled the riddle he had never been able to solve. Obviously, Yinshan True Person was fishing at Skull Mountain, aiming for the Wugui secret realm, and judging by his tone, it was very likely tied closely to his cultivation. The problem, however, was that from beginning to end there was only one Foundation establishment at Skull Mountain. Yinshan True Person. Where were the Foundation establishments of the Xinwu sect? At first, Liu Yang thought Yinshan True Person's methods were so brilliant he could lay out a scheme while hiding it from Xinwu sect's true persons, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Quite the opposite, in fact. This true person probably didn't conceal anything at all, rather, he openly manipulated cause and effect with the express purpose of luring out Xinwu sect's Foundation establishments. Yinshan True Person was at Skull Mountain, using himself as bait, and the Holy Sect was using Yinshan True Person as bait across the northern frontier. Now the fish had bitten, and those Foundation establishments of the Xinwu sect were all caught in a trap. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant heaven and earth shook, and a Foundation establishment of the Xinwu sect loudly demanded, "Demon sect, are you truly going to extinguish our Xinwu sect's lineage this time?" "What else?" A true person from the Holy Sect sneered. "Let me guess you're still hoping that bunch of lunatics from the Yushu Sword Pavilion will come to save you? I'm telling you, they won tea. Back during the Battle of the 10,000 Pit in Jiangnan 10 years ago, our sect's supreme and the Sword Pavilion's sect master reached an agreement. The northern frontier belongs to our Holy Sect, and the southern frontier to the Sword Pavilion. Today our Holy Sect will annihilate your Xinwu sect in days to come. The Sword Pavilion will go wipe out the 10,000 Poisons cult in the Miao frontier. Trading back and forth, neither side loses." "In no way. Chongwang, you're lying to me." Facing the curses of the Xinwu sect Foundation establishment, True Person Chongwang let out a cold laugh. "Just take it as me lying to you. Either way, after today, the Xinwu sect will cease to exist." "You mean to kill?" In an instant the multicolored light surged, turning into 5 resplendent streams of chi, but they did not combine their forces. Instead, they scattered and fled at high speed in all directions. "Split up, run. Find a way back to the sect. Run? Stop daydreaming." Still Chongwang True Person, this Foundation establishment of the Holy Sect was especially overbearing at the moment. He chuckled darkly. "Heaven or earth, there's nowhere you can escape to." Boom. With a thunderous crash, Liu Yang's perception was completely severed, and he blacked out on the spot. He didn't know how long it was before he slowly woke, feeling as if he had a dream. Awake? A voice sounded by his ear. Liu Yang's pupils contracted, and he snapped fully alert. Only after scanning his surroundings did he realize he was back in the woods of Skull Mountain. Beside him, Yinshan True Person stood with hands clasped behind his back, looking at him with a half-smile. "Greetings, senior brother." Liu Yang didn't say much and immediately offered a deep bow. "Rise." Yinshan True Person raised a hand with a smile. "You helped me take the Wugui secret realm this time. Your contribution is not small. I'll only hint at a few things. Please instruct me, senior brother," Liu Yang said respectfully. "First, I once forcibly boosted your fortune and even snatched other people's destiny for you. It did let you advance at lightning speed for a short time, but the side effects are severe. Mountain Perfected deliberately paused halfway through, glanced at Lu Yong's utterly steady expression, as if calm in honor or disgrace, then nodded and continued. According to my calculations, your luck will be terrible for the next 30 years. You should abstain from cultivation and going out, otherwise there is a risk of losing your life. I humbly accept. Lu Yong didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction. He thought that although 30 years of his fortune had been stripped away, Mountain Perfected had obtained a Wuguei secret realm. Failing to establish a foundation, he was ultimately just a chess piece. Can a chess piece even complain? To be chosen by a foundation establishment perfected as a chess piece, that's a blessing for you. Mountain Perfected even added a special reminder, and this was because he had entered the Three Rivers Association, treating him as one of his own for the sake of face. Seeing Lu Yong so sensible, Mountain Perfected was very satisfied and said with a smile, "In any case, you helped me succeed, which counts as great merit. As the head of the Three Rivers Association, I have always rewarded merit. Since you've already broken through to the 10th layer of Qi refining, the next step is nothing but foundation establishment. How about this? I grant you a foundation establishment rare treasure. What do you say?" At these words, Lu Yong's eyes widened at once. Foundation establishment rare treasure? I get it. Zhao Xuhe from 2 lifetimes ago very likely obtained his first foundation establishment rare treasure like this. Only now that position has been replaced by me. No wonder he had stayed in the market for so long, sending people to inquire every day, yet hadn't he seen the slightest trace of a foundation establishment rare treasure. Thinking back now, it was likely merely fake news Zhao Xuhe from 2 lifetimes ago had deliberately released to mislead the outside world. Lu Yong's heart surged, both excited and longing. But in the end his expression gradually calmed. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then actually shook his head and said, "Senior brother, may I exchange it for a different reward?" "Oh." This time Mountain Perfected was genuinely a bit surprised. "Are you sure? This ascension token in my hand can increase the chance of foundation establishment by at least 10%. "I am sure." Lu Yong nodded. A foundation establishment rare treasure was certainly precious, but he understood full well that with his destiny damaged for the next 30 years, he wouldn't be able to keep such a treasure. For him right now, a foundation establishment rare treasure wasn't an opportunity, but rather a bane, likely to push him onto a dead-end path, as could be seen from Zhao Xuhe's outcome 2 lifetimes ago. So Lu Yong forced down the greed in his heart. "For me, there's no need to rush for the moment. I have just reached great perfection in Qi refining. I can still go far, such as cultivating great divine abilities. It's not too late to leave the foundation establishment rare treasure for later, to carry over several lifetimes and retrieve it then." Lu Yong's answer left Mountain Perfected silent. To be honest, at first he hadn't planned to pay Lu Yong any attention later. Seeing him break through 2 realms in succession, read the situation, and being a member of the Three Rivers Association, he felt a slight urge to groom him. After a moment, he spoke again. "What reward would you like instead?" Lu Yong said without hesitation, "I want a treasure that can enhance comprehension." After all, his great divine ability true law of lunar shedding and corpse dissolution still lacked one register, the Taiwei Edict Pardon Treasure Register, yet to be completed, and that cultivation art is extremely dependent on comprehension. If you can't, you just can't. So without something to enhance comprehension, to master this divine ability, Lu Yong reckoned he might have to wait several lifetimes and still might not succeed. Chuxing Sect, Sky-Reaching Sea of Clouds. When Lu Yong returned to Heaven-Mending Peak, he was covered in wounds, with hardly any intact flesh left. His injuries were even worse than in the battle at Skull Mountain. On his way back to the sect aboard a flying boat, he was ambushed by Orthodox sects. A Qi refining great perfection used a divine ability to slice his left hand down to bare bone. His face was covered in scars. Those sores were left when, passing through a mountain forest, he was sneak attacked by a scorpion demon's tail stinger. And that was just the surface injuries. Under this shell, his meridians, acupoints, and Dantian Purple Mansion were all damaged to varying degrees, and most of the injuries were inflicted by people even weaker than him. This is fortune when luck departs. Even a hero can hardly remain supreme. Lu Yang said helplessly. The fortune of his next 30 years had been reeled out in advance by Een Mountain perfected. Now he was unlucky to the extreme, with nothing going smoothly. At first, Lu Yang had tried to fight back. But once he engaged, all kinds of accidents followed one after another, old hidden injuries flaring up, exerting too much force, divine abilities backlashing, and the like kept cropping up. In the end, he could only keep running. Still, he was after all at great perfection of chi refining now, though devoid of fortune. His life was tough enough, and he finally gritted it out back to the sect. Once the Skull Mountain affair ended, the sacred sect issued an extermination order against the Shenwu sect. Lu Yang didn't dare go join the spectacle. Besides, he was so unlucky now he feared falling into the latrine, just going to the toilet. If he really went to the Shenwu sect, he might be slapped to death by a Foundation establishment cultivator from 800 li away. After returning to the sacred sect, Lu Yang immediately slipped into his own cave abode. Then he set the blood-washing Heavenly River Sword array diagram outside, plastered all manner of talismans inside and out, sealing the cave abode tight, and cutting off contact with the outside world. For the next 30 years, I'm not going out. Moreover, when bad luck clings to you, even cultivating becomes a luxury. Never mind raising your realm, most likely you'd end up with chi deviation. Fortunately, he had already reached chi refining great perfection, so he didn't have to keep grinding away. Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, then pulled a jade slip from his storage pouch. Unlike ordinary ones, this one was entirely radiant gold. This thing was called the Mingdao Jade Slip. Perfected Inshan had bestowed it on him as an alternative to a Foundation establishment rare treasure, just as he wished. It was a secret treasure that could help one comprehend Dao arts. When you hit difficulties in cultivation, you only had to inject the question into the jade slip, and it would give an answer at the chi refining realm. Its accuracy was almost 100%, equivalent to having a Foundation establishment cultivator helping you deduce divine abilities, a lifesaver for Lu Yang. With the state I'm in now, there's no path to comprehending divine abilities. With luck this rotten, my comprehension would surely go astray, even take the wrong path entirely, but this Mingdao Jade Slip is different. Perfected Inshan said himself that this wonder had faintly touched the threshold of Foundation establishment, so its answers wouldn't be affected by my bad luck. That said, Lu Yang didn't rush to use it to comprehend the Taiwei Imperial Pardon Treasure Register of his major divine abilities. Only the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation remained. But compared to that, he valued another item he brought back from Skull Mountain more: the Tai Golden Flower alchemical book. Of course, he hadn't obtained the complete Tai Golden Flower alchemical book. After all, he wasn't a true disciple of Butian Peak. The grade of techniques available to him was limited, so he naturally couldn't get the full text from Yin Miaozhen. He only received a third of it, namely a divine ability called Tai Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. As the name implies, once trained, this divine ability condenses a jade-colored vital light that, when blessed upon the flesh, makes the body adamantine and unbreakable. In addition, it has the function of repairing bodily injuries. This was especially important for Lu Yang, now tormented by bad luck. He was covered in scars, his body badly damaged. Once his injuries and fortune recovered, he might have to find a body-tempering technique to train. Thinking this, Lu Yang immediately took out his disciple token and contacted second senior brother Luo Wuya of the Three Rivers Society, intending to inquire whether there was a suitable technique. Now that he had reached chi refining great perfection, he naturally had the standing to speak on equal footing with Luo Wuya. Soon, Luo Wuya replied, "Indeed, there is a technique suited to you, junior brother, but it can't be trained right now. Why not wait a few years? When the time is ripe, I'll notify you." Lu Yang, of course, agreed happily, and then entered meditative seclusion. A few years later, a spirited youth arrived outside the entrance to Lu Yang's cave abode. The youth was named Wang Song. Just a few days earlier, he had joined the sacred sect, entering the Three Rivers Society on the recommendation of his grandfather, Wang Beirong, and taking on a task entrusted by Luo Wuya. Senior brother Luo and senior brother Lu have an agreement. It's about a body tempering technique. But senior brother Luo has been locked in bitter battle with the Shenwu sect for years, and as great merit a perfected bestowed him a foundation establishment rare treasure, and he is about to attempt foundation establishment. He doesn't have time to come himself, so he had me specially hand the technique over. But senior brother Lu is also in seclusion, now what am I supposed to do? Wang Song furrowed his brows with worry, and in the end had no choice but to find a cave abode near Lu Yang's to stay in. He was young anyway, he could afford to wait for Lu Yang to come out of seclusion. Thinking this, Wang Song glanced at Lu Yang's cave abode again, his eyes tinged with expectation. As far as he knew, this senior brother Lu had also just been an ordinary disciple before, but by ability had stood out and reached Qi, refining great perfection, now attempting foundation establishment was right before him. What senior brother Lu can do, maybe I can too. I'm at the first layer of Qi refining now, as well as long as I train hard and keep striving. I can become someone like senior brother Luo and senior brother Lu in the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on a poor youth now. In cultivation, the years pass unnoticed in the blink of an eye. 30 years had gone by. In Butian Peak's library pavilion, now just past 50, Wang Song had been stuck at the bottleneck of the third layer of Qi refining for over a decade. His cultivation hadn't progressed much, yet his face already showed signs of age. The old man Wang Borong, who had originally recommended him into the sacred sect's library pavilion, had long since passed away, leaving him only an iron rice bowl as a deacon of the library pavilion and a cave abode still owing a 30-year loan. It was lucky, too, after 30 years of hard work, the loan was finally almost paid off. The sharp edges of his youth had long been smoothed away. Now Wang Song's face held only the numbness left from being tormented by the sacred sect, and his thoughts had shifted from the former, "Don't bully the poor youth," to today, "The dead are paramount." He could only muddle through. Looking on the bright side, at least the cave abode's loan was nearly cleared when his son entered the sacred sect. He could leave behind some family foundation. Just then, a loud boom suddenly came from afar. Wang Song blinked and looked up, only to see that cave abode he loved and hated in equal measure had cursed out, but never seen opened, suddenly stirred a life. Leaving seclusion. Senior brother Lu has left seclusion. In the next instant, the cave abode opened, and Wang Song immediately saw a handsome young man with extraordinary bearing, just as young as he had been 30 years prior, stroll out from within. 30 years had passed, yet time seemed not to have left the slightest mark on him. At once, that handsome youth seemed to sense someone staring and whipped his head around, his calm gaze as if able to see through a person's thoughts. "You are." Curiosity appeared on Lu Yang's face with a thought. A ring of radiance rose behind his head like a full moon, within which flowed exceedingly complex talisman script. That talisman script was like dragons and phoenixes, giving a sense of paradox from afar. It was minute as mustard seeds, but once you looked closely you would be lost within it, as if beholding the Sumru world. Moreover, as time passed, the script would change, presenting visions of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. It was actually the Taiwei Edict Absolution Treasure Register, the final divine ability of the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation, unlike heavenly demon blood, transforming divine radiance, and the profound Yin form, seizing grand art. It was not for dueling. It was used for divination. Thus, when Lu Yang's gaze fell upon Wang Song, as the treasure register revolved, the causes and consequences of matters were no longer a secret to him. Wang Song's identity, ancestry and family line, cultivation methods, cultivation level, signature divine ability, and even why he was waiting outside the cave abode. Lu Yang saw the entire story one by one. This feeling that everything seemed written in the lines of his palm made him sigh involuntarily. Perhaps this is what a foundation establishment cultivator feels like. Of course, this was also related to the large gap in cultivation between him and Wang Song. If he were divining someone at Qi refining great perfection, it likely wouldn't work so casually and well. It showed he was still far from foundation establishment. On the other side, the senior brother Lu, whom Wang Song had hoped for over decades, finally appeared. He limped forward to offer a salute, only to hear the other softly sigh. "Don't bow, give me the thing." Wang Song dared not delay, hurriedly producing the jade slip he had kept warm for 30 years. Liu Yang gave it a sweep with his spiritual sense. The restrictions on the jade slip automatically unlocked, and its contents appeared. Luo Wuya hadn't lied to him. He had indeed delivered a body-refining technique, and it truly suited him. That technique was called saintly theft. As for Wang Song, Liu Yang didn't pay him much mind, at most sighing. The friend from previous lives Wang Borong of the library pavilion actually still had descendants. If there was time in a future life, he would look after them more. Right now, he had more important things to do. With that, Liu Yang rode his escape light and left the cave abode, while pulling out the Mingdao jade slip to begin comprehending saintly theft. An ancient saying goes, "When the sage does not die, great thieves do not cease." This does not mean the sage becomes a thief, but that the sage sets rules for the world. Though they regulate the conduct of all beings, they also leave openings for great thieves. However, that is the righteous path's view. The understanding in saintly theft is completely different. Saintly theft says the sage uses his own rules for personal gain. Branding the disobedient as brigands, the so-called sage is in fact the great thief who steals the world. Therefore, to master this body-refining technique, one must set down a cultivation method for the world. When everyone cultivates according to that method, the cultivator can steal the world's fortune to nourish himself. This is the true meaning of the sage is the great thief. The great thief is the great Tao. Use the smoke and fire of the mortal world to forge the saint's golden body. Once the golden body is formed, the physique becomes solid as if the sage's law is unchanging for 10,000 generations. And even among the sacred sect's many body-refining techniques, it could rank in the top 10. Reading this, Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel. To treat the people of the world as cultivation fodder. The sacred sect is the same as ever. Every time I feel even a little goodwill toward it, it always gives me a harsh smack over the head. To be honest, ever since meeting people like Ming Chan and Yun Miaozhen, Liu Yang's impression of the righteous path has taken a serious hit. Indeed, righteous sects like the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion are very good to their own people, and in every aspect they meet the so-called standards of the righteous path, but that goodness is only for their own people. So then, what counts as their own people? The orthodox path values karma and past and present lives. If you formed good ties and accrued merit in a past life, and are counted among the orthodox, you will naturally be favored. Conversely, if you committed evil in a past life and left karmic entanglements, even if you are clean and innocent in this life, you still cannot enter the orthodox path. Instead, the orthodox will execute you outright in the name of it's for your own good, to cleanse your karma, and you'll have opportunities in your next life. That mad hag Yun Miaozhen is a living example. With this comparison, Liu Yang saw clearly the dividing line between the orthodox path and the demonic path. In the holy sect's eyes, disciples are human material. They recruit without discrimination, teach all without distinction. Whether you have a past life or how much merit you possess is simply irrelevant. The orthodox path, on the other hand, prizes carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. On matters of reincarnation, karma, and fate, the orthodox place extreme weight on merit and past lives, and often use these to select disciples. Each side has its strengths and weaknesses. The difference is merely which one shows more human feeling. Thinking of this, Liu Yang muttered helplessly, "Is there no normal sect? What the hell is wrong with this world? It must be a systemic problem." Thinking as he went, Liu Yang had already penetrated deep into the sea of clouds. Before long, a vast, majestic range of black mountains appeared before him. It was Yin Mountain, the headquarters of the Three Rivers Society. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. "Junior brother Liu, you're finally out of seclusion." In the next moment, a figure identical to how he'd been 30 years ago appeared outside Yin Mountain. Seeing him, Liu Yang smiled lightly, then cupped his hands in salute. "Senior brother Luo, no need to be so polite between us." Luo Wuya smiled as he patted Liu Yang's shoulder, saying he had always valued Liu Yang, otherwise he wouldn't have gone out of his way to send Saint Thief. As for Liu Yang's intentions, Luo Wuya had already guessed a bit. "Junior brother, you came for Saint Thief, didn't you?" Liu Yang nodded. This cultivation art is indeed inscrutable, broad in scope, and time-consuming. I fear it's not something that can be achieved overnight. Luo Wuya laughed heartily. "Junior brother, You're not seriously planning to leave the holy sect, go down to the mortal world, and start from scratch with this, are you? The holy sect is vast, with plenty of people human material in abundance. Why make trouble for yourself? As for Saint Thief, the sect already has a complete cultivation regimen. Luoyang cupped his hands. Then I must ask senior brother for guidance. Come with me. Luo Wuya led him into a great hall within Yin Mountain. In the center of the hall sat a gigantic crystal sphere. This place is called the Refining Method Secret Realm. Seeing Lu Yang's puzzled look, Luo Wuya pointed at the crystal sphere and explained, "Don't be fooled by its size. This is a Dao Lord's creation." Dao Lord? Lu Yang's heart jolted. Foundation establishment is called Real Person. Golden Core is True Lord. And only nascent soul merits the title of Dao Lord. This thing actually came from such an existence? Luo Wuya said, "There are 140 million living people in the Refining Method Secret Realm. Each has vigorous chi and blood, and a pure soul. One of them is worth over 10 mortals outside. Whether for refining magic treasures or cultivating arts, they are top-grade material. Junior brother, using them to cultivate Saint Thief couldn't be more fitting." Luoyang sucked in a cold breath. Human material, 140 million. It seemed that breaking through to chi refining great perfection and joining the Three Rivers Society, this foundation establishment faction, had at least qualified him to learn some of the holy sect's inner workings. At that moment, the secret realm suddenly flared with a bright light. In the next instant, a black-robed youth stepped out, cursing in a fury. Fucking bunch of rabble failed again. With that, he glanced at Luo Wuya, said nothing, and turned to leave. Luoyang stayed silent as well. Only after the man had gone far did he look to Luo Wuya, and saw a hint of schadenfreude on the latter's face. That man is also a true disciple of the sect, the only son of true Lord Chongguang. Named Chongming, pay him no mind. He has failed at cultivating Saint Thief again. I want to hide it from you. Saint Thief is indeed not easy to practice. Luo Wuya said solemnly, "Don't underestimate the people in the secret realm. They may be human material, but they're not fools. You know this too. Saint Thief first requires you to conjure from nothing a set of methods the common folk can cultivate. The more ingenious the method, the greater the return when you succeed. But as we are no Dao Lords, the methods we create are mostly shallow and their flaws are easily spotted. That's where failures of Saint Thief often come from. In the past, there were disciples cultivating Saint Thief who, once their true identity was recognized by the secret realm's people, couldn't handle the situation and were killed in turn, becoming the holy sect's laughingstock. So think long and hard about how to cultivate this art, junior brother." After Luo Wuya finished speaking, he took a jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Luoyang, saying that back in the day he had also practiced this cultivation art, and that he had some modest experience for him to refer to. "Senior brother, thank you. This is all for the Sanhao Assembly. I'm still waiting for you, junior brother, to achieve great success and come out of seclusion. If you really cultivate the Saint Thief, you'll have some weight in the true lineage." Luoyang raised a brow after hearing this, catching what Luo Wuya was leaving unsaid between the lines. Only by mastering the Saint Thief does one truly have strength. So in other words, I'm still not worth much right now? Luoyang's face remained impassive. He bowed respectfully as before, then walked up to the Refining Arts Secret Realm. A sweep of his spiritual sense, and all kinds of information surged into his mind. Truly worthy of being the Dao Lord's creation, this secret realm can actually be configured. Culture, history, terrain, and architecture can all be shaped according to his thoughts. This power to change heaven and earth with a single thought filled Luoyang with both reverence and dread, because a thought kept lingering in his heart. Since the secret realm was created by the Dao Lord, and he could do such terrifying things within it, would he have the same great power in reality? The living people in the secret realm were raw material to him. Then what do the sacred sect's cultivators mean to the Dao Lord? Luoyang dared not think further. He could only let out a helpless grunt. Damn sacred sect. It's packed with human material. Standing before the secret realm, he carefully probed this Dao Lord creation, while plotting how to configure it to benefit himself to the greatest extent. First of all, I will absolutely never step onto the stage. I only need to sow the seeds and wait for them to blossom and bear fruit. If there's no mastermind at the start, naturally no one will investigate. Secondly, I don't need a peaceful world. After all, chaos breeds heroes, and it's easier to fish in troubled waters. Even if there really is a hero who discovers the truth, he won't be able to stir up much of a storm. Because I can completely make heroes deal with heroes and stalwarts deal with stalwarts. Thus, he input a large number of settings into the secret realm. The next moment, the entire secret realm blossomed with light, layers rotating. Liu Yang seemed to see countless mundane scenes shifting without end. Seeing this, Luo Wuya took the initiative to say, "Junior brother is going into the secret realm to cultivate. I won't disturb you, I'll first wish you success." "I'll take your auspicious words, senior brother," Liu Yang replied with a bow. "I'll keep your guidance in mind. If I achieve something in the future, whatever you need, just say the word." Luo Wuya, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. Junior brother is bound to accomplish great things. The next second, the secret realm's light swallowed Liu Yang. Fairly well put together. Inside the secret realm, Liu Yang stood atop a mountain peak, curiosity in his eyes, feeling that the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees were all so real. But there were still flaws, it wasn't flawless. A halo appeared behind his head. The Taiwei Qixi Baolu began to operate, divining and deducing. He quickly saw through the illusion and discovered flaws drastically different from the true heavens and earth. Those flaws were extremely minute and all at the microscopic level. Only Liu Yang, relying on his power of divination, could discern a few clues. Ordinary cultivators couldn't perceive them at all from the macro level. Those living in the secret realm. After repeated contemplation, Liu Yang finally assembled a framework, and with the aid of the Mingdao Jade Slip, many details were filled in, ultimately becoming a complete system. Before long, Liu Yang made a decision. Saintly theft is, at its core, a body refining method. Since he was to found a cultivation system, it should naturally take body refinement as its focus. This would make practice more efficient. As for the physique, the supreme secret Liu Yang had mastered was the Tai Primordial Essence Jade Radiance he had obtained from Yun Miaozhen. So he decided to take this divine ability as the foundation. With that thought, Liu Yang immediately began to activate this divine ability. Heart fire, lung metal, spleen earth, liver wood, kidney water, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, sinews, bones, flesh, blood, intent. Calming his heart and mind, Liu Yang gathered the radiance condensed in his 5 viscera and throughout his body in one surge, then directed it to the heavenly gate atop his head, bursting out from the crown. Brilliant flames wrapped his body, dispelling every flaw, making his physique transparent and lustrous like jade. This is what is called Tai Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. At the same time, he used the Mingdao Jade Slip to record the various transformations of the divine art one by one. On that basis, he quickly organized an entire system. With a thought, he named it. This method shall be called the Martial Tao. The Martial Tao takes vital blood and qi as primary, commands the body's 5 elements, opens the 9 heavenly apertures, and breaks through the mysterious paths of creation. One who attains great success can stand shoulder to shoulder with late-stage qi refining. Yet although the Martial Tao can magnify divine strength, it cannot take to the air. This was Liu Yang's safeguard. Martial practitioners cannot fly. In this way, even if the worst came to pass and the people in the secret realm turned on him, at worst he could take to the skies and withdraw. If he couldn't win, he could still run. After a long while, Liu Yang emerged from his meditation. In his hand there appeared a book that recorded the Martial Tao. The next moment, with a thought, the book blazed with golden light, split into 4 pieces in midair, then each scattered toward the horizon and vanished. He smiled faintly and said, "The pieces are set now, we wait to see how the future will shift." Liu Yang gave a slight smile, turned back to the cave abode he had temporarily carved, and once more entered seclusion in cultivation. He still had many things left undone. For instance, at the moment he had assembled the 3 divine arts: heavenly demon blood transforming divine radiance, profound in shape seizing grand art, and Taiwei absolution treasure register, precisely what the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation required. almost no different from Yun Miaozhen back in the day, but when it came to fusing them into a seamless whole, he still had no clue. It wasn't that he didn't understand the method. In fact, the final step of the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation ISNT complicated. The key lies in a single sentence. Die by way of the Tien. Pass 3 gates for a time. The Great One guards the corpse. The 3 souls encamp the bones. The 7 spirits attend the flesh. The fetal spirit records the chi, thus substance and form are restored, reborn to soar to heaven. In short, one has to die once. Die and then molt. If you fail, you truly die, but if you succeed, you can transform a celestial fetus to inherit a portion of the great power of a foundation establishment true person. For ordinary people, this step isn't too difficult. It mainly depends on whether the cultivator dares to stake their life and death, and whether they chance upon the fortune of success. But for Liu Yang, it had become an unbridgeable chasm. He smiled wryly and muttered to himself, "The moment I die, everything will immediately reset. After the reset, everything returns to the starting point. How could there still be talk of dying and then molting?" Thinking of this, Liu Yang couldn't help being torn between laughter and tears. All along, the 100 Lives book had been his greatest backing when faced with danger. He always had confidence at worst, start over from the beginning. Never would he have thought that the 100 Lives book would instead become a stumbling block to his further progress. Time flew, the sun and moon like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. When Liu Yang opened his eyes again, there was still no trace of age on his face, but in the hair that had once been jet black, a streak of white frost had appeared. He murmured to himself, "In the blink of an eye, I'm already 80. Chi refining cultivators live somewhat longer than mortals, but at most about 150 years. Their isn't much difference. 80 is considered middle-aged. In another 20 years, Zhao Shuha's pilfer heaven's secrets would be unsealed," he thought. Although in this lifetime my hope of foundation establishment isn't great, once I cultivate saintly theft, I can still make a charge at foundation establishment to first accumulate some experience. The path lay in sight. Truly, the path lay in sight. Even the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation. After 30 years of closed-door research, and with the help of the Mingdao Jade Slip, he had managed to find a secret shortcut. He murmured to himself, "To truly accomplish the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation, one must undergo die and then molt. But the moment I die, the 100 Lives book will reopen. Yet this so-called death isn't absolute, and the method couldn't really kill a cultivator. This so-called death is, in truth, only directed at the flesh. After the fleshly body dies, it refines its form. Underground nails and hair grow. In secret the corpse seems alive in time. One can attain the Tao. For most people, the death of the flesh is the true end. After all, the body is the raft of the soul. When the body perishes, the soul will slowly disperse, as well sooner or later it dies. But from another angle, so long as, at the moment the body dies, one can keep the soul clear and prevent it from fading, the book of 100 Lives won't be triggered. In that case, perhaps there will be a chance for what they call die and then molt. This was the method proposed in the Mingdao Jade Slip. Liu Yang found it quite feasible. The only difficulty lay in creating a clever secret art for it. According to the Mingdao Jade Slip's derivations, this secret art would be enough to stabilize my soul after the body dies, keeping it from dispersing. But I've never actually seen a soul that can detach from the body and exist alone. If I could witness it once, then record the process with the Jade Slip and obtain data, the secret art would be complete. Moreover, Liu Yang knew that such beings did in fact exist in the world. They were foundation establishment true persons. A foundation establishment true person has a heavenly lifespan of 300 years that refers to the body's lifespan. The days of the soul are far longer, so most of them choose to reincarnate after bodily death. After a foundation establishment true person reincarnates, their cultivation falls back to foundation establishment, but they do not suffer the muddle of the womb. They usually awaken memories of their previous life before the age of 8, and thereafter cultivate at a blazing pace. So long as they can ascend to foundation establishment again, they gain another 300 years of heavenly lifespan. Of course, this cannot continue indefinitely. Each reincarnation consumes one's own accrued attainment. If one's Tao does not rise, one will grow ever weaker. In the first life after rebirth, they are inevitably heaven's favored child. In the second reincarnation, they can still rank among the dragons and phoenixes of men. By the third life, they have fallen to ordinary genius. By the fourth and fifth lives, if their cultivation never improves, they will ultimately return entirely to the mundane, no longer transcendent. This is what is commonly called the true person's fruit is severed after 5 lives. Moreover, reincarnation does not guarantee a return to foundation establishment. Once a true person is reborn, if they cannot suppress their allotted fate, old causes and effects will come knocking one after another. With the slightest misstep, an early death is common. Thus, every true person is exceedingly cautious when reincarnating, veiling the heavenly secrets and rarely letting word spread, for fear of inadvertently stirring karmic tribulations. In this way, the difficulty of witnessing with one's own eyes the reincarnate soul of a foundation establishment true person can be imagined. Thinking of all this made Lu Yang's head ache again. He had to put it aside for now and turn to calculating how the grand enterprise of spreading his teachings was progressing. Taiwei Treasure Register, by decree and heavenly amnesty. Lu Yang pinched his fingers into a seal, and using the Taiwei Treasure Register to divine the heavenly secrets, sank his mind and entered the omnipresent net of cause and effect that spans heaven and earth, then began searching for keywords. Soon, the corresponding information surfaced in his mind. At the end of Great Zhou, a fatuous sovereign ran amok and the common folk suffered, whereupon a heavenly tome appeared, divided into 4 volumes and scattered among the people, for a time drawing hidden masters out into the light. After the chaos was quelled, each of the 4 volumes of the heavenly tome found a home. One came under the care of Haoran Academy. Copied by scholars generation after generation, one fell to Xiankong Temple as the supreme scripture of the Buddhist order. One was annotated by the Celestial Master's court and became the token of celestial masters through the ages. Only the last volume drifted into the dust of the mortal world, its whereabouts unknown. Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism divided the world among them, becoming the source of the present age's martial way. Good, good. Delight appeared on Lu Yang's face. He then set the sage's theft into motion, and in the next instant felt a vast tide of fate crash in and wrap him up in a blink. In a heartbeat, Lu Yang's fleshly body actually exploded with a boom. Strangely, it did not burst into blood and gore, but turned into countless motes of dust, with Lu Yang's consciousness at the very center of that cloud of motes. He felt every mote of his body being seared and tempered by the tide of fate. The fires of the mortal world forged the sage's golden body. After quite a while like this, when that vast tide of fate was spent, the motes slowly drew back together and then manifested as Lu Yang's body. This time, however, his body had undergone earth-shaking change. Sage's theft. Golden body, small accomplishment. A gleam flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. He stamped his foot, and in an instant a mountain-toppling surge rippled out with a roar. Under this terrifying wave, the cliffside cave where he dwelled seemed to quake. Rocks tumbled, an invisible storm swept through, and ferocious birds and beasts were startled one after another, casting their eyes toward the peak where he was in seclusion, then fleeing in panic. Feels pretty good. Lu Yang drew a long breath, for the first time truly feeling how solid his body was. With this body as it is now, he might be able to rival the late stage of qi refining on flesh alone. But in the next moment, his expression grew grave again. According to senior brother Luo's experience, the sage's theft feeds on the world's human qi and greatly consumes merit. A small accomplishment might slip by, but a great accomplishment will surely draw tribulation. Many who cultivate to sainthood have their foundations severed by such tribulations. With good luck, they might scrape by and survive. With bad luck, like that true disciple who was counter-killed by natives of the secret realm, they die a violent death. But now that I'm hidden behind the scenes, who in the secret realm would become my tribulation? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help settling his mind and pondering. The Yushu Sword Pavilion in Jiangnan. Yun Jiqiu stood on the loft compared to his high-spirited self 60 years ago. He now looked like an old man nearing his twilight years. Just then, a flying letter suddenly streaked through the air. Yun Jiqiu caught the letter, and upon a closer look his expression changed drastically. He immediately urged his escape light, and in no time arrived at the Yun clan's south ancestral estate. As he stepped through the gate, a pallid youth rushed out, and upon seeing Yun Jiqiu burst into wails. "Granduncle Master, the patriarch is on the verge. He has lit the 7-star lamp to see you. Once the lamp goes out, he will reincarnate. Time is short. Please go in quickly." At this, Yun Jiqiu cried out repeatedly, "How can this be?" And grief instantly showed on his face. Besides that, he felt a trace of panic. The Yun clan's patriarch, now the clan's only foundation establishment true person, and the pillar of the sword pavilion for centuries, had actually reached the end of this lifetime. Upon hearing the bad news, Yun Jiqiu dared not delay and hurried to a quiet room deep within the ancestral estate. The chamber was wreathed in smoke. A candle lamp burned slowly, at first glance somewhat bright, but on closer look the oil was almost spent. The next moment, a soft cough came from within the mist. "Jiqiu, come here." Before the words fell, the smoke dispersed, revealing an elder in splendid robes, face aged yet his back still straight, seated upright on a chair. Yun Jiqiu immediately bowed. "I greet the patriarch. Rise." The Yun clan's patriarch smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry too much. This is my second reincarnation with experience. It ought not pose great problems. The pity is, after reincarnating, I want to be able to return for at least 20 years. During that time, the family will have no one to hold the fort. Jiqiu deserves 1,000 deaths." Yun Jiqiu grew all the more dejected. He understood what the patriarch meant. Yun Miaozhen was the most outstanding bloodline of the clan in nearly a century, a true foundation establishment seed. This daughter of heaven was actually killed by a demon because of his momentary negligence. After that, his reputation in the clan plummeted, and the Yun family, having lost its foundation establishment seed, indirectly forfeited a great deal of prestige. Over these years, Yun Jiqiu had gone back and forth to the righteous demonic battlefield countless times, vowing to avenge Yun Miaozhen by killing Lu Yong, but was always unsuccessful. Upon careful inquiry, he found that that old turtle had stayed in the holy sect for a full 60 years, which made him curse furiously. "Don't be too hard on yourself either," the Yun clan's patriarch said calmly. "Skeleton Mountain 60 years ago was a trap laid by the demon, which obscured the heavenly secrets. In the end, it was my failure to calculate in advance. If not for that, there's no way I would have sent you and Miaozhen to Skeleton Mountain. In any case, Miaozhen is gone, and now our Yun family must seek another path. So not long ago, I accepted the task entrusted by the sect master." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yun Jiqiu was greatly shocked. The sect master's task? Could it be to use your reincarnated body to intercept and kill the demonic sect's foundation establishment seed? Such things are not uncommon on the battlefield between the righteous and the demonic. The Yun clan's patriarch nodded and said, "If I can slay the demonic sect's foundation establishment seed, there will be great merit, and it can serve as provisions for my future cultivation." "But patriarch, you've already reincarnated once." The first reincarnation of a foundation establishment true person is often a 1 in 10,000 child of destiny, whose merit and fortune are hard to shake, and has the best chance of returning to foundation establishment. The second reincarnation, however, is another matter. Especially over these 300 years, the patriarch's cultivation had scarcely progressed, remaining at early foundation establishment, which adds many uncertainties to reincarnating again. In this life, one must take a gamble. The Yun clan's patriarch smiled faintly and said, "The sect master has recently deduced the karmic threads and discovered that the demonic sect's refining method secret realm has shown a change. Perhaps there's an opportunity to seize." The demonic sect's refining method secret realm has cut off the reincarnation of hundreds of millions of souls. The sect master has long been displeased. This time he will not only help me reincarnate and be born into that secret realm, but will personally obscure the heavenly secrets to ensure no one notices, and allow me to awaken my memories the moment I'm born, no prenatal confusion. In this way, I can take the chance to open the secret realm and let those living beings return to the cycle of reincarnation. At this point, expectation also flashed in the patriarch's eyes. If this can be accomplished, it will be great merit and help me return to Foundation establishment. There is such a thing? This truly is a great fortune for our Yun family. After hearing this, Yun Jiqiu finally showed a look of exhilaration. The most perilous part of Foundation establishment reincarnation is those first few years still lingering in the mystery within the womb stage. But with the sect master taking action, this time as soon as the ancestor descends into the world, he will be able to break the mystery within the womb. Unwittingly, this greatly increased the ancestor's chances of returning to Foundation establishment. Once he succeeds, the Yun family will be able to extend its glory for another 300 years. Afterward, the Yun clan ancestor laid out the details very clearly, including how, after reincarnation, he would fake the illusion that he was still in the world, and matters like buying time for his return until the lamp by his side grew ever dimmer and was about to go out. Only then did the ancestor, still reluctant to stop, wave his hand and say, "Everything is ready. Go see to it." Yun Jiqiu immediately bowed again and said respectfully, wishing ancestor a successful reincarnation and return. After waiting a moment, Yun Jiqiu heard no reply from the ancestor. He looked up to see the lamp already extinguished. The ancestor had long since gone silent without a sound. It was the depth of winter. The world lay white with snow. Decades ago, the heavenly book appeared, plunging the world into chaos. One of its volumes fell into the hands of Howran Academy, which upholds imperial authority, and was suppressed. Later, the fatuous emperor of Great Zhou died suddenly, and a new monarch ascended the throne. Ironically, so many had died in the turmoil that, once peace was restored, the population had actually decreased, and as a result an era of tranquility appeared. Thus, the new ruler was hailed as the restorer of Great Zhou. You could see it from the capital, Tianjin. Lost items were left where they lay. Doors stood unlocked at night. Even after dark, it was still a scene of music and revelry. And deep within a residence in the northeast corner of Tianjin, outside the delivery room door, a stern-faced man paced anxiously back and forth, until a loud wail suddenly came from within. "Master, it's born! It's born!" The next moment, the delivery room door opened, and a maid hurried out, calling, "Congratulations, sir, congratulations! The madam has given birth to a boy." Before the words had even fallen, the man threw his head back and laughed. "Heaven will not abandon my Wei family. At last we have a male heir. Excellent. Everyone will be rewarded today." That man's name was Wei Tie. 20 years ago he came from humble origins, but in the war to pacify Great Zhou's turmoil, he distinguished himself, earned military merit, and was granted the title Marquis of Pacifying the North. In Tianjin he was quite renowned, a famed war hero. Now that his household had added a male heir, he would of course celebrate grandly. Meanwhile, inside the delivery room was another scene. The newborn was still crying at the top of his lungs, yet no one could tell that at this moment a vast soul was dwelling within that frail body. It worked. The Yun clan ancestor succeeded. The moment he reincarnated, his true self memories awakened in an instant. He did not immediately take control of the body, but sat within the sea of consciousness and quietly began his calculations. Great Zhou, the heavenly book, so it was saintly theft. In moments, the Yun clan ancestor discerned some clues. After all, as a Foundation establishment true person of the Sword Pavilion, he was very familiar with the various techniques of the Holy Sect. And saintly theft was a dazzling creation to begin with. A method like this he would naturally recognize at a glance. This was precisely the advantage of Foundation establishment reincarnation. Even if true Qi was gone after reincarnation, a powerful soul could still easily deduce cause and effect and tug on fate. To cultivators in the Qi refining realm, it was practically a blow from a higher dimension. But before long, the Yun clan ancestor furrowed his brows. It turned out that when he calculated the one cultivating saintly theft, it was a blank, as if the web of causality had been severed upon him. Interesting. A secret treasure that can obscure heavenly secrets? The next moment, his brow relaxed, for for he'd known in advance that divination in this reincarnation would be critical and had paid it special heed. So he had brought along a secret treasure that could pierce heavenly secrets. With the heaven-inquiring instrument granted by the sect master in hand, what heaven-sealing treasure could possibly block me? With a thought, a sphere-like magical artifact surfaced in his palm for divination, and in an instant it pierced through the shrouded causality. The next instant, he was struck dumb. But soon he couldn't help but look up and laugh. Every cause must have a result. It seems causality truly does not err. Lu Yang, reciting the name of the one who had killed Yun Miaozhen, in whom he had placed high hopes, and had then roamed free for 60 years, the Yun clan ancestor felt the killing intent surge in his heart. All the more so after he activated the heaven-inquiring instrument and saw a series of information about Lu Yang. Tying shedding and corpse dissolution, true law, saintly theft, third-grade true chi, heaven-stealing secret arts. If he perfects them all, this boy will have a full 40% chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. At that thought, a cold gleam flashed sharply in the Yun clan ancestor's eyes. This person must not be allowed to remain. With my current strength, cutting down that little fiend is probably not so easy. The Yun clan's old ancestor wore a pensive look. He had only just reincarnated and was still in an infant's body. Aside from a powerful soul and a gift for divination, he had virtually no power for spell dueling. But that is all right. The Yun clan's old ancestor was in no hurry in any case. Lu Yang couldn't detect him. He could take his time to nurture himself. Within 10 years, he would likely recover to chi refining great perfection. However, that kid is nimble and currently holds this secret realm of refining arts. If he senses danger, he can retreat into it at any time. Even if I return to chi refining great perfection, I'll need a careful plan to remove him, lure him into the game, and leave him no escape. The Yun clan's old ancestor pondered as he continued his divinations. The 3 steps of the martial Tao are mastery of the 5 elements, opening the 9 apertures, and breaking the profound gate of creation. A consummate martialist can actually rival late-stage chi refining. What a marvelous path! A look of surprise appeared on the Yun clan's old ancestor's face. He had built his foundation in 2 lifetimes and lived for over 600 years, having seen countless fiends, some even becoming sage thieves, but few were like Lu Yang. Without entering foundation establishment, one cannot know heaven's mandate. With mere divination and deduction, it's far from enough to create a path. Even if one barely cobbles something together, it's shoddy clay that shatters at a touch. To found a method on par with mid-stage chi refining is already formidable. To reach late-stage chi refining would be virtually flawless. That fiend actually has talent that high? Surprise gave way to deeper wariness. The Yun clan's old ancestor had already decided that he could not let Lu Yang break through to foundation establishment, lest the demonic path gain another formidable foe. Only how to do it? A sage thief plunders the world's fate and exhausts his merit. Those who achieve great success must meet a tribulation in that light. This reincarnation of mine may well be his tribulation. Seeing through the heavenly secrets, a thread of clarity rose in the old ancestor's heart. However, I have the heaven-inquiring instrument protecting me. He cannot divine my whereabouts, while I can readily grasp his movements. That is a major trump card. In that case, I can design a tribulation for him, one neither too easy nor too hard, leaving hope of a solution. So he must take the field himself, use that tribulation to draw him into the game and step into my trap. As the saying goes, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Having reincarnated once already, the Yun clan's old ancestor no longer put on the airs of a foundation establishment elder. Naturally, he did not dare underestimate Lu Yang. His arrangements were meticulous to the extreme. Then how should this tribulation be set? After thinking for a while, the old ancestor smiled faintly. His plan formed. For him, the greatest fear is that a sage thief suffers a chi deviation and his cultivation goes awry. In that case, I'll give him a little help. He has already created the first 3 steps of the martial Tao. I'll open a 4th step for him. Only this step will no longer be constrained by his original system. With that thought, the Yun clan's old ancestor immediately began tugging at causality. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, heroes rose in droves. the martial Tao blossomed to its peak, and the three steps became common knowledge. In this age that revered martial valor, deep in the night, thunder suddenly shook the heavens over Tianjin City, and wind and rain roared. A surge of vast righteous qi shot straight into the sky and split the rain clouds within moments. The clouds parted, and the sun shone bright. By the next day, news had shaken the realm. The dean of Howran Academy, who presided over the heavenly tome, the Saint Heart scholar Wang Buyuan, in a single night comprehended all, broke through the impasse, and took the fourth step of the martial Tao. The first step of the martial Tao is to master the 5 elements within. When the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys are perfected, one can be called a martialist. The second step of the martial Tao is to open the 9 heavenly apertures: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, sinews, bones, flesh, blood, and intent. Only when all 9 apertures are opened can one be called a martial master. The third step of the martial Tao is to break the profound gate of creation. 3 feet above the crown one beholds the divine, the 5 viscera refine and circulate essence, and qi, the 9 apertures draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Inner and outer become one. If one can break open the crown's profound gate, one can manifest the semblance of spirit. The world had thought this the absolute peak, a grandmaster's summit beyond which there was no path. Yet with the breakthrough of the Saint Heart scholar Wang Buyuan, martial practitioners across the land were exhilarated. Wang Buyuan, however, embraced great righteousness and did not hoard the method of enlightenment. The fourth step of the martial Tao is called fathoming the changes of heaven and man. To achieve this, one must step beyond the shackles of the martial Tao, no longer clinging to the body itself, but walk one's own Tao, thereby realizing the transformation of heaven and man. The Saint Heart scholar had seen through this layer. He no longer confined himself to the martial Tao, but instead created the fortune-gazing art, able to know heaven's mandate, observe the tide of fate, and even alter the heavenly design moved by a heart for the nation. He wished to use the art of qi watching to extend great Zhou's national destiny, forge an ironclad realm, and secure peace for 10,000 generations. With his single breakthrough, causality shifted, and the world was shaken. The second to break through followed close behind. The contemporary itinerant adept of the Celestial Master's mansion on Mount Longhu, the barefoot Taoist Chang Qingjing, who suddenly attained enlightenment while practicing medicine and likewise broke through. Xuanku, the calamity-ferrying divine monk of the Hanging Temple, was the third, breaking through after a sudden epiphany during a morning lesson. Then came the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. In just 10 years, the world actually produced 7 martial Tao celestials in succession. This was enough to prove the path workable and completely shook the martial Tao framework Liu Yang had initially set. In the deep mountains at the far west of the spell-refining secret realm, within a sword formation diagram encircled by countless talismans and named blood washing the celestial river, Liu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Before him the sky was choked with dark clouds, with no blue sky or daylight in sight. The next moment, the halo behind his head blazed forth, the Taiwei treasure register revolved, and the many shifts of the past 10 years surged into his heart at once, all falling under his grasp. The martial Tao's fourth step, to fathom the changes of heaven and man this fast. At this moment Liu Yang was both astonished and puzzled, astonished at how rapid the change was, and puzzled precisely by its speed. How could it be this fast? Yet the causes and effects he had divined were tight and flawless. He could not find the slightest loophole. The martial Tao I created can, by the third step, already rival the late stage of qi refining now that someone in the secret realm has stepped into the fourth step. From a rough look, this so-called martial Tao celestial's strength is quite formidable, perhaps even comparable to great perfection of qi refining. But if that is truly the case, then it's no longer merely the martial Tao. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's expression gradually grew solemn. There was nothing wrong with what the divination revealed, nor with the shifts in karma. Everything was reasonable, yet there was only one major problem. The martial Tao had slipped out of control, the saintly heist might fail, and he feared only by personally making a move could he steer things back. Something's off. Alarm bells instantly rang in Liu Yang's heart. He could not see through the Yun clan old ancestor-esque layout, nor sense how the other party was pushing that causal chain. Only one thing was clear to him. Don't anyone expect me to leave this place. Here, he had countless talismans at hand, and the formation was warding him even if the other side sent a dozen chi refining great perfection experts. He had no fear. He could sit tight like a fisherman on his platform. But once he left here, the situation would be entirely different. Besides, he was now the one moving the pieces, standing above the board if he chose to enter the world and let himself be widely known. It would be the same as throwing himself onto the board as a piece. The slightest misstep would mean losing the whole game. At this thought, Liu Yang calmed down. The emergence of martial Dao Celestials could certainly sabotage his saintly heist, but that would take time. Send a clone to scout the way first. Liu Yang stirred a thought. The myriad spirits banner appeared in his palm, and at his fingertip there condensed a wisp of white chi, pure, authentic, innate one chi. It was the remnant condensed after he refined himself in his second life. Back then, this strand of innate one chi was astonishingly powerful in his third life. It even helped him break through to mid-stage chi refining, but in the lifetimes thereafter it gradually lost efficacy. Just right to repurpose this scrap. Very soon, another month passed. In the cave abode, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation mat. The white chi in his palms surged and roiled after quite a while. He finally tossed it lightly. A thunderous boom. After the crash, the white chi rapidly dispersed and recombined into a human form, whose features were almost indistinguishable from Liu Yang's, yet whose aura was entirely different. This was because Liu Yang's true body's aura was ethereal and immortal, bearing the Tao rhyme of a cultivator, whereas this innate one chi avatar before him brimmed with blood and vitality. Every movement seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, and on that square, handsome face there was a commanding presence without anger. Good, good. Looking at the innate one chi avatar he had painstakingly refined for a month, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction and said, I didn't expect the martial Tao to have this kind of use as well. As a rule, an innate one chi avatar cannot break through. In essence, it is just a mass of white chi, gathering and dispersing at whim. Unable to cultivate, similar to his previous practice of the heavenly demon blood transmuting divine radiance, which ultimately turned his body into a blood shadow. Only the martial Tao changed all that. The martial Tao does not follow the immortal cultivator's path. It focuses on nurturing and refining blood and chi, which happens to suit an innate one chi avatar and lets it break through the shackles of being unable to cultivate. A pity I still haven't seen through the gateway to the fourth step. At the moment, the innate one chi avatar had only the strength of the martial Tao's third step. Although he had repeatedly deduced the fourth step, he had never found the proper path. So for this trip out, he planned to go to Tianjin City first. He wanted to meet Wang Buyin, the Saint Heart scholar who pioneered the fourth step of the martial Tao, and perhaps glean a hint from his mouth. I'll let you go out and forge a path for me. With a thought from Liu Yang, the innate one chi avatar immediately disintegrated on the spot, turning into a stream of white chi that flew toward Tianjin City and vanished at the horizon. Finally, it moved. In the Wei residence in Tianjin City, at almost the same moment, 10-year-old Wei Yun suddenly snapped his head up to look at the sky, a gleam flashing through his dark eyes. But the next instant, he frowned and said, No, it's an avatar. The Yun clan ancestor read the conclusion of the divination and gnashed his teeth in fury. After waiting a full 10 years and spending immense effort to push the threads of causality, he'd only hooked an avatar. Was that little fiend not anxious in the least? The demonic sect preached boldness and advance by nature, yet this time out popped a slow-moving old tortoise. For the first time, the Yun clan ancestor found it tricky, but he quickly changed his mind. Since you've let an avatar out, I'll find a way to destroy it and see if your true body can still sit tight. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. That would only startle the snake. The best way was to let the martial artists in the secret realm kill Liu Yang's avatar, and in the process let them see the truth of the realm so they would rise in revolt. Only, that revolt would surely fail. The Yun clan ancestor didn't care whether they could win. What he valued was precisely the process of rebellion. As long as those martial artists burst out of the secret realm, the key objective would be achieved. So long as they left the secret realm, even if they died, their souls would enter reincarnation. Even if the Tao Lord personally acted, he couldn't drag them back. They would lose their lives for it, but in exchange they would gain release and freedom. After reincarnation, these hundreds of millions of souls would replenish the great net of karma between heaven and earth shaking some of merit for him. Perfect. I can use this chance to make that person take action. At this thought, the Yun clan ancestor immediately formed a hand seal and stirred that thread of causality. What secret is hidden in this heavenly tome? In the imperial palace of Tianjing City, Prince Jinwu Ji Xionging, one of the 7 martial Tao celestials of this age, frowned deeply as he examined the heavenly tome before him. The heavenly tome has 4 scrolls. The Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian schools each took one. Rumors said the last scroll was lost among the common folk and vanished without a trace, but no one knew it had actually been secretly taken in by the great Zhou royal family. It was thanks to this heavenly tome that Ji Xionging completed the 3 steps of the martial path by the age of 30 afterward. When the sage heart scholar Wang Buiyuan published the method for the 4th step, he created authority over all under heaven, borrowed the power of a nation's grand momentum, and finally broke through to become a celestial grandmaster. But the deeper he delved into the heavenly tome, the heavier his worry grew. Where did the heavenly tome come from? All things have their origin. The tome is so wondrous that if it was deliberately made, only the so-called immortals of legend could have done it. At that thought, boundless ambition welled up in Ji Xionging's heart. Even after becoming a martial Tao celestial, he found his lifespan not increased in the slightest. Still no different from a common man. How could he accept that? I want longevity. I want a legacy for ages to come. I want to become an immortal. Blood-tinged Ji Xionging's eyes, his already fierce desire was utterly inflamed, and at this critical moment, who goes there? All of a sudden, Ji Xionging looked up. By means of authority over all under heaven, he could sense the great Zhou's national fortune, and Tianjing City was practically his domain. Now he felt an obvious foreign presence intruding into his range. With a single thought, the might of a whole nation gathered upon him. In that instant, it was as if hundreds of millions of great Zhou subjects lifted him up, letting him break the shackles that kept martial artists from taking to the air and soar straight into the depths of the clouds. Then he saw a figure, long sleeves fluttering, riding the wind out of thin air. Clouds billowed beneath the man's feet. He drifted like an immortal, though his gaze held a trace of surprise as he looked at Ji Xionging. You can actually fly? Lu Yang looked at the martial artist before him, pinched his fingers, and immediately recognized him. So it's him. As expected, a celestial has indeed crossed the shackles of the martial path. Ji Xionging fixed his gaze on Lu Yang and frowned. Your qi is diffuse, your blood unrefined, only your spirit and intent are barely passable. Looks like a rogue practitioner taking an unorthodox tack. Yet you can fly. Did you obtain some secret art? Forget it. I'll seize you first, then I'll naturally sort out the whole story. Before the words had fallen, Ji Xionging struck first. In the past, though domineering, he had limits and would never act recklessly. But now, driven by a desire he could not fulfill, he was all impatience and had lost his reason. Besides, in his eyes, Lu Yang was no martial Tao celestial. Since he wasn't a celestial, he wasn't fit to speak with him as an equal, so he might as well seize the man and vent the anger in his heart. Come here. In the next instant, Ji Xionging blurred and appeared before Lu Yang, 5 fingers clawing for his throat. The force at his fingertips gave off a piercing crack. The two were so close that he could almost hear a roaring surge like a great river within him that was blood and qi churning, a heartbeat powerful as pounding drums. With blood and qi that robust, how formidable must that physique be? Absolutely able to rival qi refining at great perfection. Lu Yang was astonished. In terms of sheer sturdiness of build, Ji Xionging even surpassed a saint thief who had just reached small success. His toughness was simply unlike a mortal S. However, it seemed his physique was all that was formidable. Uffed. In the next instant, blood sprayed. Ji Xionging was blasted back as if struck by a heavy hammer, staring at Lu Yang in shock. Between them, a white line slowly dissipated. It was that white line just now that had cut open his palm. What school of martial arts is this? Sword, Qi Talisman. As Ji Xiongyin gaped, Lu Yong smiled faintly, drew out a sheet of yellow paper scrawled with glyphs, then set it aflame. Boom. In an instant, Ji Xiongyin felt a tearing pain between his brows. The sword qi that had just split his palm burst out from the burning talisman. In the gleam of the brilliant sword qi, a bewildered face was laid bare. What the hell is this? What on earth is? In the decades he lived, having fought his way to the name Jinwu King, he was feeling something this absurd for the first time. With a lift of his hand, another yellow sheet covered in scrawled glyphs appeared at Lu Yong's side. He lit it, and at once anomalies outside the usual martial path erupted. Sword qi sweeping, 5 thunders crashing down. Golden light flaring. Each sheet of yellow paper brought a lethal strike. Whoosh. Sword qi cut open Ji Xiongyin face. Lightning struck his body, leaving him numb all over, and even his full-force punch was blocked by a streak of golden light that appeared out of thin air. Impossible. Ji Xiongyin took another step back, not daring to clash head-on anymore, and could only grit his teeth, staring at Lu Yong with fear laced by longing. In the next moment, a single word leapt into his mind. Immortal? What Lu Yong was pulling right now was just like the immortals from old storybooks, and the cord in his heart that hungered for longevity was instantly plucked. With that thought, Ji Xiongyin deliberately widened the distance with Lu Yong again, excitedly saying, "Wait, you and I bear no deep grudge, do we? How about this? Join my Imperial Consecrator's Hall. Hand me a copy of that yellow paper art, and I'll give you 10,000 taels of gold and a fief. Pick whatever you like." "Let me pick as I please." Lu Yong shook his head with a smile, thinking, "Do I need you to pick for me? The entire Great Zhou is the sacred sect's secret realm. It's my turf by right. Bold of you to treat my things as a reward." "Sure, why not? I'm quite interested in those martial Dao Heaven man arts. This is my authority over all under heaven." Without another word, Ji Xiongyin pulled out a book and tossed it to Lu Yong. "There's only half a volume in it. You give me the method, and the remaining half is yours." Lu Yong. Ji Xiongyin ambition was all but laid bare. Lu Yong saw it at a glance, but he disdained it and would never pass his cultivation method to him. After all, it did nothing for his cultivation of Saint Thief and would even violate sect rules. What a pity. Lu Yong shook his head, stowed authority over all under heaven, cast Ji Xiongyin a cool glance. Then his figure suddenly unraveled as he prepared to turn and leave. Trying to leave? Seeing Lu Yong's flesh and blood collapse into a streak of white vapor, Ji Xiongyin roared, the yearning on his face growing even more intense. "Immortal arts. Definitely immortal arts. I must get them. Power that topples all under heaven." Ji Xiongyin exhaled and shouted, raised his hand and clenched his fist. Surging blood and qi poured into his palm, and his entire hand turned crimson as if dyed. In a flash, it was as if a vast landscape unfurled before Lu Yong's eyes. Scholars rising at the cock's crow to train, farmers returning at sunset to rest, warriors roaming the Jianghu, merchants trading back and forth. The myriad scenes of the human world appeared. This was Great Zhou's national fortune and the world's pattern. Power topples all under heaven. A fist can topple all under heaven as well. Ji Xiongyin fist had no form. Relying entirely on the oppression of intent, this was the accumulation of his mind method as a martial Dao Heaven man, beyond ordinary martial realms. Only, matching intent with me? I'm a cultivator, I have spiritual sense. Ji Xiongyin intent-based fist might work on those brutes who only contest strength, but it had no effect against him. Boom. At Lu Yong's thought, Ji Xiongyin fist momentum instantly collapsed. That so-called national tide and vast mountains and rivers were swept clean by his spiritual sense. "You can actually take my fist?" Ji Xiongyin gnashed his teeth. Again, but the only reply he got was a cold snort. Truly an incorrigible fellow. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of talismans appeared out of thin air. With the myriad spirits banner in hand, he had brought enough talismans this time and simply didn't care about the expense. The talismans burst instantly, turning into a sky-filling torrent of sword qi that poured down on Ji Xiongyin. He let out a piercing scream on the spot, and blood dyed the sky in an instant, yet his body, comparable to the great perfection of qi refinement, was indeed formidable. The sword Qi talismans could tear his flesh, but could not sever his sinews and bones. By the time the sword Qi dissipated, Ji Xiongying was already a blood-soaked gourd. There wasn't a single intact patch of skin left on him, looking as if he'd just been subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. He didn't dare linger even a moment longer. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Slips away fast enough. Lu Yang's brows knit slightly. This avatar of his focuses on the martial Dao and can only rely on talismans to deal with foes. Although it can fly, its speed is actually inferior to Ji Xiongying's. Lu Yang's expression grew somewhat odd. The vitality of a martial Dao celestial is even more tenacious than he'd imagined. Don't be fooled by Ji Xiongying's pitiful, wretched state. So long as he gets away and finds a place to recuperate for a few days, he can recover 7 or 8 tenths. His physique rivals the great perfection of Qi refinement. Yet he hasn't mastered body refining divine arts to match it. This physique would be perfect for refining into a corpse puppet. At that thought, Lu Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Truly, near vermilion one turns red, near ink one turns black. Even an honest fellow like him has grown so brutal after staying in the sacred sect for too long. I could never do such a thing. Lu Yang shook his head. Besides, corpse refining is far too inefficient. Using the myriad spirits banner to refine directly is undoubtedly the quicker option. Though he said as much, Lu Yang had no intention of specializing in it. After all, once matters in this world are settled, he'll surely choose to inherit his cultivation, and the myriad spirits banner can't be taken along. Best leave it for the next life. With that, Lu Yang's form simply unraveled. Then, unseen and unheard, drifted down into a lane in the capital to recondense, blending into the flow of passers-by. In the end, he still lost, though it was only to be expected. Within Tianjing City, in the Wei family residence, the Yun family's old ancestor calmly withdrew his gaze. Ji Xiongying's loss was long within his expectations. If anything, if he won, that would be downright uncanny. Ultimately, this tugging of karma, arranging for Ji Xiongying to cross hands with Lu Yang, was not for victory, but to seize the chance to make Ji Xiongying aware of Lu Yang's existence, then slowly spread that news, influencing other celestials, and ultimately prompting all the celestials to unite and deal with Lu Yang together. As long as this avatar of his can be cut down, will his true body not be forced to show itself? To that end, he had long prepared a fortuitous chance, more precisely a bait, just waiting for the fish to bite. Right now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With that in mind, he once again began to pluck the strings of karma. Almost at the same time, Ji Xiongying, who had only just escaped with his life, dared not return even to the imperial palace, and could only flee in panic toward the suburbs of the capital, was now hiding in a mountain forest. He had originally just wanted to find a place to hide from Lu Yang's pursuit. But unexpectedly, while hiding, he by a stroke of fortune found, in a very concealed cave, a sealed stone chamber, within which sat a withered skeleton. What is this? Ji Xiongying walked up to the skeletal remains. In its hands was a dust-covered ancient tome. He reached out and took it at once, flipping it open to skim a few pages. With just that one glance, Ji Xiongying's eyes instantly bulged round, and an incredulous ecstasy surged onto his face. Heaven itself is helping me. The author of the book left no name, and its content was only a single account. There are immortals in this world who are undying. If one can slay them and consume their flesh and blood, one may enjoy immortality sadly. An immortal's arts are unfathomable and truly hard to overcome. I spent decades of painstaking study, and, only at my last breath, comprehended a method to slay immortals. One must wait for the day of auspicious omens, with 7 supreme experts wielding 7 divine weapons, jointly setting a grand array. There will be a sliver of hope. On the day of auspicious omens, 7 weapons slay immortals. Beyond recounting the whole story, the book also described in detail the forging methods of the 7 divine weapons, which left Ji Xiongying utterly enraptured. His dormant ambition was once again ignited. Ha ha ha! This king is indeed ordained by destiny, a man bearing great fortune. As long as I kill that immortal, I will surely live forever. Even as his laughter rang out, Ji Xiongying's mind sank deeper. His true heart was shrouded by the power of karma. Aside from slay immortals to seek longevity, no other thought could fit in his head. At the very moment Ji Xiongying happened upon his great chance, Liu Yang had arrived at the liveliest part of Tianjing City, where martial artists were most densely gathered. Howard Academy. This place not only stewards a heavenly tome, but also opened up the fourth realm of the martial Tao. Its standing now faintly threatens to surpass the Buddhist and Taoist traditions, becoming a sacred land in the hearts of the world's martial artists. Strangely, ever since he established the fourth realm of the martial Tao and made its method public, the Academy's dean, the one known as the Saint Heart Scholar, Wang Buiyuan, has gradually faded from people's view, becoming ever more reclusive. To this day, even the Academy's high-ranking figures can hardly catch a glimpse of him. What a true feng shui treasure land! To avoid drawing attention, Liu Yang had dispersed his form, turning into a wisp of formless qi, and was strolling around Howard Academy in high spirits. In his eyes, this academy was a place of outstanding people and auspicious spirit. In all of Tianjing City, only here was spiritual qi abundant. Even ordinary people, if they studied here for a few years, could develop a touch of spiritual acuity and ingenuity. More interestingly, this qi was not casually bestowed by nature, but man-made. From the academy's overall layout and classroom placement to the arrangement of flowers, plants, insects, fish, and various vistas, the mundane art of feng shui had actually been elevated into a faintly formed spirit-gathering array. On this point alone, Liu Yang concluded that the Sage Heart Scholar was anything but ordinary. With that thought, Liu Yang stepped forward, went straight to a study deep within the academy, and prepared to meet this famed local figure. Then, he was startled by the scene inside the study. The person inside was not the refined, feather fan and silk scarf scholar he had imagined, but a disheveled, unkempt fellow who drank all day. This was the so-called Sage Heart Scholar. Just then, the slovenly man suddenly looked up, his eyes bleary with drink as he glanced toward Liu Yang, and said, "I did not expect an honored guest to come calling." With a thought, Liu Yang condensed his form, returning from formless qi to the tangible, cupped his hands to the slovenly man, and said, "Liu Yang greets fellow Taoist Wang. Buiyuan greets the honored guest." The slovenly man returned the salute, brushed his sleeves and stood, exclaiming, "Honored guest, your prowess is extraordinary. Your battle with Jinwu King Chong Kong earlier left me awestruck, almost thinking an immortal had descended. Only, I do not know what brings you here today. I've come to exchange pointers on the Tao of heaven and man with you, fellow Taoist." Liu Yang was forthright, smiling as he said, "The fourth step of the martial path is to probe the changes between heaven and man. I have some insights, yet can't quite grasp the knack. I ask fellow Taoist for guidance." Wang Buiyuan blinked and said, "With your abilities, you also take an interest in the martial path? Stones from other mountains can polish jade." Liu Yang smiled faintly and asked, "Would fellow Taoist be willing to impart a little to me?" No sooner had he spoken than Wang Buiyuan burst into hearty laughter. "A visitor is a guest, all the more an honored guest. Since you wish to learn, I'll hold nothing back and say all I know. However, the Tao of heaven and man sees 100 schools contend, each martialist creating their art from different insights into heaven, earth, and self. I cannot lay out every detail, I can only sketch my own system a bit. If you still have doubts, you might as well consult other heaven and man practitioners." With that, the two sat facing each other. The fourth step of the martial path, I call it, probing the changes between heaven and man, is to use one's own power to lever heaven and earth, to use human effort to peer into heaven's secrets. My fortune-gazing art works thus, divided into the transformations of the three talents. The three talents are heaven, earth, and man. First look at people to know physiognomy, then look at the land to know feng shui, and finally observe the heavens to know the mandate of heaven. The three link into each other in a chain. From people I gaze at the land, from the land I gaze at the heavens, and from the heavens I gaze at fortune. At my level, I can know the world's changes without leaving my door, watch the rise and fall of national fortune, See where disaster will arise, where there will be popular uprisings, where officials grow slack, and where stipend eaters will come into conflict with the common folk. I can predict most of it. Though there are errors and omissions, I can still get 7 or 8 out of 10 right. What astonished Liu Yang was that Wang Buiyuan held nothing back, laying out the entire fortune-gazing art, with its variations even involving causality. Of course, this was not truly divining causality. Strictly speaking, Wang Buiyuan was merely guessing, so he could not compute precise details, only grasp the general picture and certain specific things. Even so, it was startling enough. How did he do it? In the face of Liu Yang's question, Wang Buiyuan shook his head and said, "To be frank, it was just that one day I had a sudden flash of inspiration. There's no trick to it." "So that's how it is." Liu Yang nodded at that, and the two talked for several more hours before he rose to take his leave, preparing to visit other heaven and man practitioners. Meanwhile, at the Wei family mansion, the Yun clan's old ancestor opened his Dharma eye and silently watched the entirety of Liu Yang and Wang Buiyuan's conversation. When he withdrew his gaze, his expression did not change in the least. The old ancestor snorted coldly. Devil, truly ignorant. He had no interest in Wang Buiyuan's so-called insights because no one knew better than he that those so-called insights were what Wang Buiyuan obtained after he tugged on causality. In any case, that thing is not true mastery of causality, merely a mortal method of guessing. The Yun clan's old ancestor disdained it utterly, sneering inwardly. They debate the Tao with these heaven and man types. Are they trying to take a fifth step atop the foundation I laid and bring the martial path back onto the proper road? Pure delusion. After tugging on causality, he had Wang Buiyuan unlock the fourth step of the martial path, pulling martial Tao up to the pinnacle of great perfection in Qi. Refining this was truly the limit. Beyond that lies foundation establishment. How could Liu Yang possibly figure out the way of foundation establishment? In the eyes of the Yun clan's old ancestor, what Liu Yang was doing was nothing but a futile fool's errand. Calculating it, the Yun clan's old ancestor judged that today the method of the Celestials had already disrupted the cultivation Liu Yang had stolen to resolve the situation. The only path was to first eradicate the Celestials and abolish their method. And what he needed to do was to kill Liu Yang's avatar and force his true body to personally show itself. In that way, Liu Yang would fall into the trap. From this angle, Wang Buiyuan was nothing more than a pawn in the Yun clan's old ancestor's hand. The Yun clan's old ancestor naturally disdained pawns. What Liu Yang considered dazzling, to him was even more insignificant. Even toward Liu Yang, though the Yun clan's old ancestor appeared solemn on the surface, inwardly, he always carried contempt. At the root of it, they were nothing but a bunch of mortals. With the Jutian instrument bestowed by the sect master in hand, even foundation establishment true persons wouldn't notice me. What kind of waves could mere mortals possibly stir? After that, Liu Yang left Haoran Academy. Leaving Haoran Academy, Liu Yang turned into formless Qi again, roaming through the streets and alleys of Tianjin City, slowly savoring his earlier conversation with Wang Buiyuan. 3 talents fortune-gazing art. 10,000 miles away, Liu Yang's true body opened its eyes. A nimbus flared behind his head. The Taiwei treasure register began to turn, and he silently started deducing the various changes in Tianjin City. The causality return showed everything was normal. For the next 30 years, Tianjin City should be stable, with no changes in causality. That was normal after all. There were 2 martial Tao Celestials guarding the city. Next, Liu Yang changed his approach. Instead of deducing the city's causality from a macro scale, he imitated Wang Buiyuan's fortune-gazing art, starting from individual commoners to divine their fates, then using the transformation of the 3 talents to back-calculate heaven and earth causality. He was doing this merely to verify the fortune-gazing art. But in the next instant, Liu Yang was stunned. Wang Erniu from the breakfast stall on East Street, his family of 3, when calculated with the Taiwei treasure register and matched with the fortune-gazing art, appeared to have a house full of descendants, yet bore a calamity of violent death. Qin Qing, the constable patrolling the streets for the 6 gates, also had a great calamity of violent death. Li Qingrong likewise faced a great calamity of violent death. Lu Xinshang, also had a great calamity of violent death. Calamity, calamity, calamity. Almost every person Liu Yang saw in Tianjin City had a line of violent death calamity in their fate. Yet when scaled up to the whole city, there was actually no anomaly. How is this possible? If the city's populace truly had this violent death calamity, Tianjin City should already be shrouded in dark clouds. And by his nature, he absolutely wouldn't go near it. Not right. In an instant, Liu Yang's pupils contracted sharply. From the small, no, the great man can divine heaven. One person may have an occasional error, but if 10, 1,000, 10,000 are all like this, then it is heaven that has a problem. Heaven's secrets and causality have been obscured. Damn it, there's actually a foundation establishment true person in the secret realm trying to screw me? In Howren Academy, not long after Liu Yang left, Ji Xiongyin quietly arrived. Bookworm, have you seen that immortal? Ji Xiongyin was a bit taken aback as soon as he entered. He hadn't expected that Wang Buyan, still in the limelight a few months ago, had now become so slovenly. What is wrong with you? It's nothing. Wang Buyan took another swig of wine and said with a smile, I did see the one you mentioned, the one who crossed hands with me. He found my fortune-gazing art quite interesting, which was giving me face. Cut the crap. Ji Xiongyin sneered and tossed the text he obtained in his fortuitous encounter in front of Wang Buyan. He can help us realize our wish. Ji Xiongyin said loudly, there are immortals in this world, ageless and undying. Kill one and eat its flesh to gain longevity. He went on, don't you want to inaugurate peace for 10,000 generations? As long as we kill that immortal and share the meal of longevity, we can build a world of peace that will never topple. A world of peace. Wang Buyan murmured softly and did not become as excited as Ji Xiongyin had expected. He merely shook his head, then said blandly, then let us give it a try. Good. It's a deal. Ji Xiongyin could tell that Wang Buyan's attitude was odd, as if he had something on his mind, but he couldn't be bothered to probe as long as Wang Buyan was willing to act. That was enough. Meanwhile, inside Tianjin City. By this time, Liu Yang had calmed down again, because he suddenly realized, if there really were a foundation establishment true person, there would be no need to make things so complicated. Because this time was different from the one at Skeleton Mountain. Back then at Skeleton Mountain, the Mountain true person behind the scenes hadn't planned to kill him, only using him as bait, whereas this time, the situation was not the same. Clearly, someone wants him dead this time. They haven't struck yet, likely because the real body is still hidden within layers of formations, sending out only an avatar to probe, which shows the one pulling the strings can't be at Foundation establishment. If they were, there'd be no need to worry one palm, and he'd be dead for sure. From this angle, although the other side can manipulate karma, they're probably only at the peak of chi refining. A bit odd. Able to manipulate karma, yet not Foundation establishment? Bear in mind, to deduce karma and to manipulate karma differ by a single word, but they're worlds apart, basically the dividing line between Foundation establishment and chi refining. Deducing karma at most lets you glimpse the future, but manipulating karma lets you steer events in the direction you want. In theory, only someone at Foundation establishment could do that. So being able to manipulate karma, yet not be at Foundation establishment, should be impossible. Unless a reincarnated Foundation establishment? Liu Yang frowned after discarding the impossible guesses. Only one conclusion surfaced. There's a reincarnated Foundation establishment within the secret realm? So this was a calamity drawn in by Saint Thief. At that, Liu Yang found it utterly absurd. Did cultivating the tribulation of Saint Thief actually bring a reincarnated Foundation establishment to make trouble for him? No way. Heaven as my witness. I've always been kind to others. How would I provoke a Foundation establishment? The next moment, Liu Yang's eyes flew wide open. Yin Miaozhen? Or the Yushu Sword Pavilion? In this lifetime, only two Foundation establishments could hold a grudge against him. One is the Butian Peak Lord, but back then he was in his prime, definitely not yet at the point of reincarnation. The other is the Yushu Sword Pavilion. Given the Yushu Sword Pavilion's scale, a reincarnated Foundation establishment wouldn't be rare with an existing grudge, then drawn by the tribulation of Saint Thief. Could they have been lured here? Could it really be this ridiculous? At that thought, Sweat poured off Lu Yang like rain. He almost backed out of the secret realm on the spot to report to Inshan Jinren that there was a villain here. But he ultimately suppressed the urge to leave, because it struck him that the final move he deduced to complete the Tien shedding form corpse release True Law Die Then Molt just happened to be missing the soul of a reincarnated foundation establishment to perfect it. Besides, his Saint Thief wasn't complete yet. If he went to report now, by the time Inshan Jinren cleared the field, nothing would be left, never mind a foundation establishment soul. Even Saint Thief would surely end in failure. It may be a calamity, but it might also be an opportunity. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune lean on each other. Karma turns in its own cycle, gains come with a price. As long as he rode out this tribulation on his own, this calamity might turn into a great opportunity. And he didn't lack a winning chance. Before, the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light. He knew nothing about the man, so of course his life hung by a thread. But now that he grasped the truth, the situation was entirely different. He might as well play along with their scheme. Since that reincarnated foundation establishment is scheming against me in secret, these so-called martial Tianren were very likely a game he set up. I've long felt something was off. He wants to lure me out. Right now I've only sent out one avatar. He definitely wants to be satisfied. This explains why Ji Xiongying suddenly showed up to fight a big battle with me. Barring surprises, he should have backups, most likely wanting to destroy this avatar first, luring me out of my closed-door cave abode and away from the array's protection. But Ji Xiongying alone has no chance against this avatar to truly kill me. He'd have to join hands with other Tianren. Got it. It all makes sense. On the surface, Lu Yang remained impassive, but inwardly he had already sorted out the Yun clan patriarch's scheme, and his insight into karma deepened further. This is the method of foundation establishment. Foundation establishment cultivators don't often fight to the death, they strike more through karma. Whoever can read the other's karma gains an overwhelming edge. He wants to kill me? Then I'll make the first move. Lu Yang pondered for a moment and quickly came up with a counter. He already intended to spar with those martial Tianren, taking the chance to pull the martial path back onto the right track. However, he wouldn't actually rely on creating a fifth step to do it. On this, the Yun clan patriarch judged correctly. With Lu Yang's current cultivation and vision, even with the Mingdao Jade Slip's help, it would be impossible to step into the fifth step. But to break the game, you don't actually have to create a new realm, you just have to make others think you've created one. After all, the crux of Saint Thief lies in the word thief. And to cheat the world and steal a name never required genuine substance. First, I need to come up with a new identity. If he wants the world to acknowledge that he has pioneered a new realm, he has to give his backstory enough cachet to make it convincing. My given name. Let's go with Di Shirtian. I've lived for more than 1,000 years, the only immortal in this world. I've long since touched this world's limits and am now pondering a way to break through. The reason I fight and clash with those martial heavenly beings is because I believe, when a person reaches the utmost and seeks to go further, it must be through mutual combat by sublimating on the line between life and death to break free of heaven and earth shackles. This realm, I call it shattering the void. After shattering the void, one can drift upward and ascend. No one can clearly see what happens in that instant, nor can words explain its profundity. After all, anyone who attains this realm has never returned to the world. No one has come back alive to testify. The unknown breeds fear as well as hope. Honestly, I don't need to spell out that realm in detail. As long as I stage a grand battle and demonstrate it in public once, they'll fill in the rest with their own imagination. This is a huge trap. The fourth step of the martial path has become a dead-end foundation establishment is a non-starter. Yet human desire knows no bounds, and the martial heavenly beings need a goal to pursue. And that goal is exactly what Lu Yang is giving them. As long as he puts on a sufficiently spectacular show before everyone, making shattering the void both nebulous and believable, that's enough. If no one believes it, even the real will look fake. Once someone believes, even the fakest thing can become real. On the second day of the second lunar month, it was Dragon raising its head. 3 years had passed since Lu Yang last visited Wangbuiyuan. In those 3 years, he met various martial heavenly beings, some amicable, some vicious, and crossed blades a few times with the combative ones. Liu Yang had gained a great deal. He finally developed a deeper understanding of that so-called fourth step of the martial path. Investigate the transformations of heaven and man. His once still mind was now unusually active, and his whole body's qi and blood surged, as if to burst through his meridians. The sensation was wondrous. That night, the moon sank and the wind was sharp. The sky was crowded with stars. The streets and alleys that were usually bright with lights had, for some reason, many doors and windows shut tonight. The vast Tianjin city felt a bit desolate. On the dark streets, only Liu Yang walked alone. This way of heaven and man is quite interesting. Liu Yang's expression was calm as he quietly felt the circulation of qi and blood within. He sensed his qi and blood especially nimble at that moment, as if alive again. This step of investigating the transformations of heaven and man actually splits into two tiers. The first is the change of man, uniting a warrior's qi and blood with his spirit into one. The second is the change of heaven, making the qi, blood, and divine sense within resonate with the great heaven and earth outside. The more he contemplated, the more he comprehended, and his condition grew ever stronger. Swish, swish. Just then, a flash of blade light flared in the darkness, so dazzling it lit up the entire street in an instant. Its beauty nearly outshone heaven and earth. Clang, clang. In the next moment, bursts of golden light detonated around Liu Yang, layering over him like a great golden bell that held him tight in protection. The blade light struck the golden bell, blasting heat and dazzling sparks. It broke through 3 layers of golden light and was stopped only at the final layer. Seeing the strike fail, the assailant did not linger. He drew back his blade, retreated, and melted into the darkness. Boom. No sooner had the man withdrawn than a resplendent sword aura cleaved into where he'd just stood, instantly gouging a great fissure trench in the ground. Who was that again? Ah, it's fellow Taoist Ding. Liu Yang looked up and smiled. A year's gone by, and fellow Taoist Ding's demon blade has refined itself again to the point it can break through 4 layers of my talismanic wards. After speaking, he glanced at the weapon that had just slashed at him, a crescent-shaped scimitar, its momentum like a flying rainbow, thick with demonic aura. A single look could make one sink into it. In cutting through the wards, the blade itself deserved 70% of the credit. The banished immortal, Di Shirtian. Ding Feiying's eyes were calm, but his tone hid a frenzy. Ji Xiongying says you're a true immortal. If I can cut you down, my blade art will surely reach great perfection. Liu Yang shook his head with a laugh. With just fellow Taoist Ding alone, that's a bit overestimating yourself. 1 won't do? Then how about 7 at once? As the words fell, shapes stepped out of the darkness, led by the Jinwu King Ji Xiongying. The look he cast at Liu Yang was so ravenously greedy it was shocking, as if he wanted to eat the man alive. Behind him followed the disheveled, Holy Heart scholar, Wang Buyuan. Besides that, the street and alleys encircling Liu Yang were sealed front and back. On one side stood a monk with a sorrowful face. On the other a Taoist holding a fly whisk. On the Xiankong temple side was Xian Ku, hailed as the divine monk of deliverance. On the celestial master manor side stood Chang Qingjing, known as the barefoot Taoist. On the roof beams, beneath glittering stars, a tall woman in a white long dress, like fine jade, was leaning to look down. At Baiwa Palace was the Mingyu fairy Hua Xiangrong. The last was a burly stalwart wearing dragon-shaped arm bracers. Though splendidly attired, he could not conceal a rough, rugged air. Among the wild rogue cultivators, one styled himself leader of all under heaven, Guan Xinkuan. The 7 heavenly beings of the present martial world had gathered, surrounding Liu Yang in this street. An alley from beyond the alley came the faint clatter of armor. Even the imperial palace guards were likely mobilized. The martial world under heaven, joining forces to execute one man. What a grand lineup. As Liu Yang marveled, his face showed no panic. Instead, he laughed. Perfect timing. This immortal will borrow your power today to shatter the void. No sooner had the words fallen than, without waiting for a response, he blasted out with a punch. Xian Ku of Xiankong Temple bore the brunt. He stepped forward of his own accord to block Liu Yang. raising his hand to meet the fist. Then he saw Lu Yong loosen his fist, a sword Qi talisman revealed in his palm. Clang clang. Resplendent sword Qi burst forth in an instant, cleaving straight toward Xian Ku's brow. Yet as the sword Qi scattered, an astonishing scene appeared. Amitba. Xian Ku pressed his palms together. Standing steady, his skin shone with an extraordinary golden sheen, his blood and vital force surging like rivers within Lu Yong's sword. Qi talisman only barely pierced his brow, a single drop of blood rolling down. Master Xian Ku's physique truly is first under heaven. Seeing this, Ji Xiongying was overjoyed. He immediately called everyone to strike together, only to see Lu Yong calmly pull out a thick stack of talismans. Ji Xiongying. Rumble. In the next moment, dozens upon hundreds of talismans flew, five-colored radiance, an imposing might. The street's buildings caught within were almost instantly ground to powder. Meanwhile, Lu Yong's chi momentum kept soaring. Ha! It's about to work. This immortal is about to succeed. His expression grew a bit wild as he laughed madly. Shatter the void. This immortal has lived 1,000 years today. I will at last shatter the void. At his laughter, the hearts of the heavenly beings all faintly trembled. Shatter the void? Since achieving the realm of heavenly being, they had thought the road ahead ended now. Hearing Lu Yong say this, could there be a new path above heavenly beings? Even the Yun clan patriarch, watching from the sidelines, showed a look of surprise. A new path? Impossible. The Yun clan patriarch's thoughts raced. Then he scoffed and shook his head. The fourth step of martial Tao was his own derivation, spread through Wang Buyuan, so he was certain it was a dead end. There was absolutely no path above. How could there be a new path? It's just hoodwinking, trying to fabricate a new path. Don't be naive. So long as I'm here, no matter how you fake it, I'll find the flaws. As long as there are flaws, you, saintly thief, will not succeed in cultivation. In the end, your true body will have to reveal the formation and obediently fall into my trap. Even so, the Yun clan patriarch still felt something off, as if the causality of this affair was trending against him. Enough best to cut down this avatar early, lest long nights breed many dreams. With that, the Yun clan patriarch immediately formed seals to stir causality, casting his intent into the unseen. Don't delay, strike at once. Almost simultaneously, Ji Xiongying, who had wanted to probe this so-called shattering the void, suddenly came to his senses, then said coolly and decisively, "Do not let him fool you. What is shattering the void? Nothing but beguiling hearts. We 7 are gathered, each bearing a divine weapon to form the array. First cut him down, then share eternal life." As Ji Xiongying's words fell, the heavenly beings moved in unison. The Yun clan patriarch tugged at causality in secret, yet no one sensed anything amiss. In the next instant, the 7 closed in together, 7 divine weapons lighting up the night sky. Good timing. Even before Lu Yong finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into a mass of innate qi like a gale. He flickered to stand before Ji Xiongying. Ji Xiongying's eyes flushed red at the sight. He drew the divine weapon, the Tianzi sword. As the sword left its sheath, winds and clouds churned over Tianjing city. In an instant within the city, the common folk suddenly felt their hearts sink, an inexplicable weakness, collapsing in dejection. Correspondingly, Ji Xiongying's divine power surged abruptly. Die! In the next instant, Ji Xiongying hewed out with a single sword strike, its force even surpassing the sword Qi talisman, cleaving into Lu Yong and almost tearing his Qi-formed body apart. But that was as far as it went. An innate one Qi incarnation gathers and disperses at will, least afraid of fists, blades, and swords, so it naturally counters the martial Tao. Otherwise he wouldn't have sent this incarnation onto the field. Simply put, the martial Tao is a rough system pioneered by Lu Yong, even with the Yun clan patriarch patching it into a 4th stage, making a perfected practitioner's flesh comparable to Qi refinement great perfection. The flaws remain many. Any cultivator who knows a method that counters divine abilities can easily defeat it. All of you together. Seeing his one sword do no good, Ji Xiongying immediately pulled back, calling out, "Pin him down. Don't let him cast that set of talismans again. Force him to brawl with us up close." He didn't even need to say it, the other celestials were already charging in. Leading the rush were the barefoot Taoist Chang Qingjing and the calamity-ferrying divine monk Xian Ku, who flanked him from left and right. At the same time, the fairy Mingyu Hua Xiangrong descended from the air, while the Alliance Lord of all under heaven Guan Qiankuan took Ji Xionging's place on the front line. Only the demon blade Ding Feng stayed hidden in the dark like a viper, ready at any moment to strike with a killing slash. A thunderous boom. Lu Yang let loose, at times reconstituting his body and scattering talismans, at times dissolving form to evade their attacks 1 against 7, and still moving with ease. Watching covertly from afar, the Yun clan patriarch saw this and shook his head. Too weak. By rank alone, the martial Dao Celestials look stronger than Lu Yang's innate One Qi incarnation, but in truth they are not. If you compare Lu Yang's innate One Qi incarnation to a level-capped build with 6 divine artifacts, then the martial Dao Celestials are at best level-capped with a bare loadout. They might look similar on the surface, but in reality the gap is vast. The martial Dao is innately incomplete and has existed for less than a century, hardly a match for the immortal Dao. Alright, I'll make a move. With a single thought, the Yun clan patriarch began to push causality, slowly shifting the situation, which had favored Lu Yang, toward the martial Dao Celestials. The effect showed instantly in the Celestial state. The 7 martial Dao Celestials not only failed to tire in battle, on the contrary, the more they fought, the more exhilarated they became, with all manner of ingenuity and inspiration gushing forth. The chi of the divine weapons in their hands grew fiercer and fiercer. These weapons were forged by the Yun clan patriarch and gifted to Ji Xionging as fortuitous encounters, crafted to perfectly match each celestial's martial arts. Combined with their arts, they could already burst forth with power nearly approaching divine abilities. But as the patriarch forcibly pushed causality, that power, originally only close to divine ability, actually broke through in an instant and reached the level of divine abilities. Another thunderous roar. Another siege came, but this time Lu Yang clearly sensed something off when his innate One Qi incarnation reformed. A corner of his clothing was actually missing. Their attacks actually worked? Lu Yang's heart tightened. His incarnation had been perfect, and without leak for this to happen, the only possibility was that some portion of the innate Qi had been diminished by the Celestials. Looks like that Foundation establishment cultivator has made his move. Lu Yang's mind spun. Though he sensed no other anomaly and his divinations yielded nothing, he still immediately fixed on the instigator. Fine. This much of a performance is about enough. After all, he still needed his innate One Qi incarnation to put on a proper show. If he got careless for a moment and was cut down, that would be quite the spectacle. Who? In the next moment, all the Celestials heard a deep breath, and the surrounding air currents churned violently, like winds and clouds rolling back. The breath sounded melodious and clear, like a true dragon inhaling and exhaling heaven and earth. Then the vast white Qi recondensed into form, and Lu Yang's figure appeared. Not only did he stop evading, he even smiled with full confidence. Out of my way. In an instant, Lu Yang's Qi erupted all around him, and a ring of radiance appeared behind his head like a mirror, within which wind and thunder were reflected. Taishao Mirror. Though all were weapons, this spiritual treasure was vastly stronger than the so-called divine arms in the Celestials' hands. The moment it unleashed, the outcome was decided. A resounding boom. The mirror's surface shuddered, and wind and thunder burst from around him, blasting the Celestials straight away and sending them flying, grievously wounded on the spot. Yet even so, the Celestials did not deflate. Instead, they grew more excited, all other distractions falling away until only one thought remained. Kill. Kill this man. With that fierce killing intent upon them, all the Celestials seemed divinely aided, breaking through their usual bottlenecks in one fell swoop. Only Wang Buyuan, known as the Saint Heart Scholar, although his face also carried killing intent, showed struggle in his movements, as if he had sensed something yet couldn't break free. Only his eyes, which could read Qi and fortune, flashed with a trace of fear. Don't be afraid, Brother Wang. You're very promising. In your next life, I'll ferry you across. Lu Yang sighed softly in his heart. But his strike was without hesitation. A gust of wind and thunder shocked the celestials back again, and then his whole body burst with a blinding radiance. In the span of a moment, the void began to quake. Blood and chi surged like a dragon straight into the skies, like a sky-supporting pillar descending, steadying the winds and waves beneath the moon and tearing apart the dark clouds the bright moon appeared with it. It had been a moonless, gusty night, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a bright moon with sparse stars. Between heaven and earth, only Liu Yang's long howl was heard. I, the immortal, have accomplished the great Tao. Crack. In the next instant the void split open, a huge rift appeared over Tianjing City, and Liu Yang leapt up, his figure flashing as he dove into the fissure. Shattering the void. Shattering the void. Such a staggering scene shocked the gathered celestials awake, their eyes filled with terror, as if they had witnessed some inconceivable martial legend. Could this be a realm higher than the celestials? Shattering the void, ascending and departing, completely casting off the dust of the mortal world. Isn't this just like the immortals depicted in those storybooks? What trick lies within? I saw it. Of the 7 celestials, only Ji Xiongying muttered under his breath. He was the pawn most favored by the Yun clan's old ancestor, so he enjoyed the deepest boon of allotted fate, nearly exhausting the luck of the latter half of his life. Precisely because of that, his comprehension at this moment reached its peak, as if he had understood the method by which Liu Yang opened the rift in the void. First find the connecting point in the void, pierce it, then leap in before it closes. Haha, I can do it too. In the next moment Ji Xiongying suddenly threw his head back and laughed, drew the Son of Heaven's sword, and slashed at the void. Sure enough, a rift appeared just like that. Ji Xiongying didn't hesitate, head held high. He strode into the fissure. The next second, all the rifts snapped shut. The celestials left behind stood dumbly in place, staring blankly at the spots where Liu Yang and Ji Xiongying had just been standing. They broke through? There really is such a thing. Shattering the void, ascending and departing. Could there truly be another realm above the celestials, from then on detached from the mortal world? Meanwhile, outside the law-refining secret realm, with the shattering of the void, Ji Xiongying arrived at a grand hall and saw Liu Yang, who had come before him, standing within, oddly sizing him up. I really don't know whether to congratulate you on your luck or say you're unlucky. This is... Ji Xiongying turned back and saw a crystal sphere, but what the sphere displayed chilled him to the bone. The faces of the celestials reflected in the sphere were full of bewilderment. In addition to that, the crystal sphere contained countless miniature buildings. With a glance, Ji Xiongying recognized them as the cities of Great Zhou, precisely the territory he ruled. This is Great Zhou? How could this be? Ji Xiongying was not dull-witted to stand out among many martial artists, and be chosen by the Yun clan's old ancestor showed that his mind was not lacking. So he quickly came to his senses, staring at Liu Yang in shock. A scam. It's all a scam. Shattering the void. Every bit of it is fake. In the next instant, Ji Xiongying whipped around, trying to break open the void again, and sent a voice transmission to warn the celestials in the secret realm. Do not shatter the void. With a rumble. Before the words fell, a beam of splendid light descended from the sky and froze him in place. Then Luo Wuya, second senior brother of the Sanha society, slowly stepped into the hall. What fine material for corpse refinement, Luo Wuya said with a face full of delight. Was this cultivated by junior brother in the secret realm? It actually has cultivation at the perfection of chi refinement. Junior brother, how did you cultivate it? Liu Yang smiled and cupped his hands in reply. If senior brother likes it, I'll give it to senior brother. Good, then many thanks, junior brother. In the next moment, Luo Wuya decisively formed a hand seal. Ji Xiongying instantly felt a chilling energy sweep through his whole body, and his celestial body simply couldn't withstand it. On the brink of death, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet in the end, this consummate martial artist, a celestial of his generation, once regarded as a legend of shattering the void, in his final moments bellowed only one line at Liu Yang, the man who had engineered this entire hoax. Beast, you beast. Within the law-refining secret realm, Liu Yang's true body was perfectly fine. Seated in his cave abode, he didn't take Ji Xiongying's dying curses to heart at all, and was full of joy at this moment. Saint Thief succeeded. Liu Yang stood up, looked up at the sky, and saw a long river of purple chi spanning the firmament that was the fate amassed from the 140 million living beings within the entire secret realm. That was the fate of the martial Tao. At this moment, Liu Yang was bathed in that fate. The resplendent purple chi spread out, as if making him the center of heaven and earth in an instant. At the same time, within the law-refining secret realm, the 140 million living beings, whether mortal or Tianren, each felt something in their hearts, and all looked up at the sky. Faintly, it was as if a majestic golden body rose from the earth, solemn and austere, borne aloft by the rolling mortal world, slowly ascending. Authority upon the body, saintly body at great completion. Liu Yang opened his eyes, once again feeling that Tao resonance like ascension, which in the past only those with great divine powers and foundation establishment true persons possessed. His height was rising. The boundless fate was wholly swallowed and absorbed by Liu Yang. Not a trace left. Those breaths slowly formed within him into extremely intricate Dharma rites. At that moment, Liu Yang abruptly raised his head and looked toward the sky. At the same time, in Tianjing City, as Liu Yang shattered the void and Ji Xiongying followed close behind, the Yun clan ancestor's face suddenly turned into a blend of shock and fury. Not good. Only at this moment did he see through Liu Yang's calculation. Liu Yang had forged to shatter the void realm above Tianren, with him as proof, and now with Ji Xiongying as well. Henceforth people would only be convinced this path was viable and would chase after it. The entire system thus became seamless. Even the fourth step of the martial Tao that he had pioneered was perfectly encompassed. The result not only failed to weaken Liu Yang's cultivation, it even bolstered his might. If relying on Liu Yang alone, the martial Tao would at most reach the late stage of qi refining. But with the Yun clan ancestor's assistance, the limit of the martial Tao actually reached qi refining great perfection. In that case, the fate fed back by Saint Thief would be vast beyond measure. And by now, even he could not break this martial Tao system. In theory, a martial Tao Tianren that can rival qi refining great perfection is a dead end. This is true for Liu Yang, and for himself as well. And as for this layer of shatter the void, he could find no flaw. After shattering the void, the person is gone dead without testimony. One says one thing, and another says another. What evidence could he use to pick out a flaw? To break the situation, unless he could open a path different from shatter the void, letting the martial Tao truly break through foundation establishment. Yet before his reincarnation, he was only at early foundation establishment, limited in strength. On what basis could he create a method for the martial Tao to surpass foundation establishment? Perhaps only someone at the level of a golden core true lord could do it. Or else kill everyone who witnessed Liu Yang shatter the void. But what meaning would that have? It would only needlessly expose his existence. In other words, Liu Yang's momentum in cultivating Saint Thief was already unstoppable. Damn it! Damn it! Thinking of this, the Yun clan ancestor ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He never imagined his arrangement would come to nothing, instead becoming a stratagem that aided the enemy. The karma he had painstakingly pushed ended up becoming someone else's bridal clothes. He could not accept it. With that in mind, the Yun clan ancestor gnashed his teeth, full of unwillingness, and once again stirred karma, seeking one last gamble. The Yun clan ancestor activated the heaven probing instrument to enhance his influence over karma, saying, "Saint Thief has a tribulation in its fate, which should have fallen upon me. As long as I strip that tribulation away, employ the method of substitution, use heavenly tribulation in place of human tribulation, and draw the power of heaven and earth, I can kill him. To steal the fate of all under heaven is an act that defies heaven and will surely meet heaven's punishment." With a roar from the Yun clan ancestor, in an instant the previously clear skies above Liu Yang's place of seclusion turned suddenly overcast. Dark clouds churned and lightning serpents wove. A thunderous crash. Thunder split down from the clouds. Heaven and earth were a sheet of white light. A massive bolt of lightning cleaved straight down from the dark clouds, so fast no one could react, and in a blink it fell upon Liu Yang. As the lightning's glare dissipated, Liu Yang's figure slowly appeared. What the Yun clan ancestor found unbelievable was that, facing this heavenly thunder that could even kill a chi refining great perfection, Liu Yang was actually unscathed, not a hair harmed. This is the Saint Thief's authority? A memory of Saint Thief suddenly flashed through the Yun clan ancestor's heart. The minor achievement and great accomplishment of this body-refining art are fundamentally different things. Minor achievement in Saint Thief is merely a simple strengthening of the physique. But at great accomplishment, Saint Thief can condense the so-called authority. In cultivation on the immortal path, height, or rather rank, often signifies an absolute disparity as long as the rank is high enough. Those below are like ants. Just like a foundation establishment true person facing a chi refining cultivator. And what Saint Thief condenses as authority is, in essence, a kind of rank. Liu Yang has now surpassed the tier of ordinary cultivators. Any attack of a lower tier can't even touch him. Take the bolt of lightning the Yun clan ancestor drew forth by tugging on karma. Impressive in might, yet it failed to match the corresponding tier. It was like 2D trying to hit 3D, however fierce. It's all empty bluster, let alone injure Liu Yang. It couldn't even scuff the hem of his robe. Of course, law comes in degrees of strength. Not everyone can achieve this level. The Prime Saint sect is full of talent. Liu Yang is not the only disciple who has cultivated the Saint Thief, but the law he has condensed is, so far, the most formidable. For the strength of the law depends on the framework established while cultivating the Saint Thief. If that framework caps at mid-stage chi refining, then the law can at best handle mid-stage chi refining attacks. It will be broken as soon as it meets late-stage chi refining. But thanks to the efforts of the Yun clan ancestor, Liu Yang's martial Dao already spans chi refining great perfection. Thus his law cannot be breached by any cultivator below foundation establishment save for those who also wield grand divine abilities that can elevate their tier. Boom rumble. Bolts of lightning crashed down, yet Liu Yang paid them no mind. Not moving a muscle even as the surrounding grand formation shattered, he remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, the Yun clan ancestor's eyes reddened with fury, yet he had no recourse. At this point, we can only let him live, the Yun clan ancestor sighed. Forget it. Let him go. The sect master's matter is more important. Senior, are you looking at me? A cool, indifferent voice sounded, and the Yun clan ancestor jolted in shock. In the karmic vantage, Liu Yang suddenly turned and looked at him calmly. He can see me? No, he actually knows I exist? The Yun clan ancestor instinctively took a step back, aghast, immediately severing the karmic sensing. Then he stilled his breath, suppressing his presence to conceal every last heavenly secret. But the Liu Yang of now is no longer who he used to be. Trying to flee, Liu Yang lowered his lids, ripples spreading through his gaze. At this moment, his saint body was perfected. Though he had not reached foundation establishment, neither had the Yun clan ancestor. Right now, the tiers of the two were actually not far apart. Moments later, Liu Yang's soul flew out of his body, shooting into the firmament, and from on high he took in the entire Dharma refining secret realm and the vast earth. The Yun clan ancestor bore the heaven-seeking instrument, peerless in masking the heavenly secrets by rights. Liu Yang shouldn't have been able to divine his location. But this place was Liu Yang's turf where he consummated the Saint Thief, his home field. He didn't need to calculate at all. He only had to find which strand of chi flow hadn't yet been stolen by him. Whoosh whoosh. With a thought, tens of thousands of currents of chi shone into his sea of consciousness and were swiftly sifted away, until only one seemingly faint thread remained falling upon the heavenly capital city. Next, the void split open. The Yun clan ancestor, thinking the heavenly secrets were shrouded, froze. He looked up, ripples spread over his head, and then a figure in black robes slowly stepped out of the rift. Found you. At the instant Liu Yang appeared. As he spoke, the heavenly capital seemed to be drained of color, and an indescribable ripple spread out across heaven and earth in all directions. Where that ripple passed, the 10 directions were annihilated. Buildings were gone, passers-by were gone, as if they had never existed. Whether you were a beggar on the street or a martial Tao heavenly being, all vanished without distinction. How is this possible? A martial Tao heavenly being roared in terror, utterly unable to accept this reality. Whether they ran, froze, or broke down crying. In the end, they all dissipated soundlessly within that ripple. The sole exception was the Saint Heart scholar Wang Buyin. This genius, who pioneered the fourth step of the martial Tao, was oddly calm. He merely looked up at the sky and, with a hint of release, said, "Gazing upon fortune and heaven, what does a frog at the bottom of a well know of gazing upon fortune and heaven?" As early as when he broke through to become a heavenly being, Wang Buyin had sensed something amiss. Wang Buyin devised the three talents fate-watching art, seeking to use man to calculate heaven. But when he poured his lifetime of learning into peering at heaven and surveying earth, he uncovered a startling upheaval instead. He deduced a conclusion: heaven and earth were lacking. On the surface, they seemed exquisite, but in truth they were inconsistent, like a meticulously fabricated fake. He once thought he had miscalculated that the fate-watching art was incomplete, but no matter how many times he reenacted it, the result remained the same. Was heaven and earth truly flawed, and the world nothing but an illusory dream? From then on, the once debonair Saint Heart scholar, fan lightly swaying in hand, became a slovenly man who drank all day and drifted through life. Now, he saw the truth clearly. Only at this moment did Wang Buyin recover a bit of his former Saint Heart scholar grace. Gazing at the sky, his release carried a touch of regret. What a pity! If only I could see the true heaven and earth, that would be a great joy. In the next instant, his figure was gone. Tianjin City suddenly vanished from the earth. Everyone disappeared without a trace, leaving only the Yun family's old ancestors' residence and Lu Yang hanging in midair. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yang used the secret realm's authority to erase the entire Tianjin City, collecting all living beings into the deepest part of the law-refining secret realm to await the next disciple to open it. While the secret realm space of Tianjin City was compressed by him around the Yun family's old ancestor. In this way, the space was highly condensed, and the Yun family's old ancestor couldn't even escape into the void. Lu Yang. There was apprehension in the Yun family's old ancestor's voice, along with a pent-up sense of frustration. He was apprehensive because Lu Yang's current strength was no longer ordinary. That sense of frustration was actually because he had brought all of this upon himself. If he hadn't interfered, even if Lu Yang had cultivated the sage thief, it could never have become so close to perfect. How could he not feel stifled? But the Yun family's old ancestor quickly suppressed his anger and asked in a steady voice, "You erased Tianjin City. Aren't you afraid the sage thief will lose the support of fate?" Lu Yang replied with a faint smile, "Senior, you're overthinking it. Now that the sage thief is complete, the world's fate no longer matters to me, since it's called a thief. Naturally, it won't pay anything back. By contrast, Senior would do better to worry about your present situation." "Are you threatening me?" The Yun family's old ancestor's face grew even darker. The aura he had been suppressing slowly spread, and with killing intent seething, he said, "You alone dare boast in front of me?" Lu Yang scoffed. "Nothing but a reincarnated foundation establishment. What's so special about that?" He advanced instead of retreating. "I'm just short one foundation establishment reincarnate soul to study secret arts. Senior, you've come at the right time. You can conveniently aid my cultivation." The Yun family's old ancestor roared, "Courting death, Junior." In his anger, he nevertheless could see the situation clearly, and instead felt relieved that Lu Yang hadn't left the secret realm and had chosen to confront him. If Lu Yang ran out of the secret realm to inform on him, he'd be done for. Now that Lu Yang had come alone, perhaps there was still a sliver of room to maneuver. He fiercely urged his mana. In an instant, a blazing mass of golden light exploded above his head, three colors interwoven: gold, silver, and jade resplendent, illuminating the sky in a flash. Tai golden radiance. This was not that half-baked version Yun Miaojin used. The Yun family's old ancestors' Tai golden radiance was the complete, refined, true canon, a genuine great divine ability. In an instant, the golden light surged vast and mighty. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth responded, rolling up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth like giant waves, sweeping straight down at Lu Yang. Next, all Lu Yang could see was golden brilliance, as if he'd been cut off in another world. His vital essence collapsed, his body shriveled, his true chi ran dry, his mana declined, his divine will scattered, his spiritual sense dulled his essence. Chi and spirit were swept clean away by the golden light. Yet in the next moment, he lifted his foot and stamped the ground. Rumble. In an instant, the secret realm shook violently, like the thunderous shock when someone jumps from a height and hits the ground. Almost at the same time, the Yun family's old ancestor's spiritual sense was also struck by the great tremor. That already condensed Tai golden radiance actually shattered and scattered when Lu Yang stomped his foot. The essence, chi, and spirit that had been brushed away earlier swiftly returned to Lu Yang's body. After that, Lu Yang moved. He let out a cold laugh and flicked his sleeve. Smoke and fire sprang up and coiled around him, and a sudden thunderous boom made the Yun family's old ancestor's ears and eyes ache. Looking up, he saw a majestic golden body rise from the earth like a mountain, wreathed in surging smoke and fire. Steal the world's fate, forge the sage's golden body. Only now did Lu Yang truly display the perfected power of the sage thief. By the measure of law, borrowing chi to give it form, he actually manifested a sage aspect. Seeing this, the Yun family's old ancestor hastily urged the Tai golden radiance again. In an instant, the golden radiance across the sky split into the three lights of essence, chi, and spirit, arrayed like sun, moon, and stars, heavy as mountains, crashing down toward Lu Yang. Before the Tai golden radiance could fall, the sky-supporting, earth-propping sage aspect had already stretched out a giant hand. Its palm was smooth like jade, descending to cover the sky, with 5 fingers closing together. It actually clasped that myriad phenomena Tai golden radiance along with the Yun family's old ancestor into its grasp. How dare you? The Yun family's old ancestor grunted, and the Tai golden radiance kept swelling, growing ever more scorching, almost turning into a golden sun as it tried to pry open and tear the sage aspect's palm. On the other side, seeing this, Lu Yang also formed hand seals. His true body grew ever more ethereal, while the sage aspect behind him became ever more real, solemn, and austere, increasingly unaffected by external things. The Tai golden radiance unleashed by the Yun family's old ancestor struck it, and at most scraped off a layer of flesh, but every time he scraped away a wave, Lu Yang immediately regenerated. In the long run, it became a war of attrition. He spent mana while Lu Yang spent blood, and chi yielding him no advantage at all. Delays will breed mishaps. I must take this man down as fast as possible. The Yun clan's old ancestors' thoughts raced. He knew Lu Yang had seized great fortune. Through him, the theft by the sage aspect had neared its utmost, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a grand divine ability. If he wanted to subdue him, he'd need harsher, more formidable means. At that thought, the Yun clan's old ancestor immediately pulled out a spherical treasure. It was none other than the heaven-scrutinizing astrolabe bestowed upon him by the Sword Pavilion headmaster in his previous life. He offered up the spirit treasure to hang in the air, then bowed. "Please, Heavenly Lord, take action." No sooner had he spoken than the heaven-scrutinizing astrolabe began to spin, and the surrounding space flipped with it up, down, left, right, front, and back were all inverted by a force. Within the area covered by the heaven-scrutinizing astrolabe, orientations were thrown into chaos. Forward became backward, left turned into up became forward, all dictated by the wielder's will. The instant the astrolabe was unleashed, the sage aspect's momentum slackened, and the Yun clan's old ancestors seized the chance to break free. Next, grasping the heaven-scrutinizing astrolabe, he thrust it down over Lu Yang. In a flash, Lu Yang shuddered all over. His sage aspect seemed nailed in place by a vast magical power, unable to move, forced to remain where it was. It turned out the Yun clan's old ancestor had scrambled the direction of Lu Yang's every movement into staying put. After pinning down the sage aspect, the Yun clan's old ancestor did not stop. Tai golden radiance fell again and again, clearly intending to wear him down and break through by attrition. Impressive, truly too impressive. Lu Yang watched and smiled, inwardly conceding that the Yun clan's old ancestor's strength was beyond dispute after all. He was a reincarnated Foundation establishment cultivator, and he held a supreme treasure like the heavens scrutinizing astrolabe. In a straight-up clash, fight 100 times, and he'd probably lose every last one. But dueling isn't all brute strength. It's like chess. You might win on the board, but off the board there are other ways to take the game. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Liu Yang's innate Qi avatar sprinted all the way to the entrance of Perfected Inshan's seclusion cave. Perfected One, I have a report. Someone is committing evil in the secret realm. The instant Liu Yang lodged his complaint with Perfected Inshan, the Yun clan's old ancestor inside the secret realm trembled all over, as if a great calamity were about to descend. Your avatar? The Yun clan's old ancestor pinched his fingers to calculate, immediately seeing the ins and outs, and his face showed despair as he said, "So in the end, this tribulation cannot be escaped." In this reincarnation, hiding his identity was paramount. Thanks to the Sword Pavilion headmaster masking the will of heaven, he hadn't been exposed, but once unmasked, not even the headmaster could save him. In other words, his all-out gamble had utterly failed. He had not completed the headmaster's task. His hope of returning to Foundation establishment was gone. The Yun clan standing within the Sword Pavilion would collapse at once, no longer a lofty Foundation establishment clan, and might even face annihilation. No, there's still a chance. The Yun clan's old ancestor fixed his gaze on Liu Yang, a terrifying killing intent suddenly flaring in his eyes. Hatred so deep, even rivers could not wash it away. The next moment, his expression changed, turning resolute. In a single thought, the tiny golden radiance surrounding him suddenly reversed, all of it converging at his fingertip to condense into a razor-sharp sword chi. This sword chi was a divine ability, called Dingyuan One Slash, as one with the world. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. In truth, it could directly lock an enemy's karma. Once the slash was sent, so long as the target's karma had not dispersed, the sword chi would never perish. In years past, the Witch Ghost Path was slaughtered nearly to the last by the then headmaster of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, a golden core true lord, using this very divine ability, not leaving a single one. Because the secret realm inheritance left behind by the Witch Ghost Path still bore undispersed karma, that sword chi lingered for 1,000 years. However, this slash is not something an ordinary cultivator can unleash lightly. Because it entangles karma, it cannot be used below Foundation establishment, and since the Yun clan's old ancestor has now lost his Foundation establishment standing, to cleave out this sword, he could only forfeit his life. In other words, he meant to perish together with his enemy. With the heavens scrutinizing astrolabe veiling the heavens, if I sacrifice my life to cut down this fiend, I might still have a sliver of a way to live through reincarnation. Although this was already his second reincarnation, before he could return to Foundation establishment, he was forced to commence a third, which inflicted a tremendous loss on his Tao. Even if he truly escaped, in the future he would be bound by the stupor of the womb, end as a common mortal, and never transcend. At the very least, I'll cut you down first. The Yun clan's old ancestor stared straight at Liu Yang, then ran the divine ability. His essence, Qi, and spirit erupted and poured entirely into that condensed, razor-sharp sword chi. Sever. With a furious shout, the sword chi howled out, cleaving down toward where Liu Yang stood. In an instant, Liu Yang felt a powerful sense of peril sweep over him. You want to fight me to the death? At a thought, Liu Yang's figure fully merged into the saint aspect behind him. He then commanded that saint aspect to stretch out two sky-bearing giant hands to grab that stream of sword chi. The two entangled. The saint aspect's hands were torn by the sword chi until bone and flesh split, yet in turn its hands forcibly ripped off a large swath of sword chi. But that sword chi on the other side was different. Owing to Liu Yang's karmic entanglement, it naturally possessed the ability to swallow and spit the energies of heaven and earth, and quickly mended the torn part, restoring itself in an instant. On the other side, the saint aspect was likewise the same. After all, that saint aspect was only an apparition manifested by Liu Yang by borrowing qi, not his true body. With a surge of power, he immediately regenerated the missing flesh and blood. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate like this. Seeing this, The Yun family ancestor sighed, but felt no attachment. He now had no physical body, only a lone soul remaining in the world. While the Jinren of the holy sect had yet to arrive, hurrying to reincarnate was the best course. Just then, the Yun family ancestor suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Turning back, he saw Lu Yang in the distance, actually sneering at him. "Senior, why the rush to leave?" The next moment, he saw a clump of chi aura belonging to him suddenly appear in Lu Yang's hand. Lu Yang then traced out a ring of radiance, using that chi aura to reflect his image. Not good. The Yun family ancestor's pupils sharply contracted, shocked and enraged, yet utterly puzzled. The Xianyin form, seizing grand art. How did he capture my chi aura? The Xianyin form, seizing grand art, can kill across distance so long as one seizes the chi aura. The Yun family ancestor had long anticipated that Lu Yang would cultivate this divine ability. So during their duel, he especially restrained his breath, absolutely giving Lu Yang no chance to capture his own chi aura. By rights, it should have been foolproof. Yet unexpectedly, his chi aura was still captured by Lu Yang. And now he already had no body, only a soul. Once this art struck, he feared his soul would scatter on the spot, and the path to reincarnation would be utterly severed. "Oh Heavenly Lord, save me." For the moment, the Yun family ancestor had to postpone reincarnation, and in the form of a soul drove the Jiao Tian, vainly attempting to block Lu Yang's Xianyin form, seizing grand art. Too late. Lu Yang waved his hand, severing the Yun family ancestor's image within the radiance. The Yun family ancestor immediately focused his mind, preparing to resist. Then, nothing happened. The Yun family ancestor blinked, stunned where he stood. The remote curse kill of Xianyin form, seizing he had imagined, did not manifest. It felt like a sham. No, that's wrong. Fake. He stalling for time. The Yun family ancestor jolted awake, dared not linger, and with a wave opened a black passage. His soul was about to rush in. Yet at that very instant, a vast chi aura surged into the secret realm of refining methods. "Seal heaven and earth." A majestic voice resonated inside and outside the secret realm. His words were like a golden decree, and the black passage was immediately sealed shut. No, that black passage led to the place of reincarnation. Seeing this, the Yun family ancestor let out a miserable scream, his soul surging violently as he glared hideously at Lu Yang. "You dare deceive me? And what can you do to me?" Lu Yang smiled faintly from outside the secret realm. Another giant hand reached in, pinched the sword chi that had been entangled with him, and with a gentle squeeze crushed it to powder. No matter how strong a divine ability, when it meets a higher tier, it is still utterly useless. So this is the might of Foundation establishment. Lu Yang sighed inwardly even after seeing it many times. The crushing superiority of a Foundation establishment Jinren over chi refining cultivators still inspired awe in him. In an instant, the figure of Yinshan Jinren appeared beside Lu Yang. "Nicely done." Yinshan Jinren offered a word of praise, then turned to the Yun family ancestor's soul and said with a smile, "So it's you, the old cur Yun Qingchuan." Yinshan. The Yun family ancestor's eyes rolled as if he still wanted to speak, but before the words could leave his mouth, Yinshan Jinren lifted his hand and brought his palm down upon his soul. Boom. In the next moment, all of the Yun family ancestor's consciousness was erased by Yinshan Jinren, leaving only a blank soul clutched in his hand. After all, he had fallen from the Foundation establishment rank. Though his soul retained a trace of tier, how could it contend with a true Foundation establishment Jinren? Moreover, after the Skull Mountain affair, Yinshan Jinren's cultivation had risen yet another level, and he was now mid-Foundation establishment, simply not someone the Yun family ancestor could compare to. Buzz buzz. With the Yun family ancestor dead, the Jiao Tian had no master. Yinshan Jinren was unceremonious, immediately collecting and suppressing it, then grabbing the treasure to toy with and examine. What a fine treasure, truly a fine treasure. This Jiao Tian had enabled the Yun family ancestor to veil the heavenly secrets and slip into the secret realm of reincarnation without anyone noticing, which shows how high its quality was, so much so that even Yinshan Jinren was moved by it. But this matter involves the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and concerns the soul of a Foundation establishment true person according to sect rules. It must be reported to the sect master for adjudication. Once it's submitted, this wondrous treasure can't be hidden. It will surely become the target of everyone's arrows. With my current strength and status, I couldn't keep it safe. Just then, Lu Yang stepped forward and bowed. Senior brother, this junior boldly makes a request. Might I borrow the soul of that Righteous Path Foundation establishment cultivator for a time? I will return it intact within 10 years. Oh, you want the old man's soul? True person Inshan raised an eyebrow, then shook his head and said, You do dare to think. But since this touches the sword pavilion, if I report it, the sect master will surely press the matter. By then, neither the soul nor the artifact will be kept. However, it's not without room to maneuver. At this point, true person Inshan shifted his tone, half smiling as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yang. As long as a matter never goes on the scales, 1,000 caddies weigh only 4 taels. If you can help me keep this covered up, no reporting, no inquiry, then both the soul and the artifact can stay. Lu Yang froze at that, then showed puzzlement. Which matter am I to cover up? Good. As expected of a disciple of our holy sect, you can achieve great things. The two glanced at each other, and both understood. In the next instant, true person Inshan tossed the Yun family ancestor's soul into Lu Yang's hands, casually put away the heaven investigating instrument, and drifted off. The next day, Lu Yang left the secret realm of method refinement. As for what happened in the secret realm, everyone sealed their lips. Even Luo Wuya said nothing, as if Lu Yang had never set foot there. As for Lu Yang, with the Yun family ancestor's soul already processed by true person Inshan, he was happy to quietly take advantage and naturally wouldn't trumpet it about. To set Inshan's mind at ease, after leaving the secret realm, he simply remained within Yin Mountain, opening a cave abode and settling in. In mountain cultivation, years scarcely count. In a blink, 10 springs and autumns passed. One day, Lu Yang awoke from seclusion and opened his eyes to look at the Mingdao jade slip that hadn't left his hand in 10 years, only to find several obvious new cracks upon it. It seems this secret treasure has its limits as well. Over these 10 years, he had been activating this treasure almost constantly. Thanks to it, he made great strides in formations, talismancy, and many other fields. Formations, talismancy, and cultivation all advanced. Most critically, he finally deduced a secret art that could work out a path to mastering Tayin shedding form corpse liberation true method without triggering the book of 100 lives. Lu Yang named it Yin Spirit Ghost Immortal Method. Plainly put, it's a feigned death art. With the soul guarding itself and the will undispersed, after the body's death it manifests a Yin spirit, allowing the soul to remain in the human world. With this secret art, Lu Yang can attune his soul to approach the level of a foundation establishment true person. After his body's death, he will not enter reincarnation, thereby satisfying the die and transform condition of Tayin shedding form corpse liberation true method while avoiding triggering the book of 100 lives. In the next life, I'll make it my goal. After all, merely practicing this saintly theft took him decades. Tayin shedding form corpse liberation true method is even more powerful than this art and will likely take longer. Achieving it in this lifetime is basically hopeless. Thinking of this, Lu Yang took out another jade slip. Recorded within was a secret art called Stealing Heavenly Secrets, which he had traded from Zhao Shua back. Then it even bore a confidentiality restriction. If he can master it, it will raise his chance of foundation establishment by another 10%. Lu Yang tapped it with a finger. Sure enough, after 80 years the restriction on the jade slip had dissipated, and its contents appeared with ease. Senior brother Zhao is really straightforward. This thing has no real loopholes, and even includes annotations. Lu Yang firmly committed the essentials of stealing heavenly secrets to memory, and as he memorized he laughed and said, By the way, senior brother Zhao still owes me money this lifetime, don't forget in the next. Another month passed before Lu Yang finally left his cave abode. But the news he heard this time shocked him. Over at the Three Rivers Assembly, second senior brother Luo Wuya failed in his attempt at foundation establishment and fell. How could this be? In true person Inshan's cave abode, Lu Yang let out a long sigh. I have deep friendship with brother Luo. I thought that upon leaving seclusion this time, I could share wine and laughter with him. True person Inshan shook his head as well. What a pity about second. He cultivated the holy sect's true transmission heavenly work true canon at perfection. He could refine third-grade heavenly work treasured chi, had even mastered a great divine power, and possessed a foundation establishment pill. By rights, he had a 30% chance to break through. The difficulty of foundation establishment is almost greater than ascending to heaven. Liu Yang in this lifetime was already 100, and Luo Wuya was not far behind. A 30% chance of breakthrough is enough to make one stake everything on a single gamble. Sadly, in the end he lost the bet. After sighing for a while, Master Yinshan looked at Liu Yang and said, "From the look of you coming out of seclusion this time, you must have made up your mind to attempt foundation establishment. Haven to you? Senior brother, your insight is correct." Liu Yang cupped his hands, returned the Yun family patriarch's soul to Master Yinshan, and said in a low voice, "After paying my respects to senior brother, I'll be going into seclusion. You truly have talent, and ought to remain in the holy sect to cultivate." Master Yinshan stroked his beard with a smile, then said, "Thinking back now, how I tugged at your fate back on Skull Mountain and cost you 30 years for nothing, I do feel some regret. If you were 30 years younger, your chances of breaking through to foundation would be much greater." Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Senior brother flatters me. My words are never empty." Master Yinshan shook his head, flicked his hand, and a jade plaque dropped before Liu Yang. On it were two large characters. Ascension. The ascension token you should have received at Skull Mountain back, then never made it to you. You traded for the Mingdao jade slip, the second couldn't make use of it, and the third fell early on the orthodox demonic battlefield. It's yours now. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was stunned and hastily waved his hand, saying, "Senior brother, this is far too generous, I can't accept." "Don't talk too much." Master Yinshan looked a little impatient. "Just take it. If you really manage to establish your foundation, it will count as a good karmic tie formed." On hearing this, Liu Yang had no choice but to accept the ascension token, and couldn't help feeling a flicker of anticipation. He had intended to attempt foundation only to accumulate experience for his next life, but now he had third-grade true chi and the sage thief besides. If he added this ascension token as well, he might actually have a 30% chance. Could there be a plot behind this? At that thought, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile wryly, and felt helpless. There were simply too many talents in the holy sect, and this kind of inexplicable help always made him suspicious. But even if there is a scheme, I'll accept it. Anyway, even if I die this lifetime, it'll be on the road of attempting foundation succeed or die. Whether there's a scheme or not doesn't matter. If there really is a scheme, I'll just be more careful in my next life. Having thought it through, Liu Yang no longer hesitated. He rose and gave Master Yinshan a respectful bow, then turned and left. No one knew that just as he left, a figure appeared by Master Yinshan's side. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a steady countenance and extraordinary bearing. A sharp aura flashed between his brows, as if nothing could stump him. Master Yinshan spoke first. "How is it?" "No." The man shook his head and said, "The optimal age to break through to foundation is around 70 or 80. He has already passed 100. The hope of breakthrough is almost nil. Too bad he cultivated the grand molting corpse release true art, but didn't he take the final step and forge the corpse release immortal status? Otherwise he'd have another 10% chance. It's just that we're short one foundation establishment master to assist. With just the two of us, we probably can't break out of that domain. Let us hope he succeeds. If not, we'll have no choice but to risk inviting outsiders to help." Master Yinshan said helplessly, "Senior brother Chongwang, your foundation is already complete, and with the overturning Lampfire Lord reincarnated, we can't miss this chance. Indeed, now we can only make a single gamble." Master Chongwang looked rueful and said, "If we succeed, it'll be my fortune. If we fail, I'll bear it. Besides, with the millennial calamity approaching, if one does not become a true monarch, how can one be the one moving the pieces? It's nothing but a difference between dying sooner or later. At least dying in pursuit of a breakthrough is far better than, when the calamity arrives, having one's mind veiled by fate, becoming someone else's peace, and finally dying muddle-headed. You and I have both attempted foundation. We should understand this truth." "What you say is most true, senior brother." Master Yinshan nodded, recalling the past, and let out a long sigh. Qi refining is hard to transcend, and foundation establishment is hard to earn freedom. The world is simply like this. Master Chongguang said coldly. Otherwise, how would there be such titles as Master and True Monarch? No matter how outstanding a Qi refining cultivator is, he is still just material, liable to be expended at any time. Only by breaking through to foundation will a person be treated as a person, and upon achieving golden core, one is considered supreme, able to command the masses and occupy the high seat. A foundation establisher is laying the immortal foundation of the great Tao, tempering the material body to fuse away the mortal dross with the six senses empty and still, refining true Qi into 5 Qi returning to the origin. 3 Yang gathering at the crown achievement brings forgetting of form, the fetus immortal self forms, inexhausted and Yang pure. A body beyond the body, only then can one shed the mortal and ascend as an immortal, transcend the mundane and enter the sacred thereafter. Ranked among the immortals and bidding farewell to the secular. In his cave abode, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, quietly contemplating. At this step of foundation, each school's methods speak differently, but when it comes down to actual practice, the steps aren't all that different. Its essential idea is to take one's own true Qi as the base, lift up the sea of consciousness, and refine the form to ascend. For example, the 9 transformations dragon art he cultivated, when perfected, can refine 3rd grade true Qi called True Dragon Sha. The Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming Ascension Scroll contains clear instructions on more advanced foundation establishment methods, specifically on how to borrow true dragon baleful Qi to accomplish shape refining ascension. From this one can see just how important the grade of true Qi is. If the grade of true Qi is insufficient, you either cannot lift the sea of consciousness at all, or you exhaust your strength halfway up, your Qi wanes, and you plummet with a crash, ending with not even a place to be buried. Overall, the process of foundation establishment, to put it plainly, is to walk a path of ascension. And at the end of that path of ascension lies the so-called foundation establishment realm. Seeing this, Liu Yang couldn't help exclaiming, so the foundation establishment realm isn't merely a realm, it refers to a place. That said, ascension is only the first step. Once a cultivator lifts the sea of consciousness and truly ascends into the foundation establishment realm, he must begin forging his immortal foundation to ensure he can remain there. That is another difficult pass. Even if ordinary cultivators complete the step of ascension, they often exhaust their reserves and can only barely erect a tottering, immortal foundation. As a result, with the foundation unsound and unable to withstand the pressure of the foundation establishment realm, it eventually collapses with a roar. Failing to ascend might still leave a road to survival. But once the immortal foundation shatters, the cultivator's death is certain. Luo Wuya most likely fell at this hurdle. Know that once a cultivator flies into the foundation establishment realm to establish his immortal foundation, beyond needing solid skills, he will inexplicably give rise to endless demonic thoughts. If his Tao heart is unsteady and his mind restless and unbridled, he will inevitably be harried by those thoughts, and no depth of roots will avail him. It must be said, every step is fraught with hardship. Liu Yang ran through the process of breaking through to foundation establishment, committing to memory all the key points, secrets, and crucial nodes from the Myriad Chariots Dragon Taming Ascension Scroll. Then he took out the Ascension token, placed it in his palm, and circulated his power to attune it. In a moment, the Ascension token turned into a streak of flowing light and darted into his sea of consciousness, illuminating his mind and making his whole body feel as if drifting like an immortal. He closed his eyes and immediately entered meditation. In his dantian, a strand of true Qi appeared, first sprouting horns, scales and claws, teeth, and whiskers, and finally transforming into a lifelike true dragon. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the true dragon rose from the dantian, surged upward along the Ren and Du meridians, passed through the Crimson Palace into the Purple Mansion, and charged straight for the depths of the Sea of Consciousness. Then he felt the heavens before his eyes blaze with light. The true Qi that had seemed inexhaustible now poured out like floodwaters from a lifted gate. turning into an indescribable vast force that pushed his sea of consciousness to climb higher. All thanks to this ascension token. Liu Yang knew well that hoisting the sea of consciousness upward was no easy task. There should have been 9 heaven and earth passes barring the way, and breaking each pass would consume vast vitality. But with the ascension token bestowed by perfected Yinshan reinforcing him, the 9 heaven and earth passes all stood open, and his path of ascension was smooth and unimpeded. More critically, he was not starting his ascent from the very bottom. He thought to himself, I have cultivated the Saint Thief and thereby hold a certain rank. Strictly speaking, I'm ascending from midair. Thus, the distance of ascension was 1 segment shorter. Don't underestimate that 1 segment. It might be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, sparing Liu Yang an incalculable amount of effort. The Saint Thief and the Ascension token each dissolved a calamity on his path of ascension, while the 3rd grade True Dragon Baleful Qi gave him sufficient reserves, so he needn't fear running out of true Qi halfway and could proceed step by step into the Foundation establishment realm. In this way, he knew not how much time had passed. Liu Yang felt the celestial light before him gradually dim, as if he had passed through a region, and in his field of view there unfolded a boundless domain. He looked down and actually saw himself. Not only that, he saw Yin Mountain, the first Saint Sect, mountains and rivers, sun and moon, and the teeming masses toiling for their livelihoods. One could also say this was the red dust. He had seen this scene once before on Skull Mountain, when perfected Yinshan had shown him a great battle between Foundation establishment perfected ones. The sight was much the same. Only back then his true spirit was benighted, and he could not make out the visages of the Foundation establishment perfected ones, seeing only the radiance of their arts. If he watched again, this time he should be able to see more clearly. Even now, he could see, at the nearest point to the northwest, a figure sitting upright. That man was perfected Yinshan. The immortal foundation beneath him was like a black mountain, though it stretched for 10,000 miles. It looked exceedingly small within the boundless Foundation establishment realm. At the same time, perfected Yinshan seemed to notice him as well. The next moment, a leisurely voice drifted over. Focus your thoughts, don't let your mind wander. A clear, spring-like voice chimed down, instantly dispersing Liu Yang's sentimentality, and he exclaimed in surprise, demonic thoughts invaded and stirred up my stray thoughts. Thinking of this, Liu Yang dared not delay any longer. He immediately put all his attention back on Foundation establishment. The effects of Saint Thief, the Ascension token, and 3rd grade True Qi had already been exhausted. From here on out, it was up to himself. Step by step he drew in his True Qi and began to construct his immortal foundation. But it didn't take long before he sensed a problem. Not enough True Qi. In that instant of distraction just now, his True Qi had inexplicably dropped by 30%. It hadn't been much to begin with, and now it was even more stretched thin, almost unable to sustain the effort. Helpless, Liu Yang shrank the scale of his immortal foundation. The size of the immortal foundation often signifies a foundation establishment cultivator's potential, cultivation, and mana. By reducing the scale at this moment, he was in fact sacrificing his future prospects in exchange for a breakthrough. Thus he cut it down bit by bit, compressing the original scale to only half, and only then was the True Qi barely sufficient. But in the next moment, he saw the Yinshan Jinren beside him suddenly stand, stride toward him, and let out a chilling jia laugh. Not bad, so you've indeed formed your immortal foundation. I went to some trouble to help you, and the spirit treasure in my hand happens to lack an immortal foundation to complete it. Junior brother Liu, you truly didn't let me down your fine material. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yinshan Jinren reached out a hand. That familiar sensation, that familiar terror surged over him. Liu Yang had seen Yinshan Jinren make a move with his own eyes. The aura the other now revealed was exactly the same as in his memory. Wait, exactly the same as in my memory? Not right. Liu Yang snapped awake, recalling the scene of Yinshan Jinren dealing with the Yun clan ancestor. To deal with him wouldn't require such a grand display. Just a glance would be enough to suppress him. This is fake. In the next second, Liu Yang's vision blurred when he looked again. The demonic thoughts had dispersed, and Yinshan Jinren still sat calmly in his seat, merely letting out a sigh tinged with regret. Junior brother, what a pity. Liu Yang bowed his head at the words and saw that the immortal foundation he had just painstakingly formed was already riddled with holes from that moment of influence by demonic thoughts. Seeing this, Liu Yang gave a helpless, wry smile. How bitter! Rumble, rumble. Before the words had even fallen, the thunderous sound of the immortal foundation shattering filled the entire foundation establishment realm. Even stirring the phenomena of the outside world, the wind howled mournfully, as if the heavens were crying. While committing this lesson to heart, Liu Yang silently intoned, Book of 100 Lifetimes. You failed to break through to foundation establishment, you perished, and your Tao was extinguished. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. 94. Restart a lifetime. You may choose one harvest from your previous life. 1. Treasures. 2. Cultivation. 3. Longevity. 4. Abandon all harvests, and, based on your previous life's experiences, randomly awaken a talent. Those whose names are called, step forward to me. Liu Xin's voice came from the stage, but Liu Yang was completely unaware, his mind still lingering on the interface of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Only after a while did he come back to himself. I choose cultivation. In the next instant, his empty body was filled with a surging tide of true qi, the realm of 10th layer qi, refining at great perfection from his previous life returned. Celestial demon bloodlight, profound in form seizing grand art, Taiwei edict and pardon treasure register, saint thief, and many other divine abilities restored one by one, making Liu Yang let out a satisfied breath. Taiwei treasure register edict heaven's pardon. Immediately, Liu Yang activated the Taiwei edict and pardon treasure register, and at the same time used the Saint Thief's rank as a blessing, overlaying a layer of illusory causality upon his own karmic line. He hadn't wasted a single bit of the 100 years of hard cultivation in his previous life. With the aid of the Mingdao Jade Slip, his attainments in formations and talismancy had reached 7th grade, basically the limit a qi refining cultivator could achieve. Among them, talismancy was his primary focus. His greatest achievement was successfully reproducing the innate primordial 1 qi divine talisman he had used in his previous life to conceal the heavenly secrets, retaining roughly 30% of the original's effect. Enough for the time being. The original was, after all, drawn by a foundation establishment Jinren and bolstered by the foundation establishment rank. Perfectly reproducing it is unrealistic. Having 30% is already good. Boom. In the next instant, Liu Yang felt a disturbance in the great web of causality. A torrential aura swept past, tracing along Panlong Jinren's lineage karmic line toward him. Liu Yang immediately recognized the owner of that aura. It was the Heaven-Mending Peak Lord. What a quick response. In previous lifetimes, the Heaven-Mending Peak Lord took several years to come for him. Now he arrived almost at once. Was it because his cultivation was higher this time? But times are different now. Liu Yang calmed his heart and breath. Since he had chosen cultivation and accepted Panlong Jinren's karma, being sought out by the Heaven-Mending Peak Lord was within expectations. But this time, the biggest difference from before was, he had rank. When a foundation establishment perfected divines those ordinary mortals without a persona, it's smooth sailing, but once the target has a persona, the difficulty of divination shoots up at once. Oof, Junior, you're courting death. With a twang of the great net of karma, Liu Yang heard the angry voice of the Butian Peak Lord reverberating. Clearly, he had sensed Liu Yang's act of concealing the heavenly secrets, even seen through the details, concluding that Liu Yang was not a foundation establishment perfected, but a qi refining cultivator with a persona. Immediately, Liu Yang felt the Butian Peak Lord get serious for real. A vast divine sense swept in, tearing apart the illusory causality he had laid down and chasing straight for the source. In less than a quarter hour it would lock onto him. So strong, really too strong. Liu Yang marveled inwardly, but he wasn't flustered. The Butian Peak Lord needed a quarter hour to lock onto him, while what he had to do wouldn't even take that long. The next second, Liu Yang moved. He left an avatar of innate 1 qi in place, while his true body concealed its form and slipped out, then went straight to find Liu Xin and took his authentic divine talisman. With Liu Yang's current cultivation, dealing with Liu Xin, still only mid-stage qi refining, was easy as pie. Liu Xin noticed nothing the whole time. What's more, to avoid spooking the snake, after taking the genuine talisman Lu Yang deliberately swapped in a youth edition, he made himself to muddle through. Who is it exactly? Almost as soon as he took the talisman, the Butian Peak Lord completely broke through Lu Yang's blockade and began to sweep the great net of karma. Yet he gained nothing. Being practically toyed with left the Butian Peak Lord furious on the spot. But no matter how he divined the heavenly secrets, he couldn't find the instigator. This strange scene kept the Butian Peak Lord silent for quite a while. At length he spoke again. Honyun, is it you? Huh. In the sacred sect, a handsome Taoist with noble bearing and jade-like bones opened his eyes, a touch of helplessness on his face. Old freak Chun, don't talk nonsense. Humph. It's definitely you. It seemed the Butian Peak Lord had decided Taoist Honyun was making mischief. He gave a cold laugh. When Panlong was dying, he handed the inheritance to me, saying I was to choose the successor. You actually dared to use a junior's hand to hook it away in secret. Do you think I won the act just because of who you are? Taoist Honyun narrowed his eyes at that. Who fished away Panlong's inheritance? Cut the act. The Butian Peak Lord's voice continued to come. This matter between you and me isn't settled yet. A true monarch reborn. In the end is no true monarch. Soon, the fluctuations of the great net of karma subsided. Clearly, though the Butian Peak Lord's words were harsh, he also had scruples and didn't dare strike then and there. Even so, Taoist Honyun was none too pleased. After all, among the foundation establishment in the sacred sect, the Butian Peak Lord is one of the notable ones hard to brush off. He'd originally been peacefully in seclusion in his cave abode. Yet for no reason he'd drawn such a strong enemy. Naturally his mood soured, and his curiosity grew. Who is plotting against me? Taoist Honyun pinched his fingers to calculate, but came up with nothing, and frowned. Either someone's scheming, or it's an unintended mishap that accidentally affected me. Interesting. From what Butian said, some junior spirited away the Panlong inheritance from his hands, and he still hasn't calculated who it was. Which junior is that bold? The more Honyun thought, the more curious he grew, itching with it. It's a pity this junior seems to have a treasure that conceals heavenly secrets ordinary means can't calculate him. But to use overturning lampfire for a mere junior is too much, a loss outweighing the gain. Forget it, better to handle proper business first. Thinking thus, Taoist Honyun shifted his attention away. Around the same time, a disciple in the sacred sect suddenly looked up. Muddled thoughts turned clear at once, and his whole bearing became lofty and vigorous. His name was Xiao Shiya. How terrifying! In the Hall of Joyous Union, Lu Yang had already been brought into the cave abode by Yu Suzhen. It was exactly the same as in previous lives, with Lu Xian waiting at the door. Originally, next it should have been time to turn the tables and kill Yu Suzhen. But this time, Lu Yang changed his mind. This life I'm going to cultivate the true method of lunar shedding and corpse liberation, fated to die once since that so. I might as well die right here. This time, Lu Yang intended to let Yu Suzhen seize his Yuan Qi. Besides that, he wanted to use Yu Suzhen's hand to test a notion, the success or failure of which would determine his goal for this lifetime. Namely, the art of stealing heavenly secrets. This foundation stage secret art was something Zhao Shuhe traded to him. Through dual cultivation with the opposite sex, you can implant your own Qi signature, making someone else do the work while you reap the gains. Lu Yang's idea was simple. Can this thing be stacked? This secret art is restricted to the opposite sex, so if he were to use it himself, it could only be applied to women, such as Fairy Feixia or Fairy Qinghe. But whether it was Fairy Feixia or Fairy Qinghe, their talent and strength were very limited, nowhere near meeting his needs. The only one who fit the criteria, Yin Miaozhen, was far away at the Sword Pavilion. Compared to them, the situation with men was completely different. Lu Xian, Zhao Shuhe, and Xiao Shiya were all heavyweights, practically seedlings for foundation establishment, rich in fortune, and all of them were at his side. Thus, a plan began to take shape in Lu Yang's mind. If stealing heaven's secrets can stack, I'll strike at Yu Suzhen first, turn her into a puppet, then teach her stealing heaven's secrets, and have her cultivate alongside those proud sons of heaven Lu Xian, Zhao Shuhe, Xiao Shiya. Wouldn't he that be applying this secret art to them indirectly? Back then, Taoist Han Yun almost scared him to death in this life. He just happens to have a chance to get some payback. He once created the child of destiny. Xiao Shiye this time, he will create a child of destiny who surpasses Xiao Shiye Yu Suzhen. Yu Suzhen let out a sigh, then rose to her feet beside the youth she had plundered of vitality, now silent and still. Heh, it finally worked. True qi flowed within her. Yu Suzhen was so moved, she almost burst into tears after suffering so much in the Hawan Hall. Today she had finally broken through to the first level of qi refining. After a brief loss of control, Yu Suzhen reigned in her expression. Her brows and eyes relaxed. Her former allure suddenly turned cool, and a deeper resolve shone in her beautiful eyes. They say youth is fleeting and beauty fades. She refused to see a day when she grew old. I will cultivate immortality. I will live forever. In that moment, her longing to cultivate immortality surged stronger than ever. Within this Chusheng sect, she would climb step by step to the very top. What she failed to notice was that there was a second person in the cave abode. Right beside the youth she had just drained dry stood an illusory figure, hard to discern with the naked eye, hands clasped behind his back, watching her with interest. Stealing heaven's secrets, the first step counts as done. Senior Sister Yu is indeed not bad. She already harbored the aspiration to cultivate immortality, and I didn't even need to deliberately guide her. It was her own heart all along. Such a result could not be better. After all, Liu Yang had yet to reach Foundation Establishment. Far from the natural, seamless composure of Foundation Establishment true persons, if he tried to influence another's mind on purpose, it would be all too easy to reveal flaws. Next, Liu Yang examined himself again. His fleshly body was now dead, having entered the die then molt state of the Taiyin molting corpse, shedding true method, while his soul was preserved by the Yin spirit ghost immortal method he deduced in his previous life, transformed into a wisp of Yin spirit to sustain his vitality. Die then molt, that's what it really means. Liu Yang pondered it carefully in his heart. At this moment, his physical body seemed to have become an alchemical furnace, and the three top-grade divine abilities he had mastered in life had turned into the medicinal ingredients within. The body as the furnace, divine abilities as the medicine, creation as the craftsman. The result would be to smelt those three top-grade divine abilities into one, condensing a corpse liberation immortal. Rank only then would the Taiyin molting corpse shedding true method truly be considered complete. This process will likely be very long, nor can it be completed by time alone. With the body as the furnace, the fire for alchemy must be fueled by my merit and destiny. To burn away merit and destiny, turning them into alchemical fire and pouring it into the body, this is, by its nature, a way of dying to be reborn. If, when all is burned out, a corpse liberation immortal, rank still hasn't been refined, then that be true death if merit is exhausted. In the next life I won't even be able to be human, only fall into the beast path. No wonder I've never heard of anyone in the Chusheng sect managing to complete this great divine art. The gains and the costs are utterly disproportionate. One can well imagine how much resolve the cultivator who created this great divine art possessed back. Then he practically staked his entire life, leaving himself not the slightest way out. This is cultivation. On the great Tao, one walks alone. There is only forward, no retreat. Wager everything to bet on a single chance. If you win, fine. If you lose, what kind of despair must you endure? Thinking of this, Liu Yang's heart ached, and he couldn't help but let tears fall. Only when he saw the panel of the Book of 100 Lifetimes by his side did he come back to his senses. He patted his head and said, "Almost forgot I can still start over." "Forget it, it's fine. Without the protection of the flesh, it's hard for the soul to hold steady. Emotions get the better of you." Liu Yang hurriedly gathered his thoughts, then shifted his gaze to Yu Suzhen. At this moment, Yu Suzhen looked unchanged on the surface, but inwardly she was no longer herself. Instead, she bore Liu Yang's imprint. This art, stealing heaven's secrets, had directly remade her into a puppet. Henceforth, no matter how high Yu Suzhen cultivated, with a single thought Liu Yang could drain her cultivation and fortune dry and feed it back to himself. However, there's no rush for now. Next, he'd figure out a way to quietly pass her the art of stealing heavenly fate. then have her plunder others' cultivation, fatten her up before making his move. At that thought, Lu Yong shifted his gaze to Lu Xian waiting outside the cave abode. Huan Hall of the Holy Sect. Yu Suzhen followed behind Lu Xian, her lotus step slow, her figure graceful and alluring, yet her face carried a chill that kept people at a distance. This stark contrast, paired with her already exquisite features, immediately drew many disciples' eyes. Even Lu Xian couldn't help glancing at her, a flicker of wicked fire flashing in his eyes, though he quickly pressed it down. Business first. Junior Sister Yu. This innate Tao scripture is the cultivation method for the Holy Sect's formal disciples. Take it back and study it well. Don't slack off in your cultivation. Many thanks, senior brother. Yu Suzhen dipped in a curtsy from Lu Xian's angle. He could look down upon a stretch of snowy white, and a faint fragrance drifted to his nose. Lu Xian swallowed, suddenly yanked her over, beauty falling into his arms. That cold face showed just the right touch of panic as she cried out in a clear voice. Senior brother, what are you doing? Let go. As she spoke, Yu Suzhen kept crying out while pushing at Lu Xian. But those fair little hands pressed to Lu Xian's chest didn't exert any force at all, soft, as if giving him a massage. Seeing this, Lu Xian's wicked fire flared hotter, and he couldn't help grinning as he said, Junior Sister misunderstands. This is just a discussion of the Tao. With that, Lu Xian ignored Yu Suzhen's token resistance and directly carried her into the cave abode. One day later, the desire just now had completely numbed Lu Xian's mind, and he had thus relaxed all his defenses. When he came to, he found himself lying weakly on the bed, unable to muster even a wisp of true qi. Right then, Yu Suzhen rose leisurely. Only then did Lu Xian catch a whiff of rot. His face changed, and he looked at Yu Suzhen in shocked fury. You poisoned me? What else? Yu Suzhen's face was expressionless, as if her earlier allure had been fake. You wanted to harm me, am I not allowed to strike back? Impossible, bitch. How did you notice? Lu Xian clenched his jaw, desperately trying to circulate true qi to suppress the toxin. But it was useless. He could only watch himself grow ever weaker. Yu Suzhen sneered. At first I truly didn't know, but I felt something was off. I came up from the Huan Hall. By rights you should teach me dual cultivation methods, yet you gave me a random innate Tao scripture. Clearly you had other designs. Lu Xian asked in disbelief. Based on that, you're going to kill me? Why not? Yu Suzhen said with a smile. A woman's intuition is very accurate. Even if I'm wrong, I lose nothing. Hearing this, Lu Xian fumed. You. Don't fret. I won't kill you yet. Yu Suzhen continued. You're mid-stage qi refining, so you must know quite a few powerful divine abilities. These are precious resources. They shouldn't be wasted. When I finish learning a proper cultivation method, I'll come back and squeeze you dry so you don't die with all your hard work going to waste. Pooh. As the words fell, already seared by raging fire, Lu Xian could no longer hold on. He spat a mouthful of hot blood. His vision went black, and he fell unconscious. As expected, the prettier the woman, the better she lies. Watching Lu Xian in this life poisoned by Yu Suzhen and in the end wrung dry by demonic arts, Lu Yong felt a secret surge of satisfaction. Serves you right for harming me in my second life. Then Lu Yong turned his eyes to Yu Suzhen, but did not show himself. Instead, he cast an illusion and swapped out the 10,000 spirits banner of Primal One Qi. As for the innate Tao scripture, Lu Yong left a copy for Yu Suzhen, simply deleting the banner's content and slotting in the art of stealing heavenly fate. Sure enough, Yu Suzhen was captivated at first glance. Stealing heavenly fate, so long as I spar with others, I can seize their cultivation and fortune. As Yu Suzhen leafed through the art of stealing heavenly fate, her eyes burned. She felt this cultivation method was tailored for her. At that thought, Yu Suzhen's ambition instantly swelled. If before she only wanted to cultivate immortality and live long, but didn't know which path to take, now she had finally found the way. For Yu Suzhen, this approach was far easier than grinding away at cultivation. With just that bit of talent of hers, she lingered in the Huan Hall for so long and only barely broke through to the first layer of qi refining at best. She was likely to top out at the third layer of qi refining in this lifetime. But if she could master this heaven-stealing art, then with her looks, as long as she found enough targets and picked those prodigiously gifted cultivators to prey on, setting up a massive pond of fish to harvest their cultivation. Her rate of advancement would soar by the day. Even foundation establishment would no longer be out of reach. The more Suzhen mulled it over, the hotter her heart burned. After that, she used corpse-dissolving water to dispose of the corpses of Lu Xian and that young disciple in turn, methodically cleaning up the scene. Time flashed by. 3 months passed, in the cave dwelling. You bitch. You actually dared to poison me. Looking at the man before her, covered in wounds and on his last breath, Suzhen couldn't even be bothered to respond. In an instant, the entire cave dwelling was filled with the man's wretched howls. Just like that, the man's body rapidly withered at a visibly discernible pace, while Suzhen's complexion became ever more radiant. Boom. She felt a dull thud from within, and Suzhen's aura surged. She forcibly broke through the bottleneck of the third layer of qi refining and stepped into the mid-stage of qi refining. At this moment, nourished by true essence, Suzhen even took on a faintly sacred air. Lu Yang, meanwhile, hid to the side and watched the entire process. In these mere 3 months, he had personally witnessed how Suzhen sparred with disciples from all quarters, her cultivation shooting from the first to the third layer of qi refining, and ultimately devouring their cultivation base in full. So long as she cultivated, she could grow stronger. Better yet, Suzhen was especially protective of her reputation. All her dealings were done in secret, while on the surface she remained that haughty figure who was icy to any man. And the more unattainable Suzhen appeared, the more there were those who fancied exactly that. Thus, in just 3 short months, Suzhen lured many fools addled by beauty and then used that heaven-stealing art to squeeze them dry. By that logic, if not for my malignant illness-death utterance taking her life in the first lifetime, she could have turned the tables on Lu Xian back then. Even without the heaven-stealing art, once she got the innate Dao Tome and the myriad spirits banner, she might well have soared to the heavens. The way this person's fortune and karma tangle is truly marvelous. Anyway, the bait has been cast. There was no doubt. Suzhen's potential was extraordinary. Her heart was ruthless enough, her methods venomous enough, and her skin thick enough. Anything that benefited her, she would do. Practically a born disciple of the holy sect. All she lacked was an opportunity. And right now, Lu Yang had given her that opportunity, letting her grow rapidly. More importantly, at this rate, she would run into Xiao Shiya sooner or later. Lu Yang rather wanted to see whether she actually had the ability to reel in Xiao Shiya as well. If she really could spar with Xiao Shiya, then he'd be in for a big score. After all, Xiao Shiya was destined to hook that 7-colored merit fish from the merit pool, so long as he could. Through the chess piece that was Suzhen, turned Xiao Shiya into the furnace for the heaven-stealing art. Then when he hooked the 7-colored merit fish and began refining it, he could suddenly make his move, pull a bait and switch, use Suzhen as a springboard, and steal away all of that merit fish's cultivation and fortune. Daoist Hongyun was using Xiao Shiya as bait, aiming for that merit fish. And he himself was using Suzhen as bait, ready to help himself in passing. This plan was no different from pulling a tiger's tooth. It wasn't hard to imagine that, once successful, it would surely draw the thunderous wrath of real person Hongyun, who would, at that point, stop at nothing to investigate to the bitter end. So I have to keep far, far away. With the myriad spirits banner in hand, Lu Yang observed Suzhen in secret for a few more days, and, once he was sure everything was proceeding smoothly, slipped out of the holy sect without a trace, speeding toward the mortal world. Staying in the holy sect any longer would be all harm and no benefit. After all, on the surface he was already a dead man. Remaining in the sect would only mean hiding in the shadows, quietly waiting for the completion of the die then shed, and for Suzhen's growth. That would be far too much of a waste of time. Suzhen is the most crucial link in my life's arrangement, but not the whole of it. After all, even if I master the heaven-stealing art and the Taiyin shedding and corpse dissolution true method, plus Saint's theft and third-grade true qi, my chances of breaking through to foundation establishment are only 40%. I still need to make preparations elsewhere. Besides, keeping some distance has its advantages. After all, once Suzhen's matter comes to light, and a Foundation establishment real person flies into a rage. If he follows the karmic threads to investigate, hiding in the holy sect would be no different from seeking death. But if I'm at the ends of the earth, no matter how furious that Foundation establishment real person is, it'll still take quite some time for him to come knocking. And I can use that time window to assault the Foundation establishment realm. Liu Yang never pinned his hopes on the luck of maybe I won't be discovered. Bear in mind that in his last life, the Yun clan's patriarch could deduce his location with a single heaven scrying instrument. He was used to making the worst-case plan for everything. As for Yu Suzhen, Liu Yang only needed to occasionally employ the art of karma to observe, ensuring her actions didn't exceed his expectations. The moment he left the holy sect's domain, Liu Yang felt a rush of ease. It was truly a sky vast for birds to fly, a sea wide for fish to leap. My corpse is hidden inside the myriad souls banner. This wondrous treasure contains worlds within only it can store the body I shed during my metamorphosis, allowing me to carry it with me. Besides that, the myriad souls banner also hides another opportunity that stirs his heart. Liu Yang formed a hand seal. As the banner unfurled, black smoke billowed, and before long a handsome young man in black robes stepped out of the banner. He was a true disciple of the sacred sect, named Qin Sinan. In his previous life, he wanted to test the beguiling power of the innate primordial One Qi divine talisman, and, coupled with shallow cultivation, felt he couldn't control the other. So he and kept this person, but now it's different. Liu Yang has cultivated the saintly thief, attained rank, and is brimming with confidence. Where's this? Qin Sinan, freshly out of the myriad souls banner, Henti regained his bearings. He instinctively glanced toward Liu Xian's direction, and his brows promptly knit. Liu Xian is dead? Qin Sinan pondered for a moment, his brow easing, then turned to Liu Yang and asked, "Which sect are you from? Did you kill Liu Xian?" "Indeed." Liu Yang nodded lightly, without a change in expression. Unlike the previous life, back then Qin Sinan had recognized at a glance that he was a sacred sect disciple, yet this time there was no reaction at all. Liu Yang understood this life. He hadn't lit his life lamp at the Chu sacred sect, but had muddled through with a blinding trick coupled with the fact that his main practice, the 9 transformations flood dragon formula, ASNT, a secret art of the Chu sacred sect, it made Qin Sinan misjudge him for the moment. To be frank, my name is Qin Sinan. I'm a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. On the Myriad Souls banner, Qin Sinan spoke with sincerity and an upright demeanor. In life I was harmed by that evil cultivator Liu Xian, truly a disgrace before you, fellow Taoist. Oh, hearing this, Liu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid really isn't honest. Compared to other banner spirits, Qin Sinan's state was clearly somewhat abnormal, as if a fragment of self-awareness had truly remained, allowing him to think normally. He could even lie. Liu Yang looked at Qin Sinan and grinned at him, saying, "No rush, fellow Taoist. I'll destroy this harmful demonic treasure right now, so you can return to reincarnation." While wait. As soon as Liu Yang's words fell, Qin Sinan hurriedly stopped him. Seeing Liu Yang's puzzled look, his eyes shifted, and he sighed. "You likely don't know, fellow Taoist, this treasure is used to refine our true souls. If you destroy it, not only will we be unable to be reborn, we'll be buried along with it." Purely a lie. In his previous life, Liu Yang had cultivated arduously for 100 years, dissecting the Myriad Souls banner thoroughly. He understood it almost better than Liu Xian, and the workings within were crystal clear to him. So he saw through Qin Sinan's lie at a glance. Only why was he lying? Liu Yang's thoughts shifted. By rights, the banner spirits on the banner are no different from the dead. Being able to reincarnate is an enormous blessing. Who would be an exception? Could it be that Qin Sinan truly had another way to return to life? Interesting. Liu Yang smiled and asked bluntly, "You deliberately try to fool me. Fellow Taoist, is there a secret you're hiding? Care to share?" At that, Qin Sinan was immediately stunned. In a flash, he had already prepared his explanation, but before the words could leave his mouth, his vision went dark and his consciousness turned hazy. "Trying to search my soul?" At first, Qin Sinan remained composed, hurriedly anchoring a divine ability to guard his mind, even preparing to fabricate a false memory to mislead Liu Yang. Yet in the next instant, his expression froze. A towering golden body burst into his sea of consciousness, as if standing between heaven and earth, overbearing beyond measure, and in an instant suppressed all his divine abilities. Rank. How is that possible? As a true disciple of the sacred sect, Chen Sinan knew what he was seeing, yet Lu Yang was directly pressing him down with the rank of a saintly thief, clearly not intending to leave any room. Out with it, what scheme are you plotting? Lu Yang chuckled softly, easily taking control of Chen Sinan's sea of consciousness, swiftly drawing out stream after stream of the memories he wanted. In the next moment, Chen Sinan's lips moved, and he spoke uncontrollably. I've cultivated a great divine art called severing thoughts to behold the self, heavenly silkworm secret. It can split the consciousness and seize bodies. I was planning to fool you first, then find a way to seize your flesh, and thus be reborn. Interesting. Watching Chen Sinan sweat profusely, Lu Yang chuckled and pressed. For a banner spirit to devour its master is as hard as ascending to heaven. How were you planning to seize me? Simple. I depass the severing thoughts to behold the self, heavenly silkworm secret to you. This great divine art is tempting. How could you not be moved? However, this divine art is exceedingly strange. The practitioner must first sever 9 split souls from his mind and spirit, then use a secret method to merge them into one. However, I won't pass you that secret art that can merge incarnations. Once you practice it, your consciousness will split into 9, each scrambling to be the master, ending up like a snipe and a clam locked in struggle, letting the fisherman reap the profit. After hearing Chen Xianen, Lu Yang felt a little shaken. Suddenly his heart jolted, and he asked again, "Are you really Chen Xianen?" At that, Chen Xianen fell silent, struggle showing on his face. In the end, he still couldn't withstand the pressure of Lu Yang's rank. Strictly speaking, not exactly. The real Chen Xianen is gone. I'm merely an incarnation. He split off back then, since that man died. Then this body now is Chen Xianen. Lu Yang nodded in amazement, highly interested in the grand divine ability he mentioned, the heavenly silkworm secret of severing thought to behold the self. Chen Xianen said that once this grand divine ability is mastered, it not only raises one's rank, it can even condense and advance the divine sense that only foundation establishment cultivators possess. This is especially important. Breaking through to foundation establishment is essentially transforming spiritual sense into divine sense. If you can complete that transformation ahead of time, it greatly helps in laying the immortal foundation. Senior brother Chen, it's great that you died. Coming to find you in this life, I really didn't pick the wrong person. To be honest, this rank thing is practically a cheat tool for stomping weaklings. Without it, Lu Yang could hardly have pried so much information out of Chen Xianen. With the boost from his rank, Chen Xianen was quite forthcoming. He even went through the full contents of the authentic, heavenly silkworm secret of severing thought to behold the self. After finishing all this, Lu Yang finally withdrew his divine ability and turned to look at the now recovered, bleak-faced Chen Xianen. You're a disciple of the Saint sect, aren't you? After a long silence, Chen Xianen finally spoke, with firm certainty. Only disciples of our Saint sect would do something like this. Thinking of this, he shot Lu Yang a glance, his expression complicated. You killed Lu Xian, but didn't return to the Jitian Cloud Sea. Are you planning to defect as well? At that, Lu Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, As well? Chen Xianen tilted his head instead, utterly puzzled. What's so strange? No matter how strict the Saint sect's traditions are, disciples defecting isn't exactly rare. But you should be the strongest one so far. It's simply unbelievable. As he spoke, he grew more baffled. Any disciple granted a grand divine ability is usually implanted with a restriction to prevent future defection. The reason I don't have a restriction is that my father is the Butian Peak Lord. But why don't you have one? Lu Yang didn't answer. Chen Xianen was right. Last lifetime, he only obtained the grand divine ability's inheritance by selling it to the Sanha society. But that was all in a past life. What does that have to do with me in this life? But the fact that I've got cheats on absolutely cannot be known. So Lu Yang changed the subject. Fellow Taoist, are you familiar with this world? Chen Xianen was taken aback. The world? Lu Yang nodded and said, To tell the truth, This is my first time traveling for the moment. I don't know where to go, so I came to ask around. Don't head south. After a moment's silence, Chun Xianen said frankly, north of the Great Dragon River is our Saint sect's territory. Most sects, big and small, align with us. South of the river, the orthodox path is held by the Yushu Sword Pavilion. As for the northern borderlands and the southern wilds, those places are remote and desolate, with no strong powers. If you have to name places worth a look, Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas are passable. Oh, Lu Yang asked curiously, why do you say that? Because their Tao is different, Qin Xianen explained. Whether it's the Saint sect or the Sword Pavilion, in Jiangnan and Jiangbei they mostly cultivate the Tao of refining the form for ascension. But Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas are different. Jiangdong cultivates the Tao of acting as heaven's enforcer. Jiangxi follows the Tao of deep joy and extinction, and overseas is 100 schools contending. They don't quite match our orthodoxy, but each has its ingenuity. Being both a true disciple of his sect and bloodkin of the Butian Peak Lord, Qin Xianen's knowledge far outstripped Lu Yang's as he spoke at length. He immediately lifted a corner of the world's veil for Lu Yang, especially his descriptions of Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas, which were truly alluring. But he quickly gathered himself again and returned to calm. I know where I need to go. Right now the most pressing task is to find secret arts that can raise the odds of foundation establishment. The heavenly silkworm's secret of severing thought to behold the self is a pleasant surprise, but it can't derail the plan. Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas can be visited slowly. There's no rush for now. He planned to make another trip to Skull Mountain. The Witch Ghost Secret Realm. It's a place where the ancient Witch Ghost Tao left its inheritance. Those major sect inheritances shouldn't stop at just the Qi refining realm, right? In his previous life, the secret realm was destroyed before he could enter. This time, he decided to go in ahead of time to see if there was any opportunity related to foundation establishment. Besides, the Wuguwei secret realm was extremely hidden, perfect for hiding. If anything happened to Yu Suzhen, taking shelter inside would be much safer. A month later, he arrived at Skull Mountain. Lu Yang rode his escape light all the way unimpeded. Given his current strength, an ordinary Qi refining great perfection was nothing in his eyes. Even now, with only a wisp of soul condensed into a Yin spirit, the higher tier he stood on let him deal with Qi refining great perfection with a mere flick of the sleeve. Unless the other party wielded great divine abilities like Yun Miaozhen back then, or had rare treasures to aid them, they could hardly stand a chance against him. Of course, that was just crushing the weak. But after losing his physical body, Lu Yang was in a trough. If he ran into a cultivator of comparable tier, he would have to flee in disarray. Soon, Lu Yang reined in his escape light and came to a halt. In the distance, a black mountain range thrust into the sky, Yin Qi surging as it came into view. Not bad. Looks like Yin Mountain Jinren hasn't arrived yet. Lu Yang probed cause and effect, confirmed the Wuguwei secret realm had not yet manifested and the Xinwu sect people had not arrived, then turned into a clear breeze and slipped into the mountains. When the Wuguwei secret realm appeared in his previous life, Lu Yang noted its coordinates, so finding it this time took little effort. Before long, he was standing at the mouth of a cave, paced inside. The entrance extremely narrow, and after a few dozen steps his view opened up. An expansive underground lake lay before him. This is the place. Lu Yang looked at the lake's surface and felt a strong fluctuation of the void, but did not go in immediately. Instead, he lingered at the entrance to the secret realm, observing. Though things were different from the past now, his Tao heart remained steadfast. Slow and steady brings things to completion. Calm and patient keeps one at ease. No need to rush. Play with it first. Lu Yang took out the myriad spirits banner, gave it a light shake, and Chun Sinan's figure immediately appeared. Then he tossed him into the entrance of the Wuguwei secret realm. He hadn't forgotten there was a strand of golden core sword Qi hidden within the secret realm. In his previous life, he hadn't practiced the Holy Sect's techniques, so he wasn't cut down by the sword Qi this time. However, he had cultivated the Holy Sect's body refining technique Saint's theft. Under such circumstances, who knew whether that sword Qi would still spare him? To be safe, better to let senior brother Qin scout the path first. Chun Sinan. A rumbling boom. In the next instant, The underground lake rippled in concentric rings, borrowing Chun Sinan's perspective. Lu Yong quickly saw what lay within. What met his eyes was a brilliant strand of sword chi. Yet the sword chi did not descend to cut. Instead, it locked onto Chun Sinan from afar, as if tagging him, and then actually allowed him to enter the secret realm. That's a bit too straightforward. Lu Yong was a little surprised. He formed a hand seal, ready to pull Chun Sinan back. A sharp zheng. Almost at the same moment, the previously calm sword chi suddenly quivered, and the departing Chun Sinan abruptly turned into a ball of white chi, dispersing in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, first checked Chun Sinan's true spirit within the myriad spirits banner, and, confirming he could summon him back later, finally let out a breath. Then he took out another banner spirit, tossed it into the secret realm, and tried repeatedly several times, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Allowed in but not out, huh? Lu Yong mused. Right. The purpose of this sword chi is to eradicate the Wugui Dao's lineage, so it won't allow anyone to leave the secret realm. As for why it allows entry, damn it, isn't this chumming the waters? Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Yang's eye twitched. They're obviously using the secret realm as a baited spot, luring demonic cultivators into hunt for treasures, then wiping them out in one fell swoop. The righteous path is way too shady. Though Lu Yong wasn't sure whether this guess was correct, if it were him, he'd certainly do the same, judging others by himself. He felt the truth was almost certainly right. With that in mind, Lu Yong grew even more cautious. So he patiently waited a few more months, until his incarnation of innate One Chi once again cultivated to martial Tao Celestial, then sent it into the secret realm. This time he didn't plan to leave, but to delve deeper into the secret realm and investigate. Soon, rows of buildings came into Lu Yang's view, but most had been reduced to bare bones, with broken artifacts scattered everywhere. Lu Yong looked around and noticed that this Wugui secret realm was unlike the outside world. There was hardly any spiritual chi, only extremely dense earth fiend in chi without corresponding techniques. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even perform breathing cultivation, and over time their flesh would even be corroded. In a place like this, would anyone cultivate? Lu Yong pondered inwardly, but his movements didn't stop as he looked around with interest. He had already caught a few clues. He seemed to be in a city. Just then, not far away, a stifled shout on the verge of bursting suddenly rang out. "Bastard! What the hell are you doing?" Lu Yong turned his head, and a face actually poked out from a corner of the ruins, growling in a low voice. "Do you have a death wish?" "It's already dark." Then that face hesitated and struggled, gritted his teeth, and finally crawled out of the rubble, a boy of 14 or 15. He hurried to Lu Yang's side, grabbed his hand, and tried to yank him away. Seeing this, Lu Yong arched a brow and didn't resist. But the next instant, the boy's expression suddenly froze. He turned his head, and that fairly good-looking face was instantly filled with despair. "I shouldn't have saved you. It's over, all over." Tap, tap, tap. Almost at the same time, footsteps sounded in the open ruins. Lu Yong looked toward the sound and saw an old man in yellow, his eyes lifeless. The old man's eyes were ashen, pupils unfocused, not actually focusing, yet fixed rigidly on Lu Yong and the mysterious boy. As his gaze fell, a darkness visible to the naked eye crept toward the two of them,